Chapter 381. I didn't expect that such a small human race would produce so many top talents. I want to go to the human home planet to see what kind of place it is that can breed so many top talents. Freyla motioned Ted to leave and looked at the three people. Her eyes fell on Wei Wufu, and she said lightly, "The Phoenix Purple Chi Ju of the Phoenix Clan was originally created by the Phoenix Clan's hybrid Purple Phoenix. This is not an evolutionary technique created for humans. You, a human, can actually practice the Phoenix Purple Chi Ju, and you have practiced it to this level. Even among the Purple Phoenixes, there are probably not many Purple Phoenixes of the same level who can be stronger than you. It's really good." After that, she looked at Ouyang Yudu again and continued, "Your evolutionary technique is a bit weird. I have never seen it before, but your life base has the ability to absorb spirits. This ability is already very rare in the universe. There have also been some people with similar abilities in history. The alien race with strong power can cause a catastrophe every time. Most of them will be killed by all races before they grow up. This ability may not be a good thing for you. It may be your death warrant. You two are indeed very strong. If it weren't me who met you today, you would have one. But unfortunately you met me, Flura." Flura glanced at Lin Shen and said lightly, "I have killed more than one 10-turn Purple Phoenix. Although the soul-sucking ability is a heaven-defying technique, it is ineffective against me. I really want to know, what is special about you? Since the celestial race has already calculated it, I think you should have some special means, right?" Lin Shen secretly glanced at the time. Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu had only delayed him for less than 10 minutes. There was still more than an hour before the third brother's method took effect. Lin Shen sighed in his heart. How did the good situation suddenly become like this? It seems that I can only rely on myself. I am just a filler. I am not as strong as them. If there is any advantage, it is that my endurance is a little better than theirs. Is it a special method to be able to fight for a long time? Lin Shen said, and directly activated the super base form. The black shell on his body quickly turned into a silver crystal, and the super base text and super base recasting were also directly activated. The hieroglyphs exuded amazing brilliance, making Lin Shen's shell more gorgeous and shining. No matter what your ability is, this is really good. No wonder a woman like Qianxuan can look up to you. Flura looked at the shell on Lin Shen and exclaimed, "If you only look at the appearance of the shell and not the person, even Ouyang Yudu's white jade armor will be eclipsed by Lin Shen's shell. There is nothing wrong with what Freyla said. In fact, we can also be friends. We don't have to fight to the death. Friends can discuss anything. It is not impossible to give the red flame star burst dragon to you," Lin Shen said. "Let go of your hand first, and then you will be more convincing." Freyla glanced at Lin Shen and said. Lin Shen held the archangel sword he got back from Ouyang Yudu in one hand, and reached into his pocket with the other hand, holding the modified peg gun. Lin Shen did not feel ashamed because of Freyla's words. He did not want to let go. Facing a strong person like Freyla, he did not want to be negligent. He must do his best to ensure that he could hold on until the third brother's method took effect. "You don't have to be so nervous. I didn't want to kill you. As long as you answer a few questions truthfully, I can consider letting you leave alive," Freyla said. "What's the question?" Freyla wanted to chat with him, and Lin Shen naturally wanted it. "You know Xingzong, right?" Freyla stared at Lin Shen and asked. "I guess so." Lin Shen did not deny it, but his words were a bit ambiguous. "It's not just as simple as knowing each other. You look alike," Freyla continued. "In your eyes, humans should all look a bit alike. This is not surprising." Lin Shen did not give Freyla a chance to continue asking, and then asked back, "Are you interested in me? Or are you interested in Xingzong?" "Both." Freyla did not fall into Lin Shen's language trap, and did not waste time on this matter, and continued to ask, "You and Xingzong are relatives." Although it was a question, the tone used was affirmative. "I really want to be his relative, but I'm afraid that he won't recognize me," Lin Shen said. "When I return to my home planet to check the family tree, maybe he and I are really long-lost brothers. At that time, I will follow him to join the Diamond Tribe, and we will be companions. Since we are all companions in the future, let's not hurt each other now, and go our own way. How about we not hinder you from finding the red flame star explosion dragon?" Freyla couldn't help but frown slightly, and her judgment seemed to be shaken. "Okay, if you can survive 3 of my attacks, I will let you go." Freyla decided to see how strong Lin Shen was first. Perhaps she could see some clues from the martial arts he used and the evolutionary techniques he practiced. Does letting us go mean letting us leave intact, or beating us up first and then sparing our lives? Lin Shen tried his best to delay time. "If you can survive 3 of my attacks, you can leave however you want." Freyla said, pointing her finger, and purple particles flowed out from her fingertips, condensing into a black and purple angel-shaped life base. Lin Shen couldn't help but be slightly startled. There was no mosaic on Freyla's life base, and he could see it clearly. He had always thought that only the Celestials could condense an angel-shaped life base. How could Freyra, a member of the Emperor Barbarian clan, condense a life base in the form of an angel? Freyra's angel life base also has 6 wings, but there is no halo on her head, no scepter in her hand, and the 6 wings behind her are not white, but a black and purple color. The form of this life base is a bit similar to Tianqin's desperate Heartless Angel, but it is still not exactly the same. The feather armor on the Heartless Angel's body is black, while the feather armor on Freyra's life base is black and purple. Ted and Georgie looked at Freyra's life base with admiration. It was also the first time they saw Freyra's life base with their own eyes. This is my life base, the Fallen Seraphim, only the 10th life base, not that powerful. Look carefully, this is my first strike, the Dark Domain Abyss. As Freyra's voice fell, the Fallen Seraphim put his palms together and condensed a black and purple light ball like a black hole. The next second, a ball of light that looked like a black and purple spherical lightning instantly pounced on Lin Shen. Lin Shen concentrated and stepped forward, and a way-treading fist was also blasted out. The terrifying fist force hit the black and purple ball of electric flashes, and the shocking explosion caused in the next second was like a hydrogen bomb exploding in the sky, submerging Lin Shen's figure in the explosion. Lin Shen suddenly had a very strange thought. Freyra doesn't seem to be as strong as imagined. It shouldn't be. Freyra was once the first ascender of the Diamond Tribe, and she has practiced for so long, her foundation must be extremely strong. She should be much stronger than us. But this power seems to be really not as strong as imagined. I didn't even swing this way-treading fist continuously. Could it be that we are stronger than we think? Freyra, the first ascender of the Diamond Tribe, is not as strong as we think. Chapter 382. Lin Shen had estimated Freyra's strength before, and he could calculate a rough idea. The 4 stats of the top-level ascenders are calculated as 81, and the 10-turn attribute is doubled to 162. This attribute is basically fixed, and it is difficult to fluctuate up and down. Lin Shen himself is only 81. After using the 5 elements fruit and the 5 elements tree king fruit, the attribute is still 81 and has not been improved. Even if Freyra is lucky and has a good background, and gets some treasures that can improve attributes, it is impossible to improve too much. After all, 81 is the limit of the ascender, and it is not easy to break through the limit. Lin Shen himself has a super base form talent, which can just offset Freyra's 10-turn enhanced attributes, so Lin Shen is not at a disadvantage in terms of attributes. Next are 3 base transformation talents and 1 life base talent, which is the main difference in combat effectiveness. If Freyra has a talent similar to the Phoenix Secret, then her attributes will be doubled, and this battle will be able to explode at once. Lin Shen still has super base transformation to use, which can almost offset 1 Phoenix Secret technique, and it is still a draw. The problem lies in the 2 skills of super base transformation and super base recasting. One is a supply type skill, and the other is a repair type skill. Although both have a certain effect on combat effectiveness, they are not as direct and effective as Phoenix Secret technique. If Freyra has another base transformation talent similar to Phoenix Secret technique, then she will be invincible. If all 3 of them are of this type of base transformation talent, then it is abnormal. If the life-based talent is also of the strengthening type, it is not impossible to kill Nirvana above the level. Lin Shen roughly calculated it, 162 plus 162 plus 162 plus 162 plus 162. With this calculation, the attributes are all over 800, and it is still easy to kill the Ascender in seconds. If there are a few more pets and spirit bases with Halo Blessing abilities, then it will be a rhythm of breaking through 1000, and no one can stop it. Of course, this is the most extreme case. An Ascender has 3 attribute doubling base transformation talents, plus a doubling life base talent. This probability cannot be said to be non-existent. Anyway, with Lin Shen's knowledge and experience, he has never heard of it. The top Ascenders he has seen only have 1 attribute doubling skill, and most of them have restrictions. Of course, if there really is such a pervert with 4 enhanced talents, their bodies may not be able to withstand such abnormal enhancement. Just like Lin Shen's super base transformation, the enhancement will put a huge load on the body. Even as strong as Lin Shen's physical fitness is difficult to support for a long time, and this is still under the condition of super base text providing energy support. If it is really a full enhancement of all 4 talents, Lin Shen doubts whether the body of the Ascender can withstand such a blessing, and whether he has the ability to complete a strike under such circumstances. Lin Shen was not afraid of this extreme situation, but was afraid that Freya would have two skills that doubled her attributes, a powerful recovery skill, or even a weakening skill like the white robe. If a few more pets gave her some auxiliary auras, no matter how hard Lin Shen tried, he would probably not be her opponent. So Lin Shen had been waiting for the third brother's method to take effect, just to be afraid of being crushed by Freya's attributes. As soon as Freya's fallen seraph took action, Lin Shen suddenly felt that Freya was not that strong. Because the fallen seraph's skills were not buff type, but offensive skills with special abilities. That fallen abyss skill looked very powerful. It could injure people from a distance when it was upgraded, and it might also have special effects. But Lin Shen is not afraid of this thing. He has the wave-stepping fist, which can directly explode the energy ball produced by the fallen abyss. The energy ball cannot touch Lin Shen, and no matter how special the effect is, it will not work. Lin Shen now finally understands why the air ball punch is so famous. Just this ability to hurt people from a distance is already very advantageous. One of Freya's force skills was disabled, and Lin Shen felt much less pressure. If Freya only has one skill that doubles the attributes, then there is actually no difference between her and Lin Shen does not need to be afraid of her. If she has two skills that double the attributes, Lin Shen can still fight with a wave-stepping fist. Unless she has a powerful or enhancing pet, Lin Shen is really not afraid of her. Now Lin Shen wants to know what her three basic transformation talents are, and whether she has an enhancing pet. The light produced by the explosion gradually dissipated, and Ted and Georgie were surprised to find that Lin Shen was floating in the air without any injury, and their faces changed slightly. You can actually use the Void Fist Force while upgrading, and your attributes can withstand the 10th turn of Ascension. Your talent skills are indeed extraordinary. Although Flura was a little surprised, it was also expected. Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yu both have special features. If this Ation has no special features, it would make her feel unreal. Very good, then take my second attack. Flura actually still had no intention of attacking herself. The fallen seraph's hands came together again, condensing the black and purple light ball, which seemed to be no different. Lin Shen stared at Flura, not daring to be careless. He knew that Flura could not repeat the last ineffective attack, so there was only one answer. The fallen seraph must have a second life-based talent, just like his inheritance fan, both of which were double life-based talents. Sure enough, the fallen seraphim did not push out the light ball directly. The purple-black light ball was like a black hole, absorbing the energy in the surrounding space to strengthen itself. The purple-black light ball was getting bigger and bigger. It was half the size in a short while, and it was still growing. This dual talent is actually a combination skill. Lin Shen watched the purple-black light ball getting bigger and bigger, and he didn't know how much the halo could be enhanced. If this thing could be enhanced 10 times, Lin Shen couldn't take it even if he tried his best, and he would be directly blasted into slag. Lin Shen knew that he couldn't wait any longer, so he said, "Freya, you might as well wait for me to die of old age if you use such a skill." Freya was not angry. "I didn't say you can't take the initiative to attack. If you can't wait, you can take the initiative to attack." Lin Shen's heart moved. Freya said so. Wouldn't the power I hit out be absorbed by the fallen seraphim when he used this skill? Although Freya might be deceiving him, Lin Shen was still unwilling to take the risk and chose to take another look. Even if the power of the light ball doubled, it would not pose much threat to Lin Shen. 3 consecutive attacks of treading waves would break it. You like to charge up for your ultimate move, so I give you time to charge up. Lin Shen was not too worried about the double talents of the fallen seraph. These 2 talents were not a big threat to him. When the real battle came, there was no time for her to charge up like this. When the fight really started later, Lin Shen was going to release the Fatebreaker directly, and let her deal with the fallen seraph. Chapter 383. Old Wei, you guys step back first. Lin Shen stood there, waiting for the fallen seraphim to charge, and said to Old Wei and the others who were watching the battle from a distance. The previous collision had already caused an extremely terrifying explosion. This time, the collision of power would definitely cause an even more terrifying explosion. If they were too close, they would definitely be affected. Old Wei and Ouyang Yu both retreated to a distance. Ted and Georgie did not dare to stay nearby, and they kept retreating, fearing that they would be affected by the explosion. In their opinion, Lin Shen actually waited for the fallen seraphim to charge, and he would probably be blown to pieces by this attack. The Dark Domain Abyss is already terrifying enough, and the power contained in it is no longer something that ordinary flyers can withstand. What is even more terrifying is the explosion that will be triggered next, which may be more destructive than the Dark Domain Abyss itself. It is probably difficult for ordinary Tintern ascenders to escape unscathed from such an explosion. Lin Shan didn't care at all. His superbase recasting could help him quickly repair the damaged carapace. As long as he was not blown up all at once, the superbase recasting could quickly help him repair it, so Lin Shan was not afraid of the explosion. Of course, the premise is that the power accumulated by the fallen angel will not be too strong, and Lin Shan was not worried about this either. Because Freyla herself was nearby, if the power accumulated by the fallen angel was too strong, she herself could not bear it. That's why Lin Shan waited so calmly for the fallen seraph to accumulate power. She could only accumulate 2 or 3 times the power at most, and it was impossible to accumulate more, otherwise the explosion would hurt herself. I don't know if it's because the ability of the fallen seraph is limited to this, or Freyla thinks it's enough. When the Dark Domain Abyss light ball reached more than twice the volume, the fallen seraph did not continue, and directly pushed the purple-black light ball towards Lin Shan. This time, the speed of the light ball was much faster than before, but Lin Shan still chose to punch it without hesitation, and he threw 3 consecutive punches on the waves. That guy actually wanted to fight head-on. Is he crazy? Georgie in the distance sneered. He's dead? Ted looked at Lin Shan with eyes that looked more like he was looking at a dead man. Boom! Above the sea of fire, it seemed as if a huge sun had risen, and the surrounding sea water was pressed outward by the huge sun, causing huge waves. Wei Wufu, Ted, and others who were already watching the battle thousands of meters away were all blown away by the shock wave generated by the explosion. This explosion was more terrifying than they had imagined. If it happened on land, it would probably be more terrifying than a magnitude 10 earthquake and could destroy a large area of land. Even Freyla herself was a little surprised. The power of the explosion on the Sea of Fire was somewhat beyond her expectations. No wonder no Nirvana would choose to fight on the Sea of Fire. Just a Dark Domain Abyss fist less than 3 times the power caused such a terrifying explosion, forcing her to use skills to protect herself and the fallen seraph. Even so, they were pushed a long distance by the shock wave generated by the explosion. Dead? Georgie saw that Freyra was forced to retreat, but did not see Lin Shan escape from the explosion range, thinking that Lin Shan must have been blown to death. The light explosion, like a huge sun, lasted for a long time in the air, and the flame liquid that came into contact with the light explosion was directly vaporized. The scene was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. On the human mother planet, this blow was enough to destroy some small countries in ancient times. The continuous explosions lasted for nearly a minute before they began to gradually weaken. Freyla and others who retreated to a distance did not see Lin Shan. That boy must be dead. He dared to take such a terrifying blow from Lady Freyla on the Sea of Fire. It is unforgivable that he did not die, Georgie said flatteringly. A human ascender dared to take Lady Freyla's second blow. This is the way to death, Ted also said on the side. Freyla looked at the gradually fading light explosion, but could not help but frown. A Tion was able to take the first blow of the fallen seraph, and he was already a first-class ascender. He could not have a problem with his IQ if he could cultivate to this level. But outside the range of the light explosion, Lin Shan's figure was indeed not seen, which made her a little confused. When the light explosion gradually extinguished and no more explosions occurred inside, Ted and others suddenly fixed their eyes. In the air where there were still faint explosions and flashes of light, the human seemed to be fine, still floating in the same position as before, as if he had never moved. No. Impossible. Georgie suddenly got tongue-tied, and his eyes almost popped out. He really couldn't imagine that someone could survive such a terrifying light explosion. The power of the explosion should be enough to destroy any ascender. How could a human ascender not only survive, but also look unscathed? Even his shell was not damaged at all, and it seemed to be even brighter. Ted was also in disbelief, and couldn't even speak. He suddenly realized that the spy war of the Diamond Tribe seemed to have completely failed this time. The 3 human ascenders sent by the Celestials were not weaklings, but were incredibly strong. Especially this human named Tion, who did not retreat a single step, and was not injured in such an explosion. This was too abnormal. Of course, Lin Shan was not unscathed. He deliberately used his shell to withstand the destructive power of the light explosion, just to test his thoughts. When the first light explosion occurred, Lin Shan discovered a problem. When the second light explosion occurred, he did not retreat from the light explosion range to verify his guess. In the first explosion, Lin Shan found that the power generated by the explosion was relatively dispersed. The power of the explosion is very terrifying, but it is not concentrated at one point, nor is it completed in an instant. This is a dispersed and continuous process. Lin Shen's trading wave fist itself will not explode, because the trading wave fist has no entity, just like the wind. It is just the collision of wind that cannot cause an explosion. Lin Shen has tried this before. What can cause an explosion on Mars is the collision between entities. The collision of the two people's power can cause an explosion, because the power used by the fallen seraph is physical. The source of the explosion is that her dark domain abyss shattered in the collision, and then the explosion caused by the collision. These are not the key points. The key point is that in this continuous power explosion, Lin Shen's own super base text can absorb the world power far more than the amount that can be absorbed in ordinary environments. The world power simply poured into his body, like a flood, making the power in Lin Shen's body inexhaustible and overflowing. The crazy influx of world power has increased the power of Lin Shen when he uses various skills, even when he simply hits the breaking wave fist. Especially the super base recasting. Because of the sufficient energy, the super base recasting has a faster ability to repair the body. Especially in the super base form, Lin Shen's body and the shell are integrated. No matter how damaged it is, as long as it can be recast and repaired, the damage can be quickly recovered. Chapter 384. During the explosion, because the world power absorbed by the super base increased to a terrifying level, a series of chain reactions occurred, allowing Lin Shen's various abilities to be improved. So when the fallen seraph hit the first time, Lin Shen felt that it was not as strong as he imagined. At that time, Lin Shen was just guessing. During the second attack, Lin Shen verified this guess. Sure enough, as he thought, in the explosion, his various abilities were improved, so he felt that Freira's ability was not as strong as he imagined. This is not an illusion, nor is it that Freira showed mercy, nor is it that Lin Shen overestimated Freira. In such a terrifying explosion, Lin Shen's super base body was constantly exploded, but it recovered quickly in an instant, so Lin Shen was able to be in the light explosion, but he looked as if he was not injured. This explosive characteristic of the fiery Mars is actually a kind of enhancement for me. Lin Shen suddenly found that even without the means of the third brother, he might still be able to fight Freira. Of course, this also depends on what hidden means Freira has. Freira's life base ability, pets, spirit bases, etc. are not used. Lin Shen looked at Freira, and saw that Freira and the fallen seraph were both wrapped in an egg-shaped halo. The light explosion just now was because of this halo protection, so they did not suffer any damage. This should be Freira's base transformation talent. It looks like a defensive talent, not an ability to enhance attributes. Lin Shen did not see spirit bases and pets around Freira, so it should be her own skills. As soon as this skill came out, Lin Shen was no longer panicked. Even if the remaining two basic transformation talents of Freira were all doubled attributes, he could fight against them head-on. This environment of the fiery Mars is obviously more favorable for Lin Shen, but Freira needs to prevent herself from being injured by the explosion. It can even be said that Lin Shen has some advantages now. You have the ability to quickly heal yourself. You are really good. The smile on Freira's face has also been restrained, and she seems to be a little serious. Although she did not see the situation in the light explosion, she is experienced and guessed how Lin Shen survived the light explosion. Such a fast self-healing ability is already amazing. Even Freira has to pay attention to it. After being exposed by Freira, Ted and Georgie suddenly realized that they didn't know that Lin Shen was not injured, but could recover quickly. I didn't want to kill you, but you have such a self-healing ability, so the next attack will not be so simple. Are you ready? Freira looked at Lin Shen and said slowly. It's too simple and meaningless. Let me see the true strength of the former first ascender of the Diamond Tribe. Lin Shen was suspended in the air and said calmly. Very good. Freira looked a little angry. Freira waved her hand, and the fallen seraph flew towards her. The halo of the human and the life base overlapped, and the strange thing was that their bodies also overlapped. Huh, what kind of ability is this? Lin Shen was surprised. The heartless angel turned into armor, and merged with Tianqin, which was something Lin Shen could understand. However, the fallen seraph and Freira were not that kind of fusion, but like two transparent photos overlapped together to form a new creature. Unfortunately, after the two merged, Lin Shen could only see mosaics. He could only see that Freira's body had turned into a six-winged form, and he could not see anything else. It has been a long time since anyone has been worthy of my use of real power. It is enough to be proud that a small race like humans can give birth to a person like you. Freira said, raising her arm, her fingers stretched out, and a black and purple light ball condensed between her fingers. Is this the only move you can make? There was no mosaic on the light ball. Lin Shen saw that Freira was still using the Dark Domain Abyss move, and smiled and said, It only takes one move to kill you. Freya said lightly, not angry. Although Lin Shen could not see it, he could clearly feel that Freya's momentum suddenly increased wildly. The purple and black light ball between her fingers was also rapidly exploding. Lin Shen did not dare to be careless, and activated the super base transformation. His whole body began to emit brilliant light, and it became stronger and stronger. Is he okay? Ouyang Yuta held an umbrella and asked Wei Wufu beside him. Wei Wufu turned around and retreated far away, saying as he retreated, no. I don't know. Strong. Ouyang Yuta was slightly startled, turned around and looked at Lin Shen, who was emitting a strong holy light, and then quickly moved away from the battlefield like Wei Wufu. Ted and Georgie over there were doing the same thing. Flyra was really angry, and the power she burst out was so terrifying that they couldn't imagine how terrible it would be. They were afraid that they would be affected by the explosion, so they tried to stay away. I ask you one last time, what is your relationship with Jingzong? If you are related, I can spare your life. Otherwise, under my attack, you will be shattered to pieces, and no matter how strong your self-healing ability is, it can't save you. Flyra looked at Lin Shen coldly and said. The black and purple flames on her body rose, like a fallen angel in hell stained by demonic energy. Why do you have to make me repeat the same words again? Are all women fish? Do they only have 7 seconds of memory? Lin Shen said. This is your own choice. Flyra no longer hesitated, and the dark abyss in her hand blasted directly at Lin Shen. The sphere with purple flames, like a black hole, the moment it left Flyra's fingers, rushed towards Lin Shen like a stream of light. During the impact, the light ball not only did not lose, but also became larger and larger. Lin Shen swung his arms without hesitation, and his fists swung out, one after another, and swung 4 punches in a row, breaking the waves with 4 consecutive hits. The fist force was like a huge wave that pushed everything away, one wave higher than the other, and the waves turned into a terrifying impact, meeting Flyra's dark abyss. Boom! With the impact point as the center, the terrifying purple light explosion spread out instantly, and the entire Yanhai was shaken. The shock waves set off huge waves. On the Yanhai that had been calm for many years, waves hit the surrounding coasts. In the camp far outside the Yanhai, Tianqin, Tianquan and others saw the terrifying purple sun rising from the Yanhai. Even here, the terrifying fluctuations of the purple sun can still be felt. Tianquan frowned slightly, and couldn't help but worry. Such a terrifying explosion must have been caused by Freya. Can Lin Shen and the others withstand it? I told him not to show off. Now I'm afraid he's finished. Tianqin said this, but his face was not very good. Chapter 385. Freya had retreated to the outside of the light explosion, looking coldly at the terrifying light explosion. The violent air turbulence swept through, and there were surging waves under her feet. I originally wanted to capture him alive, and see if I could use him to negotiate terms with that dog-headed military advisor Jingzong. Now I'm afraid there is no chance. I can't change my temper. Freya sighed in her heart. Ted and Georgie came over against the turbulence. Georgie said, no matter how those insidious and cunning celestial beings plan, they are just a joke in front of the absolute strength of Lady Freya. Lady Freya, let's go kill the other 2 humans now, don't let them escape. Ted also came over and said. In their opinion, Lin Shen was afraid that there was no body left, and no ascender could survive such a terrifying explosion. Freya nodded, turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly her body paused, and immediately turned around to look at the light explosion area that was continuing to explode. Lady Freya, what's wrong? Georgie asked in confusion, and followed Freya's line of sight. Ted also looked over, but all they could see was the continuous dazzling light explosion, and nothing else. Freya ignored them, but her face was extremely solemn, and her eyes were fixed on the light explosion area. Georgie wanted to say something else, but suddenly he was stunned, because he saw a figure flying out of the light explosion area. Impossible. Georgie and Ted both exclaimed in horror, their eyes fixed on the figure. The brilliant figure almost merged with the dazzling light explosion. When he flew out of the light explosion area, several people could tell that it was a Tian, the human who they thought had been blown to death. But not only did a Tian not die, he looked completely unharmed, and his entire body was emitting a terrifying brilliant glow. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could an ascender survive such a light explosion? And pass through the light explosion area? Ted was so shocked that he lost his composure, and was shocked and scared. He could not imagine what kind of terrifying ability he had to pass through such a light explosion area. Georgie was so shocked that he could not speak. He even suspected that the brilliant figure was no longer a human, but a ghost after death. And a cinder could not pass through such a terrifying light explosion area with his flesh and blood. Flora stared at Lin Shen intently, and her previous condescending attitude was completely gone. Flora, your 3-strike game is over. Now we can officially start the battle between you and me, Lin Shen said as he punched Flora. The attack was a 4-hit wave attack. Under normal circumstances, Lin Shen would lose strength after using a 4-hit wave attack, not to mention that he was in the state of super base transformation. But now, while using super base transformation and using the 4-hit wave attack, the power in his body is still endless. The light explosion is still continuing behind him. The super base text is madly absorbing the power of the world. Lin Shen feels that his power is inexhaustible. Because the super base transformation has a huge amount of world power, the enhancement of Lin Shen has reached an unprecedented height. Lin Shen's speed and strength surprised Freyra. Freyra's 6 wings moved together, and at the same time summoned a sickle with purple flames, and swung the knife to meet Lin Shen's 4-hit wave attack. Boom! The Grim Reaper sickle collided with the 4-hit combo of treading waves, and once again a sun-like light explosion area was created. Ted and Georgie, who were fleeing frantically, did not have time to escape the light explosion area, and desperately burst out their strength to withstand the power of the light explosion. But their shells were not enough to withstand such explosive destructive power. While their bodies were blown away, their shells were constantly blown apart. Under the impact of continuous explosions, their shells were completely shattered before they flew out of the light explosion area. Without the protection of the shells, their bodies were almost instantly shattered by the continuous light explosions, turning into 2 groups of mincemeat and blood mist. The mincemeat and blood mist were once again destroyed by the continuous light explosions, and in the blink of an eye, nothing was left. Freyra and Lin Shen fought frantically on the sea of fire, triggering one light explosion area after another. Freyra was more and more shocked as the battle went on. She found that she could not suppress this human being. Not only could she not suppress him, but she was gradually suppressed. Lin Shen flew quickly in the light explosion, and his wave-treading punch set off a series of shocking waves, constantly bombarding Freyra. 4 consecutive wave-treading punches. 5 consecutive wave-treading punches. 6 consecutive wave-treading punches. In the area of the light explosion that was constantly triggered, Chao Jiwen was almost going crazy. The power of the world was like a tsunami, rushing directly into Lin Shen's body, as if it was about to burst his body. In the past, Lin Shen was calculating how to use his power so as not to consume too much, and he didn't even dare to use all his skills. Today, Lin Shen can unscrupulously activate various skills, and even in order to consume too much power and prevent himself from being burst by the world power that rushed into his body, he repeatedly hit a higher number of wave-treading punches. Only in this way can he quickly consume the world power in his body, and save his body. The light explosion tore his shell again and again, and the super base was recast and restored instantly again and again. Lin Shen shuttled freely in the light explosion area, and continued to chase Freyla with a strong attitude. Freyla was already at full firepower, and with the life-based talent of the Death Scythe, she was able to keep up with Lin Shen at the beginning, but when the 6-punch treading on the waves came out, Freyla, holding the Death Scythe, was blasted back by Lin Shen. Rounds of terrifying light explosions bloomed above the sea of fire, causing the waves to continuously rush towards the continent and submerge a large area of land. Oh my god, what's going on? Are there Nirvana people fighting in the sea of fire? Tian Xian looked at the sun-like light explosions rising from the sea of fire from afar, and his eyes almost popped out. Now he has begun to suspect that the people fighting on the sea of fire are not Lin Shen and his group at all, and it should be difficult for the Ascenders to cause such a terrifying explosion. Tianquan was also full of doubts. Such a light explosion should not be caused by Lin Shen and his men. But besides them, who else is in the sea of fire? Is it true that there are Nirvana people who have entered the sea of fire and are fighting in the sea of fire? Tianquan looked at the sea of fire with a complicated expression. Boom! Freyra's body was shaken into the seawater by the power of the explosion. She was unable to match Lin Shen in strength, and was completely at a disadvantage. She was beaten madly. The next second, Freyra's figure disappeared from the seawater, as if she had teleported and appeared in the sky. You are dead. Freyra was really angry. Since she was born, she has never suffered such humiliation. In the past, she always challenged people of higher levels. She had never been suppressed like this. A second-level human almost pressed her, who was 10th level, to the ground. Chapter 386. However, due to the special environment of fiery Mars, no matter how many skills and methods she has, it seems to be useless. Every collision will produce a terrifying explosion, and the range of the explosion is too large, so she has no way to fight Lin Shen in close combat. At this time, Freya has already ignored it and activated her best and most low-key based transformation talent. She can't accept that she will lose to a low-turn ascender, and she can't bear the consequences of failure. If she loses, she will become a plaything of the greedy king in the future. If that happens, she would rather die. So in this battle, Freya can only win and not lose. Before this, she didn't think she would lose at all. Who is she? She is Freya, who has been an ascender for 400 years. How can she lose to a human ascender, and a second-turn ascender? What makes Freya even more unacceptable is that up to now, the opponent has not even used his life base. At this time, Freya had put aside all her pride and completely liberated her fighting power. She teleported directly behind Lin Shen and slashed at Lin Shen's neck with the sickle in her hand. When Lin Shen saw Freya's figure disappear, he immediately became defensive. His body movement rhythm suddenly changed, from the fierce body movement of the treading wave fist to the ghostly body movement, and his body moved with the sickle. Although Freya's sickle was fast, it did not hit Lin Shen, as if it was always just a little away from Lin Shen. Lin Shen circled the tree like a shadow, and came to Freya's side. He switched to the treading wave fist again, and continuously blasted out terrifying punches. Freya swung her knife to block Lin Shen's punch. At the moment of the explosion, she teleported to the top of Lin Shen's head again, and chopped down with the sickle again. Lin Shen wanted to hide again, but Freya's sickle spun strangely, so that Lin Shen could not dodge. The sickle cut a long scar on his body, and the explosion caused another terrifying light explosion. But such injuries were nothing to Lin Shen. With the supplement of the world power, the super base recast instantly repaired the damaged shell. Freya was worthy of being the first ascender of the Diamond Tribe 400 years ago. All kinds of skills were mysterious. Combined with her teleportation ability, she could easily cross the light explosion area and directly reach Lin Shen. Lin Shen immediately fell into a disadvantage. Lin Shen was constantly stabbed, and the explosions caused his body to fly everywhere. Freya was like a ghost. Her figure kept flashing and disappearing. Wherever Lin Shen's body was shaken, her figure teleported to that side, and the death sickle in her hand slashed at Lin Shen frantically, causing terrifying explosions again and again. Freya firmly believed that if Ation could forcefully burst out such a terrifying force, his body would definitely not be able to hold out for too long. Although her current attack could not kill Ation, it could consume his strength and make him consume more quickly. As long as Ation consumed too much, and the power he was blessed with was invalid, she could kill Lin Shen immediately. Under normal circumstances, Lin Shen's body was indeed not enough to support such a full-power attack, but the place where they fought happened to be the fiery Mars. In such an environment, Lin Shen would not have the problem of overconsumption at all. The more intense their battle, the more abundant the world power that Chao Jiwen absorbed. Every attack by Freya was adding bricks and tiles to Lin Shen. Freya wanted to consume Lin Shen, but she never thought that the person who was actually consumed was herself. Even though she had a spiritual base that could replenish and restore her strength, continuous teleportation and high-intensity combat still made Freya feel that the strength in her body was about to be consumed, and even the wounds that the death scythe could leave on Lin Shen were getting shallower and shallower. What's going on? He forcibly increased his combat power, and kept using such a power-consuming punch. Why can't I feel his strength weakening? Freya's forehead was already sweating, and she had completely lost her previous confidence. She had already opened fire at full power, even using the hidden spiritual base, but she still couldn't kill the human ascender in front of her. There was even no hope at all. The other party seemed to be an immortal demon king. No matter how she attacked, it seemed to be meaningless. Freya suddenly remembered that when Lin Shen introduced himself before, he had said that he did have an advantage, which seemed to be better endurance and especially long-lasting. So-called good endurance, the ability to last, is this what it means? Instantly, a trace of despair arose in Freya's heart. No. I am Freya. I will never lose. And I will never lose to a human ascender. Freya's mind was firm again, and she burst into a fierce battle with Lin Shen again. That guy has become so strong? Ouyang Yidu stared at the light explosions rising from the sea of fire, muttering in his mouth. He and Wei Wufu had retreated again, and finally stayed away from the battle area, and were no longer affected by the light explosions. He thought that he had broken through the theory of talent, and obtained the life base of the Jade Bone Demon Umbrella, so he should be strong enough. Although he may not be stronger than Wei Wufu and Lin Shen, he should not be weaker. However, Lin Shen's battle really shocked him. If it were him, he would probably find it difficult to survive such a light explosion, let alone fight in it. It seems that I am still not strong enough. Ouyang Yuta laughed, and laughed happily. No. You are very strong. He is not a human, Wei Wufu said calmly on the side. Hearing Wei Wufu say this, Ouyang Yuta was stunned for a moment, then raised his head and looked at the flashing light explosion area in the distance, and suddenly laughed forward and backward, laughing tears. Yes, yes, I am a human, he is not a human. Freya and Lin Shan fought frantically, but gradually, her strength could not keep up with the consumption. No matter how many skills, and how strong her abilities were, she would be nothing if her physical strength could not keep up. Can't lose. Absolutely can't lose. Even if I die. Can't lose. Freyla overdrawn again and again, gritting her teeth and desperately persisting in the battle. Suddenly, Freyla found that a large piece of white mist suddenly rose from Ation's body, and the brilliant brilliance on his shell seemed to dim a lot, and his strange shell could be clearly seen. His ability is over. Freyla suddenly felt a kind of touch of hope after reaching the end of the road. That was the joy of seeing hope again in despair, and that was the relief in the depths of the soul. You finally can't do it. I thought you were so durable. It turned out to be just like this. In the end, I am still the winner. Freyla forced herself to support her overdrawn body, teleported to Lin Shan's back again, and slashed Lin Shan's neck with the sickle in her hand. Seeing that Ation didn't dodge, Freyla was even happier, thinking that Lin Shan had been overconsumed and didn't even have the strength to dodge. Freyla slashed Ation's neck with a knife, and she felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment in her heart. I won after all. This battle was as difficult as when she was chased by the Nirvana. At this moment, her sense of accomplishment was no less than that time when she used the planet explosion to kill 2 Nirvana. But the next second, the smile on Freyla's face seemed to be frozen, twisted and weird, and her heart seemed to fall into an ice cellar. She watched the death sickle slashing Ation's neck, but the blade of the death sickle was broken, and there was no scar on Lin Shan's shell. In other words, her knife did not even break Ation's defense. Chapter 387. For a moment, Freyra was stunned, and even forgot to teleport to avoid the next explosion, and her body was directly blown away. Her body was thrown in the air, blood spurted out of her mouth, and her shell was cracked, but Freyra did not struggle, because she couldn't understand why her knife didn't even break that Ation's defense. Is there really someone in the world who becomes stronger and stronger with each battle? Freyra couldn't accept this result, and her spirit was destroyed at this moment. Lin Shan's super base transformation is now truly complete. The previous light explosion and Freyra's attack have been destroying his body, and those were completed during the process of super base heating. Countless times of breaking and recasting. At the moment when the super base cooling was completed, the strength of the shell reached an incredible strength. This is the result of the combination of several super base talents, and all kinds of super base talents are indispensable. Without the world power provided by the super base text, it would be impossible to complete the super base transformation in such a strong battle. Without the super base recasting, it would be difficult to recast the shell and make it stronger. Without the super base form, Lin Shan's body could not withstand such light explosions and injuries. Of course, the most indispensable thing is the special environment and explosive power of the fiery Mars, otherwise it would be impossible to complete such a feat. It's a pity that the enhancement brought by the super base transformation is only effective during the use of the super base transformation. Once the super base transformation fails, this enhancement effect will disappear, and it will have to be repeated again next time. But this is enough. Under such abnormal defense strength, even a strong person like Freyla can't break Lin Shan's defense. There are not many people who can hurt Lin Shan at this time under Nirvana. If I had known I was so strong above the Sea of Flame, I wouldn't have needed to worry and try to delay time. Lin Shan suddenly realized that the methods that his third brother had prepared for him were useless. Lin Shan himself had too little combat experience, and even less combat experience with the ascending flyers. He had only killed some low-level super source dragons and accumulated some experience, but he had never fought with top ascending flies. At most, Cosimo was a top ascending flyer, but Cosimo's combat ability was not good, and he was killed in seconds by Lin Shan's Heaven Sacrifice aura, so it was not considered real experience. Even Lin Shan himself was not sure how strong his combat power could be in what state. I have always heard that Freyra is very strong, and everyone says that Freyra is very strong, and Freyra is indeed very strong. But as long as Lin Shan can make good use of his advantages, Freyra is not so strong that he cannot match her. Lin Shan flew after Freyla, who was blown away. Freyla had completely lost the will to fight, and gritted her teeth to escape. Unfortunately, her teleportation distance was not far enough to leave the planet. Now she was overconsumed and injured, so her teleportation distance was even shorter and could not exceed Lin Shen's sight. Lin Shen chased after her directly, but after leaving the light explosion area, the world power that the superbase could absorb was suddenly reduced by most, and it was difficult to continue to maintain the superbase state. Lin Shen had to cancel the superbase state. Freyla's power was seriously overdrawn, and she was injured. Even if she was not in the superbase state, Freyla might not be his opponent. Moreover, if they fight again, the light explosion cause can still make Lin Shen stronger again, which is not a problem. After chasing for a while, Lin Shen found that he could not catch up with Freyla. She teleported several times in a row, and was about to go beyond Lin Shen's sight. Lin Shen was about to give up the idea of chasing, but Freyla's figure suddenly shook, and she could not teleport again. Lin Shen was slightly startled and immediately thought of something. He looked at the time. Their battle had lasted for more than an hour. It should be that the third brother's method took effect. Originally thought that he could not catch up, seeing Freyla's situation, Lin Shen chased after her again. Freyla was already about to collapse. The third brother's method took effect. Not to mention teleporting, she could not even maintain her shell, and her flying speed became very slow. Seeing Lin Shen behind her getting closer and closer, and not chasing fast, Freyla thought that Lin Shen was playing a cat-and-mouse game. She felt sad and angry in her heart, and could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood. She didn't know that it wasn't that Lin Shen didn't want to catch up quickly, but outside the light explosion area, he really couldn't fly that fast. Freyla, who was as hopeless as death, released the fallen seraph on her body, stayed where she was, and didn't run away again. Promise me one condition, leave my life base, don't treat her as food, I won't resist, you can do whatever you want. Freyla gritted her teeth, and looked at Lin Shen and said. But Lin Shen ignored her, and pointed directly at Freyla. Freyla thought Lin Shen wanted to kill her, but she also knew that she had no room for bargaining, so she simply closed her eyes, and waited for death, and didn't resist, just hoping that Lin Shen would not treat the fallen seraph as food for his life base. Lin Shen pointed at Freyla, and Freyla was unable to move. She froze. For a person like Freyla, it is better to capture her alive than to kill her. Moreover, she still has fire on her body. How could Lin Shen miss such a great opportunity? With the acupuncture skill to control her, there is no need to worry about her running away. Even if she can teleport, it is useless. Freyla was acupunctured, and her body could not move, and her power could not be used. She immediately fell into the sea. Lin Shen directly grabbed Freyla's collar with one hand, and wanted to lift her up. However, in the previous battle, Freyla's combat uniform had been destroyed. Lin Shen lifted her up with such force that with a swish, a large piece of the combat uniform on Freyla's back was torn, revealing her snow-white and smooth back. Looking down, he could see her slender waist that could be grasped in one hand. Lin Shen didn't feel anything, because he couldn't see anything at all. All he saw was mosaics. Freyla was ashamed and angry, but she hated that she couldn't move at all, and couldn't even speak. If eyes could kill, Lin Shen would have been tortured to death 1,000 times. Lin Shen reached out and grabbed her waist, clamped her under his armpits like a sack, and then took out a spare robe from his backpack and wrapped it around Freyla, wrapping her up like a dumpling, and tied the sleeves tightly. After a while, Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yuta caught up and saw Freyla being carried by Lin Shen like a silkworm pupa. Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yuta looked at Freyla curiously, wondering how she could be caught alive by Lin Shen. Freyla, with only her head exposed, felt like dying when she was surrounded by people like this. Chapter 388. We still need to get the life base of the Red Flame Star Explosion Dragon. How do you plan to deal with her? Ouyang Yuta said. The living is naturally more valuable than the dead. Take her with you. Don't worry, I'm here, she can't escape. Lin Shen knew what Ouyang Yuta meant, and said after thinking for a while. In any case, the fire on Freyla's body must be taken first, and it can only be done on the Sea of Fire. Once back to the camp, a person like Freyla must be handed over to the heavenly people for processing, and it is impossible for Lin Shen to take her away. Ouyang Yuta and Wei Wufu didn't say anything. Lin Shen had captured the person, and neither of them had any objection to how he wanted to deal with her. Lin Shen was not comfortable carrying Freyla himself, so he summoned the evil dragon, put her on the dragon's back, and let the dragon carry her away. The injured fallen seraph had long since turned into particles, and returned to Freyla's body. As long as she was not dead, the life base could not be free, and could only return to her body. Unfortunately, after Freyla's acupuncture points were hit, the power in her body was difficult to circulate, and she could not summon the life base. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu followed Ouyang Yudu to find the red flame star explosion dragon. Lin Shen thought in his heart that he must not find it so quickly. It would be better to look for a few more days, at least give him one night to sleep back the fire in Freyla's body. Ouyang Yudu took the two to the Fire Rock Island first, where the red flame star explosion dragon most often appeared. As a result, when they arrived at the place, they did not find any trace of the red flame star explosion dragon. Should we wait here for the red flame star explosion dragon to appear, or go to other places where the red flame star explosion dragon might appear first? Ouyang Yudu asked for the opinions of Lin Shen and Wei Wufu. Wait here. Lin Shen was afraid that if he went to other places, he would find the red flame star explosion dragon all of a sudden, which would be bad, so he spoke first without waiting for Wei Wufu to speak. That's fine, the red flame star explosion dragon often appears here, so it's okay to wait a while. Ouyang Yudu landed on the Fire Rock Island as he spoke. Fire Rock Island looks like it is no different from the land, all made of reddish-brown sand and rocks, but Ouyang Yudu said that the sand and rocks here will not explode even if they collide, unlike the sandstone on the land. Lin Shen pinched a handful of soil and squeezed it, and sure enough, there was no explosion. If it was the sand on the outside continent, it would crackle like firecrackers when squeezed. After taking Freyla off the dragon's back and placing her on the sandy ground against the rocks, Lin Shen sat down beside her. I have to watch her. If you can, go around. Wait. Wei Wufu sat down beside him, not wanting to go out for a walk. Ouyang Yudu also sat down beside him. This is where the red flame star explosion dragon appears. Other creatures dare not approach here. If you want to hunt acidic creatures, you have to go somewhere else. Lin Shen was depressed. Although he was usually happy to stay with these two guys, it made Lin Shen very uncomfortable that they stayed here now. This was like bringing a girl back to the dormitory, and then hinting to the brothers in the dormitory that they would leave at ordinary times. But the brothers refused to even go out. Forget it, when it gets dark later, I will sleep next to her in the name of guarding Freyla. It shouldn't be difficult to sleep back the fire. Lin Shen was calculating in his mind. He didn't dare to say it directly because he was afraid that something might go wrong with Wei Wufu. If Lin Shen said he wanted to kill Freyla, Wei Wufu would not care. But if he said he wanted to sleep with Freyla, Wei Wufu would definitely stop him from doing so. Of course, Lin Shen didn't really want to sleep with Freyla, but there was no way to explain this to Wei Wufu, and things like fire could not be explained at all. It was getting late, and there were only 2 hours left before the sun set. Lin Shen could only wait patiently. Having nothing to do, Lin Shen couldn't help but think about the question that the thinker had mentioned. How should we define being alive? Is the living of carbon-based organisms the same concept as the living of intelligent machines? Just like a car, if it can still start and run, can it be considered alive? But if it is defined in this way, the meaning of being alive is too broad. Is there any essential difference between humans and intelligent machines? Is learning ability the difference between the two? Obviously not. Lin Shen thought carefully. Human learning, like intelligent machines, is actually a process of discovery and recording. Humans cannot imagine things they have never seen or understood, such as the various gods and ghosts that humans have fabricated out of thin air. It seems that they are all imagined out of thin air, but in fact, all the ghosts and monsters and myths and legends are not imagined out of thin air, but are just a combination of things that humans have seen. For example, angels are human bodies with a pair of bird wings added, and real dragons have features such as deer horns, horse faces, snake bodies, and fish tails. With what Lin Shen knows and has heard, he really can't imagine that there are any gods and monsters that are purely imaginary and have no basis. From this point of view, the so-called learning ability of humans is no different from that of intelligent machines. They are just copying and pasting. Lin Shen pondered this question not to prove that he is not an intelligent machine. It doesn't matter to him whether humans are intelligent machines or not. Lin Shen felt that he could live and feel everything now, so it didn't matter what he was. The reason why he kept thinking about this question was mainly because he thought of a very interesting thing. If humans and intelligent machines are the same, then as long as you find the right way, you can directly transfer knowledge to your storage, that is, your brain. Ain's Valkyrie's protection seems to have such an ability. Lin Shen's memory is average, and his talent for practice is sometimes high, and sometimes not so good, which may be due to his partiality. If he can find a way to store knowledge directly in his brain, then he won't have to work hard to learn those things. Although the protection of the Valkyrie is also a way, it has too many restrictions, and it is impossible for Ayn to learn all the skills first. Let's consider ourselves as intelligent machines for the time being. Then, is evolution a process that can upgrade the system, absorb external materials, and upgrade our own configuration? If so, then this system may be artificial or something artificially created. Just like the deep thinker said, could it be a rubbish program written by a jerk, and this program can actually be optimized? Lynchen pondered this question slowly. Before, I practiced the wrong version of the theory of evolution, and the effect was better than the original one. Later, the stepping immortal quart and herba quan were also modified and can be used normally. Does this mean that the system program in my body has been optimized because of the modification? If I can better optimize my own system, can I run various programs better, which is the so-called better talent? Chapter 389. The more Lynchen thought about it, the more he felt that this idea might really be a way. By learning from the way of intelligent machines, he could take a new path. As long as it was feasible and could become stronger, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. Unfortunately, Lynchen only thought of this path, and for a moment, he didn't know how to optimize his own system program. This thing couldn't see the code or anything, so how could he optimize his own system? If you want to optimize your own system, you can only crack the underlying logic language or password used by your own system first, and understand the most primitive structure of your own system. How do you do this? Lynchen thought for a long time, but he didn't figure it out. Since he was free anyway, Lynchen told Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu his idea, wanting to hear if they had any good ideas. After listening to this, Ouyang Yudu looked at Lynchen with a strange expression and said, "Your idea is really a bit unusual. The more advanced the creatures in this universe are, the more they want to prove that they are not manufactured machines, but unique beings born from heaven and earth. But you do the opposite and lean on the machine. Although this idea is indeed very creative, I suggest that you don't say it casually in the future. If those advanced races hear it, there may be some trouble. Putting these aside, just tell me if my idea is feasible?" Lynchen didn't care much. It is feasible, but how can we know what the underlying architecture language of our own system is? Ouyang Yudu also began to think. Wei Wufu didn't speak either, and he was obviously thinking about this problem. If he couldn't decipher his own system language, Lynchen's idea would not work. Although Freyla closed her eyes and pretended to sleep, she couldn't sleep. She heard the conversation between Lynchen and the other two. Freyla initially thought that what Lynchen said was an insult to all human beings in the universe. How could human beings be confused with those intelligent machines? But after waiting for a while, Freyla seemed to have a little more reason the more she listened. As she listened, Freyla suddenly had an idea. What's going on? His theory seems a little familiar? Freyla thought for a while, and suddenly froze. A stormy wave rose in her mind. Isn't the theory he said the process of nirvana? Flesh and blood bodies gradually approach machines through nirvana. If they go through nirvana too many times, their bodies will completely mutate, and they will lose their humanity and eventually become nirvana creatures like machines. This guy has not experienced nirvana, but he actually deduced the process of nirvana from another perspective. Freyla thought of another problem that had been bothering her, which was also the reason why she was still at the level of flying upgrades for 400 years. The reason why Freyla didn't achieve nirvana for 400 years was not because she didn't want to achieve nirvana, but because there was something wrong with the evolutionary technique she practiced. She practiced not one, but two evolutionary techniques. One was the source of all evil from the Diamond tribe, and the other was the angel reincarnation technique from the Tianan tribe, which was the evolutionary technique that could condense the archangel's sword. Freyla was gifted, and when she was very young, she always wondered why she could only practice one evolutionary technique, but not two. She wanted to practice two evolutionary techniques very early, but she never succeeded. By chance, Freyla learned the angel reincarnation technique of the celestial race, and found that it could be practiced together with the source of all evil without affecting each other. This discovery made her extremely excited, and she has been secretly practicing the two evolutionary techniques, and has achieved very good results, almost invincible at the same level. When condensing the life base, she also condensed the unprecedented fallen seraph mission base, which made her strength soar. But after the 10th turn, when Freyla wanted to achieve nirvana, she found a serious problem. The two evolutionary techniques in her body will achieve nirvana in two different directions when she achieves nirvana. If she achieves nirvana normally, whether she takes the path of great nirvana or small nirvana, she will split and recreate two of herself in nirvana. It is not a split personality, but the body will be divided into two in nirvana, and two bodies will be recreated. When she tried nirvana for the first time, Freyla discovered this problem and stopped nirvana forcibly, which caused great damage to herself and took a long time to recover. For the past 400 years, Freya has been looking for a solution to this problem, but she has never found a reasonable solution. After listening to Lin Shen's theory today, Freya thought about it carefully and felt a little enlightened. If she regards herself as an intelligent machine, then she previously regarded the two evolutionary techniques she practiced as two systems. When she is nirvana, her body will be rebuilt, and these two systems will each generate a set of equipment. Before, Freya had always wanted to merge the two evolutionary arts into one, but they were not the same system, so how could they be merged into one? Lin Shen's statement gave her an idea that she had never thought of before. She could look at it from a higher level. The body itself has a system, and the two evolutionary arts are just two software programs in the system. She should not use the evolutionary art as the foundation for nirvana, but should use the body itself as the system for nirvana. If this theory is true, she doesn't need to solve the problem of the split of the two evolutionary arts at all. She wants to try it immediately to see if this idea is true. But now she is imprisoned by Lin Shen, so where's the chance to try it? If I had heard this theory earlier and succeeded in nirvana earlier, how could I have fallen to this point? Freya sighed in her heart. Just as she was thinking, she suddenly felt someone lying down beside her, and then she heard Lin Shen's voice. You guys keep an eye on her first. I'm too tired from fighting today. I take a nap first. If the red flame star burst dragon doesn't appear, don't wake me up. Okay, you go to sleep. Lao Wei and I will take turns keeping an eye on her. Yang Yuta said. Freya felt that Lin Shen's body was lying next to her, and she was very depressed. You can sleep if you want to. Why are you so close to me? Is she okay? Freya heard Yang Yuta's voice again. I sleep next to her, and I add a band to her every once in a while. If she moves, I can sense it at the first time, don't worry. Lin Shen's voice came again. Listening to the two people discussing how to deal with her next to her, Freya was so angry that she gnashed her teeth, but she had no way to do anything. After a while, Freya suddenly felt something on her body stiffened, and she was shocked and angry. This bastard. What does he want to do? Freya had to think of the worst. She had no ability to resist now. If this human really wanted to do something to her, she couldn't even scream, let alone resist. Freya was extremely regretful now. She regretted why she didn't commit suicide before and fell into the hands of this beast. Chapter 390. Many thoughts flashed through Freya's mind, but she could do nothing but think. The hand that Lin Shen placed on her was like a nightmare, which made Freya's thoughts unable to stop at all. But after a long time, Freya did not feel that the other party had made any further moves, which made Freya's hanging heart a little relieved. Lin Shen naturally did not have so many thoughts, and went to sleep directly. When he woke up, he saw the figure that appeared in front of him. It was no longer a mosaic, but a woman who was wrapped like a beautiful snake. The fire seed against heaven and rebellion really increased its completeness by 10%, and now it has reached 30%. The women selected by the fire seed are indeed beauties. This Freya, how come she doesn't look like she is more than 400 years old? How does the saying go, time never defeats beauty? Lin Shen looked at Freya unscrupulously. Freya's eyes were about to spit fire, and Lin Shen used her as a pillow while sleeping. Lin Shen took back his arms and legs from her body, and seeing that Freya was still glaring at him fiercely, he stretched out his hand and pinched her cheek hard. How did you keep such a full collagen and elastic feel? Lin Shen felt that her face was not fake, and it should not have been tampered with. It was really enviable that she could maintain this level after more than 400 years. Ignoring Freya, who wanted to eat people, Lin Shen stood up and looked around, and found that Wei Wufu and Yang Yu were lying behind a rock, looking at the sea. Lin Shen took Freya over, and also lay on the rock, looking in the direction they were looking. On the reddish-brown sea, a huge red dragon was playing in the sea. The body of the red dragon was like a fire crystal, and its tail was like a torch, with a flame on the tip of the tail. It jumped up from the sea and swung its tail in the air. The tail was like a whip, and it made a sonic boom. Under the sunlight, countless red lights and shadows flashed in the dragon's fire crystal body, which looked dreamy and blurred, as if its body was made of rosy clouds. This guy looks pretty good. Lin Shen thought that the red fire dragon must be very ferocious, but looking at it like this, it can only be described as handsome, not ferocious. It is born to be a mount. It will be so cool to ride it out. It will definitely be easy to find a partner. Lin Shen sighed casually. I heard that there is only one red flame star explosion dragon. No one has seen the second one, and no one has heard that it lays eggs. If you want to get a red flame star explosion dragon as a mount, you can only tame this wild one. You can give it a try. Yang Yuta said on the side. Flyra lay beside them, and listened to them talking. She couldn't help but sneer in her heart. Wild creatures are not so easy to tame, let alone a red flame star explosion dragon. These two humans are really whimsical. I heard that you are good at taming wild pets, and you have tamed a mutant dragon pet. How did you do that? Lin Shen asked Ouyang Yudu on the side. Ouyang Yudu said, actually it's very simple, not as complicated as you think. Because of my physique, I am more easily recognized by wild creatures, so relatively speaking, it is easier to tame wild pets. I see. Then do you want to try to tame this red flame star explosion dragon? If you take it back alive, it should be considered as completing the mission, right? Lin Shen asked. Ouyang Yudu shook his head and said, well, if you want to tame it, you can't fight it, let alone hurt it. But my current strength is not enough to suppress it without fighting. When my reincarnation times are up, and its reincarnation times are about the same, it will be easier to tame it. Is that so? I thought you could tame wild pets at will. You can only tame pets that are weaker than you, so the effect of this ability is a bit useless. Lin Shen said. The more Freyra listened, the more she felt that these two people were really good at pretending, which was simply out of line. It's easy to kill an ascended creature, but it's almost impossible to make an ascended creature recognize its master. Not to mention the upgrade, even if it is the Nirvana level, no matter how strong the force value is, it is impossible to make an ascended creature surrender. The chance of being able to tame wild ascended creatures is 1 in 10,000. These two people talked about taming wild pets as if they were joking. They were almost as powerful as themselves and still despised them. They deserved to die. Here, I lend you 2 pets. You try to take them in. I think it shouldn't be a big problem. Lin Shen handed the dead powder and kiwis to Ouyang Yudu. The dead powder itself can increase the chance of taming dragon creatures, and kiwis also has the ability to shock dragon creatures. However, because the levels of these 2 pets are a bit low, if Lin Shen uses them, the success rate is estimated to be low. Moreover, the soul harvesting skill of the dead powder can only work once for the same creature. If it cannot be tamed once, it will be impossible to tame it again. Ouyang Yudu is gifted, so it's better for him to do it. Ouyang Yudu took the pet capsule handed over by Lin Shen, nodded and said, then I try it. As he said that, Ouyang Yudu stood up and flew towards the red flame star explosion dragon playing in the sea. Freyra sneered in her heart. These two people are bragging so much that even they believe it. One dares to say it, and the other dares to do it. An existence, like the red flame star explosion dragon, is not so easy to be tamed. He is arrogant and conceited with a little strength, and even wants to tame the red flame star explosion dragon. I'm afraid he will suffer a great loss later. Boom! As Freyra was thinking, she suddenly felt the rocks around her trembling, and a huge red figure appeared in her sight, shining so brightly that she could hardly open her eyes. Red Star Blasting Dragon. Freyra widened her eyes, looking at the Red Star Blasting Dragon next to her, and the figure riding on the back of the Red Star Blasting Dragon, using a dark red rope to tie the Red Star Blasting Dragon's neck. Who else could it be but Ouyang Yudu? Freyra looked at Ouyang Yudu in disbelief as he got off the Red Star Blasting Dragon's back, and then watched the Red Star Blasting Dragon lower its head obediently, spit out the pet key, and kept its head down so that Ouyang Yudu could use the pet key to turn it into a pet capsule. It's tamed. It's not that fast to go to the toilet. That's the Red Star Blasting Dragon. How did you do it? Freyra felt that the worldview she had formed in the past 400 years seemed to be smashed down by a hammer. Freyra looked strange. These people from small races always made her feel that her knowledge seemed shallow. Freyra's face changed, as if she was hesitating about a decision. Ouyang Yudu handed over the dead fan and kiwis, along with a red flame star dragon, to Lin Shen. I take it back first, and if I can keep it, I give it to you. Lin Shen said. I don't need it, you can keep it for yourself. Ouyang Yudu shook his head. He really didn't need a pet. Chapter 391. There is no shortage of ordinary pets, but there is still a shortage of this kind. However, there is no rush. We will discuss this in detail later. Lin Shen saw that Ouyang Yudu used the soul harvest of the dead fan, and with the restraint effect of kiwis on the dragon system, he actually subdued the red flame star burst dragon in one go, and he couldn't help but think again. That 3-headed dragon with 3 life bases, Lin Shen has been coveting it for a long time. When he takes Ouyang Yudu there should be a great chance to subdue it. Go back first and complete the task first. Lin Shen lowered his head and prepared to pick up Flurry, but he lowered his head and saw that Flurry's eyeballs were moving up and down. Do you want to talk? Lin Shen looked at Flurry and asked. Flurry's eyeballs stopped moving, and then moved up and down again. She was in great pain now, and she didn't know what Lin Shen had done to her, so that she couldn't even speak, and couldn't move anything except her eyeballs. What do you want to say? Lin Shen stretched out his hand, and pressed Freyla's acupuncture points, which only restored her ability to speak. Taking me back will not benefit you at all. If you let me go, you will still be heroes, and there will be no impact. But if you let me go, I can give you great benefits. Freyla said directly. Go on. Lin Shen was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. But it is indeed as Freyla said, taking her back is actually not very beneficial to Lin Shen and his team. Apart from the reputation of capturing Freyla alive, there is no substantial benefit. On the contrary, the reputation of capturing Freyla alive may bring them more trouble. Lin Shen is not a person who likes trouble. The reason why he tried his best to protect Freyla before was just to get the fire on her body. Now that the fire has been obtained, he actually does not want to bring Freyla back alive. In his heart, he is already thinking about how to kill her. Freyla knew the true strength of the three of them, and revealing it would have some impact on them. Wei Wufu didn't care, but he and Ouyang Yu couldn't help but care about this issue. If you want Nirvana, you must go to the advanced base mutation land, and most of the advanced base mutation lands are in the hands of the major powerful tribes. Such base mutation lands are not accessible to outsiders. Although you have made some contributions, it is just this little contribution. I'm afraid that the Tianren tribe will not let you use those advanced base mutation lands. I know there are some hidden advanced base mutation lands that have not been discovered. Among them, there is a base mutation land that can breed mutant Nirvana creatures. I think you will be interested. We are not interested. Lin Shen said, as he was about to press Freyla's acupuncture points. Why doesn't this person play by the rules? Freyla said hurriedly, don't be impatient, listen to me first. That base mutation land is really very special. You can't imagine how magical it is. You can't find a few base mutation lands comparable to it even if you search the entire universe. Seeing that Lin Shen stopped, Freyla continued, general base mutation lands can only breed the same kind of creatures. One base mutation land can't breed two creatures, right? Go on. Lin Shen didn't want to interact with Freyla at all. The base mutation land I found bred 4 different mutant Nirvana creatures. Have you heard of such a base mutation land? Seeing that the three people just looked at her indifferently and had no intention of talking, Freyla could only continue awkwardly. I found that base mutation land by accident. I originally planned to use it myself. If you are willing to let me go, we can share that base mutation land together. You want us to let you go just for this little benefit? Lin Shen curled his lips, as if he had no interest in the base change place that Freyla mentioned. Freyla could only helplessly say, think about it carefully. If you bring me back alive, others will know that you have the ability to capture Freyla alive. At that time, there will be countless geniuses from various races who want to defeat you and become famous. There will be endless troubles. If you keep winning, some people in the Celestials may not tolerate you. If you lose, will the Celestials still value you? Taking me back will do you no good, and I will be worse off than dead. It would be better if you kill me now. Don't do it, I haven't finished yet. Freyla saw that Lin Shen didn't say a word, and pulled out the Archangel sword to stab her chest, and she shouted hurriedly. Freyla felt that these people were like ghosts, as if they had no normal thinking logic at all, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Any last words? Lin Shen felt that what Freyla said was right, just as he had thought before. Since Freyla asked for death, she could send her away with a legitimate reason, without even having to think of an excuse. Freyla opened her mouth, but for a moment she didn't know what to say. Just now, she just wanted to express that she was not afraid of death, and asked Lin Shen and the others not to threaten her with life and death. But Lin Shen wanted to send her away directly, and she could see that Lin Shen really wanted to send her away, not to intimidate her. Looking at the three people staring at her in silence, with no intention of communicating with her at all, even Freyla, who had lived for more than 400 years, felt a little scared. Where on earth did these guys come from? They are just ghosts who don't follow the rules. Freyla sighed and said, you have heard of the legend of the ancient king and the 3 treasure boxes, right? Freyla saw that the three people were still looking at her expressionlessly, as if they were looking at an unfunny talk show host doing a talk show, making her feel like a clown. Freyla looked at Lin Shen and said, if you have a relationship with Jingzong, then I can tell you a secret. This secret should be Jingzong, or you also want to know. Go on. Lin Shen couldn't help but feel moved. Fleury hesitated for a moment before continuing. About a dozen years ago, I met a human who looked a bit like Masamune and you. I think Masamune should have some relationship with that person. Perhaps he joined the Diamond Tribe because of that human. But unfortunately, even if he gained the trust of the Greedy King would not tell him about that person, Because that person is related to the legacy of the ancient realm king, and the greedy king would not tell anyone about him. Furry said slowly, as far as I know, that person not only came to our diamond tribe, but also went to many powerful tribes, persuaded the powerful people of various tribes including the 7 kings of the diamond tribe, and took them to a place. In the end, only 3 of the 7 kings came back. I heard that several other races had top-level strong people disappear inexplicably. I know where that place is, we can cooperate. Furry said slowly, staring into Lin Shen's eyes. Chapter 392. The people of the Celestials, and the diamonds are waiting for the return of their people. Qishong had no expression on his face. Qianquan frowned, and N16 didn't show anything on his face either. In fact, everyone knew that with Freyla joining the battle, the people sent by the Celestials would not be able to win, and it would be good if 1 or 2 of them could come back alive. After waiting for so long, they haven't come back yet. I'm afraid they are in danger. N16 sighed. More than a day has passed since the frequent light explosions at sea, and no one has been seen coming back. Most people think that Lin Shen and his people are in danger, and maybe no one will come back. Wait a little longer. There is no news from the diamonds either. Maybe there is still a chance. Qishong said lightly. There's no point in waiting any longer. The people of the diamond tribe didn't come back, probably because they wasted time looking for the red flame star explosion dragon. Those humans didn't come back, probably because they really can't come back. N16 said and stood up. You wait here, I have to go back and report first. Let's wait a little longer, at least until the people of the diamond tribe come back. Qianquan said with a cold face. Is it still necessary? N16 frowned. He thought there was no need to waste this time. This is related to whether they can enter the ascension pool and other issues, so let's wait for the result. Qianquan continued. N16 laughed, but his smile was full of disdain. Qianquan, they may even lose their lives. Do you still expect them to win? Are you kidding? Everything should have a beginning and an end. Qianquan ignored his ridicule. Qishong tried to smooth things over, saying, Master 16, I think the people of the Diamond Tribe should be back soon. It won't take long. You don't have to rush back. Let's have another cup of tea. Okay, let's wait. Seeing that both of them said so, N16 thought about it, and sat down again. Time passed little by little, and N16 played with the communicator by himself. He didn't believe that Lin Shen and the others could come back. The explosion on the Yanhai that day was so terrible. It must have been caused by Freyra. In such a battle, low-turning ascenders like Lin Shen and the others would definitely not survive. On the sea. Someone is back. Guichi reported breathlessly. Everyone was shocked. Qianqin and a little girl ran out immediately, ran to the seaside and looked towards the sea. Sure enough, they saw a figure flying back from the junction of the sea and the sky. Oh my little aunt, that scourge is still alive! Qianqin shouted. The little girl's eyes shone with excitement when she saw the figure holding an umbrella, but she couldn't make a sound. You all came back alive? N16 and the others also walked to the beach, looking at the 3 figures flying back, and were slightly surprised. Originally, N16 thought that 1 or 2 of them had escaped by chance, but he didn't expect that all 3 of them came back alive, and they seemed to be in good condition, with their shells intact and without any damage. The 3 landed on the coast and saluted to N16 and the others, saying, Sir, we are back. It's good to be back. How was the battle? Did you get the spiritual base of the red flame star explosion dragon? N16 glanced over, and saw that the 3 people did not have the spiritual base of the red flame star dragon. He did not believe that the 3 people could take the spiritual base from under Freyra's nose, but just asked according to the procedure. I got it. Who knew that Lin Shen's answer was beyond N16's expectation. Where is it? N16 looked at Lin Shen suspiciously. The spiritual base cannot be taken back into the body like the life base. They don't have it at all, and they can't just conjure it out of thin air. Lin Shen threw the red flame star dragon capsule directly, and the capsule fell to the ground and turned into a red flame star dragon that shone like a red glow. The red flame star dragon opened its mouth and spit out its life base. Lin Shen pointed at the life base and said, My lord, the life base is here. N16 stared at the red flame star dragon and its life base in a daze, and for a while, he couldn't recover. He was a little bit unbelievable. Lin Shen, a human whose reincarnation times added up to less than 10, actually returned unscathed under Freyra's hands, and even subdued the red flame star burst dragon, which was much more difficult than obtaining its life base. N16 couldn't imagine how Lin Shen and his team did it. Didn't you meet Freya? And 16 couldn't help asking. He thought that only this possibility could allow Lin Shen and his team to return unscathed. We met? Lin Shen nodded and answered. Then how did you escape back alive? And 16 couldn't think of how they did it. When we met Freya, we saw her fighting with a sea creature that looked like a butterfly. Lin Shen directly transplanted the blue light butterfly creature they met on the seabed to Freya. After listening to this, and 16 couldn't help but admire the luck of Lin Shen and the other two. You are so lucky. Freya actually encountered a Nirvana creature in the flame sea. No wonder there was such a big commotion. Although you didn't see Freya being killed by the Nirvana creature, she hasn't come back yet, and it is estimated that she is in danger. This is her fate. Who would have thought that there would be a Nirvana creature in the flame sea? Lin Shen also talked about the process of taming the red flame star explosion dragon. Of course, that was another story. Everyone praised them again, and said that their luck was really good. You did a good job. I will go back and report. Give me the red flame star explosion dragon. And 16 stretched out his hand and said, Let's go together. Tiansun walked directly in front of Lin Shen, and motioned Lin Shen to put away the red flame star explosion dragon. And 16 frowned slightly, but didn't say much. He just snorted and turned away. When Tian Xian walked past Lin Shen, he spit on the ground, put his hands in his pockets, looked up at the sky, and said with a pout, Shit luck. Lin Shen ignored him, and walked side by side with Tiansun. It's good to be back. I will help you stay in the red flame star explosion dragon. The ascension pool is also not a small amount for you, but how much benefit you can get from the ascension pool depends on your own ability. As Tiansun walked, he told them the precautions for going to the ascension pool. After they went to Tien Renyuan, they should be able to go directly to the ascension pool. The amount of energy that people who enter the ascension pool can absorb, and how many times their life base can be reincarnated are not fixed. It depends on the evolutionary technique and the ability of the life base that they have practiced. Generally, the first life base can be upgraded to the 5th to 7th life base. It will be difficult to go higher. After all, each person is only allowed to stay in it for 24 hours. The time is limited, and it takes time for the life base itself to be reincarnated again and again. The first few reincarnations took less time, usually within 24 hours, but the 5th reincarnation took longer, and 24 hours was far from enough. Tianxuan and Lin Shen originally thought that they only needed to report to Tien Renyuan, but after arriving at Zenith Star, they were told that the Emperor of Heaven would meet them in person. Chapter 393. It has been more than 1,000 years since the current Emperor Tianshu of the celestial race ascended the throne, but during this period of more than 1,000 years, the Emperor actually appeared in the celestial court for less than a fraction of 1,000 years. Before Emperor Tianshu, the celestial court was a place where many ministers of the celestial race and the Emperor discussed matters, and there was no so-called dean. However, after Emperor Tianshu ascended the throne, he almost ignored everything and delegated power to N1, the strongest man of the celestial race at that time, who is now the dean of the celestial court. The position of dean of the celestial court was also created by Emperor Tianshu for N1. It can be said that N1 is the actual manager of the celestial race today. Among the three families of N, Tian, and Qi, the N family is the most powerful, because Emperor Tianshu was born in the Tian family, and the Tian family has a good status in the celestial race. The Qi family is the most tragic. The Qi family has produced geniuses and generals from generation to generation. Many of the Qi family's strongmen are big bosses who guard one side, but the Qi family also sacrifices the most. Every time there is a war with foreign races, the Qi family is indispensable in the main force. It's okay that Tianshu Tiandi doesn't manage the affairs of the Tianan clan, but he is also a very troublesome master, and can even be described as a variety of tricks. Eating, drinking and having fun are only child's play for Tianshu Tiandi, and they are not up to the standard. Selecting concubines from billions of races, taking a planet to build a palace as a temporary palace, and killing people and exterminating the clan when he is unhappy, these are all basic operations for Tianshu Tiandi, and are not worth mentioning at all. The absurd things that Tianshu Tiandi has done are probably unimaginable to ordinary people. Tianxuan secretly told Lin Shen and others about one thing in private. In the 438th year of Tianshu calendar, Tianshu Emperor, who had not been to Tien Renyuan for many years, suddenly went to Tien Renyuan one day and launched a war against Diamond Tribe in great anger. The reason for launching the war was no longer important. In that war, thousands of Nirvanas died, and it was unknown how many ascendants and genetic transformed creatures died. Several planets were also destroyed in that war, including a planet that nurtured life. The war ended inexplicably. After paying such a huge price, when they were about to gain an advantage, Emperor Tianshu forcibly recalled the commander-in-chief of the Tianran army at that time and ended the war. Later, it was known that the reason why Emperor Tianshu launched this war was simply because when he was looking at the star map, he felt that there was a place on the star map where the stars connected together looked like a pig, but there were a few stars that were obviously a bit redundant. This caused Emperor Tianshu's obsessive-compulsive disorder to break out, and he resolutely decided to destroy those annoying planets. Such an absurd emperor is rare in the history of the Tianan clan. Tianshu told Lin Shen and the others that they must be careful when they meet the Emperor of Heaven, and must not go against the Emperor of Heaven's wishes or upset him. That master doesn't care whether you are a meritorious official or not. If he is not happy with you, he may kill you on the spot without even a second of hesitation. Since the Emperor of Heaven has not asked about things for a long time, why did he summon us? Lin Shen frowned and asked. The Emperor of Heaven is so cruel and moody, it is definitely not a good thing to meet him. I don't know. Tianshu looked at Tian Xian and said, be careful, go home and find out why the Emperor of Heaven summoned them, and whether someone said something to the Emperor of Heaven. You two are really good at causing trouble, and I have to clean up your mess in the end. Tian Xian left the hotel where they were staying triumphantly, and went home to inquire about the news. Although Tian Sun was also a family member of that family, since Tian Sun came to Zenith Star, and did not live in their house at all, it can be seen that the relationship between Tian Sun and them can no longer be described as bad. You should have a good rest first, and I will ask someone to take you to the most prosperous place in Zenith Star later. Tian Sun obviously had no mood to chat with Lin Shen and the others. She also wanted to find out what was going on in Zenith Star. Tian Sun left the hotel without even eating, and no one knew where she went. It was a rare visit to Zenith Star, so Lin Shen and Lao Wei went out shopping together. Zenith Star was nothing like what Lin Shen imagined. There were modern things here, but it was not like the high-rise buildings everywhere on Midas Star. On the contrary, there were almost no particularly tall buildings on Zenith Star. Instead, there were small buildings of 2 or 3 floors everywhere, as well as various courtyards and gardens, and even people growing vegetables in the courtyards. There are very few flying machines in the sky, and it is almost difficult to see them. There are no modern equipment such as bicycle tracks on the streets, and you can see many celestial beings riding their pets on the road. Walking in the city of Zenith Star, it seems to have a feeling of returning to nature. Perhaps because there are relatively few residents in the city, there are also few shops here, but there are many people setting up stalls on some streets, which looks quite interesting. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu walked on the street, looking at all kinds of alien stall owners, and all kinds of things they have never seen or heard of. Tintern Spiritual Base. Nirvana Egg. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu walked around for a while, and the expressions on their faces became more and more complicated. These seemingly inconspicuous stalls actually had many high-end items that were extremely valuable, and they were thrown on the stalls very casually, like worthless sundries, which made them doubt whether these things were real or fake. Hey, there are stalls in this place to play with these? Lin Shen stopped in front of a small stall, and looked at the things on the stall with some surprise. The stall was a chessboard with an endgame on it. Lin Shen could tell what the endgame was at a glance, because when he was a child playing in the market, he was often cheated by the old blind man who played the endgame. At that time, he just felt that he had never played it before, and it was very novel. After understanding the rules, he would lose no matter how he played. Lin Shen was young at that time, so he was not willing to admit it. He went home and studied chess for a long time, and once again wanted to crack the old blind man's endgame with full confidence. The ending is predictable. The money the old blind man made during that period was enough for him to live a carefree life for several years. For this reason, Lin Shen went to learn chess from his third brother, but after learning for a while, Lin Shen found that he was not that good at it. He was only interested in the endgame. When it came to setting up a match, Lin Shen was not in the mood to play. Anyway, he learned it in a messy way, and his level was terrible, so he soon lost interest. Later, he got acquainted with the old blind man on the street, and got his chess records of the endgame from the old blind man, and worked hard for a while. Lin Shen was usually too lazy to remember people's names, but he remembered those chess records of the endgames by heart. Unfortunately, he only knew how to play those endgames. If he really had to play a game of chess, any old man who played chess would beat him to a pulp. He was also a strange flower in the chess world. Chapter 394. Lin Shen took a look at the stall owner who had set up the mess. He was still a celestial being, but he was a little old. His messy hair was a little greasy and basically grayed. Even many of the feathers on his wings had turned gray. This was a sign that the celestial being was old. The feathers of young celestial beings were snow white, and they would only turn gray when they were old. This celestial being was a little old, but he should not be very old. He was not completely gray yet. The gray and white feathers on his wings were mixed together, and he looked like a mixed-hair crane. The weather on Zenith's star was quite hot, probably more than 40 degrees. Such a temperature was naturally nothing for a cultivator, but it would also feel a little stuffy. In such hot weather, this mixed-hair old celestial being was actually wearing a thick cotton coat. The sleeves of the cotton coat were smeared shiny by him, and he didn't even wash it. Although the old blind man was half blind, and could hardly see clearly, he still cleaned it up quite cleanly. This old man with messy hair looked like a cowardly and unrefined person. His hair was almost down to his shoulders, and tangled in many places. He hadn't washed it for a long time. "How do you play this game?" Lin Shen squatted down and looked at the man and asked. 10 coins to play a round. If you win, this is yours. The old man with messy hair pointed to an obsidian egg next to him, and said, "What kind of egg is this?" Lin Shen looked at it, and couldn't tell what level it was, but it was at least crystal-based. The upgraded variant of Yuling Long is worth no less than 10 million. The old man with messy hair put his hands in his sleeves, and wiped his nose with his sleeves and said, "Young man, don't listen to his nonsense. What's the point of upgrading and mutation? It's just a crystal-based black shell insect egg." The stall owner next to him curled his lips and said. The reason why he reminded Lin Shen was not because of kindness, but because he couldn't help but be curious before. He played many games and lost a lot of money to the old man, and he was a little angry. Of course, the most important thing is that this old man is not an old man who sells chess on the street. He just came here to sell chess recently, and is not very familiar with the people in the old stalls. It's okay, just spend money for fun, it doesn't matter what the prize is. Lin Shen smiled at the stall owner next to him, and then asked the old man, "Uncle, how do you play this?" "It's very simple. The red and black sides fight, the horse moves day, the elephant moves field, the car moves straight, and the cannon goes over the mountain." The old man took the chess pieces one by one, and told Lin Shen how to play while gesturing. Of course Lin Shen knew how to play. Not only did he know how to play, he also knew that the endgame set up by Zameo Lao Tianren was called Fire Burning the Camps. The old blind man used this endgame to make a lot of money from him. After confirming that Lin Shen already knew how to play, Zameo Lao Tianren set up the Fire Burning the Camps endgame again, and said to Lin Shen with a smile, 10 tianbi to play a game, red chess goes first, you can choose red or black as you like. If you win, the Jade Linglong egg belongs to you. If you lose or draw, you lose. No matter you win or lose, tianbi will not be refunded. After hearing what he said, Lin Shen knew that this Zameo Lao Tianren was just SOSO, maybe he was a half-baked person, who got a few in-game chess records from somewhere, and came out to set up a stall to make money. The endgame of burning the camps was once considered a draw, but after many people's research, it was found that it was not a draw. At first glance, this endgame seems to be a quick win for the red player who moves first. So the old blind man likes to use burning the camps to trick those who have not studied the endgame. Many people who know how to play chess will be fooled by this game, and it is easy to choose the red player who seems to have a big advantage and can move first. It seems that the red player can win easily, and it seems that he can win in a few moves, but as long as you know the routine of this endgame, there's a way to win with the black player. The old man let Lin Shen choose to play red or black at will, which means that he did not know that the black player would win in the end of burning the camps. It is estimated that the chess record he got was the earlier one, and he thought that the end game would be a draw, so no matter how he played, he would win. The tuition I paid when I was a kid is finally going to pay off. Lin Shen pretended to look at it for a long time, as if he was studying this and that, and finally took out 10 coins and gave them to Zameo Lao Shenren. "Young man, do you choose to play red or black?" Zameo Lao Shenren took the money and immediately smiled, looking at Lin Shen as if he was looking at a relative. "I play black," Lin Shen said. "How can I play black? Black is at a huge disadvantage. You have to play red to have a chance to win." The stall owner next to him kindly reminded him. "You've already chosen it, let's play it first." Lin Shen looked at the stall owner and smiled. Looking at the stall owner's appearance, he probably lost a lot of money in this game, otherwise he wouldn't know that he had to play red to have an advantage. "Young man, you are very generous." Zameo Lao Tianren smiled and turned the chessboard around, transferring the black chess piece to Lin Shen's side, and said slowly, "Then I will leave first." "Uncle, please," Lin Shen replied. Zhao Mao Lao Tianren was calm and composed, and he moved the rook from 3 to 4. Lin Shen smiled secretly in his heart, thinking that this move should be a sure win. Lin Shen played according to the routine, and Zhao Mao Lao Tianren was more powerful than he thought. Black chess seemed decadent, but in fact, it was a trap at every step, always luring red chess into the trap. But Zhao Mao Lao Tianren did not fall for it. Lin Shen immediately understood in his heart that Zhao Mao Lao Tianren still had some level, but he did not know the correct solution to this endgame, and must have read the old score. At the beginning, Zhao Mao Lao Tianren looked leisurely and contented, but as the game progressed, the advantage of red chess in the early stage was gone in a moment. Zhao Lao Shenren's expression gradually became serious. From the beginning, he picked up the chess pieces casually, and then he had to think for a long time for each move. It can be played like this. The stall owner next to him also came over, and was shocked, attracting many people nearby to watch. It's a pity that there are very few people on this Xena star who know what chess is, and they can't understand the rules at all. Soon most people lost interest and dispersed. Zhao Lao Shenren has turned into a posture of sitting upright, and sweat has begun to appear on his forehead. How can this be? It shouldn't be. Zhao Lao Shenren's forehead is sweating more and more. Lin Shen already admired Zhao Lao Shenren in his heart. He was able to play with him to this extent without knowing the correct solution. His chess skills are indeed extraordinary, much stronger than Lin Shen. Before the game was over, Zhao Lao Shenren suddenly threw the chess pieces in his hand on the chessboard and stared at Lin Shen. What? Do you want to cheat? I admire him, but if he cheats, Lin Shen will not agree. You win, I admit defeat. The old man picked up the black egg next to him and threw it to Lin Shen, squinting his eyes, and asked, Young man, what's your name? Ation. Lin Shen answered casually. Ation, I will remember you. We will play again another day. The old man packed up and left. Don't go, you can't afford to lose. You run away after losing a hand? Do you have any manners? The stall owner next to him took advantage of the situation, and shouted at the back of the old man with gloating. Chapter 395. Lin Shen was very happy holding the egg he won. He never thought that the tuition he paid when he was a child would be returned one day. It doesn't matter what grade and quality this egg is. What matters is that this was won with the toys of his childhood. Who can still say that I am a spendthrift? I really have foresight. I spent so much money when I was a child just to prepare for today. The value of this egg is much higher than the money I spent at the time. Lin Shen finally found an excuse for his wasteful behavior when he was a child. The arrows he shot randomly when he was a child hit the target by accident after so many years. Hatch it, it must be hatched. This is a commemorative pet. Lin Shen made up his mind that no matter what grade it is, he must hatch it. After putting away the egg, the two continued to stroll on the street. Lin Shen mainly looked at the pet eggs to see if there was any fire. Unfortunately, even in a place like Xena Star, there is no fire. This makes Lin Shen doubt that, except for the rebellious ones, other fires seem to only exist on the human home planet. Although he did not see the fire, he gained a lot of knowledge. The stalls here are really full of hidden talents. Lin Shen even saw someone selling Nirvana-level pet capsules. Various high-end materials are casually placed on the stalls. They look cheap, but when you ask the price, it is really scary. For several days, Tian Shutiandi did not summon Lin Shen and his team, and Time Renyuan could not issue their rewards without authorization. Tianxin came back from getting the news, but he did not hear anyone say anything to Tian Shutiandi, and he did not know why Tian Shutiandi summoned Lin Shen and his team. For such a small matter, Tian Shutiandi was too lazy to ask, and he would not even know that there was such a small matter, and Time Renyuan had already dealt with it. According to the information we have heard so far, it is only said that Tian Shutiandi seemed to have heard about such a thing by accident, and on a whim, he wanted to see these three humans who represented the Tianren tribe and won the victory under Freira. The problem is that Tian Shutiandi said he wanted to see them on a whim, but after they came to Xena Star, Tian Shutiandi seemed to have forgotten this small matter a long time ago, and who knows when he can summon them. If it drags on like this, Lin Shen and his friends can only wait to be summoned here on Xena Star, and they can't get the reward that should belong to them. If Tian Shutiandi can't remember it, Lin Shen and his friends will be a bit miserable. They can't leave, and staying is a waste of time. Tian Xian gloated on the side. Just stay in the Xena Star with peace of mind. Before the Emperor summons you, no one dares to do anything to you. It's like having an extra amulet. Fortunately, this matter didn't bother them for too long. Tian Sun found a connection and gave a little gift. The people around the Emperor promised Tian Sun that they would find a suitable opportunity, as soon as possible to remind the emperor of this matter. But when this suitable opportunity is, no one knows. You don't have to worry. The person I'm looking for is the most favored concubine of the Emperor Tianshu. It can be said that she is the one who has thousands of favors. With her coming forward, I believe the problem can be solved soon. Tiansun comforted. Auntie, are you talking about the peacock woman who was given the name of the concubine by the emperor? Tian Xian was a little surprised. Yes. Tiansun nodded. Tian Xian said happily, Aunt, when did you get in touch with the concubine? Is the concubine as beautiful as the legend says? You'd better not say this again, unless you want to implicate the whole family and bury them with you. Tiansun stared at Tian Xian with a serious face. Tian Xian apologized quickly. I'm sorry, Aunt, I was just confused for a moment. I will never do it again. Tiansun nodded, and said to Linshan and the others, You too, no matter where you are, don't criticize the concubine. She is the most favored concubine of the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven has selected countless beauties from various tribes before, but now he only favors the concubine of Heaven. From this, you can see how powerful she is, and you must not be disrespectful. She helped us, we can't thank her enough, how can we disrespect her? Linshan said. Tianshu nodded and said, That's right. You can stay here, and you should get a letter in a few days. Sure enough, 2 days after Tianshu finished talking about this, someone from the Imperial Palace came to inform them to go to the Imperial Palace to meet the Emperor of Tianshu. After Linshan and Wei Wufu arrived at the Imperial Palace, while they were waiting, Ouyang Yidu also came over, and the three of them waited together to be summoned. When you meet the Emperor of Heaven later, nod your heads down and don't look directly at the Emperor of Heaven, so as not to offend the majesty of heaven. The celestial being who led the way actually reminded them. Thank you for your advice, sir. Linshan took out something and stuffed it into the celestial being. Tianren took a look at the things and smiled immediately. You are the subordinates of Lord Tianshuan. Lord Tianshuan has devoted himself to expanding the territory for our clan. Even if he has no merit, he has worked hard. I have always admired Lord Tianshuan very much. I will take good care of you, so don't worry. Your Excellency is righteous. Lin Kong saluted with a serious face. Okay, follow me to meet the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven is in a good mood today. You should answer whatever he asks. Don't hesitate, and don't lie. Just answer well. The celestial being gave them a few more instructions before taking them to the Huakai Palace, where the Emperor of Heaven was. Linshan and the others thought that they were summoned to the meeting hall, but they didn't expect it to be the Huakai Palace where the Empress of Heaven lived. After they were taken to the Huakai Palace, the three of them followed the instructions of the celestial being and lowered their heads and dared not look around. After entering a palace, the three of them stood below and performed the etiquette of a celestial being, then stood there with their heads lowered, not daring to look up. Raise your head. Linshan heard a majestic voice coming from the hall, and he quickly raised his head according to the instructions of the celestial being. I thought I could see what the emperor looked like, but when I looked up, I found that there was a bead curtain blocking my view. I could only vaguely see someone behind the bead curtain, but I couldn't see clearly. Tell me your names. The emperor's voice came from behind the bead curtain again. The three of them reported their names one by one, and Linshan reported the name Ation again. Very good, you risked your lives to take back the fiery Mars for our clan. You deserve a big reward. The emperor said lightly, What do you think the reward is, my beloved concubine? Just give each of you a cup of heavenly liquid. The heavenly concubine next to him said, as she poured heavenly liquid into the cup in the emperor's hand. Well, since my beloved concubine said so, then let's give each of you a cup of heavenly liquid. The emperor said lazily. Chapter 396. After the emperor's voice fell, a figure swayed behind the bead curtain. After a while, a maid of heaven opened the bead curtain and walked out. Linshan lowered his head and caught a glimpse of the scenery inside the bead curtain. He could only see two people sitting on something similar to a couch. Because he kept his head down, Linshan could only see their feet and part of their calves. But this glance shocked Linshan's heart, and he almost lost his composure. Mosaic? He actually saw Mosaic again. Although he didn't see the whole picture, only the feet and calves, he knew very well who the owner of the mosaic was. The only person who could sit behind the bead curtain, except for the Emperor of Heavenly Arts, was qualified to sit on the couch. Oh my god, this is going to kill me, isn't it? How could the fire appear on the body of the heavenly concubine? She is the most beloved concubine of the heavenly emperor. With the tyranny and absurdity of the heavenly emperor, he might be beheaded if he just looked at the heavenly concubine for a few more times. If I want to sleep with the heavenly concubine for one night, I'm afraid that my entire family, including the ants in the house, will be wiped out. Countless thoughts flashed through Linshin's mind, and the most intuitive thought was that he might not be able to go all the way to rebel against the heaven. Whether in terms of morality or ability, I'm afraid I can't get the fire on the body of the heavenly concubine. When Linshin was full of inner drama, the female celestial being had come to them with a plate. There were 3 small cups on the plate. After thanking the heavenly emperor, the 3 people took a cup each. The 3 people held the cups, and the voice of the heavenly emperor sounded again. When you were in the sea of fire, you should have seen the appearance of Freyra with your own eyes. How does it compare with the legend? When Linshin heard what the emperor of heaven said, he cursed in his heart. This pervert originally summoned us for Freyra's beauty. It's just that it's hard to answer this question. If Freyra is really beautiful, the heavenly concubine is right next to her, and they were able to meet the emperor of heaven so quickly because of the help of the heavenly concubine. It's not good to say how beautiful Freyra is in front of the heavenly concubine. But if she is not beautiful, the heavenly man had also reminded them before that they must not deceive the emperor of heaven. Linshin held a cup and said, "In my opinion, Freyra is a beauty, and there is something special about her." "Oh, what's special about her? Tell me in detail." The emperor of heaven seemed to be interested, and even his voice was not so majestic. "As far as I know, Freyra should be more than 400 years old, but when I first saw her, if the people of the Diamond Tribe hadn't surrounded her like stars surrounding the moon, I really couldn't believe that she was Freyra. She looked more like a real girl," Linshin said. "Even if one has the secret to keep one's youth and there are no traces of time on one's face, the accumulation of life experience will change a person's eyes and temperament. No matter how young one looks, after more than 400 years, it is impossible to keep the feeling of a girl. Are you sure you are not mistaken?" The emperor of heaven said with interest. "I don't know if I am mistaken. Maybe my level is too low and my vision is not good enough. That Fleury looks as pure and lovely as a girl, and there is no trace of time," Linshin said with his head down. "What about you two?" The emperor of heaven asked Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu again. "Same," Wei Wufu replied. Ouyang Yudu said, "Fleury looks like a girl, her eyes are still clear, without the maturity of years. It is indeed a bit strange to say that. It is a pity that Freyla has died in the sea of fire, otherwise I would like to see her." The emperor of heaven seemed to be very sorry. "Among the 3 of you, is there anyone who is good at painting? Can you draw Freyla's appearance?" The voice of the heavenly concubine came from behind the curtain again, cold and pleasant. Linshin shook his head directly. He could only draw a stick figure at most. How could he draw Freyla's appearance? Wei Wufu also shook his head. Ouyang Yudu said, "I know a little bit of painting skills, but my painting skills are just average. It's difficult for me to paint the beauty of Florella." Hearing what Ouyang Yudu said, the emperor of heaven said it was a pity. She is really a beauty with a tragic fate. She died before I could see her beauty. It's a great misfortune in the world. Linshin thought, it should be a great fortune that you didn't see her. Come, drink this cup with me for Florella. After saying this, the emperor of heaven picked up the cup and drank it all. Although Linshin and the other 2 couldn't see it, they knew that it was finally time to drink the liquid in the cup, so they all picked up the cup to their mouths and drank the clear liquid in the cup. Linshin secretly complained in his heart, "Freyra is the enemy of the celestial race. You, the emperor of the celestial race, actually regretted Freyra's death and raised a toast to her. This celestial technique emperor is really ridiculous. The celestial liquid is fragrant and tastes like a light drink. At first, there is no feeling. But after the celestial liquid fell into the stomach, he suddenly felt a stream of clear water rapidly expanding in his body, and in an instant it turned into a flood and beast, making Linshin feel that his body was about to be torn apart. What the hell is this? Does the emperor want to kill us?" Linshin saw that the maidservant next to him was not abnormal, and then he thought again, if the emperor of the celestial clan wanted to kill them, there was no need for him to use such means. Looking at Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu next to him, they were obviously experiencing the same thing, and were enduring it. Linshin felt that although the power in his body was fierce, it did not really cause any harm to his body. Instead, it seemed to be cleaning the impurities in his body, which made him feel a little relieved. The power became more and more fierce, and Linshin had no time to distract himself. He focused on running the theory of evolution, and gradually integrated the power into his own power. I don't know how long it took, after the power was tamed and slowly integrated into his body, Linshin finally let out a long breath and opened his eyes. When he looked at it, he found that the bead curtain in front had been opened, and 2 beams were hung on the pillars on both sides. You can see something like a collapsible behind the bead curtain, but no one was sitting there. The emperor and the concubine were gone. Master Aetion, you digested the heavenly liquid so quickly, you are really a genius. The heavenly man who brought Linshan, and the others here, and gave them instructions said with a smile on his face. Linshan felt that his attitude seemed a bit strange. Although he was nice to them before, it was because Tian Sun had given him benefits, and Linshan had given him something. But now his expression seemed to be a bit flattering. Master, I dare not call you a master, you should call me a Tian, Linshan said. The heavenly man quickly put on a smile and said, No, don't call me master, I should call you master, you can just call me Xiao Liuzi from now on. Master Tiandi has already appointed you as the Dean of Tianshi Academy. You will be the Dean of Tianshi Academy from now on. Tianshi Academy. Dean. What is that? Linshan looked confused. He had only heard that there was a Tianren Academy among the Tianren tribe, but he had never heard of this Tianshi Academy, and had no idea what it was for. Chapter 397. Xiao Liuzi gave Linshan a card, which was Linshan's identity card. He could swipe the card at any time to take office at Tianshiyuan. 6th Master, what exactly is Tianshiyuan? The man insisted that Linshan call him Xiao Liuzi, so Linshan had to follow the custom of his hometown and add a respectful word, just like others called him Xiao Wuye. Master Tian, please don't call me like that. You are the head of Tianshiyuan, and I can't afford it. Xiao Liuzi waved his hands repeatedly. Then I call you 6th brother, okay? Linshan smiled and said, 6th brother, what exactly is Tianshiyuan, and why did the Emperor of Heaven appoint me as the Dean of Tianshiyuan? Since you call me 6th brother, I be your brother. Brother, you are blessed. Tianshiyuan is the confidant department of our Lord Tiandi. You have to take care of your brother in the future. 6th brother lowered his voice, and said to Linshan, Don't worry, 6th brother, we will be brothers in the future. We will share happiness and bear difficulties together. Linshan patted his chest and said, Brother, you are really a particular person. 6th brother was very happy to hear this. Linshan was just about to ask what the Tianshi Academy was doing, but he saw Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yuta standing up after absorbing the Tianai. Okay, it's getting late. Don't waste time in the Imperial Palace. I take you out first. 6th brother took them back along the original route and left the Imperial Palace. 6th brother sent them all the way to the gate of the Imperial Palace. Before leaving, he also told Linshan to take up his post at the Tianshi Academy as soon as possible. Linshan held him, and asked again whether Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yutu had been given any positions. 6th brother shook his head, and leaned close to Linshan's ear and said, Brother, not everyone is qualified to receive the favor of the Emperor of Heaven. Seize the opportunity, don't meddle in other people's business, and just work for the Emperor of Heaven with peace of mind. 6th brother, I've learned your lesson. Linshan had no choice but to take Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yutu back with him. Tian Sun and Tian Xian had been waiting for them in the hotel. When they saw Wei Wufu and Linshan coming back, they hurriedly asked how it went. Linshan told Tian Sun in detail about his encounter with the Emperor of Heavenly Arts. Tian Sun felt relieved after hearing this. Heavenly liquid can purify the body. It is the exclusive drink of the Emperor of Heaven. Others don't have much chance to drink it. It will also be good for your future nirvana. I will thank the Empress of Heaven for her help later. By the way, the Emperor of Heaven also gave me the position of the Dean of the Heavenly Master Academy. What exactly does this Heavenly Master Academy do? Linshan took out the card and handed it to Tian Sun. Tian Sun's face suddenly changed. He snatched the card. After confirming that the card was real, his expression became extremely complicated. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the Dean of the Heavenly Master Academy? Linshan immediately realized that something was wrong. Tianxuan shook his head and said, It's not a problem, but this Tianshi Academy is a department established by the Emperor of Heaven and directly under his command. It is directly under the Emperor of Heaven. Any action of Tianshi Academy does not need to go through Tianren Academy, and it only needs to be responsible to the Emperor of Heaven. It sounds like it has a lot of power. Linshan listened and thought there was nothing wrong with this. Tianxin laughed at the side. To put it nicely, it is only responsible to the Emperor of Heaven. To put it bluntly, it is the dog responsible for biting people around the Emperor of Heaven. Things like going to other races to select concubines and snatch beauties, killing a few disobedient people who talk about the Emperor of Heaven behind his back, or going out to collect rare treasures for the Emperor of Heaven, doing something to make the Emperor of Heaven happy, etc., are all the work of Tianshi Academy. That's not bad. Isn't that equivalent to being the personal guard of the Emperor of Heaven? Linshan felt that this place seemed good, as if it was a profitable department. Not bad? If there was no Tian Renyuan, this department would certainly be good. Unfortunately, our Tianren clan still has a Tian Renyuan, and there is also a Dean of Tian Renyuan. The previous Dean of Tian Shiyuan was caught and killed by the Dean of Tian Renyuan because he committed a crime. Tian Xian said with a smile. The Emperor of Heaven doesn't care? Lin Shen was slightly startled. If a dog dies, you can find 10 or 100 more. The Dean of Tianren Academy is the pillar of our clan. The Emperor of Heaven can enjoy thousands of years in peace and stability because of this Dean. If you were the Emperor of Heaven, would you care about this? Tianxin looked at Lin Shen with a smile and said, the Emperor of Heaven needs to enjoy himself, and the dirty work has to be done by Tianshi Academy. If you do it well, it's what you deserve. If you don't do it well, the Emperor of Heaven will send down the wrath of thunder, and you can't bear it. Tianshi Academy did those dirty work, committed a crime, and angered the Dean of Tianren Academy, and he will definitely deal with you. You, the Dean of Tianshi Academy, are a job that is not pleasing to both ends. If you are not careful, you will even lose your life. The more Lin Shen listened, the more he felt that this Dean was not a good thing, but he didn't even have the power to refuse. I am just a second-rate human ascender, and it's my first time to Zenith Star. Why would the Emperor of Heaven let me be the Dean of Tianshi Academy? Lin Shen was extremely depressed. I think your meanness has been discovered. You were born to do these dirty and tiring jobs, so you are favored by the Emperor of Heaven. Otherwise, why didn't he give Lao Wei and Ouyang you any positions? Tian Xian gloated. It's not that there are no benefits. After all, the Dean of Tianshi Academy is a close minister of the Emperor of Heaven. He is one of the few people who can often contact the Emperor of Heaven, and his power is indeed not small. Tian Sun could only comfort Lin Shen in this way. Fortunately, the Emperor of Heaven did not say when I would take office. Let's go to the Ascension Pool first, and increase the number of reincarnations. Lin Shen did not have any good ideas, so he could only take the benefits first. Tian Sun took Lin Shen, Wei Wufu and Tian Xian to the Ascension Pool. Tian Xian was qualified to enter the Ascension Pool, and did not need to fight for life and death like Lin Shen and the others. Lin Shen originally thought that the Ascension Pool was just a pool, maybe like a crater, with special liquid in the pool. They could increase the number of reincarnations by soaking in it. The base change pool that Lin Shen had soaked in before looked like this. Since the base change pool was made by referring to the Ascension Pool should be similar. But when Lin Shen really saw the Ascension Pool, he realized how ignorant his thoughts were. The Ascension Pool is not a pool at all, but a stretch of mountains. Among the mountains, there is a super mountain that is so high that you can hardly see the top of the mountain. The liquid like a waterfall poured down from the top of the mountain, like a galaxy falling from the void, rushing straight into the huge pool at the foot of the mountain. The water flowed down from the pool again, winding around the mountains, like a white giant python coiling between the mountains. The strange thing is that in the end, these water flows flowed to the mountain again, disappeared at the foot of the mountain, and seemed to fall into the abyss. That is the Ascension Pool. We need to swim upstream. The farther we swim and the higher we rise, the more benefits we will get. If we can go against the waterfall to the top of the mountain, we can do it in 10 turns. Tian Xian said. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at each other. This really stumped them. If it came to fighting, they could still go for it, but they were not good at swimming. Chapter 398. Lin Shen and the other two did not notice that a large white cloud floated over the mountain and stopped near the mountain, almost merging with the clouds and mist lingering above the mountain. In the clouds, there was a floating object like a holiday island, a man-made pool and beach, a crooked tree and a cabin. There was a parasol on the beach, and under the parasol was a small table and 2 lounge chairs. On one of the lounge chairs, there was a hairy old man wearing colorful shorts and a vest, with sunglasses on his face. Although he was a little old, he was tall, had stylish hair, and a sharp face. Even the beard on his face looked carefully groomed, like a model. If Lin Shen were here, it would be difficult for him to recognize that this hairy old man and the hairy old man who was playing the game were the same person. Your Majesty, why are you in the mood to come to the Ascension Pool today? Let me take a bath with you. A beautiful swimsuit girl from the Celestial clan sat on another lounge chair, smiling sweetly. I'm not taking a bath today, I'm watching a show. The Celestial Emperor took a bottle and gulped down the liquid in the bottle, then threw the bottle on the beach. Xiao Liuzi, bring a box of Celestial liquid over here. Is the barbecue ready? Your Majesty, it's ready. Xiao Liuzi happily brought a box of Celestial liquid over, put it on the ground next to him, opened a bottle, and handed it to the Celestial Clan, and opened another bottle, and put it on the table near the beautiful Celestial Clan girl. Then Xiaoliuzi happily ran to the grill again, transformed into a barbecue expert, and grilled unknown skewers of meat. Watching a show? What show? The beautiful celestial being looked around with some confusion, and soon found Lin Shen and the other two standing at the entrance of the Ascension Pool. Are those two humans? Why are they here at the Ascension Pool? The beautiful celestial being's eyes moved, and she seemed to have figured something out, and said in surprise, "Your Majesty, did you come to the Ascension Pool just to watch them?" "Not to watch them, but to watch a show." The Emperor of Heaven curled his lips and said. Although the beautiful celestial being didn't understand what was so interesting about two human ascenders and a celestial ascender, the Emperor of Heaven had such a refined taste, so she pretended to be very interested and looked at the three people. "Xiaoliuzi, where do you think they can swim to?" The Emperor of Heaven didn't seem to be interested in talking to the beautiful celestial being, but instead chatted with Xiaoliuzi, who was having a barbecue. The one called Wei Wufu is practicing the Phoenix Purple Chi Ju, and now he is at the 3rd level. Tianxin is the youngest son of the Tianjue family. Although he does not have the qualifications to practice the angel reincarnation technique, his practice of the evolution technique is not bad. It was specially tailored for him by Tianjue, but now he is only at the 4th level. I heard that a Tian is only at the 2nd level. The evolution technique he practices seems to be the theory of evolution. His strength is not clear. Judging from their level, they can only reach the pool at most, and it is a bit difficult to go upstream. After a pause, Xiaoliuzi continued, but they can come back unscathed in the Sea of Fire, so they must have some skills. I think they should be able to go upstream for a distance, but not too far. That makes sense. The Emperor of Heaven did not comment, and then asked the beautiful celestial being next to him, "What do you think, my beloved concubine?" The beautiful celestial being said, "Your Majesty, I think Tianxin should be able to go upstream up the mountain, and the other two humans can only reach the water pond at most. I'm afraid that a Tian can't even reach the water pond." "Why do you think so?" the Heavenly Emperor asked with interest. The Phoenix Purple Chi Ju is barely a first-class evolutionary technique, and the theory of evolution is just a basic evolutionary technique. How strong can you be if you practice that kind of evolutionary technique? The beautiful celestial being said. That makes sense. The Heavenly Emperor nodded. "Your Majesty, what do you think?" the beautiful celestial being asked. "Of course, I think the same as you, my beloved concubine," the Heavenly Emperor said with a smile. "Xiaoliuzi, you are the only one who has a different opinion from us. If you guess wrong, you will be punished. It should be. I just got something recently. If I lose, I will take it as a prize. Your Majesty, do you think it's okay?" The sweaty Xiaoliuzi ran over, put something on the table, and asked carefully. "Yes." The Heavenly Emperor didn't even look at what it was, but just said it lightly. Xiaoliuzi was relieved and ran back to continue grilling his skewers. Lin Shen and the other two didn't know they were being spied on. Tian Xian jumped directly into the river that was like a giant python around the mountain. He swam towards the pool and shouted, "I go first and wait for you on the mountain." "Hey, how come Tian Xian's swimming ability is so much better than before?" Lin Shen looked at Tian Xian, who was agile, swimming upstream, with a very standard swimming style and a very fast swimming speed. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. He remembered that although Tian Xian was a little good at swimming, he was not so good at it. He probably practiced it specifically for this trip to the Ascension Pool. "Old Wei, what should we do?" Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu and asked. The reason why he had never practiced swimming skills was because he fell into a water tank when he was a child and almost drowned. Although he could not say that he had any psychological trauma, he did not like to go into the water. "I originally thought that with the ability to fly and float on the water, I would not need to practice swimming skills in the future, but I did not expect that there would be such a day." "Go, try your best," Wei Wufu said and jumped into the water. Lin Shen watched Wei Wufu use the dog paddle in the water to swim up desperately. The splash was quite big, but the speed of swimming forward was very slow, slower than the old lady walking. Lin Shen had no choice but to jump in. Wei Wufu was right. Since he was here, he should try his best. The three Tiandi almost burst out laughing when they saw Wei Wufu's dog paddle. When Lin Shen went into the water, he made a beautiful fish jump, dived into the water, and then sank directly. Puff! The beautiful celestial being couldn't help it, and she spurted out the celestial liquid she had just drunk. "Your Majesty, it seems that we have overestimated them. They don't seem to know how to swim. Let alone go upstream, they can't even reach the pool." The Heavenly Emperor was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that these two guys were so bad at swimming. He smiled and said, "They come to the Ascension Pool and don't know how to swim. They are really weird." Tianquan didn't know that they didn't know how to swim. They were able to survive in the Sea of Fire and get a living red flame star explosion dragon as a pet. Tianquan always thought that they were good at swimming, so he didn't mention it. After all, the ability to swim is only a small part, not a decisive role. It depends on their own cultivation and ability. As long as they know a little bit of water, there will be no big problem. Who would have thought that this would be a factor affecting them? As soon as Lin Shan entered the water, he immediately felt a strange force in the water flow, rushing into his body with the water flow. Chapter 399. A strange force rushed into his body. This force was very strange. He stood still and fought against the water flow, and this strange force would be very weak. If he floated down with the water flow, the strange force would completely disappear. On the contrary, if he walked up against the water flow, the strange force would gradually become stronger. This strange force could not change his physique, nor could it increase his base transformation rate. It just merged into his body, nourishing his life base and his own spiritual consciousness. Lin Shan had no intention of swimming at all. He sank directly to the bottom, and walked up from the bottom of the river. This way of walking was faster than his own swimming and faster than Wei Wufu's swimming. The river was not very deep, only about 10 meters deep. After Lin Shan sank to the bottom of the river, he found that the flow rate of the river water below was obviously faster than that above, and it could bring more strange power. This discovery made Lin Shan very happy. He wanted to let Wei Wufu come down to walk together, but he gave up after thinking about it. Fighting against the water flow is also very exhausting. Wei Wufu does not have his breath-holding ability, so it is difficult for him to walk underwater for a long time. It is safer to walk on the surface. So Lin Shan walked against the undercurrent underwater, constantly absorbing the strange power brought by the water flow. The strange power that entered the body was divided into 3 parts, which were absorbed by the fate-defying man, the fan of inheritance, and Lin Shan himself. After walking a few hundred meters at the bottom of the river, Lin Shan felt that the strange power flowing into his body was increasing, and the undercurrent was getting stronger and stronger. He had to use the shell to fight against the undercurrent, otherwise he would have walked a little slowly. After a while, the fan of inheritance and the fate-defying man were both reincarnated once, and Lin Shan's attributes also improved accordingly. The benefits of the dual life bases were reflected at this moment. When the inheritance fan was reincarnated once, Lin Shan's attributes and skill strength increased by 10% based on the original data. When the reverse fate was reincarnated once, it increased by another 10% based on the original data. When both life bases reached the 10th turn, Lin Shan had 162 more attributes than the average 10-turn ascender. This is a real basic attribute. The 3 TND watched from above, and saw that when Tianqin was about to swim to the vicinity of the pool, Wei Wufu had only swam a few hundred meters, and his speed was so slow that it was scary. After Lin Shan dived into the water, he never came out again. That Ation hasn't come out for so long. He won't drown and be washed into the abyss of depravity. The beautiful celestial being said with a smile. The emperor took off his sunglasses, glanced at the river below, and smiled after a moment. He is not drowned. He is walking up from the bottom of the river, just a little faster than Wei Wufu above. Walking at the bottom of the river? The undercurrent below the Ascension River is much stronger than above. The closer to the Ascension Pond, the more turbulent the undercurrent below. If he walks like this, I am afraid he can't even reach the edge of the pond. The celestial beauty said and glanced at Wei Wufu struggling on the water surface, smiling. But with their swimming skills, even if they don't walk below, they can't reach the pond even if they swim above. How can there be such a person? After all, he is an ascensionist. No matter how bad he is, he should have a certain level of control over his body, strength and skills. How could he not even know how to swim? Even if he learns on the spot, he should be able to learn something. The beautiful celestial being is now really interested. Maybe it's a psychological problem. Xiao Liuzi said. What kind of psychological problem can there be? The beautiful celestial being asked curiously. I don't know. Maybe they were flooded when they were young, which left a psychological shadow, or something like that. Xiao Liuzi brought the grilled skewers over, and sent them to the emperor and the beautiful celestial being. The emperor took a skewer and said with a smile while eating, the kid below should not have any psychological shadow. He should simply have not learned it, or his learning ability is too poor. The one above has a big problem. If he can't overcome this obstacle, there will be a big problem when he reaches nirvana. Lin Shen kept moving forward under the undercurrent, and his speed was getting slower and slower. The undercurrent below became stronger and stronger. With his strength and control ability, it was quite difficult for him to walk on the bottom of the river. The main reason is that it is difficult to control the body in the water, and it is easy to be carried away by the undercurrent. The strange power washes over the body, and it makes people feel cold. It is not cold in a physical sense, but more like the spiritual consciousness is washed away. It seems that this is the only way. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and began to super basic text, directly using the body movement of the wave-stepping fist, rushing forward step by step. Every step, he took left footprints on the rocks at the bottom of the river, and the faster he walked, the deeper the footprints became. His body broke through the undercurrent, stirring up the river water, and a large number of bubbles appeared on the surface of the river. Every step Lin Shen took, a bubble surged on the surface of the water, and the speed was getting faster and faster. What is the human named a Tian doing underwater? The beautiful celestial being noticed this strange phenomenon and asked curiously. He is using his strength to fight against the undercurrent and run forward. The Emperor of Heaven said while eating skewers. Running at the bottom of the river. Can an ascender withstand such consumption? I'm afraid he will run out of strength before running far. If he really consumes too much energy, he won't even have the strength to get ashore. If he is washed into the abyss by the current, he will lose his life. It's not worth the loss. The beautiful celestial being seemed to have thought of something, and looked at the Emperor of Heaven and asked, Your Majesty, if he runs out of strength and is washed into the abyss, do you want to pull him out? We are just here to watch the show, and nothing else has anything to do with us. The Emperor of Heaven said casually. Then it depends on whether he can stop in time. If he doesn't know how to advance or retreat, and his energy consumption is too serious, I'm afraid he will definitely not survive. The beautiful celestial being laughed. She originally thought that Lin Shen would soon be unable to hold on, but she didn't expect that more and more bubbles would emerge from the water, almost forming a gushing spring on the river's surface. And the speed was getting faster and faster, getting closer and closer to Tianqin, who was about to reach the pool in front. Tianqin was swimming towards the pool, and suddenly found that there was a constant stream of water spraying behind him like a whale, which scared him. Oh my god, what is that kid doing again? Tianqin quickly increased his speed and swam towards the pool desperately, fearing that he would be caught up by the water column gushing from behind. God knows what Lin Shen is doing underwater again. If he is dragged into it, it will be troublesome. Tianqin did not dare to hold back his strength anymore, and directly summoned the desperate heartless angel, possessed him, and the speed suddenly increased greatly, rushing towards the pool. Lin Shen was also walking faster and faster below, stepping on the waves to push away the undercurrent, and the strength on his body became stronger and stronger. He rushed towards the direction of the pool against the countless undercurrents at the bottom of the river. The physical strength of the human at the bottom of the river is very good, and he is about to rush into the pool. The face of the beautiful woman showed surprise. Is it that easy to get into the pool? The Emperor of Heaven took out something that looked like a remote control from the pocket of his pants and pressed a few buttons on it. The waterfall on Feishing Mountain suddenly increased in volume, rushing into the pool like a roaring dragon, causing the entire pool to be turbulent, and the waves randomly hit the surrounding rocks. Chapter 400. Tian Xian had just rushed into the pool when the roaring waterfall suddenly surged. The pool was stirred up by turbulence, and his body could not stabilize at all, and he was directly swept into the turbulence. What's going on? Why is the turbulence so fierce all of a sudden? I only heard that the turbulence in the pool would be more serious, but it shouldn't be so serious. Besides, I just seem to see that the water flow of the waterfall suddenly increased by more than double. Tian Xian's body was swept into the bottom of the pool by the turbulence, and his heart was full of doubts. He wanted to stabilize his body, but the first wave of turbulence was too strong, and he couldn't stabilize it at all. His body was twisted by the turbulence and hit the big rock at the bottom of the pool, which made Tian Xian's eyes a little starry. The collision itself did not cause much damage to Tian Xian, but the strange power generated by the turbulence poured into his body, baptizing his life base and his own spiritual consciousness. Because the strange power was too strong, it felt like his spiritual consciousness was about to be frozen. This made it impossible for him to concentrate on the evolution technique, and the efficiency of absorbing and digesting the strange power became very low. Tianqin tried his best to stabilize his body, but he could not use the power in the turbulence. If Shimanjinka was here, he could go with the flow in the twisted turbulence, but Tianqin obviously did not have such ability. He was not so sensitive to the power, and it was easy to conflict with the turbulence when he exerted force, and the more force he exerted, the worse it was. Of course, It was not just Tianqin, most people were powerless in such turbulence. You force me, right? Look, I will break the turbulence with one force. Tianqin gritted his teeth and desperately burst out his power to fight against the turbulence, trying to force through the turbulence and rush to the bottom of the waterfall. Unfortunately, strength is not his strongest point. His strongest point, speed, cannot be achieved in water. When the waterfall was gushing, Lin Shan rushed to the intersection of the river and the pool. The violent turbulence pushed down like a mudslide, causing Lin Shan, who was rushing forward frantically, to stagnate. The terrifying strange power also rushed into his body. The sudden increase in strange power did not cause Lin Shan too much trouble. He has 2 life bases in his body, and his demand for strange power is much greater than Tianxian. Lin Shan rushed all the way here. If he were an ordinary ascender, his life base should be able to rise from the first turn to the 4th or 5th turn. But his double life base has only been raised by 1 turn so far. I don't know whether it is because the double life base requires too much energy, or because the energy required by his life base itself is too huge. The sudden increase in water flow and the increase in strange power have made the life base in his body show signs of reincarnation. The wave-treading step took advantage of the impact and burst out again, resisting the mudslide like water flow. Lin Shan rushed into the pool step by step, against the turbulent flow. Suddenly, he saw something in the white foam rushing in front of him. Lin Shan stretched out his hand and pressed it to block the object that was coming. Only then did he realize that it was Tianxian's body that was rushing in. Lin Shan gritted his teeth, pushed Tianxian's body with both hands, and continued to rush forward. The wave-treading step had accumulated a lot of power. Lin Shan pushed Tianxian's body and pushed away the turbulent flow, heading towards the place where the white foam was most dense, where the waterfall was. Tianxian, who was struggling in the turbulent flow, suddenly felt that his body was grabbed by a pair of hands and pushed forward. He was startled at first, and then immediately figured out what happened. He could not care about much at the moment, and immediately activated the evolution technique to stabilize the situation in his body. There was too much strange power flowing into his body. If he could not absorb and digest it in time, he would feel that his spiritual consciousness, which was about to be washed away by the strange power, would lose control. Once the spiritual consciousness is out of control or damaged, it will be like a person who has been in nirvana for many times, gradually losing his humanity. At the least, his thinking will be damaged, and at the worst, he may lose himself. Your Majesty, will Tianqin be in trouble after being swept into the pool? The beautiful woman said with some concern. He is not strong enough. Who can he blame if something happens? The emperor didn't care at all, and drank the heavenly liquid by himself. Boom! A wave of water suddenly exploded in the pool, and a figure floated out of the water against the waterfall. It was Tianqin, who had just been swept into the pool by the turbulent flow. The 6 wings behind him vibrated, and he flew up against the waterfall and forced himself to fly. Originally, Tianqin had a pair of wings, but after being possessed by the Wuxing angel, it only had 4 wings. However, after the Wuxing angel broke through, its form changed from 4 wings to 6 wings, and its strength increased greatly. With the help of Lin Shan's thrust, he flew up under the impact of the waterfall. Flying under such a terrifying waterfall, even in the 6-wing form, was still very strenuous. Tianqin frantically vibrated his 6 wings, but only flew up to a height of 4 or 5 meters, and then he could not fly up. This youngest son of the Tianjue family is not bad, he even flew up. The beautiful woman said in surprise. The Emperor of Heaven smiled but did not say anything, squinting his eyes, and not paying attention to Tianqin, but looking at Lin Shan at the bottom of the pool. Others could not see the real situation in the pool, but he saw it clearly. Most of the credit for Tianqin's ability to fly up was on Lin Shan. Lin Shan used his hands and feet to grab the cracks in the rocks, and climbed up against the impact of the waterfall. He felt that his soul was about to be washed out of his body under the impact of the waterfall. It felt like a person was climbing up, and his soul was falling down. Plop! Tianxian, who was struggling hard, finally couldn't hold on, and was smashed into the pool by the waterfall. Fortunately, after the initial turbulence, the pool gradually adapted to the impact of this water flow, and the turbulence was not so serious. Tianxian, who was in the 6-wing state, was much more capable and controlled his body. After a while, he emerged from the pool and looked at Lin Shan, who was climbing up against the impact of the waterfall. Something's wrong. Why is this waterfall at least twice as much as the previous time I saw it? Tianxian had already discovered something was wrong. Turning his head to look at the river behind him, he found that Wei Wufu was still far away from the pool and was still struggling there, moving forward at an unusually slow speed. Oh my god, that guy can't swim. Tian Xian was stunned. In his impression, Wei Wufu seemed to be omnipotent. There was no martial arts that he didn't know. He didn't expect that he couldn't even swim. Lin Shen's situation was not optimistic either. He climbed up the rock wall. Under the impact of the water flow, he was almost washed down several times after climbing only a few meters. Who is playing tricks and doesn't want us to rush to the top of the Feishing Mountain? Tian Xian's face was ugly, but he couldn't think of who had such ability to do something in the Feishing pool. Chapter 401. That human named Tian actually rushed up, which is really unexpected. The beautiful celestial being looked at Lin Shen climbing up and said with some surprise, "Xiao Liuzi, you still have a good vision." The Emperor of Heaven said, "Lucky, a fluke." Xiao Liuzi said hurriedly, "Haha, you will be punished if you lose, and you will be punished if you win. You will go to the lightless city to reflect on your mistakes. Without my order, you are not allowed to return to the Zenith Star." The Emperor of Heaven said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xiao Liuzi's expression did not change, he just bowed to express his gratitude. The Emperor of Heaven picked up the things that Xiao Liuzi had put on the table, and threw them back to Xiao Liuzi. "You should keep the things that others gave you. How can you take them out as prizes casually? Wouldn't that be a waste of others' kindness?" Xiao Liuzi knows he was wrong. Xiao Liuzi bowed again. "Okay, I'm a little tired, let's go back." The Emperor yawned, laid down on the chair, put on sunglasses and rested. Xiao Liuzi quickly got up and controlled the clouds to leave the Ascension Pool and headed towards the Imperial Palace. "Your Majesty, don't you want to see the result?" The beautiful celestial being seemed to want to see the result. What's so good about a few little things? The Emperor stretched out his hand and pulled the beautiful celestial being into his arms, smiling and saying, "My beloved, you made me lose, I'm going to punish you." Lin Shen climbed up against the waterfall and had to activate the super base form. The real scary thing about the waterfall is not the impact of the waterfall itself. If it was just to resist the impact without activating the super base form, Lin Shen could also withstand it. But the terrifying strange power in the water flow, the impact on the spiritual consciousness is not something that can be easily withstood. After climbing only 8 or 9 meters, Lin Shen felt as if his soul was frozen, and his brain was so cold that he could hardly think. Now Lin Shen finally understood why Tian Xian fell after only a few meters. How could he rush up if his brain could not think and control his body in strength? He almost fell down several times because he missed, not because of insufficient strength, but because his mind was frozen and his body was out of control. As soon as the super base form appeared, Lin Shen felt the pressure greatly reduced. The impact of the strange power on his spiritual consciousness became very low, and he could hardly feel the cold. The super base form has such an advantage. Lin Shen was overjoyed and continued to climb up against the waterfall. This time, his movements became extremely fast, and he climbed faster and faster against the waterfall. In a short while, he had already climbed halfway up the mountain. Tian Xian watched Lin Shen climb up in the pool. At first, he thought Lin Shen would fall down soon, but he saw that Lin Shen suddenly climbed faster and faster. Judging from the trend, it seemed that climbing to the top of the mountain was not a problem at all. "Fuck you, it doesn't make sense that he can do it but I can't." Tian Xian gritted his teeth and swam towards the waterfall again. This time, he didn't force himself to fly up against the waterfall, but also climbed up by grabbing the rocks. But after climbing 7 or 8 meters, he felt as if his brain was frozen again, and he couldn't control it. His feet slipped and fell down again. "I believe your lies." Tian Xian was still unconvinced. He took a rest, and tried to climb up again. When Lin Shen climbed to the top of the mountain, the fate-defying one had reached the 4th level, and the inheritance fan had also reached the 5th level. It was much lower than expected. I heard that some people who were able to climb to the top of the mountain in the past could reach 10 turns. Even if they didn't reach 10 turns, they should have reached 8 or 9 turns. His 2 life bases, one of which was 4 turns, and the other 5 turns, made Lin Shen realize that the resources needed for his life base to reincarnate were probably much more than those of ordinary life bases, so his reincarnation was so slow. On the top of the mountain, there was a sea of clouds all around, and the situation below the mountain could not be seen. The strange thing was that the source of this terrifying water flow was actually a spring on the top of the mountain. On such a huge mountain, the spring water could actually surge up, which was an incomprehensible miracle in itself. This made Lin Shen a little suspicious whether there was an ultra-high power pump installed in the mountain to directly pump up the water from the bottom of the mountain to form this spring water. The spring water formed a pool, and the water flow continued to overflow from the pool, turning into a waterfall and flowing down the mountain wall. In the pool, there were actually 2 carps, one white and one black, swimming. What's even more bizarre is that these 2 carps are actually flesh and blood, and they look no different from the ordinary koi in the river of the human home star. They are not particularly large, only about 1 foot long. Are these the 2 flying fish? Lin Shen had heard of them, and squatted by the pool to look carefully, but he couldn't see any difference between them and ordinary koi. According to Tian Sun, these 2 flying fish have been living in the Ascension Pool, and they existed before the Ascension Pool was moved to the Zenith Star. Lin Shen stretched out a finger and dipped it into the pool. As soon as he touched the water, he felt cold all over, and his whole body shuddered, and he quickly pulled his finger out. Even so, Lin Shen still felt very cold all over, his brain seemed to be frozen, and his whole body was shaking, and this was still in a super base form. How terrible! Lin Shen was secretly surprised. The strange power in this pool was so strong that it was many times stronger than the waterfall. These 2 flying fish with flesh and blood could actually survive in the pool. They must be extremely powerful creatures. After a long time, he felt that his body was not so cold anymore, and his brain, which was like being soaked in ice water, also felt a little warm. The strange energy here is too strong, and there is no way to absorb and digest it. After Lin Shen got better, he found that his life base did not grow, and the strange power that penetrated his body was dissipated. Even the theory of evolution that can make the body mutate and strengthen is difficult to operate in this situation, which makes Lin Shen a little disappointed. No wonder Tian Xuan said that although the strange power in this pool is very strong, it is difficult to absorb. That's it. Lin Shen could only give up the idea of using the pool to increase the number of reincarnations of his life base. Poof! While Lin Shen was thinking, the black flying fish in the pool actually floated to the surface, opened and closed its mouth, and sprayed a mouthful of pool water at him. The pool water was so fast that Lin Shen didn't even have time to dodge. It hit him like a water arrow and soaked him. Lin Shen suddenly felt as if his whole body had fallen into an ice cellar, as if his soul was frozen, and he fell directly to the ground. Luckily, Lin Shen was still some distance away from the pool, and did not fall into it. If he had fallen in, he would never have come out alive. Lin Shen's consciousness was frozen, and the theory of evolution was difficult to operate under such circumstances. Without any conscious drive, the Immortality Sutra actually started to operate slowly. Lin Shen seemed to be dead, but his consciousness was gradually awakening. The body could still feel that it was frozen, but the consciousness was gradually awakening. As the consciousness awakened, the theory of evolution finally started to operate again, gradually absorbing and digesting the strange energy in Lin Shen's body. After a long while, Lin Shen gradually regained control of his body. The fate-defying man and the inheritance fan also reincarnated again, because they absorbed a large amount of strange energy. The fate-defying man reached the 5th turn, and the inheritance fan entered the 6th turn. After his body recovered, Lin Shen lay still, exerting the immortality ability of the Immortal Sutra to deceive the black fish in the water, so as not to be attacked by it again. After the strange energy in his body was completely absorbed, Lin Shen suddenly jumped up, away from the pool, and flew directly down the mountain. The black flying fish was an extremely terrifying creature. Since it was hostile to Lin Shen did not dare to stay here any longer. Chapter 402. When flying down, I saw Tian Xian being washed down by the waterfall again. Wei Wufu has not swam to the pool yet, and it will probably take a while. Lin Shen wanted to try again, but after entering the water, he found that the strange power disappeared. He climbed up along the waterfall again. Apart from the impact of the water flow, he could not sense the existence of the strange power at all. Strange, why is it gone? Lin Shen watched Tian Xian climb up again. Seeing how hard he climbed, the strange power should exist. Why can't he feel it? Without the blessing of the strange power, it was meaningless for Lin Shen to continue climbing up. He could only leave the water and fly to the position of Wei Wufu behind. Old Wei, I will push you in the water. Lin Shen knew that Old Wei was afraid of water. When they were poisoned by mushrooms in the mushroom forest before, the illusion that Old Wei had should be related to water. At that time, Lin Shen knew that Old Wei was afraid of water. So when going to Yanhai, Lin Shen was against Lao Wei going, but he insisted on going. When in Yanhai Undersea City, Lao Wei took the risk of grabbing the chain and going down, which was already quite risky. No. Lao Wei only answered with one word and took several gulps of water. Lin Shen didn't dare to disturb him anymore, so he had to fly back to the shore and watch Lao Wei swimming up from a distance to avoid affecting him again. Fortunately, Although Lao Wei swam slowly and consumed a lot of energy, he was still moving towards the direction of the pool. After such a long time, he had already swam more than half of the way and was not far from the pool. Tian Xian was still trying there. Although he still couldn't climb up, he persisted longer each time and could already climb up 20 to 30 meters. When Lin Shen was watching them climbing up, he suddenly saw a celestial being flying over from a distance. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the sixth brother. The sixth brother was obviously coming for Lin Shen. He landed beside Lin Shen and asked with a smile, "Brother, did you make it to the top of the mountain?" "I was lucky. I got there by chance." "I'm sorry for the trouble, sixth brother," Lin Shen said. "It has nothing to do with luck or luck." The sixth brother shook his head and took out something like a remote control from his pocket. He clicked on it a few times, and the water flow of the Feisheng waterfall suddenly became much smaller. Tian Xian, who was originally climbing up with difficulty, suddenly felt a lot less pressure and climbed up much faster. "Sixth brother, your help like this won't have any bad effects on you, right?" Lin Shen said seriously. "I can still make the decision on this little thing." Sixth brother put away the remote control, looked at Lin Shen and said, "I will be leaving Zenith Star for a while soon. Before I leave, I have a few words to say to you, brother." "Sixth brother, where are you going?" Lin Shen was stunned when he heard this. Sixth brother did not answer him, but continued with a smile. "The work of Tianshi Academy is indeed not easy. Do you want to delay the time of taking office as much as possible?" "To be honest with you, sixth brother, I do have this plan." Lin Shen did not hide it, and said directly. Sixth brother seemed to appreciate Lin Shen's attitude. "If you trust me, go to Tianshi Academy as soon as possible. The work of Tianshi Academy is indeed not easy, but if you only need to remember one sentence and can implement it, I guarantee that you can get out of it safely. I hope sixth brother can give me some advice." Lin Shen bowed solemnly to sixth brother. Sixth brother quickly supported Lin Shen. "Since you call me sixth brother, I naturally can't let you call me for nothing. There is no need for these polite etiquettes between us brothers." After a pause, sixth brother said seriously, "You just need to remember this sentence that suffering a loss is a blessing." "Sixth brother, I am stupid. Can you explain it more clearly?" Lin Shen didn't quite understand what sixth brother meant. This sentence was too broad. Lin Shen didn't know what sixth brother meant by suffering a loss is a blessing. You just need to remember this sentence. It's always good to think about this sentence when you encounter something. Sixth brother didn't explain, but just looked up at the sky and said, "People do it, God is watching, do what you should do your duty, don't be clever, admit your mistakes, and suffer the losses you should suffer. God will treat you well in the end." Sixth brother, I remember it. Lin Shen seemed to understand a little, but didn't understand it completely. The sixth brother laughed, "But, since you are the head of the Tianshi Academy, you should also take the benefits you deserve. After all, you have a group of people under you who need to support their families. You can't let them work for you on an empty stomach. You should take the losses you deserve, and you can't give up any benefits you deserve." "Sixth brother, you have confused me again." Lin Shen seemed to understand a little, but the sixth brother said this again, which made him a little confused again. "Haha, it's good to be confused. You can learn slowly." Sixth brother took out a torn paper and handed it to Lin Shen. "I also have some connections in the Tianshi Academy. If you need it, you can contact them according to the method on it. You can leave anything to them. Don't worry about anything else. But whether to use it, and when to use it is up to you to decide." "Sixth brother, you are really my savior." Lin Shen immediately understood what he meant. These people should be the spies that sixth brother planted in Tianqiyuan, and their identities must be kept secret. If Lin Shen uses them, their identities will be exposed in all likelihood. How to use them depends on Lin Shen himself. Whether to use them or not, with these teams led by sixth brother, he is at least not isolated and helpless in Tianqiyuan. This is a big favor. "Ha, brother, who made us a fate? Sixth brother has something to give you. I don't know if you dislike it." Sixth brother laughed. "Sixth brother takes care of me so much, I won't be polite to you." "What good thing is it?" Lin Shen asked hurriedly. Sixth brother took out a book and handed it to Lin Shen. "I see that you are not very good at swimming, brother. This is an underwater technique I figured out by myself. It is just a little thing I practice for fun. It is not a serious thing. You can practice it. It will more or less help your swimming ability." "Great, I was worrying about this matter. Sixth brother, you really take care of me and are so thoughtful. I need this thing so much. I won't be polite to you, sixth brother." Lin Shen took the book and said with some distress, "Sixth brother, you take such good care of me. I really don't know how to repay you. This is the only thing I can show you. I wonder if Sixth Brother will take a liking to it. Lin Shen took out the ashes of reincarnation and handed it to Sixth Brother. He and Wei Wufu did not plan to use the ashes of reincarnation to achieve nirvana, and Ouyang Yudu did not have this plan either. Lin Shen took it out at this time to make friends with this Sixth Brother, which was considered to be making the best use of it. This Sixth Brother is someone close to the Emperor of Heaven. Lin Shen will work for the Emperor of Heaven in the Tianshi Academy in the future. He will have to ask him for advice on how to handle some matters, and how to prioritize. The ashes of samsara. This ashes of samsara. When the Sixth Brother first saw the ashes of samsara, he didn't care much, but when he took a closer look, his expression changed a little. Chapter 403. Sixth Brother, is there anything wrong with this ashes of reincarnation? Lin Shen asked. Where did you get this ashes of reincarnation? Sixth Brother looked solemn. I picked it up when I went to Yanhai before. Lin Shen was a little confused. Looking at Sixth Brother's expression, this ashes of reincarnation seemed to have a history. Yanhai. Fiery Mars. No. How could that person die on fiery Mars? Sixth Brother's expression became more and more strange. Sixth Brother, you are making me anxious. What is the origin of this thing? Lin Shen felt that his curiosity was being rubbed to the ground by Sixth Brother. The Sixth Brother held the ash of samsara, looked at it again, and said after a while, if this ash of samsara really belongs to the person I guessed, you are blessed, brother. This time, the Sixth Brother did not wait for Lin Shen to ask, and continued, if I am not mistaken, the nirvana attribute that formed this ash of samsara should be the true extreme evil-slaying divine light. This light is practiced to the extreme, and nothing can be broken. It is a very terrifying nirvana power. As far as I know, there is only one person in the universe who has practiced the true extreme evil-slaying divine light, and that is the Emperor of the East, Jiang Zixuan, of the Xian clan. The Xian clan? I haven't heard of it. There shouldn't be this clan among the top 100 races in the universe, right? Lin Shen also learned about the rankings of some cosmic races some time ago, and he didn't remember the Xian clan. During the time of the Ancient Realm King, the Xian clan was once one of the top 10 powerful clans in the universe, but now it has declined. Sixth Brother said, the Ancient Realm King fought all over the universe, exterminated the 10 powerful clans, and made billions of stars tremble, and billions of races bow down. The Xian clan was the enemy of the Ancient Realm King, and was almost exterminated at that time. Later, because of this Jiang Zixuan, he extended the life of the Xian clan for 3,000 years with his nirvana body, and stood firm among the hundreds of clans in the universe. Unfortunately, after Jiang Zixuan disappeared, there was no more powerful person in the Xian clan, and now I am afraid that it can't even be ranked in the top 10,000. The races that can be ranked in the top 100 in the universe must have existences above nirvana. Jiang Zixuan was able to extend the life of the Xian clan for 3,000 years with his nirvana body, relying on this true extreme evil-slaying divine light. From this, you should be able to know how domineering this true extreme evil-slaying divine light is. Even the existences above nirvana have to be wary of this nirvana power. So, this is Jiang Zixuan's reincarnation ash? Lin Shen was also surprised. He didn't expect that the reincarnation ash they picked up would have such a great origin. I don't know if it's Jiang Zixuan's ashes of samsara, but I can be sure that this is the ashes of samsara transformed by the true extreme evil-slaying divine light, and I haven't heard of anyone other than Jiang Zixuan who has mastered this kind of nirvana power. Sixth Brother handed the ashes of samsara to Lin Shen. Brother, if you use this ashes of samsara to achieve nirvana, your future achievements will be limitless, and you will definitely be able to enter the top nirvana. So, this ashes of samsara is still valuable, so I feel relieved. Sixth Brother, you can keep it. Lin Shen didn't reach out to take it. No matter how strong the ashes of samsara are, using the ashes of samsara to achieve nirvana, the strength is not as good as the owner of the ashes of samsara, and Lin Shen doesn't plan to use the ashes of samsara to achieve nirvana. Besides, it's not certain whether this ashes of samsara was left by Jiang Zixuan. What's more, he has a double life base, and one ashes of samsara can't solve the problem. Brother, are you really going to give me this ash of samsara? Sixth Brother stared at Lin Shen in amazement. Lin Shen didn't know the origin of this ash of samsara before, and gave it to him out of gratitude. This can only mean that Lin Shen's vision is not good and his experience is not enough. But now Lin Shen already knows the preciousness of this ash of samsara, but he still doesn't care, as if he doesn't care at all, and still wants to give it to him. This is not a matter of vision and insight. Since I said I would give it to Sixth Brother, let alone an ash of samsara, Even if it is the treasure chest of the ancient realm king, it is definitely impossible to take it back. Lin Shan smiled. For him, no matter how powerful an ash of samsara is, it is just a useless thing. If he can get some help from Sixth Brother, it will be very beneficial for him to gain a foothold in the Celestial Clan in the future. Lin Shan also knows in his heart that it is almost impossible to make Sixth Brother and him become people on the same boat with just such a little benefit. However, the other party was able to come here and gave him so many benefits and said so many words. If he said that he had nothing to do with the Emperor of Heaven, Lin Shan would never believe it. Otherwise, relying on those few words about Sixth Brother and a little benefit, Sixth Brother would be able to open his heart to him. And he gave him such a big benefit, Lin Shan didn't even dare to dream of such a good thing. Whether it was intentional or not, since the Emperor of Heaven had pushed someone in front of him, Lin Shan certainly couldn't push him away. Rather than giving this ash of reincarnation to Sixth Brother, it was more like Lin Shan expressing his attitude to the Emperor of Heaven. He was a trustworthy and useful person, and he would not go back on his word for a little profit. Sixth Brother looked at Lin Shan, his eyes slightly changed. No matter what Lin Shan's purpose was, this kind of magnanimity was not something that ordinary people could achieve. He had made friends with Lin Shan before, only because Lin Shan was quite sensible, and it was also a favor to the Tianjuan and Tianjua lineage. Later, it was because the Emperor of Heaven appointed Lin Shan as the Dean of the Tianjua Academy that he got closer to him. The reason why he came to see Lin Shan today and gave Lin Shan many benefits was not because he really regarded Lin Shan as a brother. He was just doing what he should do. As one of the close ministers of the Emperor of Heaven, he keenly felt that the Emperor of Heaven might use this human kid. The reason why the Emperor of Heaven left before finishing the reading just now was that others would think that the Emperor of Heaven lost face because of misjudgment, so he left in anger. But the Sixth Brother did not think so. He was more inclined to believe that the Emperor of Heaven did not want the concubine from the Yin family to see the final result. In the eyes of the Sixth Brother, this was the Emperor of Heaven's protection for Lin Shan. All those before were just speculations. In the end, the Sixth Brother decided to bet on Lin Shan because the Emperor of Heaven, after returning, seemed to say casually that he asked him to come back and adjust the water flow of the Ascension Pool back to normal. And the words that the Emperor of Heaven said when he returned the prize to him before, that prize was nothing else, that is, the benefits that Lin Shan gave him when he first met him. It was because of the Emperor's hint that the Sixth Brother seemed to be open with Lin Shan, and gave his people in the Tianjua Academy to Lin Shan. He was not helping Lin Shan, but sharing the worries of the Emperor, hoping that Lin Shan could gain a foothold in the Tianjua Academy. Before, the Sixth Brother was a little confused as to why the Emperor let an ascendant from another race be the Dean of the Tianjua Academy. No matter what, he should have chosen a Nirvana. After seeing Lin Shan's performance in the Ascended Pool today, the Sixth Brother was speculating whether Lin Shan was secretly cultivated by the Emperor to prepare for the future of the Tianjua Academy. Now that Lin Shan was so generous, the Sixth Brother was more certain of his guess. Otherwise, how could an ascendant from a small race easily abandon the ashes of reincarnation of the Emperor of the East Pole? For ordinary ascendants, this ashes of reincarnation is probably the end point they can never pursue in their lifetime. Chapter 404. Brother, from now on, no matter where you are, you must call me Managerin. This is the last time I call you brother. From now on, you will be Dean Tian. Sixth Brother suddenly looked at Lin Shan seriously and said, Sixth Brother? Lin Shan was slightly startled. The Sixth Brother grabbed Lin Shan's hand, forced the ashes of reincarnation back into his hand, and then said solemnly, You and I are both ministers of the Emperor. We only need to serve the Emperor wholeheartedly. Forget these vulgar rituals. He said this, but he thought in his heart, I was punished by the Emperor for taking a little benefit from you. If I take this ashes of reincarnation, how can I live? I have already reached Nirvana. This ashes of reincarnation is useless to me, but it is very useful to you. There is no need to say anything. When I come back from the City of No Light, you and I will meet again. After saying this, Managerin was ready to leave. Before leaving, he turned back and said to Lin Shan, Again, it is a blessing to suffer losses. Remember it. Okay, Managerin, I remember it. Lin Shan understood what he meant and nodded. That's good. When I come back from the Lightless City, I hope you will be the real head of the Tianjua Academy. After saying that, Managerin flew away. Looking at Managerin's back as he left, Lin Shan seemed to be thinking. I succeeded. At the top of Feishing Mountain, Tian Xian's excited roar came. He finally succeeded in reaching the top. Lin Shan turned his eyes to Wei Wufu. At this time, Wei Wufu had just entered the pool area and was heading towards the waterfall. Although Wei Wufu's endurance was not as strong as Lin Shan's, It was still much stronger than that of ordinary ascenders. He still managed to survive this way of consuming physical strength. As the number of reincarnations of his life base increased, Wei Wufu's strength and speed also increased. He put on a white robe and forced his way through the turbulence, approaching the waterfall. After trying several times, he finally grabbed the rock. After getting out of the water, although the impact of the waterfall was stronger, it became easier for Wei Wufu. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Wei Wufu should be fine. He had time to look at his life base. The 5th turn reverser only had enhanced attributes and talents, and no new talents appeared. The 6th turn inheritance fan, the dance fan talent already has 6 styles. The first style is open, the second style is scatter, the third style is close, the fourth style is spin, the fifth style is lock, and the sixth style is shake. Lin Shen has already used the first 2 styles very skillfully. The third style close is to directly close the fan bones in the open or scattered state. The closed fan bones do not return to the original state, but retain the light feathers at the tip of the fan bones. Many light feathers are combined into one, forming a state similar to a lightsaber. In the combined state, the power, speed, toughness, and hardness of the inheritance fan are all improved, which is the strongest combat state. The 4-style spin is a power skill. Through the rotation of the fan, it can enhance the destructive power or produce the effect of unloading force. It depends on how to use it. It is very skillful. The 5th-style lock is a more bizarre talent skill. It can use the inheritance fan to lock the opponent's life base or weapon. The effect needs to be tested in actual combat. The 6th-style shake, the fan shakes and the hero bends. Strangely, this is actually an auxiliary talent. Lin Shen didn't dare to experiment in the Ascension Pool, so he could only try these new talents and skills after returning. Although the 2 life bases were 5 and 6, the blessing they gave to Lin Shen was almost equivalent to the 10th turn of a single life base. The 9 turns enhanced 80% of the attributes, while the 10th turn could double the attributes. The 10th turn itself was quite special. Tian Xian flew back and landed beside Lin Shen, and asked casually, "Is your life base 10th turn?" "6th turn," Lin Shen replied. "How can it only be 6 turns?" Tian Xian was slightly startled. His life base was already 8 turns. When Lin Shen rushed up before, the water flow was even stronger than when he rushed up. He thought Lin Shen had already 10 turns. Maybe something went wrong. "I think there is something wrong with the Ascension Pool today," Lin Shen said. "That's right." Tian Xian thought about it, and it seemed that something was wrong. He became proud again. "You are only at the 6th level, but I have already ascended to the 8th level. Follow me in the future and I will protect you. Don't say that you are only at the 8th level. Even if you are in Nirvana right now, you should still call me uncle. The seniority cannot be messed up," Lin Shen said with a smile. "You?" Tian Xian was about to swear, but he held back and snorted coldly. "I am too lazy to argue with you today." The 2 watched Wei Wufu climb the mountain upstream. It seemed that there was no problem at all. It was much easier than before in the water. Not long after, Wei Wufu disappeared in the clouds. He should be about to reach the top. Sure enough, after a while, Wei Wufu flew back. "Topped?" Tian Xian asked anxiously. Wei Wufu nodded, which was expected. "How many reincarnations?" Tian Xian asked again. 9. Wei Wufu's words made Tian Xian deflated immediately. When he came here, he had more reincarnations than Wei Wufu, and now Wei Wufu has 1 more reincarnation than him. What a mess this Ascension Pool is. It's a mess. Tian Xian thought that Lin Shen only had 6 reincarnations, and his mood improved again. After the 3 left the Ascension Pool and returned to the hotel, Tian Sun was waiting for them. He was a little surprised to hear that Lin Shen only had 6 reincarnations. "According to what you said, there may be some problems with the Ascension Pool, but I don't know if it's man-made or for some other reason." Tian Sun frowned and thought. "Tian Sun, you know the steward who calls himself Xiao Liuzi, right?" Lin Shen wanted to find out what kind of person this steward is. "Why are you asking about him?" Tian Sun was a little surprised. "He and I get along quite well, and he gave me some things, so I asked." Lin Shen took out the underwater technique book given to him by Managerin and handed it to Tian Sun. Managerin is the chief manager of the Imperial Palace and a close minister of the Emperor. But in addition to this identity, he has another identity, which you should know, Tian Sun said. "I know. What do I know?" Lin Shen was a little confused. "Since you know that he calls himself Xiao Liuzi and that his last name is An, don't you understand? An Lu, the 6th strongest person in the An family." Lin Shen had never thought about it before. Tian Sun said seriously, His ranking of 6th place was decades ago. In these decades, Enlil has never challenged him. He is in the Imperial Palace, and no one from the N family has challenged him, so few people know how strong he is now. But some people say that he has experienced 11 nirvanas without losing his humanity. His strength is almost invincible among the nirvana level. If he did not need to serve the Emperor and leave the Imperial Palace, he would have broken through long ago. Isn't Zone 1 so strong? Lin Shen was a little surprised. He thought in Zone 1 was just a favorite of the Emperor, but he did not expect that he was so strong. Chapter 405. Tianqiuan flipped through the underwater technique book. Since there was no name on it, he didn't pay much attention to it at first. But after reading 2 pages, Tianqiuan suddenly closed it and returned it to Lin Shen, saying, "Don't show this technique book to others casually in the future." What's wrong? Lin Shen realized that this might not be as simple as a simple underwater technique book. If I'm not mistaken, this is the technique Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals created by General Managerin. It is his unique technique. Tianqiuan looked at Lin Shen in confusion. N16 wanted to get this technique for his son before, but General Managerin didn't agree. Why would he give it to you? Have you seen him before? I don't know him, and I haven't seen him before. Lin Shen shook his head. After Tianqiuan pondered for a moment, he raised his head and said, "You should go to Tianqiuan to take up your post as soon as possible, don't delay." I think so too. Lin Shen nodded. After only resting at home for a day, Lin Shen took his ID card to Tianqiuan to take up his post. It was completely different from what Lin Shen had imagined. He had thought that the Tianshi Academy was a department of the Emperor of Heaven. Although the previous dean was killed, its foundation must still be very strong. Before Lin Shen came, he was still thinking about how to suppress this group of strong soldiers and generals in the Tianshi Academy. But when Lin Shen arrived at the Tianshi Academy, he found that there were no strong generals here. The entire Tianshi Academy had a total of less than 300 people, of which more than 200 were field workers on alien planets all year round, and would hardly return to Zenith Star. Of the remaining 40 or so people, more than half had been suspended from work, and there were only a dozen people who were still working in the Tianshi Academy. What is outrageous is that among these dozen people, there are even grandpas and grandmas who guard the gate and clean the house. When Lin Shen arrived at Tianshi Academy, people in the office were either drinking tea, chatting, playing with communicators, or playing cards together. There was even a big sister knitting a sweater. Is this really Tianshi Academy? Did I go to the wrong place? The minions of the Emperor of Heaven, the thugs of the Empire, are so ugly. Lin Shen suddenly understood why he, a small ascender, could be appointed as the dean by the Emperor of Heaven. After Lin Shen revealed his identity, an old man wearing glasses took him to the dean's office and handed over some items and various documents belonging to the dean. How to say the eyes of others looking at Lin Shen, it just feels a little numb. No hostility, no flattery. Lin Shen feels that this is a group of guys lying flat. Lin Shen had to call everyone to a meeting. They were quite cooperative. Basically, everyone who could come came. There were only 17 people in total, and the average age was less than 200 years old. The youngest member is a 54-year-old young man from the Tage tribe, and he is also the only ordinary member of the Tianshi Academy without a position. Even the old man who guards the gate is the head of the security department. The rest are either heads of this or that, and there are as many as 4 deputy deans. Fuck you. This is not a Tianshi Academy. This is a nursing home, okay? Lin Shen was stunned. He thought he was here to show off his skills and make money, but now it seems that it is not the case at all. Dean, our academy's water and electricity bills and repair funds have been in arrears for a long time, and the field allowance has not been issued for many years. Our pension has also stopped paying for many years. Can you see if you can solve it first? And Sai, a female Tianran secretary who is more than 200 years old, whose official position is assistant to the dean, that is, the old lady who knits sweaters in the office, brought a stack of materials to Lin Shen. The water and electricity bills have been in arrears for more than 340 years, and the repair fees have not been paid for more than 400 years. Lin Shen was really dumbfounded this time. He didn't know how this thing was owed, and it had been owed for hundreds of years without being paid. He suspected that this secretary was playing a trick on him. The secretary saw Lin Shen's thoughts and explained while knitting. When Tianshi Academy was prosperous, who dared to ask for the money? They would rather rush to give money. Since Tianshi Academy collapsed, the money owed has to be repaid. Over the years, the situation of Tianshi Academy has become worse and worse, and the debt has increased. The higher authorities do not allocate money, and the academy has no income. It has never been able to pay it back, And it has been in this situation now. Those who have connections and can leave have found ways to transfer, and those who have some ability have also stopped working and found their own way. Only the old, weak, and disabled like us are still here. At least we can wait until retirement. Now we have been looking forward to you, the Dean, for a long time. The Emperor of Heaven has chosen you as the Dean. He must want to revive the reputation of Tianshi Academy. He must have allocated a lot of money to you, right? The rest can be owed first. Anyway, more debts are better than more burdens. Otherwise, we can make up the pension owed first. After listening to the secretary's words, Lin Shen coughed and said, the old man Tiandi will definitely allocate money, but he hasn't said when or how much he will allocate. Let's wait and see. The secretary's face fell when she heard it. Dean, you are here to live a leisurely life, but you shouldn't be here at your age. And Sai, what's the point of calling me Dean or not? Just call me Xiao Yan. Lin Shen pointed at the sweater she was knitting and said, you knitted this sweater well, but it's missing a few flower needles. Lin Shen had no money, and he couldn't clean up this mess, but he had to make a living. He first asked them not to urge him for money, and to make a living. Dean, do you know this? Anton Sai was a little surprised. I know a little. I know a little. Look at this needle, it's backed off like this. It's passed through like this. And then it's picked like this. Lin Shen felt that he had been dug a big hole by the Emperor of Heaven. He was not here to be the Dean, but to plug the hole and settle the account. This flower pattern is beautiful. Teach me again. I didn't remember it just now. Anton Sai looked at it, and praised it again and again. It was Lin Shen's first day at Tianshi Academy, but he quickly integrated into the army of lying flat. Lin Shen was not good at other things, but he was still good at eating, drinking and having fun. He had tea with a vice dean, played Go with another vice dean, played cards with several directors and ministers, and discussed the skills of planting grass and flowers with another vice dean. In addition, chatting about gossip with Secretary Onsai made Lin Shen feel that he was hundreds of years ahead of his peers and entered retirement life in advance. Anyway, as long as he was not asked about money, he could talk about anything and play anything. In a few days, he completely became a member of Tianshi Nursing Home. Lao Lu, this card is boring to play. Try the mahjong cards in our hometown. It is much more fun than your cards. Lin Shen carved a set of mahjong by himself and tricked several directors and ministers to play. At first, they were reluctant, but they became more and more addicted after playing for a while. This thing soon became popular in Tianshi Nursing Home. Chapter 406. Tianxuan took Tianxin back to the giant ring star first. She was responsible for the land reclamation there, and could not stay on the Zenith Star for a long time. Wei Wufu followed Lin Shen, and stayed on the Zenith Star. Every day, apart from going to the Krayer planet to hunt the Super Source Dragon, he was studying the problem of Nirvana. However, Wei Wufu did not plan to achieve Nirvana outside. As a member of the Wei family, he had to return to the mother planet for Nirvana. Once he achieved Nirvana, he would never come out again. Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu how the Nirvana of the Wei family achieved Nirvana on the mother planet. Wei Wufu said that they all took the path of small Nirvana, and only needed a Nirvana egg to complete Nirvana. There is no real base change on the mother planet, and the path of great Nirvana cannot be taken, unless Nirvana is achieved on an alien planet, but if Nirvana is achieved on an alien planet, it cannot be returned, so there is no choice. Lin Shen was idle, and sat in the dean's office to study the book Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals given to him by General Managerin. The name of this technique is not very good, but the skills in it are very strange. Lin Shen summarized it, and found that there were only 2 moves in total. One was called Shrimp Slide, and the other was called Crab Step. Lin Shen felt that Managerin must have named them during dinner. Although the names were strange, these 2 moves were indeed interesting. Under normal circumstances, running forward is definitely faster than retreating, but this Shrimp Slide teaches people how to retreat quickly and fiercely, just like a shrimp bouncing back in the water. Retreating is faster than rushing forward, and this move is probably the only one in the world. Crab Step is a sideways technique, which also teaches people how to run sideways faster than running forward. These 2 moves seem ordinary, but they are actually very useful. Lin Shen was very interested. After practicing for a while, he felt that it was not difficult to get started, and soon got into the door. If I can integrate the Shrimp Slip and Crab Step into my wave trading fist, I can create a wave of fist in the reverse and horizontal direction. The more Lin Shen practiced, the more he felt that these moves were really to his liking. When Ouyang Yudu left Zenith Star, he just sent a message to him and Wei Wufu, which roughly meant that he was going back to Liuhua Star, and that he could go to Liuhua Star to find him if he had anything to do in the future. He wanted to let Ouyang Yuta stay, but he himself was not doing well in Zenith Star, and he didn't know how long he could stay as the dean of the Tianshi Academy, so he couldn't say it. Since Lin Shan came to the Tianshi Academy, the Emperor of Heaven seemed to have forgotten about this matter, and he didn't allocate money to the Tianshi Academy, nor did he assign special tasks. In addition to practicing his body movements every day, Lin Shan was studying how to make money to buy mutant ascension fluid and mutant spiritual base. In a place like Zenith Star, as long as you have money, you can buy everything, and it is too easy to increase the base mutation rate. But making money is not easy. At least Lin Shan has not thought of any way to make money now. Ansai, is this golden star an asset under the name of our Tianshi Academy? When Lin Shan was looking at the assets under the name of Tianshi Academy, he actually saw a planet. Golden star, yes, there were many planets under the name of Tianshi Academy in the past, but later they were either divided or used to pay off debts, which means that no one wants this golden star. Although it is also a base planet with many ascending resources, it is difficult for ordinary ascenders to survive there because the environment is too harsh. If there are too many debts to pay off, no one wants it, and if there are too few, we are not happy, so we leave it here. Ansai is considered a know-it-all in Tianshi Academy. There is nothing she doesn't know, especially those gossips and secrets. How bad is the environment of Golden Star? Lin Shan asked curiously. The gravity is too strong, and the atmosphere is not suitable for carbon-based organisms to survive. There is no oxygen, and it also contains a kind of metal toxin. If an ascender stays there for a few hours, even if there is a shell to filter, it will still cause serious damage to the body, and the body will gradually become metal. Ansai told Lin Shan the details of Golden Star. After listening, Lin Shan's eyes lit up. It is indeed difficult for ordinary ascenders to survive in such an environment, but he has the theory of evolution and the Immortal Sutra, so he should have no problem surviving there. The transmission device to enter Golden Star is in the warehouse of Tianshi Academy. When Lin Shan arrived at the warehouse, he found that the transmission device was covered with dirt. He didn't know how many years it had been there. Fortunately, the transmission device can still be used. Lin Shan used the transmission device to directly enter Golden Star. As soon as Lin Shan landed, he felt his body sink. With his physical fitness, he almost fell to the ground. What a strong gravity! Lin Shan was shocked. The gravity here is much stronger than that of King Kai. Creatures below the ascenders probably can't even stand up. Their bodies will be crushed by gravity. What he saw was endless gold. Of course, it was not real gold, but a metal that looked like gold. The whole planet was made of this metal, and its density was even greater than that of gold. The ground looked bare, with no plants, no mountains or rivers, and most places were relatively flat, with a few ups and downs occasionally, and the ground was full of potholes. Lin Shan held his breath and didn't breathe. With the filtering effect of the carapace, he couldn't smell any strange smell in the air. However, the theory of evolution started to work on its own, as if it was fighting against something. In the distance, a golden bull could be seen walking around, but those golden bulls were much smaller than the bulls on the human home planet. They were only as big as Lin Shan's waist, and looked very mini, like a calf. Lin Shan summoned the inheritance fan, and dispersed it directly. The inheritance fan turned into a series of lightsabers, and strangled the golden calf. Affected by the terrifying gravity here, the lightsabers transformed by the inheritance fan flew very slowly, without the speed and momentum that should be upgraded. Moo! The golden bull made a strange cry and sprayed out a golden bullhorn blade from its mouth. Dang! 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 The golden bullhorn blade did not block the sword light transformed by the inheritance fan, but attacked Lin Shan. The lightsaber slashed at the golden bull, but only left scars on it, failing to seriously injure it. Hey, this guy has been reincarnated many times. Lin Shan's heart sank, and he used 3 consecutive punches to knock the golden bull's horn blade flying towards him away. Since there was no one here, Lin Shan simply summoned the Fate Breaker and asked her to fight the golden bull. The 5th turn Fate Breaker, who possessed all of Lin Shan's innate skills, directly activated the Super Base form and Super Base transformation, and smashed the golden bull's head with 1 punch. Killed the mutant 9-turn ascended creature Vajra Bull. Found the mutant 9-turn spirit Vajra Horn Blade. Lin Shan saw the upgrade on his watch clearly, and his eyes widened immediately. Oh my god, this thing is a mutant 9-turn. No wonder the attack power of the inheritance fan can't seriously injure it. Chapter 407. Lin Shan hurried to collect the base transformation liquid from the Vajra Bull. This guy was small, and the base transformation liquid on his body was even less, only half a bag, but it looked very viscous, as if it had been concentrated. In the environment of Golden Star, it is impossible for creatures that are not ascended to survive here. I don't know what the mutation rate is. I can encounter the 9 transformation mutation right away, so the mutation rate should not be low. Lin Shen gave the Vidra Bull's spiritual base to the fate-defying person, intending to increase her reincarnation times first. The inheritance fan is the life base displayed by Lin Shen. The level is increased slowly, which also has the effect of confusing others. The fate-defying person grabbed the 9 transformation Vidra Horn Blade, and under the blessing of the super base form, and the power of super base transformation, he actually broke the Vidra Horn Blade directly. The broken Vidra Horn Blade overflowed with golden spiritual light, which was absorbed into the body of the fate-defying person. The light on her body became stronger and stronger, and the spiritual light enveloped her body like a rosy glow. The next second, the fate-defying person turned into particles, and returned to Lin Shen's body, and began her reincarnation again. It's a 9-turn spirit base after all, so it should allow the fate-defying person to reincarnate twice, right? Lin Shen secretly calculated. Using the spirit base to reincarnate is obviously not as fast as the ascension pool. The fate-defying person has been in a reincarnation state. I don't know how long it will take to completely digest the spirit power of the 9-turn spirit base. Lin Shen himself was looking for ascending creatures on the Golden Star. His flying speed was too slow. If it was considered a fighter in other places, it could only be considered a small unmanned aircraft here. After flying for a long time, he only flew more than 10 miles. The evolution in his body was running faster and faster, but his body didn't feel anything unusual. It was probably that the metal toxin was about to be dealt with by the evolution. Lin deeply understood what it meant to be a vast land with few people. He had been flying for more than an hour, and had not seen the second ascending creature. Other planets have all kinds of creatures in groups. It is so difficult to find an ascending creature here. The gravity is so strong, and there are strange metal toxins in the air. No wonder people don't agree to use the Golden Star to pay off the debt. The 4th mansion of the Yin family. Father. Concubine came to N4, looking a little unhappy. Romer, why are you back? N4 looked at Enrong and frowned slightly. The Emperor is with the bitch Tianfei every day. I can't do anything in the Imperial Palace, so I just come back to see my father and mother. Enrong said angrily. Then you should also stay in the Imperial Palace. You are the Emperor's concubine. It is your duty to stay in the Imperial Palace. N4 said. My daughter knows that I just felt bad, and said some angry words. Enrong sighed. Those words are not what you should say. N4 scolded. If I don't tell you these words, who else can I tell them to? Enrong's face was full of misery. N4's expression eased a lot, and he said softly, Romer, you have suffered a lot these years. Enrong shook her head, and did not continue the topic. She also knew in her heart that it was useless to say these things. She could not escape what she had to bear no matter what she said. Father, I came back this time mainly to tell you one thing. What's so important? Why do you have to go there in person? N4 looked at Enrong and asked. Does father know this human called a Tian? Enrong said after thinking. The newly appointed dean of Tianshur Academy by the Emperor, a human who has been upgraded, arrived at Giant Ring Star not long ago, and was selected by Tian Sun to be fully trained. I have already investigated and found that this person has no relationship with Tian Ju's system. N4 said. I suspect that he is someone secretly trained by the Emperor, and he may be going to rebuild Tianshur Academy. Enrong said after considering. Why do you think so? N4 frowned. When a Tian went to the Ascension Pool before, the Emperor went to see it in person. Enrong repeated what happened in the Ascension Pool. It is possible to say that, but it is not so easy to rebuild the Tianshur Academy. After the dean was beheaded more than 100 years ago, the mess of Tianshur Academy has become worse and worse. Not to mention a mere human ascender, even if a nirvana with status and position is replaced, it is probably impossible to rebuild the Tianshur Academy. N4 sneered. The Emperor is short of money again. In order to make money, he can think of any idea. Although the human is an ascender, he has great potential. If this chess piece of the Emperor really plays a role, will it have an impact on you and the 4th mansion? Don't worry, our 4th mansion has worked hard for the Emperor over the years. Even if there is no merit, there is hard work. You just need to serve the Emperor with peace of mind. Don't worry about anything else and don't do unnecessary things. N4 gave a few instructions, and asked Enrong to return to the Imperial Palace as soon as possible, and not stay outside for too long. After Enrong left, N4 pondered for a long time, called someone over and said, Tianshur Academy has a new dean, And the debt they owe has a real owner, so it's time to go and collect it. Yes, sir, I take care of it right away. The man took the order and left. I've worked so hard for you over the years, helped you make so much money, did so much dirty work, offended so many people, and now you want to kick me away. How can it be so easy? And Four muttered to himself, his face full of coldness. Lin Shen was looking for ascending creatures on the Golden Star. More than 2 hours had passed, but he still hadn't found the second ascending creature. There are too few creatures in this broken place. Lin Shen flew to a high altitude and looked around. He couldn't see even one creature within a radius of hundreds of miles, and he was very depressed. He fell from the sky and planned to drink some base transformation liquid before continuing to look. As soon as he landed on the ground, Lin Shen found some strange places. There were many small holes on the metal ground not far away. He found that something seemed to be going in and out of those small holes. Walking over and taking a closer look, Lin Shen was surprised. The things that went in and out of those small holes were actually golden calves the size of ants. Those golden calves crawled out of the holes on the ground that looked like honeycombs, turned around nearby, used their horns to push up a piece of metal debris, and then returned to the cave. There were dozens of golden calves coming in and out of this small area. These golden calves look very similar to the diamond bull I killed before, but why are they so small? They are not even as big as ants. No wonder I searched in the air for a long time and didn't see a single creature. Aren't all the creatures here so small? What's wrong with that diamond bull? Why is it so big? Lin Shen was thinking about it, and suddenly felt something wrong with his body. The theory of evolution was running wildly, but his body seemed to shrink and became smaller rapidly, while the bodies of those golden calves grew rapidly in his eyes. Chapter 408. Oh my god, what's going on? In the blink of an eye, those golden calves that were originally the size of ants looked like real yellow cattle in his eyes, or even bigger. As his body became smaller, Lin Shen became very far away from those golden calves and the cave. The ground that was originally just a pit became many mountains and huge pits in Lin Shen's eyes. Lin Shen couldn't figure out what happened. The theory of evolution was still running wildly, but his body showed no signs of growing. Didn't they say that there were only metal toxins on the Golden Planet? How could it make people's bodies smaller? Lin Shen was extremely confused. He didn't want to be a mini-man. How could he expand the Yi family? Even if he could accept it, he couldn't find a mini-woman who could match him. When he was worried, he saw a golden bull running over from a distance. It found Lin Shen, moved strangely, and directly sprayed out a diamond horn blade, killing Lin Shen. Lin Shen summoned the Fan of Inheritance and used the skill of combination. The Fan of Inheritance turned into a lightsaber in his hand and slashed at the Vidrahorn blade. The hard Vidrahorn blade was cut into a gap by the lightsaber. In the combined state, the various attributes of the Fan of Inheritance were top level, and ordinary life bases could not withstand the slash of the lightsaber. The Vidrahorn blade was not directly cut off by the lightsaber, indicating that this Vidrahorn blade may have been reincarnated many times, or may have an enhanced life-based talent. After slashing the Vidrahorn blade with one blow, Lin Shen threw the lightsaber away casually. The lightsaber turned into a stream of light, like a drill, with a strong rotation, and flew directly to the Golden Bull. The speed of the Golden Bull was obviously much slower than the lightsaber, and there was no time to dodge, and the diamond horn blade could not catch up with the lightsaber. The lightsaber pierced directly into the belly of the Golden Bull, drilling through its diamond body, like a drill bit, and flew out from the other side. The Golden Bull screamed and tried to push away the lightsaber that flew back again, but the speed of the lightsaber was too fast, and it flew over from the other side, and pierced through its body. After a few consecutive hits, the Golden Bull fell to the ground and was completely dead. Killed the second transformation Metal Bull, and found the mutant spirit base Diamond Horn Blade. Lin Shen's eyes widened suddenly. He didn't expect that this Metal Bull was only a second transformation ascendant, and he didn't expect that it was still a mutation. Are all the Diamond Bulls here mutants? Lin Shen thought of the many Diamond Bulls he had just seen. If all of them were mutants, then as long as he kept killing these mutant Diamond Bulls here, it would not be difficult for his life base to be 10 times, and the base mutation rate would soon reach 100%. Lin Shen hurried to collect the Ascension Fluid, and at the same time picked up the Vidrahorn Blade and activated it with his own power. Soon Lin Shen saw the properties of the Vidrahorn Blade. The properties themselves were not a big problem, just a relatively high second-level property. However, the Vidrahorn Blade has an indestructible talent, which not only doubles the hardness and toughness of the Vidrahorn Blade, but also has an effect of not being easily damaged. No wonder the second-level Vidrahorn Blade can actually go head-to-head with my 6th level inheritance fan, and it only suffered a little damage. This Vidra indestructible life-based talent is quite powerful. Lin Shen had never seen the properties of the 9th turn diamond horn blade before. Now that he had seen it, he realized that this life-based talent was quite powerful. Unfortunately, the indestructible diamond only enhanced hardness and toughness, and did not improve strength and speed, so it was not a big threat to Lin Shen. This 2nd turn diamond bull also has problems with its body hardness. It is estimated that it also has a talent skill similar to the indestructible diamond. This creature is good as a meat shield or a mount. After collecting the ascension fluid, Lin Shen dived in the direction of the group of diamond bulls he had just discovered. That should be the nest of the diamond bulls. Lin Shen wanted to see if the diamond bulls there were all mutant creatures. Just after crossing a mountain, he saw 3 diamond bulls looking for metal fragments nearby. The whole planet is made of gold like metal. Why are they running around looking for metal fragments instead of moving metal at the door of the nest? And it seems that they are still picking and choosing, not just any metal fragments. Lin Shen hid behind a large piece of metal and quietly looked at the 3 diamond bulls. After a while, Lin Shen saw that one of the metal bulls seemed to have discovered something, and it shouted excitedly, lowered its head, and hit a metal block. The bull's horns flashed, and after a few hits, the metal block was broken into pieces. The metal of Golden Star has high density and hardness, but its toughness seems to be very poor, otherwise it should not be broken into pieces like stone. Generally speaking, the toughness and ductility of metals are relatively high, and the metal of Golden Star is obviously a little different. After smashing the metal block, the Vidra bull used its head to push a few times in the broken metal block, and soon bit a piece of fragment with its mouth and picked it out. Lin Shen secretly looked at it, and found that the metal fragment held by the Vidra bull seemed to be somewhat different from the other metal fragments. Although they were both golden in color, this fragment looked more colorful, and had a faint sense of crystal clearness, more like golden jade than metal. So these Vidra bulls are looking for this kind of metal fragment. What do they want this kind of metal fragment for? Lin Shen suddenly realized it, and at the same time had new doubts. Unable to think of an answer, Lin Shen planned to get the fragment back to sea. He summoned the inheritance fan again, directly transformed into a lightsaber form, and flew towards the Vidra bull holding the metal fragment. Because the speed was too fast, the Vidra bull had no time to react, and was pierced into the head by the lightsaber like a drill, which directly drilled through its head. The Vidra bull fell to the ground and twitched. The lightsaber flew in the air, and the other 2 metal bulls spit out diamond horn blades to intercept, but unfortunately the speed was too slow. After a while, they were all pierced through the head, and fell to the ground dead. The watch continuously showed the reminder of killing mutant diamond bulls, 2 of which were 1st turn, and 1 of which was 2nd turn, all of which were mutants. They are all mutants. This is really rich. Lin Shen was ecstatic and hurried to collect the ascension liquid. The diamond horn blades were also collected by Lin Shen. After the rebellious person had digested it, he would continue to feed her with the metal horn blades, so that she could be promoted to the 10th turn as soon as possible. He did not feed the inheritance fan for the time being, mainly because he had to rely on the inheritance fan to fight. If it also digested and reincarnated, Lin Shen would have to fight alone, which was not in line with Lin Shen's habits. The diamond bulls he encountered now were not a threat to him, but there were so many diamond bulls. If he encountered a diamond bull with special talents and skills, if he was trapped, he would have to withstand the siege of thousands of diamond bulls, and it was hard to say whether he could rush out. Chapter 409. He was moving towards the nest of the Vidra bull, while hunting down any Vidra bull he could find. The closer he got to the nest, the more Vidra bulls there were. All the Vidra bulls he killed were mutated and ascended without exception. The strange thing was that, except for the large Vidra bull he encountered at the beginning, which was at the 9th level, these mini Vidra bulls were at most at the 3rd level, and most of them were at the 1st or 2nd level. After killing more than a dozen Vidra bulls, Lin Shen finally came to the nest of the Vidra bull, lurking on the top of a nearby mountain, and peering into the nest of the metal bull. Lin Shen discovered that the nest of the Vidra bull was a huge round pit, and there were many caves on the mountain walls around the round pit, which Lin Shen had seen before. But from the perspective of a giant at that time, he didn't feel that there was anything special about the caves. But from the perspective of today, it is a very huge project to make so many caves on the mountain wall, which looks very spectacular. An astonishing number of diamond bulls were going in and out of the caves, running in different directions to look for that special metal fragment. Lin Shen got several pieces of that metal fragment, but he didn't know what it was. He only knew that this metal fragment was much harder and more ductile than the ordinary metal on the Golden Star. It looked a bit like jade, but its properties were still those of metal. It was hard and ductile. There were too many diamond bulls below, and Lin Shan didn't dare to take the risk of hunting them. It would be troublesome to be surrounded by them. Anyway, he had already obtained a lot of mutant ascension fluid and spiritual base, which was enough for him to use for a while, so there was no need to take risks now. Lin Shan hid in the mountains, observing the nest of the Vidra bull, and kept drinking the mutation ascension liquid. He continued to drink it after digesting it, hoping to reach a 100% base mutation rate as soon as possible. The golden star also has the sun as a light source, but the day here is much longer than that of the human mother planet. When night fell, Lin Shan felt the temperature around him drop sharply. The golden star is hot during the day and terribly cold at night. The environment is too extreme. Even Lin Shan feels a little uncomfortable. It is probably extremely difficult for ordinary ascenders to survive here, and it is impossible to survive here for a long time. Those Vidra bulls actually abide by the law of working at sunrise and resting at sunset. When night falls, most of the Vidra bulls return to their nests. Some Vidra bulls left their nests too far away, and did not have time to return to the nests before night fell. Their bodies gradually stiffened in the extreme cold, and soon they stood there motionless as if they were frozen. Although the temperature at night is very low, it is not low enough to freeze the ascended creatures. There is something wrong here. Lin Shan thought about it, quietly went down the mountain, and sneaked towards the frozen Vidra bulls. Along the way, Lin Shan carefully tested and investigated, and soon confirmed that there were indeed no Vidra bulls in the nest that would come out, and the Vidra bulls outside had indeed lost their ability to move. Lin Shan came to a Vidra bull, and no matter how he pushed it, it did not react at all, like a golden statue, not a living thing at all. Strange, the Vidra bull's body is so strong, how could it not withstand such a small temperature? Lin Shan was even more confused. However, this discovery made Lin Shan bolder. Anyway, the Vidra bulls could not come out at night, so he had nothing to fear. Lin Shan did not kill the frozen Vidra bulls, so as not to alarm the Vidra bulls in the nest with their noise. He quietly came to a cave entrance in the nest, wanting to see what was going on inside. The cave turned a corner not far inside. Fortunately, there was only one passage, not a complicated structure. After hesitating for a while, Lin Shan decided to go in and take a look. Anyway, there was only one way. If there was any danger ahead, he would just run out directly. Those Vidra bulls could not block him outside. Lin Shan came to the turning point of the cave passage quietly, and looked inside quietly. This look almost scared him to death. His body used the shrimp slip technique to bounce back like a conditioned reflex. The speed of retreat was incredible, and he retreated several meters in an instant. At the corner of the passage, there was a Vidra bull, staring at Lin Shan with wide eyes. Just now, Lin Shan looked into its eyes, and his face was almost touching its face. Soon, Lin Shan found that this Vidra bull was also frozen, and could not move at all, and it was impossible for him to attack him. Scare me. Lin Shan rubbed his heart, which was beating wildly. He almost had a heart attack just now. The Vidra bulls, who returned to the nest, were also frozen, and could not move. Why did they rush back to the nest? Lin Shan felt more and more strange. Going around the Vidra bull, Lin Shan continued to walk into the cave, and saw several Vidra bulls that were frozen and could not move. Dang! As Lin Shan was continuing to walk forward along the cave, he suddenly heard a dull metal collision sound coming from deep in the cave. Lin Shan immediately stopped, pressed his body against the cave wall, and stared at the front. But nothing appeared in front of him, but he heard another crisp metal collision sound. This collision sound was much crisper and lighter than the previous one. Dang! Ding! Dang! Ding! Dang! Ding! The two sounds, one heavy and one crisp, appeared repeatedly and rhythmically. The more Lin Shan listened, the more he felt that the sound was like the sound of iron forging. Before the advent of mechanized iron forging, two people were needed to cooperate in the hammering stage of iron. Generally, the apprentice held the big hammer, and the master held the small hammer. Where the small hammer fell, the big hammer followed. The master's small hammer was a baton, and the apprentice's big hammer was used to hammer the iron. Through the cooperation of the two, they were constantly trimmed and hit, and finally forged into an ideal state. At this time, the sound Lin Shan heard was like two people cooperating in iron forging, and the rhythm and sound were very similar. How can someone be forging iron in a place like this? This is the nest of a diamond bull. There can't be anyone here, right? Even if the diamond bull is very intelligent, it's impossible for them to use tools to forge iron with their hooves, right? Lin Shan felt more and more strange as he listened. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Lin continued to go deeper into the cave. Along the way, he saw many diamond bulls, whose heads were as immobile as statues, which made Lin feel even more strange. He couldn't figure out what was forging iron. The cave twisted and turned, but there was no fork in the middle. He walked all the way to the end and found that there was a cave at the end of the cave. Lin stretched his head to look into the cave and saw a strange scene. Chapter 410. In the cave, there was a blue flame gushing out from the ground, like a blue pillar of fire, reaching a height of 3 or 4 meters. Next to the blue pillar of fire, there was a big bull with a red body. It looked very similar to the King Kong bull, but its body was red like fire. At this time, the red King Kong bull was raising its front hooves and stepping on a metal platform. There was actually a piece of red-hot metal on the metal platform. As the two front hooves of the red King Kong bull stepped on it up and down, it made the rhythmic iron-beating sound that Lin heard. The red-hot metal was gradually changing shape under the trampling of the bull's hooves. After the temperature of the metal dropped, the red King Kong bull pushed the metal block with its hooves into the blue pillar of fire next to it, and the metal block was suspended in the pillar of fire. After forging for a while, the metal block in the blue fire column gradually burned golden red. The red diamond bull pushed the metal block back to the stage with another hoof, raised its hoof again, and stepped on the metal block rhythmically. A cow can actually forge iron. Lin was a little dazed, and had never thought that there would be such a scene. If it was said that the Minotaurs, like the super burning tribe, could forge iron, Lin could still accept it, and would not find it strange. It was really surprising that the ascended creatures could also forge iron. After watching for a while, Lin was even more surprised to find that the red diamond bull could not only forge iron, but also forge repeatedly. After the iron block was stepped on into a certain shape, the red metal bull stopped stepping on it, and pushed it to the other side. There were many metal blocks of the same size neatly stacked there. The red diamond bull pressed several metal blocks together, and threw them into the blue fire column. After the stacked metal blocks were burned red, the red metal bull pushed the metal blocks back to the workbench and continued to stomp. It's amazing. Lin listened to the clanging sound and felt that his worldview was overturned. Lin also saw that the metal blocks forged by the red diamond bull were actually special metal fragments. The diamond bulls brought metal fragments here to forge. What exactly do they want to forge? Weapons. They have diamond horns. Why do they still forge weapons? In addition to weapons, what else can they make? Armor? Lin thought this was a bit far-fetched. After watching the diamond bull forging iron for most of the night, Lin couldn't see what it wanted to make. It repeatedly beat the materials, as if it just wanted to get better and purer materials, not to make any objects. Lin calculated the time and felt that there was not much time left before dawn, so he planned to retreat. Otherwise, after dawn, these golden bulls would regain their mobility, and it would not be so easy to rush out. He did not intend to kill them wantonly. Anyway, the golden star was in his hands. He could kill these mutant diamond bulls anytime he wanted. There was no need to kill them now. When he was about to leave, he heard a strange sound again. Lin looked at the cave again. There were many passages in the cave, which seemed to be connected in all directions. The strange sound should have come from one of the passages. Lin listened carefully, and felt that the sound was very close. It should be coming towards this side. Sure enough, after a while, he saw a metal bull cart coming out of a passage below. The one pulling the metal cart was actually a golden Vidra bull, which had not lost its mobility. Oh my god, these metal bulls can actually make a cart? Lin was even more surprised. The cart stopped beside the workbench, and the red metal bull pushed the forged metal block into the cart, and then the golden Vidra bull pulled the cart to another passage. Lin saw that there were still many metal blocks in the cart. The red metal bull only put one block in, and there were so many blocks inside, which made Lin have to suspect that there should be many Vidra bulls, like the red Vidra bull, in the Vidra bull's nest that can forge iron. This is really a strange place. Lin did not dare to stay here any longer, and left the Vidra bull's nest first. He left the nest along the passage all the way, and when he was about to leave the nest, Lin suddenly stopped, and his body quickly stuck to the wall of the cave, secretly looking out. In the night, there was a ferocious giant figure, tearing up the Vidra bull that failed to enter the cave before the night fell. What is that thing? Lin looked carefully, but it was a bit dark outside, and he couldn't see it clearly. It was probably a creature that was several times larger than the Vidra bull, and shaped like a rhinoceros beetle. The Vidra bull, which couldn't move, was dismembered and eaten by the creature. It only took half an hour for a Vidra bull to be completely swallowed by the thing. There were several Vidra bulls outside that didn't have time to return to the nest, but now there was only one left that hadn't been eaten. As the sky gradually turned white, Lin Shen saw the creature more and more clearly. It really looked like a rhinoceros beetle, with a golden shell all over its body, a forked horn in front, and wings on its back. After it ate a diamond bull, it pounced on the remaining diamond bull, and it seemed that it was not going to let any diamond bull go. There were many puddles of debris and residual liquid on the ground outside, which should be the remains of the diamond bulls eaten by the golden rhinoceros. Lin Shen looked for a while, and heard the sound of hooves in the depths of the cave. He knew that the diamond bulls had regained their ability to move, so he did not hesitate, and flew out of the cave directly. He did not approach the golden rhinoceros beetle, but flew in another direction to avoid a conflict with the golden rhinoceros beetle. Lin Shen did not know what kind of ability and level the golden rhinoceros beetle had, and did not want to take the risk of fighting it. However, seeing that it could easily decompose the diamond bull with its serrated claws, it must be very powerful. If it was just an ascending creature, Lin Shen would not be afraid of it. If it was a nirvana creature, Lin Shen might not be its opponent, so there was no need to take risks. Besides, the Vidra bulls had already recovered their mobility, and would probably rush out of the cave soon. If they fought with the golden rhinoceros beetle now, they would inevitably be surrounded. Lin Shen did not want to provoke the golden rhinoceros beetle, but the golden rhinoceros beetle instead set its sights on him. The golden rhinoceros beetle, which was eating, found Lin Shen flying out of the cave. It stared at Lin Shen with its blood-red eyes for a while, and then flapped its wings and flew up. The Vidra bull, which had not yet finished eating, did not want the remaining body, and chased Lin Shen, who was flying in the air. "What's wrong with you? You don't eat the food that's right in front of you, but you have to chase me. Are you trying to die?" Lin Shen saw its flying speed, and knew that this guy should not be a nirvana creature, and he felt relieved immediately. Chapter 411. Although it is not a nirvana creature, its flying speed is quite fast, and it should be the top among the flying upgrades. Of course, the wings on its body must have a blessing for its flying speed. However, it must be a high reincarnation ascended creature to be able to catch up with Lin Shen. Lin Shen did not look back, but just tried to stay away from the nest of the diamond bulls, and then dealt with this golden rhinoceros beetle alone. Now Lin Shen knew why those diamond bulls had to return to the nest before nightfall, probably to prevent this golden rhinoceros beetle. With its size, it is definitely impossible to get in. As long as it returns to the nest, even if it loses the ability to move, it does not have to worry about being eaten. The golden rhinoceros beetle's eyes were bloodshot, and it flapped its wings to speed up, getting closer and closer to Lin Shen. Lin Shen had to activate the super base form, increase his speed, and increase the distance again. What surprised Lin Shen was that the golden rhinoceros beetle caught up with him again after a while, and its speed was also increased. Looking back, I saw that the golden rhinoceros beetle was glowing with golden light. I don't know what skill it used, but its speed was getting faster and faster. After an estimation, it was quite a distance from the nest of the diamond bull. It shouldn't be discovered if it fought here. Lin Shen simply stopped running and directly sacrificed the inheritance fan. Disperse. With a light shout from Lin Shen, the fan dispersed into a sky full of lightsabers, strangling the golden unicorn like a meteor shower. The golden unicorn actually ignored those lightsabers, and still rushed towards Lin Shen. One after another lightsaber slashed at its body, but were blocked by the golden halo, and bounced out one by one. That skill actually has defensive capabilities? Lin Shen frowned slightly, condensed his fists, and stepped forward, and blasted out 3 consecutive punches. Perhaps aware of the threat of the 3 consecutive punches, the forked horn in front of the rhinoceros beetle burst into golden light, and actually forcibly split the fist wave formed by the 3 consecutive punches. Looking at the golden rhinoceros beetle that continued to rush over, Lin Shen was suddenly shocked. This guy's skills are quite powerful. Seeing that the golden rhinoceros beetle had already rushed over, Lin Shen had to move sideways, like a crab, avoiding its impact, and directly entered the super basic form, and backhanded another 3 consecutive punches. Originally thought that this time at least the golden rhinoceros beetle could be forced back, or even seriously injured. Who knew that the forked horn of the golden unicorn would hit it, and actually split Lin Shen's fierce fist wave again? What kind of skill is this? It's actually a bit of a counter to my treading wave fist. Lin Shen was secretly surprised. He used his body skills to dodge the impact of the golden rhinoceros beetle, and at the same time controlled the fan to use the close and spin styles. The lightsabers in the sky instantly gathered together, and condensed into a lightsaber, spinning and rushing towards the golden rhinoceros beetle. The golden rhinoceros beetle did not ignore the attack of the lightsaber this time, and turned around and hit the lightsaber with its horn. The collision between the two produced a terrifying shock wave, and the lightsaber was not able to fight the horn and was bounced away. Something. Lin Shan frowned slightly. The lightsaber itself has a doubling of attributes, plus the enhanced attributes of the sixth turn, and the enhanced destructive power generated by the rotation. The general 10-turn ascending creatures can't withstand the power of the lightsaber. The golden rhinoceros beetle was able to deflect the lightsaber, which showed its own terrifying strength. The defensive ability of the halo, and the offensive ability of the horn. This guy is very strong in both offense and defense. Lin Shan was about to use the power of strengthening the base to forcibly kill the golden rhinoceros beetle, when he suddenly felt a force spreading in his body, making his body feel as if he had eaten ginseng fruit, and it was indescribably comfortable. The rebel has completed his reincarnation. Lin Shan's mind moved, and the information of the rebel was clear. The rebel, who had previously turned 5, reached the 7th turn, and increased Lin Shan's attributes by 20%. Lin Shan's mind moved, and he summoned the rebel. The rebel stood in the air, shining with brilliance, silver hair and silver armor, and was as holy as a light elf. The rebel directly activated the super base form and various skills, and rushed towards the golden rhinoceros beetle without hesitation. Lin Shan stretched out his hand, and the fan of inheritance returned to his hand. The light on the fan converged, and he held it in his hand like an ordinary folding fan. Boom! The golden rhinoceros beetle's horn met the fist of the rebellious man, and the collision produced a terrifying explosion. The golden rhinoceros beetle and the rebellious man actually both retreated, and neither of them gained an advantage. The rebellious man, who was firing at full power, was not able to gain the upper hand. This was something Lin Shan had not expected. I knew that the golden rhinoceros beetle was very strong, but I didn't expect it to be so strong. The golden rhinoceros beetle's attack was blocked, and it opened its mouth and spit out a golden light. The golden light expanded in the air, and turned into a golden mountain in the blink of an eye, directly suppressing the rebellious man. Boom! The rebellious man forcibly punched the golden mountain, but was suppressed by the golden mountain. His body fell to the ground like a meteor, and a big hole was smashed in the golden ground. The fate-defying man was not injured, and once again soared into the sky like a cannonball, bombarding the golden mountain. The fate-defying man is too reckless. Lin Shan watched the fate-defying man confront the golden mountain again, and was repelled every time, and couldn't help but shook his head secretly. Although the fate-defying man was powerful, he was like a berserker, with no skills or tactics at all, just rushing forward. Fortunately, Lin Shan was just testing the fate-defying man's ability, so there was no problem with a head-on confrontation. But if the fate-defying man encounters adversity and disadvantages in the future, it is obviously not possible for the fate-defying man to force his way forward. Lin Shan gently shook the folding fan in his hand, and the hieroglyphs on the fan suddenly glowed. As Lin Shan shook the fan, the hieroglyphs seemed to float out with the wind and fell on the golden mountain. As the mysterious text fell on the golden mountain, the golden light of the golden mountain itself suddenly dimmed, and the mysterious texts imprinted on the golden mountain began to shine. The fate-defying man once again confronted the golden mountain. With a loud thunderclap, the golden mountain was actually smashed into a corner by the fate-defying man's fist. The 6th move of the fan dance is Shake. The effect is quite good. Lin Shan's mood, which was not very good just now, immediately changed from gloomy to bright. Shake is an auxiliary skill that can bless others, but it is only a negative blessing effect. Looking at this negative effect, it is really quite powerful. The golden rhinoceros beetle saw that its life base was damaged and turned around to run. Lin Shan was not willing to give it a chance to escape. He shook the folding fan in his hand again, and mysterious text lights and shadows flew out and landed on the golden rhinoceros beetle. The golden halo on the golden rhinoceros beetle surged, trying to block those mysterious text lights and shadows, but the halo dimmed a lot when it came into contact with the text lights and shadows, and those mysterious text lights and shadows became more and more shining, passing through the halo and directly imprinted on the golden rhinoceros beetle. Chapter 412. This skill of the inheritance fan is quite powerful. Lin Shan watched the fate-defying man brutally beating the rhinoceros beetle, secretly delighted in his heart. The golden rhinoceros beetle, which was able to fight back and forth with the fate-defying man just now, was now completely suppressed by the fate-defying man. The golden mountain and the golden rhinoceros beetle were affected by the negative effects, and their originally strong bodies became much more fragile, and it was difficult to withstand the fate-defying man's strong attack head-on. When the super base transformation experienced the final cooling and was completely formed, the fate-defying man directly punched the already broken golden mountain with one punch, and the life spirit inside scattered and was sucked into the body by the fate-defying man. The life base was blown up, and the golden rhinoceros beetle was immediately struck by lightning, and it could not resist the fate-defying man's attack, and its head was smashed with a few punches. Kill the Tin-Transformation Ascending Gold-Eating Rhinoceros Beetle. When Lin Shen saw the prompt, the fate-defying man had already turned into particles and returned to his body. The spiritual power of the Tin-Turn life base allowed her to enter the reincarnation state again. It turned out to be a Tin-Turn mutation. No wonder it is so difficult to kill. Lin Shen felt a little regretful. He originally wanted to see what kind of life-based talent the Golden Mountain had, but he was directly beaten by the person who defied fate. Without time to think about it, he took out the water bag to collect the ascension liquid of the gold-eating rhinoceros beetle. This is a Tin-Turn mutation ascension liquid, and the effect of increasing the base mutation rate is unparalleled. The evolution theory in Lin Shen's body has been running wildly, but his body has no intention of changing back, which makes Lin Shen a little worried. If he has to spend the rest of his life like this, wouldn't he be depressed to death? While collecting the ascension fluid, Lin Shen suddenly discovered that the belly of the gold-eating rhinoceros beetle was slightly bulging, as if there was something. Could it be that it ate too much Vajra bull, and its belly was swollen? Lin Shen was puzzled and reached out to touch it, but he couldn't feel what it was. After thinking about it, he turned the fan into a lightsaber, and cut the belly of the rhinoceros beetle. A pet egg rolled out from the incision. Pet egg. Lin Shen was overjoyed. This was a pet egg that had mutated and ascended 10 times. The pet hatched would at least be a mutated ascended pet. Thinking about the innate skills of the gold-eating rhinoceros beetle, it was still quite powerful. If you have such a pet around, you can use it as a main battle pet or a mount. It is very compatible. Just when I was imagining a bright future, when I rode the gold-eating rhinoceros beetle and made a shocking appearance, and was the focus of everyone's attention, I suddenly felt my hand lighten. Oh my god! You loser! You spit it out? Lin Shen saw that Fatty had crawled out of his backpack at some point, and actually took the gold-eating rhinoceros beetle egg from his hand and swallowed it. Lin Shen grabbed Fatty's neck with one hand and put the fingers of his other hand into its mouth, trying to dig out the pet egg. But there was no way to dig it out. It had already been swallowed into its stomach. You loser! Lin Shen was extremely depressed and wanted to strangle Fatty to death. Unfortunately, even if he strangled it to death, it would be useless, so he had to let it go and let Fatty fall to the ground. Before Fatty fell to the ground, his body suddenly burst into a strong white light, and the white light wrapped around his body, forming a light egg more than 1 person tall, completely wrapping Fatty's body inside. The next second, Lin Shen saw that the space around the light egg was obviously distorted, and extremely strange and gorgeous light bands extended from the distorted space. Cosmic Rainbow Light. Lin Shen was surprised and happy. He didn't expect that Fatty could also attract cosmic rainbow light. Judging from its situation, it seems to be ascending. But as far as Lin Shen knows, ascension should first condense the life base. How come it has not yet condensed the life base and attracted the cosmic rainbow light? No. This is not ascension. It's nirvana. Lin Shen saw that the light cocoon actually began to burn with a raging flame. The surrounding cosmic rainbow light was attracted here, as if it had become the fuel of the flame and was sucked into the flame, and the flame became more and more intense. Lin Shen stood next to the flame, but he didn't feel the abnormal temperature, and didn't know what kind of flame it was. If it is nirvana, it should require a nirvana egg. It is just a Tin-Transformation mutated ascending egg. It should not be possible to trigger nirvana. Lin Shen looked at the light cocoon wrapped in blazing white flames with a complicated expression. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. It was difficult to determine whether this was nirvana. Fatty had eaten so many pet eggs before, but there was no movement and no signs of evolution. The first evolution was such a big scene. Theoretically, once the cosmic rainbow light appears, it will spread to the void, allowing the entire universe to see its existence. However, the cosmic rainbow light triggered by Fatty was sucked into the flames and turned into fuel for the flames, so naturally there was no way to spread to the void. As the rainbow light of the universe poured in, the white flame gradually turned into a dazzling flame, burning more and more vigorously, almost like an erupting volcano. Lin Shen had to retreat again and again to avoid touching the flame and causing problems for Fatty's evolution. Fatty's evolution was getting more and more powerful, but unfortunately it was in a reduced state, and it looked terrifying, but in fact it was just a small fire. But this small fire burned more and more vigorously, and gradually it really looked like a flame that shot into the sky, almost illuminating half of the planet with colorful lights. Even though the sun had risen, its brilliance could not compare with that flame. Lin Shen flew back desperately, retreating again and again, to prevent himself from being involved in the flame. Fatty is going to cause trouble. Lin Shen looked at the flame that shot into the sky. The flame had broken through the clouds, and dispersed the clouds in the sky. From a distance, it looked like a colorful mountain of light that pierced the sky. All the rainbow lights of the universe were sucked in, constantly adding bricks and tiles to the light mountain. Suddenly, a clear sound resounded through the sky. The light mountain gushed out snow-white light and rushed directly into the void, turning into a snow-white light bird shadow, watering in the void, and at the same time making a phoenix cry that shook the universe. The sound of the phoenix continued for a long time, as if it would never end. Lin Shen listened to the sound and looked at the light and shadow of the white bird in the void, and his expression became a little strange. This is not a pigeon at all. It is clearly a white phoenix bird, with long feathers and dragging tail flames. It doesn't look like a pigeon at all. At this moment, the light and shadow of the white bird passed through the void, and was seen by people in every corner of the universe. Hearing the sound of the phoenix, they were all shocked. Because they didn't see the rainbow light of the universe, many people thought it was an advanced creature flying through the starry sky. But when they learned that the light and shadow of the white bird could be seen on many planets in the universe, they were all surprised, and could not figure out what was going on. Various bizarre legends about the white phoenix began to spread. Some said that the white phoenix broke through nirvana and achieved immortality, so it could appear in the universe. Others said that the white phoenix was born immortal, and even the universe was moved by its birth, so its light and shadows spread throughout the starry sky. Chapter 413. The volcanic flames on the golden star disappeared, and the rainbow light and distorted space in the universe also receded. The phoenix light and shadow in the starry sky also dimmed. After the light and shadow dissipated, a white dove appeared and flew down from the sky, landing right in Lin Shen's open palm. Lin Shen held Fatty and looked left and right. This guy seemed to be the same as before, without any change. Fatty, what level are you? Lin Shen looked at Fatty and asked. Fatty seemed to not understand what Lin Shen was saying at all, just rubbing his little head against Lin Shen's palm. Here you go again, it's useless to act cute, go kill monsters, we don't keep idle people or idle birds in our family. Lin Shen carried Fatty and walked towards the nest of the King Kong bull. When he saw a King Kong bull from a distance, he threw Fatty over. As a result, the fat boy fluttered his wings in the air, circled around, flew over again, landed on Lin Shen's shoulder, poked his head out, and got into the backpack. Alas, why did I raise such a lazy guy? Lin Shen was a little depressed, but if he thought about it, if he had a way, he would not be too lazy to fight monsters and upgrade, and he wanted to spend money to buy everything, so it was hard to blame the fat boy. However, since he knew that this guy was capable, if he didn't help in the future, he would just throw him out as a human bomb. The fate-defying person continued to digest the spiritual base and reincarnate. Lin Shen had so many ascension fluids and spiritual bases on hand, and he was too lazy to kill the diamond bulls again. He just wanted to wait until night to go to the diamond bull's nest to find out what those diamond bulls were doing by forging metal. He couldn't go back until his body recovered, so he found a place nearby and practiced shrimp soldiers and crab generals and thousands of people pointing at you. Thousands of people pointing at you is the complete or upgraded version of the Devil's Heart Finger. With the foundation of the Devil's Heart Finger, it was easier for Lin Shen to get started. The Devil's Heart Finger is about being unpredictable and true or false, and it talks about how to deceive others. Thousands of people pointing at you is even more insidious. The way of falsehood and reality is just the entry requirement of thousands of people pointing at you. After practicing it, you will reach the realm of being invisible and shadowless. You won't be able to see the attack at all, and you won't know how you got hit. This kind of fingering really suits Lin Shen's appetite. He secretly thought, if I can integrate the air force of Air Ba Quan into Qian Fu Ji, send out invisible and shadowless finger force, hurt people from a distance, and press acupoints without anyone noticing, it would be so cool. Lin Shen practiced it over and over again, moving his feet sideways and rebounding, and his hands were not idle, practicing various techniques of Qian Fu Ji. His moves became more and more ethereal, and the wind he brought when he pointed his fingers became smaller and smaller. It is obviously impossible to integrate the strong fist force of Air Ba Quan into Qian Fu Ji. The two extreme techniques of one hard and one soft cannot be integrated at all. Practicing for a while, and resting for half a day, Lin Shen finally made it to the night, and he sneaked towards the nest of the King Kong bull again. With the experience of the first time, Lin Shen quickened his pace this time, and soon arrived at the cave, where the red King Kong bull forged iron. Lin Shen found an angle that the red King Kong bull could not see and quietly flew into the cave. The red diamond bull seemed to notice something and turned around to look, but saw nothing. It turned back and continued to forge the metal. Lin Shen was like a wandering soul, using the strange body skills taught to him by Ayun to keep wandering in the blind spot of the red diamond bull. Fortunately, the red diamond bull was focused on forging iron and had no time to pay attention to other things. Lin Shen took the opportunity to get into a passage and walked inside along the passage. The temperature in the cave suddenly rose a lot, and the temperature in the passage was not low either. Lin Shen estimated that this was why the diamond bull did not lose its ability to move here. The passage inside was connected in all directions, unlike the outside where there was only one road. Fortunately, there were ruts of ox carts on the ground, which should have been left by the friction between the wheels and the metal on the ground for many years. Not long after walking, he saw a golden bull pulling a cart. Lin Shen quickly found a hidden fork and hid himself. After the golden bull passed, he came out and continued to walk inside along the wheel marks. Soon, Lin Shen came to another cave, where there was also a red diamond bull forging iron and a blue fire pillar. There were countless diamond nests in caves like this. Fortunately, there are not many diamond bulls here. Most of them are probably in the caves outside. There are only red diamond bulls forged iron and metal bulls pulling carts to collect forged iron materials. There are relatively few of them. Lin Shen left marks on the cave wall as he walked. He couldn't remember such a complicated road. It would be bad if he got lost. After passing through several wrought iron caves, it was relatively safe along the way. He only needed to avoid the sight of the red metal bulls to continue moving forward. Except for the bull cart he met at the beginning, he didn't meet any more bull carts later. Lin Shen calculated the time while carefully exploring inside. It was like a huge maze. If it weren't for the wheel tracks, he wouldn't know where to go. Scrap, scrap, all scraps. Lin Shen was walking when he suddenly heard a voice from the front. "There's someone here." Lin Shen was shocked. He never thought there would be someone here. Those Vidra bulls were obviously not pets, but wild creatures. How could a human survive in the nests of so many wild Vidra bulls? Moreover, this person didn't seem to be restrained at all. His curses kept echoing in the cave, almost breaking Lin Shen's eardrums. After listening carefully, he found that the sound was not coming from the direction of the wheel tracks. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Shen chose to go to the passage where the sound came from. Holding the inheritance fan in his hand, he pressed his body against the cave wall and walked forward carefully. After turning 2 corners, he saw another cave at the end of the passage. Lin Shen looked far away and could only see the rock wall in the cave. He estimated that this passage was not open under the cave, but in the middle or above the cave. Lin Shen lay on the ground and crawled towards the entrance of the passage. The curses of the voice continued to come to his ears. Occasionally, he could hear the sound of metal hitting each other, but it didn't sound like iron forging, but more like the sound of metal being broken. After lurking at the end of the passage with great difficulty, he found that this passage was in the upper part of the cave, almost reaching the top of the stone. He secretly took a look inside the cave and saw the situation clearly. Lin Shen was immediately surprised. There was a huge furnace in the cave, with blue fire rising in the furnace, and many metal blocks were forged inside. Next to the furnace, there was a black workbench with various casting tools on it. Those casting tools were obviously used by intelligent creatures. Next to the casting table, there was a naked upper body, muscular, over 2 meters tall, with angel wings on his back, holding a red knife and yelling. A celestial being? There's actually a celestial being here? Lin Shen was more and more surprised. Chapter 414. This celestial being is somewhat different from the celestial being in Lin Shen's impression. The celestial being in Lin Shen's impression is the synonym of handsomeness and elegance like Tian Sun. Even if it's worse, it's the type of person who is a gentleman, but a loser like Tian Xian. No matter what their character is, they are all good-looking. There are very few celestial beings who are big and strong. This celestial being looks the opposite. He has well-developed muscles, red skin, hard facial lines, and a square face that looks very domineering, but he has nothing to do with handsomeness and elegance. His white hair is casually tied on his head, and he looks extremely arrogant. At this time, he held the handle of the knife with one hand, and the blade with the other hand. He broke the red knife in the middle with a sudden force, and then threw the broken knife into the furnace like throwing firewood into a pile of fire. On the ground and wall next to him, there were all kinds of knives everywhere, with different styles, but the color of the blade was red. A closer look reveals that the color of the knives is not pure red, but actually has red lines. Some knives have fewer red lines, so the blades do not look that red. Some blades have dense red lines, which look very red, as if the whole knife is bright red. The white-haired sturdy angel picked up another knife, broke it, and threw it into the furnace. In a short while, he broke many knives and threw them in like chopping wood. Lin Shen's mind was full of doubts. How could a celestial being hide in the nest of the diamond bull to forge a knife? How did he survive here? While he was wondering, he suddenly heard the sound of a bullock cart from below. After a while, he saw an ox cart entering the cave from the passage below. The ox cart was loaded with a lot of materials forged by the red diamond bull. It was pulled in front of the celestial being and stopped. The white-haired celestial being took the materials and threw them in the corner next to him. There were already a lot of metal materials piled there, which looked like they were forged by the red diamond bull. Oh my god, those diamond bulls are actually working for him. Who is this guy? Lin Shen's forehead was full of question marks. After the materials were taken away, the golden bull pulled the ox cart out of the cave. The white-haired celestial being took out a large pair of tongs, grabbed a piece of burning golden red metal from the furnace, put it on the workbench, and then took out a hammer and hammered at the metal block one hammer after another. After a while, the metal block turned into a knife blank under his hammering. The white-haired celestial being put the knife blank into the pool beside him, and white steam rose up immediately, filling the entire cave. Garbage, garbage again. When the steam dissipated, Lin Shen saw the white-haired celestial being looking at the knife blank, and somehow, he cursed in anger, then broke the knife blank and threw it into the furnace. Why is this happening? The method of refining the blood vein gold essence is correct. There is no problem with the repeated beating technique used in forging. Quenching is also carried out according to the ancient method. Why can't a real 10 directions ghost god slashing spirit sword be forged? What went wrong? The white-haired celestial being sat on the metal block, grabbing his hair and talking to himself like a madman. When he was talking to himself madly, the white-haired celestial being grabbed a knife nearby and chopped at the metal materials nearby, venting his anger. Lin Shen didn't know how hard the materials forged by the red diamond bull were, but he had several pieces of unforged metal fragments on his body. The hardness of those metal fragments was so hard that even the lightsaber form of the inheritance fan could only leave sword marks on them. It would take a lot of effort to cut them off. The strength of these materials forged by the red diamond bull must have been greatly improved. I don't know how tough they are. But under the red knife in the hands of the white-haired celestial being, those metal materials were like tofu, and they were directly chopped into pieces, with smooth cuts. What a powerful knife! Lin Shen was stunned. The destructive power of that knife was probably difficult for even a 10-turn knife base to compete with it, and it might be easily cut off. Such a powerful knife, in the eyes of the white-haired celestial being, seemed like worthless garbage. After he chopped a few times, he vented a lot of his anger, broke the knife in his hand, and threw it into the furnace. Lin Shen felt a little distressed. Such a good knife was destroyed like this. If it was taken out, it would definitely be sold at a sky-high price, probably not inferior to the value of the Archangel's sword. Although the Archangel's sword is powerful, it is probably not possible to use it to easily cut off the 10th Revolution life base. There are so many knives in the cave, they can't all be of this kind? If they are all of this kind, how much are these knives worth? If you can take all these knives back and sell them, the money owed by the Tianshi Academy should be able to be repaid. Lin Shen estimated the value of those knives in his mind. Of course, this was just a thought. Not to mention that these knives were not his, he could not take the knives away at all. Even if these knives were all his, he could not use his personal property to make up for the deficit of Tianshi Academy, unless he was crazy. With such a large amount of wealth, why would he want to be the dean of Tianshi Academy? Just by selling knives to obtain resources, it is estimated that it is more than enough to reach the peak of nirvana, and it is even possible to impact a higher level. From what this white-haired celestial being said, these knives should be scraps. The scraps are already so powerful. If he really succeeds in forging, how powerful will the genuine ones be? By the way, what is the name of the knife he said he was going to forge? I remembered it. It seems to be called the 10 Directions Ghost God Slashing Spirit Knife. With such a strange name, what kind of knife will it be? And I don't know what it means to forge it successfully. Lin Shen thought secretly in his heart. The white-haired celestial being opened a lid under the furnace, and the metal that had been burned into liquid flowed out from a square hole and flowed into the stone trough below, gradually cooling and turning into a rectangular flat metal block. The white-haired celestial being followed the same method, and soon filled more than a dozen stone troughs with metal liquid, and the metal blocks were formed after cooling. After he took the metal blocks off, he actually selected 10 of them, stacked them together, and put them into the heating port of the furnace for forging. After forging until they turned golden red, he took them out and put them on the workbench for forging the 10 metal blocks into rectangular blocks, then cut them into 10 pieces, stacked them together again, put them into the heating port for heating, and then took them out for forging again. Repeating this process, Lin Shen saw that the blood lines on the metal material became heavier and denser, and finally almost the entire piece of metal material turned blood red. Until this time, the white-haired celestial being reheated it, and began to forge it into a knife blank. Chapter 415. The knife blank gradually took shape, thin and sharp, narrow and slightly curved, and looked very impactful. Although it had not been sharpened or polished, it could already make people feel its ferocity. The white-haired celestial being immersed the hot knife blank in the pool beside him, and immediately caused steam to fill the cave again. When the knife blank was taken out of the pool, a strange scene happened. The knife blank seemed to come alive. The hammer marks on the knife blank were automatically smoothed, and the originally rough blade quickly became as smooth as a mirror, but the blood marks were imprinted in it, becoming more bright red. On the blade, a touch of blood light flowed along the blade like a blood bead. Where the blood light flowed, the originally bladeless knife blank was naturally sharpened, and the cold light at the edge of the blade made people feel chilling. Is this knife alive? Lin Shen was stunned. It was the first time he saw a knife forged like this. After the blood knife was sharpened, the white-haired celestial being waved it a few times. The blade did not touch the materials, but the tip of the knife flashed a little, and it actually cut the extremely tough materials like tofu, and the cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. When I was at the basic transformation level, if I had such a knife, who could beat anyone of the same level? It would not be difficult to counterattack and kill the ascenders. This knife should be forged. Lin Shen thought to himself. But the white-haired celestial being threw the knife to the ground and cursed, "Waste, waste again, rubbish, all garbage. Fuck, such a knife is still waste. What kind of knife is he going to practice?" Lin Shen was shocked. The waste in the other party's eyes was actually a peerless divine sword in his eyes. After thinking about it, he felt that this made sense. This white-haired celestial being could drive so many mutant diamond bulls to work for him. How could this be done by mortals? He was simply a godlike figure. The sword that a godlike figure wants to make is of course unimaginable for mortals. What kind of sword is the 10 Directions Ghost and God Slashing Spirit sword? Although Lin Shen wanted to continue watching, he calculated the time, and it was still a while before dawn. However, it would take time for him to get out of here. Lin Shen turned around quietly, and prepared to leave here. He just took a small step lightly, and suddenly he felt a flash in front of his eyes. The white-haired celestial being appeared in front of him for some reason, looking at him coldly. "I don't mean to offend you. Please forgive me for entering this place by mistake." Lin Shen quickly stated his position. The strength of the white-haired celestial being was unfathomable. Of course, it would be best if it could be resolved peacefully. "What race are you?" The white-haired celestial being looked at Sin Shin and asked coldly. "There are still some humans in this celestial race, but this celestial being doesn't know about them. I don't know if he has been here for too long, or if he has never paid attention to a small race like humans." Lin Shen said quickly, "Human race, now working on Xena Star, now responsible for the development of Golden Star." Because he didn't know the details of this celestial being, he didn't dare to say that he worked in the Tianshi Academy. The Tianshi Academy had offended many people in the past. If the Tianshi Academy had offended this weirdo before, he might be in big trouble if he applied for the position of the Dean of the Tianshi Academy. From the Tianshi Academy? The white-haired celestial being frowned slightly. Yes. Since the other party mentioned the Tianshi Academy, Lin Shen had to admit it, otherwise it would be easy to be exposed if he continued to talk, which would be even more difficult. After Lin Shen admitted that he was from the Tianshi Academy, the white-haired celestial being's expression seemed to ease a little. "What position do you hold in the Tianshi Academy? Do you work under that minister? Why were you sent to develop the Golden Star? How many people came beside you?" Lin Shen's mind turned, and he slowly said, "I am a Tian, the current Dean of the Tianshi Academy." "What is your name?" "Dean of the Tianshi Academy?" The white-haired celestial being was stunned at first, and then laughed wildly. "Boy, you are just an ascender, but you dare to pretend to be the Dean of the Tianshi Academy. You are really brave. You said impersonation is impersonation. I wonder what your name is?" Lin Shen said lightly. After hearing what Lin Shen said, the white-haired celestial being seemed to be a little confused again. He looked him up and down and said, "That shouldn't be the case. If you are from Tianshi Academy, how dare you pretend to be the Dean? If you are not from Tianshi Academy, how can you come to Golden Star?" "I don't need to pretend to be anyone. Lin Shen saw that the white-haired celestial being had not revealed his identity, so he stopped asking. But from the tone of the white-haired celestial being, he seemed to have no hostility towards Tianshi Academy. Are you really the dean of Tianshi Academy? The white-haired celestial being frowned and asked. This is my ID card, it shouldn't be fake. Lin Shen took out his ID card and held it up for the white-haired celestial being to look at. It really is. You are an alien race, and you just upgraded. How could you possibly become the dean of Tianshi Academy? The white-haired celestial being glanced at the ID card, and his eyes suddenly became a little subtle. You have been here for a long time, right? Tianshi Academy is no longer the glorious Tianshi Academy it once was. Lin Shen took back the ID card and told the current situation of Tianshi Academy again. There was no need to exaggerate. The current situation of Tianshi Academy was already miserable enough. Haha. Tianshi Academy has fallen to this point. It is indeed the cycle of cause and effect. After hearing this, the white-haired celestial being laughed happily. Lin Shen thought that the white-haired celestial being might be a member of Tianshi Academy or had a very good relationship with Tianshi Academy, but seeing his appearance, it seemed a little bit unlike him, and he could not help but secretly be alert. Fortunately, there was still the fat guy in his backpack. Throwing it out to resist for a while, it should not be difficult for him to escape. If it really comes to the point of no choice, you can also use the watch to teleport away directly. Anyway, the countdown has ended, and you can teleport out at any time. Lin Shen had not teleported out, but was looking for a way to grow bigger. Now he had not found a way to grow bigger, but if his life was in danger, he could only teleport back first. You can't teleport out here, don't waste your efforts. Besides, if you teleport out in this state, you will never be able to return to normal in the future. The white-haired celestial being saw through Lin Shen's thoughts at a glance, but he had no intention of taking action. He turned and walked into the cave, saying as he walked, "Come in and sit down. I haven't seen anyone for a long time. Tell me about the outside world." Lin Shen pondered for a moment, but still followed him. The temperature in the cave was very high. With Lin Shen's physical fitness, he still felt a little bit unbearable. Fortunately, he was protected by a shell, otherwise he might be dried up by the high temperature. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Lin Shen asked. "I am just a knife maker. I have long forgotten my name. You can call me anything you want." After the white-haired celestial being said this, he asked Lin Shen some more about the outside world. The things he asked were basically about the celestials. Lin Shen didn't know much, so he told him everything he knew. Chapter 416. Since it is inconvenient for you to reveal your identity, I will call you Lao Dao. Lin Shen told the white-haired celestial being everything he knew, and then asked, "Lao Dao, what happened to my body? Can I recover to normal?" "Lao Dao is fine, let's call him Lao Dao." The white-haired celestial being said, "You are also unlucky. The golden star is so big, you could have landed anywhere else, but in this micro-fairyland, where the immortal beings use supreme power to shrink the mountains and rivers into a small space, forming this micro-fairyland. Any creature that steps into this place will be affected by the power of the micro-fairyland and become a miniature creature. If you want to recover to normal, you must remove the miniaturization power in your body." "How can you remove this miniaturization power?" Lin Shen was happy when he heard this, but he did not show it. After listening to what Lao Dao said, Lin Shen already had an idea in his mind. This miniature power only exists in this micro-fairyland area. The reason why the theory of evolution has been running, but has not been able to restore his body to its original state may be because the power in the micro-fairyland is too strong and continues to work, and the theory of evolution cannot really work in a short period of time. But as long as he leaves the scope of the micro-fairyland, and is no longer affected by the power in the micro-fairyland, the theory of evolution may be able to slowly work and restore his body to normal. Of course, this is the last resort. If there are other feasible methods, it is naturally necessary to take such a risky attempt. It is difficult to say, but it is also easy to say. You just need to find someone who can break the power of the micro-fairyland, and you can naturally remove the miniature power on your body. Lao Dao smiled. "Where can I find such a person?" Lin Shen smiled bitterly. Lao Dao said that the power of shrinking was left by an immortal being. Where can he find another immortal being? At present, Lin Shen does not know such a big man. If you can't find it, I can find a way to help you, but you and I are strangers and have no friendship, so I can't help you for nothing. How about this, you stay and help me forge iron for 100 days, and I have my own way to help you remove the power of shrinking from your body. What do you think? Lao Dao said. I'm afraid that if I disappear for 100 days, the people in Tianshi Academy will think that I died on Golden Star, and send people to Golden Star to look for my body. Lin Shen said. Don't worry about this. The shrinking fairyland shrinks not only the mountains and rivers of thousands of miles. You stay here for 100 days, and only a few days have passed outside. Lao Dao said. Is Micro Fairyland so magical? Why is the day and night time in Micro Fairyland the same as that outside? Lin Shen felt that Lao Dao was lying to him. I can't explain this either. If you don't believe it, you can leave by yourself, leave the scope of Micro Fairyland, go back and see how much time has passed, and you will know the truth. Lao Dao obviously had no intention of explaining. Lin Shen hesitated a little. It seemed unnecessary for Lao Dao to lie to him with such a lie that could be easily exposed. Okay, then it's a deal. I will help you forge iron, and you will help me remove the miniature power on my body. Lin Shen pondered for a moment, and decided to stay and see the situation first, so as not to let Lao Dao turn against him on the spot. It's a deal. Lao Dao didn't care whether Lin Shen was really willing or not. He was very happy. Come, you move that material into the furnace first. Lao Dao pointed to the materials forged by the red diamond bull, and then pointed to the smelting port of the furnace and said, This furnace is very functional, with both a furnace for melting metal and a heating port for forging metal. Lao Dao asked him to move the materials into the furnace first, that is, to dissolve and refine the materials first, to refine the metal embryo first, and then to forge the materials, and finally to forge the knife. Lin Shen thought that the materials forged by the red metal bull were just roughly refined materials, and should not be too heavy. But when he reached out to grab a piece of material cut by Lao Dao, he used a little force, and couldn't lift the material. Why is it so heavy? Lin Shen was secretly surprised, and hurriedly used his strength to lift the half-cut material, walked to the furnace with some difficulty, and threw it in. Although this was without using the super base form, it was still surprising enough. Lin Shen was very strong, much stronger than the average ascender. He felt exhausted, which showed how heavy the material was. You can move it without using any skills. You are a ascender who can have such strength. You are really strong. No wonder Tianshu let you be the dean. It seems that it is not unreasonable. Lin Shen's strength was so strong that even Lao Dao was a little surprised. Strong and stamina, these are my only advantages. Lin Shen said. It is enough for a man to have these two advantages. He will definitely live a comfortable life. Lao Dao pointed to a sledgehammer next to him and said, Try to see if you can lift it up. Let me see how strong you are. Lin Shen walked to the sledgehammer, and saw that the material of the sledgehammer was the same as that of the knives, and the hammer head was forged from blood-patterned metal. However, the material used in the sledgehammer should not be as much as that of the knives. Because the whole body of the knives is forged from blood-patterned metal, even the handles are made of the same material. Only the hammer head of this sledgehammer is made of blood-patterned metal, and the handle is made of wood. The head is heavy, and the handle is light, which is more suitable for swinging and hammering. Lin Shen held the hammer handle, and felt that the wood felt very comfortable to hold. He didn't know what kind of wood it was. Because it had been used for too long, it was already covered with patina. The wooden handle was indeed very light, but when Lin Shen tried to lift the hammer, he felt it was very heavy, much heavier than those materials just now. For the same size of materials, the hammer head was several times heavier than those materials. Lin Shen suddenly felt that he was a little too naive. The weight of those knives was probably heavier than this hammer. When he was in the basic transformation, he might not even be able to lift the knife, let alone use it against the enemy. Although he could barely lift the hammer head, he really couldn't use it if he wanted to swing it. Use your skills if you have them. See if you can hit it. Lao Dao took out a piece of burnt gold and red metal from the furnace, and placed it on the workbench, motioning Lin Shen to use the hammer to hit it. Lin Shen couldn't swing it, so he had to use the super basic form, then swung the hammer, and hit the metal block heavily, splashing dark red ash on the metal block. Okay, a few more hammers, let me see if your endurance is as strong as you said. Lao Dao said with a smile. Lin Shen swung the hammer a few more times, and Lao Dao didn't say stop, so he kept swinging. Although the hammer is heavy, it can still be swung in the super base form. In addition, the super base absorbs the world power to replenish it, so as long as it is not swung too fast, it can continue to swing. At first, Lin Shen swung the hammer a few times, and Lao Dao didn't care much. But after Lin Shen swung the hammer more than 10 times, and smashed the metal block into serious deformation, Lao Dao looked at him slightly sideways. This endurance is really good. Chapter 417. When Lin Shen swung the hammer dozens of times, Lao Dao was a little surprised. This kid's endurance and skill durability are really extraordinary. The material seems to be not hot enough, and I can't smash it anymore. Lin Shen stopped. Lao Dao thought he couldn't hold on, but Lin Shen said this. Lao Dao was busy watching Lin Shen swing the hammer, and didn't notice that the metal material was no longer red. The temperature dropped too much, and it was not easy to smash. The material was uneven after being smashed by Lin Shen, and it was estimated that it had to be remelted. Not bad, really good, but you are not swinging the hammer correctly, you have to swing it like this. Lao Dao took the hammer and clamped a piece of red-hot metal to show Lin Shen how to swing and exert force, and how to control the force and accuracy. Lin Shen learned it several times, but he always couldn't grasp the key points. Although Lao Dao had a hot temper, he didn't get angry. He was very patient, and let Lin Shen continue to try. Of course, it wasn't that Lao Dao's temper suddenly improved, but because he found that Lin Shen's endurance was stronger than he thought. Lao Dao's eyes were not blind. Of course, he could see that Lin Shen's shell had been maintained in that skill state, and the skill had not stopped until now. How long has it been? A skill like this that has a strong power blessing can be used all the time, and the consumption itself must be very huge. Not everyone can use this skill all the time. When Lao Dao himself was flying and upgrading, he couldn't keep using similar skills like Lin Shen. Moreover, Lin Shen's strength was surprisingly great. Even if a top-level 10-turn ascender used the skill of doubling strength, he would not be as strong as him, and he could not have the endurance like him. Although Lin Shen was always making mistakes, he was able to keep swinging the hammer, which was quite impressive. It was because of Lin Shen's abnormal behavior that Lao Dao had the patience to wait for him to correct his mistakes. If someone else came, Lao Dao would have lost his patience. Lin Shen tried for a long time, but still couldn't get the point. When he swung the hammer again, Lin Shen suddenly had an idea. Swinging the hammer like this seems to be a bit similar to the fishing rod swinging technique. Lin Shen's mind moved, and he tried to swing the hammer with that kind of rod swinging technique, regardless of how Lao Dao taught him. This test actually had a surprising effect, and his ability to control the hammer was obviously raised to a higher level. Lin Shen tried it several more times according to this technique, and each time it was more handy and better controlled. Lao Dao looked at Lin Shen in a daze. Lin Shen's posture of swinging the hammer looked weird, but he swung it more and more accurately, and controlled it better and better. Lao Dao wanted to correct him, but after correcting him once, he found that Lin Shen's accuracy and control had become very poor, so he could only let him continue to restore that weird way of swinging the hammer. I have been a blacksmith for half my life, and I have seen many people swinging hammers, but you are the first one to swing the hammer like this. Lao Dao said with a strange look. Lin Shen's way of swinging the hammer is obviously more difficult and harder to control than the way he taught. The key is that it looks a bit strenuous, but Lin Shen's control is getting better and better. Seeing this situation, Lao Dao didn't care so much. As long as Lin Shen could meet his requirements, he could swing it however he wanted. Lao Dao was quite satisfied with Lin Shen's endurance, which even far exceeded his expectations. Lin Shen was like a tireless machine. As long as Lao Dao needed him, he could keep hammering. Lao Dao saw that Lin Shen's accuracy and control were almost there, so he taught him how to cooperate. He took a small hammer, and Lin Shen followed his hammer wherever his hammer hit. Moreover, Lin Shen had to be able to judge how much force the big hammer should use to hit it according to the speed and force of his hammer falling. Lin Shen learned very quickly this time, and soon he could cooperate with Lao Dao normally. Lao Dao took Lin Shen to forge iron knives, and occasionally he would point out why Lin Shen hit it this way, why he forged it this way, and the temperature and other issues. It's not that he wanted to teach Lin Shen, but if Lin Shen didn't understand these things, sometimes it would be difficult for him to understand his intentions. If the force and angle of the hammer were not right, his work would have flaws. Lin Shen was quite interested in forging knives. Although he was not really obsessed with it, he was still happy to learn some knowledge. For several days, Lin Shen worked as a laborer in the cave, swinging a sledgehammer to help Lao Dao forge materials. Lin Shen's endurance surprised Lao Dao more and more. He seemed to be tireless. Sometimes Lao Dao felt a little tired, but seeing that Lin Shen was still so vigorous, Lao Dao once had an unconfident conclusion about whether he was old. Is this guy a machine in human skin? Lao Dao saw that Lin Shen was so powerful, which was beyond the imagination of normal humans, so he taught Lin Shen how to stack materials. When he was resting, he let Lin Shen stack materials for him. At the beginning, Lin Shen naturally wasted a lot of materials. Fortunately, Lao Dao didn't care about this problem. He originally wanted Lin Shen to practice with the materials that were recycled. At most, he could just recycle them again. There are two kinds of materials in the furnace. One is the new materials, and the other is the scrap materials recycled. Most of the time, Lao Dao uses the recycled materials for experimental attempts. After getting new inspiration and successful experience, he will try new materials. But in the end, all the materials became waste. Lao Dao cursed all day long, but he didn't curse people, only those waste knives, which was his only advantage. After a long time, Lin Shen knew why those knives that Lao Dao thought were waste were left behind and not recycled. It was mainly because there were some successful inspirations and advantages on those knives that were left. Although they were waste, they also had some reference significance, so Lao Dao didn't recycle them. When he was free, Lin Shen tried to play with a few scrap knives, but found that the weight of those knives was much heavier than the sledgehammer he used. In the super basic form, it was very difficult to swing them. These scraps are tangible but not spiritual, they are just garbage. Lao Dao said indifferently. What is the ideal knife in your ideal? Lin Shen asked curiously. Have you heard of the 3 respects knife technique? When Lao Dao asked this question, his back was straight and his face seemed to be slightly proud. Seeing his expression, Lin Shen wanted to tell him that he had heard of it, but he really hadn't, so he could only shake his head and say, I came out of my home planet not long ago, and I know very little about the top techniques in the universe. Lao Dao couldn't hide his disappointment on his face, and said lightly, it's normal that you haven't heard of it. There shouldn't be many people who know this set of swordsmanship now. The so-called 3 respects, 1 respect for the 10 directions of ghosts and gods, 2 respects for the demons and Buddhas in the sky, and 3 respects for the heavens and the earth. 1 sword cuts ghosts and gods, 2 swords cut demons and Buddhas, and 3 swords cut all things. There is nothing in the world that cannot be cut. Respect first and then cut. This is the etiquette. This is the 3 respect swordsmanship. Chapter 418. Respect first and then kill. It's really a very polite way. Lin Shen listened to the 3 respect swordsmanship that Lao Dao said, which seemed to be similar to the 2-8 punches he learned. 2-8 punches only use 2 punches to kill people. The first punch is to persuade them to retreat, and the second punch is to kill them. It's a pity that Lin Shen's 2-8 punches were not learned properly, and he didn't learn the essence of killing people with 2 punches. The more punches he had, the better. Lao Dao laughed. It's not necessarily polite, but I just feel it's troublesome, and I don't want to do it if I can. The knife I want to forge is a knife that can match the realm of the 3 respect swordsmanship. The method of forging the knife comes from the Xian clan Xianling forging knife secret technique. It can forge a knife that can cut through all the materials in the world, and it has spirit and nature, and it is indestructible. Speaking of this, Lao Dao couldn't help but sigh. It's just that I've forged countless knives here, but I still can't forge a spiritual knife. Speaking, Lao Dao picked up the knife he had forged before and said casually, although this useless knife can form its own blade and sharpen its own edge, it has no spirituality after all, and it does not have the artistic conception of the Sanjing sword technique. Lao Dao casually put the knife aside, picked up another long knife, and said, although this knife is extremely sharp and can absorb blood to nourish itself, it seems to have spirituality, but in fact it has entered the evil way and has fallen into inferiority. It is still a waste. Lao Dao put it aside again, picked up another knife, and introduced them to Lin Shen one by one. To Lin Shen, each knife was extraordinary, but in Lao Dao's words, these were just useless knives, and there was no knife he wanted at all. The knife he wanted was not only spiritual, but also had the artistic conception of the Sanjing sword technique. A knife must have the spirit to kill all the ghosts and gods in the 10 directions, the Buddhas and demons in the sky, and all things in the world, otherwise it would be just waste after all. The so-called 10-direction ghost-slaying spiritual sword is actually just a random name given by Lao Dao, and the order of the names is also wrong. If it is arranged according to his meaning, this sword should be called the spiritual sword that slashes 10-direction ghosts and gods, which is not very convenient to call. Lin Shen was puzzled, so he asked, it is already extremely difficult to create a spiritual sword. You want to put your own sword technique into the sword, which is a bit outrageous. How do you put the sword technique into it? You can't practice a set of sword techniques for it before you make the sword, and wait for it to comprehend the sword's artistic conception, and then make it into a sword? Who said I want to put my own sword technique into the sword? Lao Dao said, wrong, the Sanjing sword technique is not my sword technique, but the sword technique created by a peerless swordsman in the Xian clan back then. Lin Shen said with a strange look, it's not your sword technique. If you don't even know this sword technique, how can you put its artistic conception into the sword? Old Sword said, although I don't know Sanjing sword technique, I have seen the image of Sanjing sword technique left by that swordsman. Although countless generations have passed, I can still feel the swordsman's unparalleled passion and unparalleled artistic conception from that image, so I am determined to forge a peerless sword that matches Sanjing's sword technique. That's fine. Lin Shen was stunned. Just because he saw someone else's sword technique image, he wanted to forge a peerless sword that matches him. This is unique. Why not? I have been forging swords for half my life. Although I don't know sword techniques, I can empathize with any kind of sword meaning in the world with just one look. What does it matter if I haven't seen him? Even though countless generations have passed, I know him and understand him. I know what kind of sword he needs, and what kind of sword can match his sword technique. This is enough. Even if I let you make that knife, is there anyone in the world who is worthy of it? Lin Shen asked back. He had heard from General Mandarin about the Xian clan before. The Xian clan has now declined, and is afraid that there will be no such swordsman. If there is still such a swordsman, he will not be unable to enter the list of the myriad clans in the universe. After hearing what Lin Shen said, Lao Dao immediately shook his head and said, "It is because there is no such swordsman in the world that I want to make that knife even more. As long as this knife is still there, people will know that there was such a swordsman and such a swordsmanship in the world." Lin Shen stared at Lao Dao in a daze. He suddenly felt that what Lao Dao said really made sense. "Okay, since you want to make such a knife, then I will help you, but we have to first figure out what kind of swordsmanship the Sanjing swordsmanship is. Can you tell me about it, or let me see the video of the swordsmanship?" Lin Shen said. "I only saw the image by chance. It was not a recorded image. It was a swordsman in a terrible war. Because the sword will was too strong, the shadow of the sword will was imprinted in the torrent of time. At a certain time and place, it happened to be activated for some special reason, and appeared again after countless generations. I am afraid it will be difficult to appear again. Even if I want to see it again, it is impossible." Lao Dao shook his head, and smiled bitterly. "Well, then tell me the story of the swordsman." Lin Shen wanted to know what kind of existence the swordsman was, who could make a swordsmith in the future willing to spend half his life to forge a peerless sword for a dead person and a lost sword technique. When talking about this, Lao Dao became excited, talking about the deeds of the swordsman. The era of the ancient world king can be regarded as a rare, brilliant, and prosperous era in the universe. Countless races gave birth to the pride of the gods, and one after another, the world's strong men emerged, conquered the starry sky, and competed for the strongest throne. It was an extremely brilliant era. The geniuses emerging from many races, in other eras, might be peerless strong men who could point to the sky and the earth, break through the starry sky and be crowned as the king. But in that era, in the end, only the ancient world king suppressed many peerless strong men and achieved the name of the king. The most outstanding genius in the Xian clan is the nameless swordsman. Since the birth of the Sanjing swordsmanship, there has been almost no defeat. I don't know how many immortal sages of the races were killed by the Sanjing swordsmanship. However, he was ultimately defeated by the ancient world king, and the peerless swordsman could only end up with a fate of falling in disgrace, and was gradually forgotten in the endless river of time. Legend has it that the peerless swordsman fought the ancient world king in his last battle, and one sword cut through the eternal starry sky, forcing the ancient world king to retreat under that sword, and dared not take the sword that killed all the creatures in the world. Unfortunately, that sword was already the pinnacle of the peerless swordsman. After failing to kill the ancient world king with one sword, it would be difficult for him to compete with the ancient world king again, and he would eventually be defeated and perish in the endless starry sky. There are not many people in the world who still remember the name of this sword technique. Old Sword sighed. "What a pity." Lin Shen also sighed. Old Dao was talking excitedly, picked up a knife, and started swinging it. When he swung it, Lin Shen suddenly felt that there was only the knife left between heaven and earth. Wherever the blade went, it seemed that even the heaven and earth were cut apart. Lin Shen actually felt that there was no place to hide, no way to avoid, as if he was going to be killed by the knife. Lin Shen stood there motionless. Cold sweat instantly soaked his whole body. It was not that he didn't want to move, but under that knife, he couldn't move at all, and didn't know how to move. The heaven and earth were cut apart. How could a mere human being resist the power of that knife? It made no difference whether to block it or not. He couldn't block it, and it was too late to block it, and he didn't know how to block it. Chapter 419. Lao Dao's knife slashed down from beside Lin Shen, and Lin Shen's soul was shocked out of his body. Only then did he realize that Lao Dao was just casually swinging his knife to demonstrate the knife, without any force at all, and he was not slashing at him. It was just a demonstration of that knife, and it was not aimed at me, but it was already so powerful. I really don't know how terrifying it would be if that peerless swordsman slashed it. Lin Shen was secretly amazed in his heart. "Lao Dao, you said you don't know the Sanjing knife method, so what's the matter with your knife?" Lin Shen stared at Lao Dao and asked. It's just that I felt something after watching the image, but it's not even a tenth of what the swordsman felt. Old Knife threw the knife aside, as if he was already bored, and sighed. I heard that a descendant of the swordsman survived. After the ancient dynasty fell apart, he used a kind of nirvana power called the true extreme evil slaying divine light to extend the life of the Xian clan for 3,000 years. I suspect that the true extreme evil slaying divine light may have been partly derived from the inheritance of the Sanjing swordsmanship. Unfortunately, that person has long disappeared in the long river of history. The true extreme evil slaying divine light has not been passed down. Otherwise, if I had taken a look at it, I might have gotten some inspiration, which would have been very helpful for me to forge the sword. True extreme evil slaying divine light. Lin Shen was slightly startled, thinking to himself, it can't be such a coincidence, right? Didn't Managerin say that the ashes of reincarnation I got were condensed from the true extreme evil slaying divine light? When Lin Shen was hesitating whether to take out the ashes of reincarnation to show Lao Dao had already stood up and called Lin Shen to continue forging materials. Shouldn't the Sanjing sword technique have 3 moves? Why did you only swing 1 sword just now? What about the remaining 2 swords? Lin Shen swung the sledgehammer and asked, while cooperating with Lao Dao to forge the metal. 3 respects is just a state of mind, not really 3 swords. Lao Dao said, concentrate on forging the sword, don't be distracted. Lin Shen had to swallow the words that were on the tip of his tongue and concentrate on cooperating with Lao Dao to continue forging materials. Lin Shen's previous work over the past 20 years combined was not as much as what he did with Lao Dao in the past few days. I am a person who only wants to spend money to upgrade, and you make me work so hard, this is to kill me. Lin Shen regretted exposing his extraordinary endurance. If he had restrained himself before, he would not have been squeezed by Lao Dao so much. But at that time, Lin Shen was not sure whether Lao Dao would kill him or not, so he naturally had to act more useful. It can only be said that fate is so strange. The more you don't want to do something, the more you may have to do it in the end. Fortunately, Lin Shen's work these days was not in vain. He had been working hard to forge iron, which made his digestion ability very strong. The mutation and ascension liquid he drank could be quickly converted into base mutation rate. His base mutation rate has increased to 63 these days. If it weren't for such high-intensity work, which allowed the body to transform itself, it would be good to be half. Lao Dao's swords were broken one after another, but he was never satisfied. Lin Shen felt that if he continued to forge like this, even if he worked for hundreds of years, he would probably not be able to forge the sword he understood. Lao Dao, I think you can actually try to put the sword meaning you have understood into the sword you forged. Lin Shen tried to communicate with Lao Dao. He felt that Lao Dao might have beautified the swordsman too much. As far as Lin Shen himself felt, Lao Dao's level of understanding of the artistic conception of the sword had already astonished him. Lin Shen had never seen the peerless swordsman of the Xian clan, nor had he seen his swordsmanship, but he could really feel Lao Dao's understanding of the sword. Sometimes Lin Shen would have an idea that there are many times when seeing the scenery is not as good as hearing it. Before going to a place, you will hear how beautiful and good the place is, and imagine it to be the most beautiful and in line with the scenery in your mind. But if you really go there, you may be greatly disappointed, because the real scenery may be far less than what you imagine. Lin Shen felt that Lao Dao might have thought that the swordsman and Sanjing's swordsmanship were too perfect and sacred, so that he might not realize that his own understanding of the swordsmanship might be very close to, or even not inferior to, that swordsman. For so many years, Lao Dao used the artistic conception of the swordsman he imagined to forge the 10 Directions Ghost and God-slashing Spirit sword. Perhaps this was a mistake. Human beings have an endless pursuit of perfection, so how can they create a perfect sword as imagined? No, my understanding of Sanjing's swordsmanship is far inferior to that of the peerless swordsman. With my understanding of the swordsmanship, I can never match Sanjing's swordsmanship. Lao Dao shook his head firmly, not considering Lin Shen's suggestion at all. Lao Dao, how about we make a deal? Lin Shen put down the hammer and stopped working with Lao Dao. If you want to leave, I can help you remove the shrinking force on your body, no need to say more. Lao Dao said with a cold face. That's not what I meant. Lin Shen stretched and said, I have helped you forge iron for so many days. It's not too much for you to help me forge a sword, right? You can pick any knife that's handy and take it away, said Lao Dao. With your words, my hard work these days has not been in vain. Lin Shen smiled and suddenly said seriously, but I don't want those knives. I want you to make a knife for me. I don't have time. Before I make the 10 Directions Ghost and God-slashing Spirit knife, I don't have the heart to make any other knives. Lao Dao refused very straightforwardly. What if I say I will use the true extreme evil slaying divine light in exchange for you to make a knife for me? Lin Shen stared at Lao Dao and spoke slowly, pausing for each word. What are you kidding? You are a human being, and you are practicing evolution. Where did you get the true extreme evil slaying divine light? Lao Dao snorted coldly. If you don't want to help, take a knife and get out. I will help you remove the miniature power on your body. Don't waste my time here. Just when Lao Dao finished speaking and wanted to get a hammer to forge the materials himself, his eyes swept over Lin Shen, but his pupils suddenly widened, staring at a purple light bead in Lin Shen's hand. Take a look at this. Lin Shen casually threw the ashes of reincarnation to Lao Dao. After so many days of getting along, and coupled with Lao Dao's performance just now, Lin Shen planned to take a gamble. He wanted a knife tailored for him by Lao Dao, not the 10 Directions Ghost God Slashing Spirit knife made by Lao Dao. He didn't want it whether it was a scrap or a genuine one. This is really the ashes of reincarnation transformed by the true extreme evil slaying divine light. Lao Dao observed it carefully for a while, surprised and happy, almost unbelievable. With your ability, you should be able to activate it, right? Just give it a try and you know, Lin Shen said with a smile. Lao Dao no longer hesitated, pinched the ashes of reincarnation with his 5 fingers, and placed it on his forehead. The ashes of reincarnation seemed to be activated by some kind of power, and the fluorescence inside became stronger and stronger, turning the entire cave into a dark purple. In the dark purple fluorescence, Lin Shen felt a strange power affecting his thinking, making him feel as if he had turned into a ray of light. Chapter 420. Lin Shen's first feeling was crowdedness, which made him feel a little suffocated. He felt as if he had come to a very crowded world, as if there were things around him, colorful and like light, but also like not. In this feeling, Lin Shen's sight gradually stretched away, and he felt that the crowded things in front of him were getting farther and farther away. The original very crowded feeling slowly disappeared. He himself was a ray of light, and the crowded things around him seemed to be a ray of light, like the light of meteors, all shuttled in the starry sky. The whole universe seemed to be filled with such light, and these lights gathered together, which was originally almost airtight. But as Lin Shen's sight moved away, the other lights gradually moved away from Lin Shen, and the distance between them became larger and larger, becoming like a meteor shower, endlessly shuttling in the universe. This distance was still getting farther and farther, making Lin Shen, who originally felt crowded and suffocated, feel as if it was too empty. Everything was moving away from him, becoming out of reach, as if separated by a universe. Suddenly, a nebula appeared in Lin Shen's sight, and countless streamers, like him, fell into the nebula, like rain falling from the sky. As a part of them, Lin Shen was also falling into the nebula. As countless streamers, like Lin Shen, rushed towards the nebula continued to expand in Lin Shen's sight. The nebula, which originally looked very dense, became more and more sparse as the distance approached, and gaps appeared in the middle, and the gaps became larger and larger. When reaching a certain distance, Lin Shen found that the nebula that looked like clouds was actually composed of many star clusters. As Lin Shen approached, the distance between those star clusters became larger and larger. At first, he could still see other star wheels, but gradually, Lin Shen could only see some star wheels in front of him, then only a few star wheels, and finally only one star wheel, which was already far away from other star wheels, and even the naked eye could no longer see other star wheels. The star wheels kept magnifying in Lin Shen's sight, and then Lin Shen saw galaxies one by one. As the galaxies magnified, he saw stars one by one. The stars gradually became clearer, and he could see the appearance of the planet clearly. As the planet magnified, he saw the mountains and rivers on the planet. The mountains and rivers also gradually became larger in Lin Shen's eyes, and he saw a fish jumping out of the water in the river. The light that Lin Shen turned into happened to rush towards the jumping fish. There were many similar streams of light around him, which seemed far and near, and rushed towards the fish together, like a meteor shower everywhere. The stream of light gradually approached, and Lin Shen saw the scales on the fish, and gradually saw the gaps between the scales, and his perspective was magnified again and again. Gradually, Lin Shen could no longer see the fish, nor the scales of the fish. Only some loosely arranged substances remained in his sight. And those loosely arranged substances were still magnified in Lin Shen's eyes, and continued to magnify. So Lin Shen saw a scene similar to the nebula he saw before. The fish body, which originally seemed to be one body, turned into many strange nebulae after continuously entering the microscopic world. The gaps between the nebulae continued to grow, and then the previous process was repeated. Lin Shen suddenly realized that he had been flying like a meteor for so long, but he couldn't touch anything, even a fish, he couldn't touch it either. The fish was not an illusion, but a real existence. The reason why he could not touch the fish was because the light he transformed into was too small. So small that the fish in front of him seemed like an empty cosmic nebula, filled with huge gaps in the middle. Those gaps were countless times larger than the ocean for it, and he could not touch anything at all. The perspective suddenly withdrew, and Lin Shen saw countless streams of light like it passing through the body of the fish, but they could not cause any harm to the fish. Lin Shen saw countless lights passing through trees, rivers, rocks, earth, and the entire planet, and continued to move towards the distant endless starry sky, as if there would never be an end and nothing would be encountered. Just when Lin Shen thought that the light he transformed into would also fly endlessly like this, he suddenly felt a throbbing in his body. When this light was about to pass through the body of the fish, it corrected its direction and flew towards a target. The target seemed like a planet, but it also seemed like just a point. At the moment when the light passed through that point, Lin Shen felt the meaning of life. He finally felt the feeling of contact between substances, instead of the empty state without a destination, and no longer felt that everything was nothing. Boom! The point was directly pierced by the light that Lin Shen turned into, and it exploded like fireworks. Then Lin Shen saw a horrifying scene. The explosion at that point triggered a chain reaction of nearby points, and the explosion filled the whole world in an instant. Perhaps because of the change in the light that Lin Shen turned into, the light that was supposed to pass through the body of the fish and the planet also changed. In the gap like the starry sky, it hit those points with incredible accuracy, like looking for a needle in a haystack. The fish body exploded as if it had turned into a nuclear bomb. The forest, rocks, animals, and even water vapor all exploded after being penetrated by the streamer. In just a moment, the entire planet was detonated. Lin Shen's perspective did not zoom out. Countless planets exploded unimaginably under the impact of the streamer. The entire nebula was destroyed by the endless light that penetrated the universe. In front of Lin Shen's eyes, there was only the nebula submerged by the light explosion. In addition to the light, there was nothing else in his eyes. Lin Shen came back to his senses at this time. The scene of the nebula explosion disappeared. In front of him was still the cave, and there was no nebula explosion at all. Lao Dao seemed to wake up earlier, and he was like a madman, hammering the red-hot materials on the workbench. Lin Shen wanted to go up to help, but was pushed away by the crazy Lao Dao. Go! Put the materials into the furnace. The more the better. The more the better. Lao Dao shouted, his face twisted and his eyes bloodshot, looking scarier than a ghost. Lin Shen hurriedly took the materials piled on the ground and threw them into the furnace. Lao Dao ignored him and just hammered them repeatedly, taking out the materials again and stacking them together. It looked like a large pile of materials, but after Lao Dao repeatedly stacked them, the materials he got became smaller and smaller, and redder. There were so many blood-colored patterns on it that Lin Shen couldn't tell they were patterns, as if the whole piece of material had turned blood-colored. Chapter 421. Not enough. Not enough. Still not enough. Need more materials. Give me more materials. Lao Dao roared like a demon, as if he would eat Lin Shen alive if he was a little slower. Lin Shen had already put all the new materials into the furnace, and could only helplessly say to Lao Dao, "There is no new material anymore. Throw those waste materials in and melt them." Lao Dao shouted viciously. Lin Shen had no choice but to take those waste knives, but because the knives were too heavy, Lin Shen could only drag one knife at a time and put it into the furnace. Lao Dao was still beating materials continuously. After the blood-colored materials were forged out by him, they were stacked together again and beat again. This process was very boring and particularly long. Lin Shen opened the furnace mouth and let the metal liquid inside flow out. After cooling into metal blocks, he moved them to Lao Dao one by one. These were the materials that were returned to the furnace. There was no new material. Lao Dao didn't care about that, and hammered and forged the materials that had been set back into the furnace again, turning them into pieces of blood-red materials. As time went by, Lao Dao worked tirelessly, as if he was possessed by a demon, forging materials desperately. The materials in the cave were getting less and less, and the materials brought in by the ox cart every day were not even enough to fill the gaps between teeth. Even the waste knives had been thrown into the furnace by Lin Shen for remaking. Lao Dao hammered the materials over and over again, and piled the materials together to forge, and hammer them again and again. With so much material, the finished products were getting less and less. "It's gone! It's really gone!" Lin Shen shouted at Lao Dao. But Lao Dao seemed to be deaf to him, not caring at all, just forging iron by himself. Lin Shen looked at Lao Dao. It seemed that there was a black and purple aura rising from him, but when he looked closely, It seemed that there was nothing. There's nothing I can do for you. Lin Shan could only watch from the side. He couldn't do anything. Lao Dao no longer needed his help to forge. He obviously wanted to complete this work by himself. As time passed, the material that was originally like a small mountain, under Lao Dao's day and night forging, was only a piece the size of a human head. The whole piece of material looked like a crystal condensed from blood. It seemed transparent, but it seemed opaque. It looked inexplicably weird. What was even weirder was that the material was obviously red, but it emitted a purple-black light, and Lao Dao's body was also emitting a purple-black aura. It's okay. It's okay. It will definitely work this time. It will definitely work. Lao Dao was already crazy, and put the material into the furnace again to forge. But this time, the furnace couldn't even heat the material red. The material looked more and more like blood as it burned, as if the blood inside was about to flow out. Lao Dao took the material out, put it on the workbench, and hammered it again and again with a hammer. It's strange to say that the material couldn't even be heated red by the furnace, and Lao Dao didn't seem to use much strength, but the material slowly deformed under his hammer, and was slowly beaten into the shape of a knife blank. As Lao Dao hammered, the purple-black flames on his body and the knife blank became more and more obvious, as if flames were burning on them. Lin Shan watched Lao Dao beat the knife blank into a simple broadsword shape, with a thick blade, wide in front and narrow in the back, like the fangs of an evil ghost. That should be a ghost head knife, right? Lin Shan watched Lao Dao hammering continuously, and the shape of the knife became more and more obvious, that is, a ghost head broadsword. In ancient times, the ghost head knife was used to behead death row prisoners. Because of its strong evil spirit, the executioner would usually offer it to the gods to suppress its evil spirit with the power of the gods. It would only be taken out when beheading death row prisoners. At this time, the ghost head knife made by Lao Dao was so evil that it could not be described as heavy. Seeing the ghost head knife gradually taking shape, Lin Shan suddenly felt that the entire cave was shaking, as if the sky was about to collapse and the earth was about to crack. Lao Dao, it seems like there is an earthquake here. Lin Shan shouted at Lao Dao. But Lao Dao ignored him, and continued to hammer the ghost head knife. It seemed that in his eyes, there was nothing else except the knife. Whether the sky fell or the universe was destroyed, nothing could stop him from completing the knife. Lin Shan gritted his teeth, and turned to run out of the cave. He wanted to see what was happening outside. Those metal bulls were running around, as if they had gotten rid of some restrictions, and were no longer constrained. They had no mood to attack Lin Shan at all, but just ran out blindly. After Lin Shan rushed out of the cave, he saw an amazing scene. The stone mountain in front of him was actually getting bigger, and the distance between the stone mountains was constantly widening. The mountain range that was originally close in front of him was also moving away from his sight quickly. In the blink of an eye, it seemed to be thousands of miles away. Lin Shan was ecstatic, and he finally realized what had happened. The micro-fairyland seemed to be collapsing, and the thousands of miles of mountains and rivers that had been miniaturized in this area were recovering their original appearance. Lin Shan's body was obviously recovering as well, and so were the Vajra bulls. However, the degree of their miniaturization was naturally far inferior to that of the thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. So his body recovered faster, while the thousands of miles of mountains and rivers became larger and larger, and farther away. Some of the scenes that seemed to be close before were no longer visible at this time. Why did the micro-fairyland suddenly collapse? Is it related to the 10 Directions Ghost God Slashing Spirit Sword? Lin Shan flew up to the sky, and when he looked at the planet again, he found that he should have recovered his original form, and everything he saw had returned to normal visual effects. Suddenly, Lin Shan saw a purple-black breath rising into the sky in the Vajra bull's nest, condensing into a purple-black strange spirit body that was like smoke and light. As the strange spirit appeared, the collapse of the micro-fairyland became more and more serious, and the surrounding space was slightly distorted. Lin Shan suddenly realized why the micro-fairyland suddenly collapsed. The 10-direction Ghost God Slashing Spirit Sword cast by Lao Dao has reached the level of being able to trigger the rainbow light of the universe. However, due to the suppression of the micro-fairyland, the rainbow light of the universe has not appeared. The micro-fairy mirror also collapsed because of this force. After the collapse of the micro-fairyland, there was no power to suppress the breath of the 10-direction Ghost God Slashing Spirit Sword, which would attract the rainbow light of the universe. However, the rainbow light of the universe has not been triggered yet, and the strange spirit body shrouding the nest suddenly disappeared. The space that had begun to distort returned to normal, and the shaking earth also quieted down. Those Vajra bulls fled everywhere, rushing into the mountains without looking back, and not even one was left. The knife is done. Lao Dao walked out of the cave, holding a purple-red ghost-headed sword in his hand, and his whole body was trembling with excitement. But he was too strong, and the ghost-head broadsword fit him perfectly in his hand, not feeling too heavy. Chapter 422. Congratulations, you finally got what you wanted, Lin Shan said with a smile. I have to thank your ashes of reincarnation. You are really my lucky star. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to forge this 10 Directions Ghost and God Soul-slaying sword in my lifetime. Lao Dao laughed loudly, took out the ashes of reincarnation, and threw it to Lin Shan. I give it back to you. I owe you a favor. If you have any requests, just ask. Help me make a sword. I don't want the 10 Directions Ghost and God Soul-slaying sword. I want a sword that you make based on your own insights, Lin Shan said. Okay, that's not a problem. Lao Dao was in a good mood and agreed immediately. But in a blink of an eye, Lao Dao was in a dilemma again. But I have used up all the blood vein gold essence, and there is not even a little waste left. Now the micro-immortal mirror has become ineffective. It is not so easy to dig the blood vein gold concentrate hidden in the Wanli River and mountains. Moreover, after so many years, I have almost dug up the blood vein gold concentrate. Even if I can dig up some more, it is far from enough for me to forge another knife comparable to the 10 Directions Ghost God knife. I don't want such a strong knife. If you really give me such a knife, I'm afraid I can't use it now. Lin Shan thought of something and ran into the cave. Back to the cave where Lao Dao cast the knife, Lin Shan opened the furnace mouth, and there was really no drop of metal liquid flowing out. It doesn't need too much, as long as it can be used to forge a spear. If it doesn't work, it can also be used to forge a dagger. Lin Shan picked up the iron hook stick next to him and dug into the furnace, hoping to get some more metal liquid. Lin Shan watched the 10 Directions demons and God's soul-slaying sword being forged. He knew how much material was melted into the sword. The weight of the sword was so great that he could not afford it. It was even a question whether he could lift it. He just wanted an ordinary blood vein gold essence knife. It didn't need to be that strong. It just needed to be enough for him to carry. Lin Shan scraped for a long time, but only scraped out a little metal juice. This little metal juice was not enough to make a knife, let alone a spoon. Don't bother, the material inside has been drained out. Lao Dao walked over and said, don't worry, I find a way to dig some more blood vein gold essence, and then make you a knife. Lin Shan scraped a few more times, and thought it was hopeless, but who knew that he seemed to touch something, but it was not metal juice, it seemed to be solid, and it felt a little soft. Lin Shan was confused and hurriedly scraped the thing out. The thing fell into the stone trough. Lin Shan saw that it was a ball of material that was burned red, but not completely melted. But unlike the blood vein gold essence, this ball of material could see a little golden light when it was burned red, as if there were countless gold sands in the material. Old knife, is this blood vein gold essence? Lin Shan was not sure, so he turned to look at old knife and asked. It can be said that it is. This is the blood vein gold essence residue that cannot be completely melted after smelting the blood vein gold essence. It can also be said that it is an impurity in the blood vein gold essence. The blood vein gold essence residue itself is still relatively hard, even harder than the blood vein gold essence, but because there are too many impurities inside, the material is not very stable, the ductility is also poor, and it is almost impossible to sharpen it, so it is not suitable for casting knives. Old knife said. It doesn't matter if it's unstable, as long as it's hard enough. Old knife, use this to help me make a knife. Lin Shan didn't really need such a strong knife. Being hard enough is also a good feature. No, how can I use this kind of slag material to make a knife for you? I must use the top-grade blood vein gold essence. Lao Dao shook his head directly. Let's talk about that later. You help me make a knife first, and I use it first, Lin Shan said with a smile. Okay. Lao Dao put the blood vein gold essence slag material on the workbench, and asked Lin Shan while hammering, what kind of knife do you want? Actually, I can't use a knife. Can you make a spear or a long gun? It's okay to help me make one of those things. Lin Shan thought for a while and said, spears are not suitable for weapons such as blood vein gold essence, because they are too hard and have no elasticity. Such weapons need more elasticity, not pure rigidity. Lao Dao shook his head and said, then you can make it as you like, but don't make me the 10 Directions Ghost God Slashing Soul knife. Just use your own understanding of the knife to make me a knife, Lin Shan said casually. Okay. After hearing what Lin Shan said, Lao Dao said no more and swung the hammer to make a knife for Lin Shan. He had just made the 10 Directions Ghost God Slashing Soul knife, and his long-cherished wish was fulfilled. He felt refreshed, and had no worries in his heart. He made it casually, as if he had done it at will. In a few strokes, he casually knocked out a knife blank. It was not as fierce as the 10 Directions Ghost God Slashing Soul knife. It looked very delicate. It was a ring-headed knife style about 5 feet long. The handle was 1 foot long, and the blade was 4 feet long. The blade was straight, not very wide, and could even be said to be a relatively narrow knife. One side was thick and heavy, and the other side was beveled. The tip of the knife was an oblique angle. The top of the handle is a ring, like a ring, which is also the origin of the name of the ring-headed knife. Lao Dao even used the remaining materials to make a scabbard of the same material for Lin Shen, and finally quenched it together. Lao Dao himself was stunned when he saw the finished product. The knife and scabbard were snow white and crystal clear, and when they were swung, there was a faint golden light flashing in them, like a golden river in galaxy. This knife and scabbard are extremely gorgeous, not like weapons used for fighting, but like ritual objects used in ceremonies. The knife did not sharpen itself, and Lao Dao took the knife to the grindstone to sharpen it manually, but after sharpening it a few times, he uttered a surprised voice. "This knife. I'm afraid it can't be sharpened." "What's wrong?" Lin Shen asked in confusion, and walked over to take a look, and found that the grindstone was worn down a layer, but the knife in Lao Dao's hand seemed to be intact. Lao Dao found several types of grindstones, and wanted to sharpen the blade. However, no matter how he sharpened the blade, only the grindstone was damaged, and it could not be sharpened. Lao Dao smiled bitterly and said, "This knife is considered useless. The blood vein gold essence residue is too hard. It can only be sharpened with other parts, and others cannot sharpen it." Lao Dao was about to break it, and wanted to reforge it. Lin Shen wanted to stop him, but it was too late. However, after Lao Dao exerted force, the blade did not move at all, and there was no sign of being broken. Lao Dao did not believe in evil, and exerted force again. This time, the blade finally responded, and was slowly bent. But looking at Lao Dao's appearance, he only bent the blade slightly, as if he had exhausted his strength, and could not bend it. As soon as Lao Dao let go, the slightly bent blade immediately bounced back, and was still straight. "This knife is so hard." Lao Dao looked at the knife in surprise, his face full of doubts, as if this knife was not made by him. Chapter 423. Stop it. I just want this knife. Lin Shen wanted to stop Lao Dao from destroying the knife. Absolutely not. How can I make a knife that can't be sharpened? How can I put my face down if it gets out? Lao Dao didn't care about Lin Shen's opinion at all. He threw the knife and scabbard into the furnace. He wanted to melt the knife, and then forge a new one. Really no need. I think this knife is good, Lin Shen said weakly. With such high strength and wear resistance, it is very good for self-defense. He doesn't need to sharpen the blade that much because he doesn't know how to use a knife. It doesn't really make much difference whether it is sharpened or not to stab or hit people. But Lin Shen also knew that if he could listen to others, Lao Dao would not have stayed in this hellhole for so many years just to forge a knife for a swordsman who had long passed away. Lao Dao wanted to melt the knife and forge it again, but the knife and scabbard were burned in the furnace for a long time, and there was no sign of melting. Not to mention melting, there was not even a sign of burning. How could this happen? Lao Dao stared at the knife and scabbard in confusion. Maybe this is God's will. God let you make such a knife. Why do you have to destroy it? Lin Shen took the pliers and clamped the knife and scabbard out of the furnace. What's more, I like this knife very much. This is it. Lao Dao remained silent and did not stop Lin Shen. I originally thought that even if it was not burned red, the temperature would definitely be very high, but Lin Shen put his hand close to the knife and scabbard, and did not feel the burning breath. He reached out and touched it quickly. It was not as high as he imagined. The blade and scabbard were still cool. What a good knife. Lin Shen held the handle and scabbard in his hands, feeling very heavy, but not so heavy that he couldn't play with it. The weight of the knife and scabbard together was about the same as the self-sharpening useless knife that Lao Dao had cast before, or perhaps even a little lighter. You made the knife, so give it a name. Lin Shen inserted the knife into the scabbard, played with it in his hand, and pulled it out a few times, feeling very smooth. Although this knife did not have the terrifying sword intent like the 10 Directions Ghost God Slashing Soul knife, almost every inch of it was made by Lao Dao's peak understanding of knife making. Maybe it was not the strongest knife, but it was very suitable for use. Even Lin Shen, who had never practiced knife, felt very smooth when swinging it. Without sharpening, the resistance to breaking the wind was also very small. You can choose it yourself. Lao Dao shook his head. He was an extreme perfectionist in knife making. A knife made of slag material with a lot of impurities, and it can't be sharpened. Even if there are some special features, he can't accept it, let alone name it. I used to be a scumbag among the remaining people. It's good to match a scumbag with a scumbag, so let's call it a scumbag knife. Lin Shen fiddled with the scumbag knife, and he couldn't let it go. It's up to you. Lao Dao didn't have the mood to care about what name Lin Shen gave. He put the 10 Directions Ghost and God Slashing Spirit knife into the knife box that he had prepared long ago, put it on his back, and said to Lin Shen, "You are the Dean of Tianshi Academy now, right?" "Yes." Lin Shen nodded. "Okay, let's go back to Tianshi Academy together." Lao Dao seemed to have remembered something, and said to Lin Shen, "Don't call me Lao Dao. My name is Tianxia. From now on, you are my brother. You can call me by my name or brother. I owe you a favor. If you have any problems, just come to me." "Okay, brother." Lin Shen thought of several ways to call him, but none of them sounded smooth, so he just called him brother. Forget about favors. You have helped me make the slag knife, and I like it very much. We don't owe each other anything. It's your business if you like it. Tianxia packed up his things and planned to go back. Today's Tianshi Academy is particularly lively. It can't be said that today, these days are particularly lively. Tianshi Academy owes so much debt. In the past, Tianshi Academy didn't even have a person in charge, so no one came to collect the debt. Now that Tianshi Academy has a dean and a real boss, the debt collectors have come to the door in the past few days. They waived IOUs and stayed in Tianshi Academy. They had to see the dean. If they couldn't see him and get the money, they would not leave. Onsai and others ignored them. They did whatever they wanted and moved whatever they wanted. Anyway, there was nothing valuable in Tianshi Academy. They had seen this kind of scene many times before. Fortunately, the dean went out, otherwise it would be a real trouble if they blocked him. Who said it wasn't? These guys seem to have agreed to come to our academy to collect debts. It didn't affect us. If the dean was blocked by them, it would be very uncomfortable. What's the use of blocking him? The dean has no money. It's a pity that he can pay it back. Maybe they are not really here to ask for money. Several ministers and the vice president were chatting while playing cards. As long as the debt collectors did not overturn their card tables, they would not care at all. Ensai, who was knitting a sweater on the side, continued, "President, please don't come back now." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Lin Shen pushing the door and walking in. Ensai's face suddenly changed. She put down the sweater in her hand, walked quickly to Lin Shen, and pulled Lin Shen out while lowering her voice and said, "My little ancestor, why didn't you come back earlier or later? You came back at this time. The debt collectors are about to flatten the Tianshi Academy. You should leave quickly and hide outside first. Come back after they leave." Unfortunately, it was too late. Some sharp-eyed people had already seen Lin Shen and surrounded him without waiting for them to leave. "Dean Tian, right? You are the head of Tianshi Academy. Tianshi Academy owes our power supply department more than 300 years of electricity bills. Now our power supply department is almost unable to pay wages. Hundreds of people in the power supply department rely on this money to pay wages and support their families. Dean Tian, please show mercy and pay the owed electricity bills. Our water supply department has not paid wages for several months. Dean Tian, you must solve this money for us anyway. Dean Tian, your Tianshi Academy has withdrawn so many equipment and materials from the warehouse for so many years. We have been carrying this gap for more than 200 years. We can't bear it anymore. If you don't solve this matter today, then we will go to Tianshi Academy to seek justice." Lin Shen looked at the creditors who surrounded him, all of whom were old men and women, and felt overwhelmed. The Emperor of Heaven didn't allocate money to him, nor did he give him a job to make money. Where would he get the money to fill this hole? Chapter 424. Let's do this. I just started working at Tianshi, and I'm not very clear about the situation. You guys register first, and I check it out. As long as it's really a debt owed by Tianshi, I will definitely admit it. Lin Shen wanted to send them away first. They must know that he has no money, and it's useless to force him. They should give him some time to find a solution. Who knew that after hearing what Lin Shen said, an old lady from Tianren jumped out and shouted, "We don't care about that. The accounts are clear. You must pay this money today, otherwise let's go to Tianren to seek justice." As she said that, someone pulled Lin Shen and dragged him to Tianren. Lin Shen immediately understood that this person was not here to ask for his debt, but to show him off. If this matter was brought to Tianren, Even if Tian Renyuan didn't let him pay the money immediately, he, the new dean of Tian Shiyuan, would lose face. Who will give him face when he goes out to do business in the future? His creditors are everywhere. Who will take him, the dean, seriously? The ministers, directors and vice deans of Tianshi Academy just watched from the side, and no one came up to help. They had no relatives or friends with Lin Shen. Although they got along well recently, it was obvious that no one would stand up to help him with such a big thunder. Lin Shen frowned slightly, thinking about how to solve this matter, when he suddenly heard a cold snort. You want money, right? Who wants money? Come to me and get it. This voice made the originally noisy people quiet down for a while, and their eyes couldn't help but look at the source of the voice. Everyone saw a strong white-haired celestial being, wearing combat uniforms and white robes, with a long box on his back, standing at the door and staring at them coldly. You want to pay for Tian Shiyuan? Tian Shiyuan owes our power supply department 346 years and 7 months of electricity bills, a total of. The deputy director of the power supply department, the celestial lady in Hui, stood up and pointed at Tianxia arrogantly. But as she spoke, she felt that something was wrong. Except for her standing up aggressively, no one else seemed to move. And Hui turned her head and saw that those debt collectors not only did not catch up, but seemed to retreat a few steps and distance themselves from her, as if they were afraid of being associated with her, with a very strange look. How much is it in total? Tianxiao looked at Hui coldly and asked. It's... Who are you? I came to Tian Shiyuan to collect the electricity bill. Are you from Tian Shiyuan? Seeing that something was wrong, Hui began to be a little timid. I ask you how much is it in total? Tianxia stared at her and continued to ask. Why do you care how much I am worth? I'm not asking you for money. Why do you care so much? Hui gritted her teeth and said she had guessed that this person must have some background. Otherwise, how could the old guys in other departments not say a word? But she felt that she had someone behind her. So what if the other party had some background? Pa! Tian Zixia slapped Hui in the face, making Hui turn several circles on the spot, and then sat on the ground. Half of her face was swollen, her face was full of blood, and several teeth fell out. You dare to hit me. Do you know who I am? Before she finished her words, the other side of her face was swollen by Tian Zixia's slap, and this time all her teeth were sprayed out. I don't know who you are, you tell her who I am. Tianxiao walked to the main seat, and sat down with a big horse and a golden sword, without even looking at the ant, and said to the other creditors. This is the uncle of Lord Tiandi, the little uncle of our Tianring clan, Lord Tianxia. An old man gloated. The ant was stunned when she heard it, and she didn't cry or make a fuss. She got up and kowtowed to Tianxia repeatedly, and said indistinctly with blood in her mouth, I don't know if it's the little uncle. I offended the little uncle. I deserve to die. Do you want more money? Tianxia asked lightly. No. No. The ant said repeatedly. She had never seen the little uncle, who had disappeared for a long time, but she had heard of his name and the things he had done, so she didn't dare to be stubborn. If you don't want it, get out, Tianxia said coldly. The old lady was immediately pardoned, and she left the Tianshi Academy in a hurry. Do you still want money? Tianxia looked at other creditors again. Everyone shook their heads. Who dared to offend this evil star? The money was not theirs. No one wanted to ask for money at this time. This was risking their lives. Since you don't want money, what are you still doing here? As soon as Tianxia finished speaking, everyone hurriedly said goodbye, not daring to say a word. Lin Shen was stunned watching from the side. He knew that Tianxia must be a big shot, but he didn't expect that he was actually the uncle of the Emperor of Heaven. Everyone in the Tianshi Academy looked at Lin Shen and Tianxia with complicated expressions, wondering how their new dean was related to Tianxia. Tianxia, who had not shown his face for many years, actually helped him. Brother, if you have something to do in the future, come to me. Just ask anyone and you should be able to find my residence. Tianxia also stood up and left Tian Shiyuan. Hearing Tianxia calling Lin Shen like this, everyone's expressions became even more strange, and Insai was also surprised. Tianxia called Lin Shen brother. If you count it this way, then the Emperor of Heaven must also call the dean uncle? Of course, it must not be counted this way, and no one dares to count it this way. After Tianxia left, Insai pulled Lin Shen into the office and said with a strange look, Xiao Tian, how did you get to know the little uncle? Do you have a good relationship with him? We met by chance, and just met not long ago. Insai, is there any problem? Lin Shen was a little confused. Seeing Insai's expression was a little strange, it seemed that his good relationship with Tianxia was not a good thing. Xiao Tian, Insai said a few more words to you, because she saw that you are a good person, and have no one to rely on. Just listen to these words. I won't say anything to you after we leave this door. Our little uncle is actually about the same age as the Emperor of Heaven, or even younger. He grew up with the Emperor of Heaven. Although they are uncle and nephew, they are more like brothers and friends. The little uncle is deeply favored by the Emperor of Heaven. He used to go in and out with the Emperor of Heaven, and could go in and out of the imperial palace at will without reporting. But how can I put it? He is also a person of temperament, and is easily excited when doing things. If you associate with him, and make him unhappy one day, there may be a big disaster. Be careful. Lin Shan understood what Insai meant. She almost said that Tianxia was just like the Emperor of Heaven, a ridiculous person with mood swings. No wonder those people are so afraid of him. Lin Shan felt a little cold in his heart. Insai was right. He and Tianxia didn't have a deep friendship. They only became close because of sword forging. It was bullshit to say that they had a deep friendship. Lin Shan was extremely grateful that Tianxia could help him stop the creditor from coming to his door this time. However, if Lin Shan really regarded this as a kind of capital, it would be hard to say whether this friendship could still be considered a friendship. Chapter 425. The young uncle is back, and he helped the Tian drive away the debt collectors? The Emperor of Heaven was wearing a cotton robe, with his arms open, and he was eating lunch directly on the bedside. After listening to the report from the heavenly man next to him, he showed a look of surprise on his face. Yes, your majesty. The heavenly man replied. The young uncle also slapped An Hui, the deputy minister sent by the Ministry of Power Supply to collect debts. He slapped her twice, and both sides of her face were swollen and her teeth fell out. That An Hui? Is she from the third mansion of the Yin family? The Emperor of Heaven said coldly. Your majesty, deputy minister An Hui is the cousin of An 3. The heavenly man replied. The young uncle slapped her twice, well, very happily. The Emperor of Heaven laughed, as if he was very happy, but it's a good thing for that kid. No one should dare to go to the Tianxia Academy to collect debts in the short term. Should we put more pressure on him? The heavenly man asked. No need, he knows the difficulties of Tianxia Academy. The Emperor of Heaven said calmly, let Tianxia Academy handle that matter. Those people in Tianxia Academy have been idle for so many years. It's time to do something, and make some money to pay off the debts they owe. I understand, I will go to find Dean Tian now. The heavenly man responded and bowed and left. The little emperor uncle has been gone for so many years without any news. Why did he come back at this time? And he was related to that kid. The Emperor of Heaven's eyes flickered, and I don't know what he was thinking. The little emperor Uncle Tianxia, who had disappeared for many years, actually returned to Zenith Star and helped the new dean of Tianxia Academy beat the debt collectors. This news spread all over Zenith Star like legs. So that human is the young emperor's uncle's man. No wonder he can become the dean of Tianxia Academy. The young emperor's uncle is back at this time. The timing is very delicate. Having a demon in the family is troublesome enough, and now there is another one. The life of the Tianxia Academy is probably not easy. With the young emperor's uncle back, I'm afraid the peaceful days of the Zenith Star will come to an end. The big figures of each family had different expressions when they heard the news that Tianxia had returned. After receiving the news, N4's face turned very ugly. With Tianxia protecting Tianxia Academy, it would not be so easy to move Tianxia Academy. Lin Shan took the slag knife back to his residence. Wei Wufu was not at home, probably to the crater planet. Just when he wanted to take a nap, he heard the doorbell. Who are you? Lin Shan opened the door, and saw that the person who came was an unfamiliar Tianren. Tian Songyun from the General Affairs Department of the Imperial Palace. I came to visit Dean Tian. Tianren took out his ID card, handed it to Lin Shan with both hands, and said with a smile, It's Minister Yun. If you don't mind, please sit inside. Lin Shan invited Tian Songyun into the room. The General Affairs Department is generally responsible for logistics. All kinds of material transfers need to go through the General Affairs Department, which can be regarded as the God of Wealth Department. However, Tian Songyun is only the Minister of the General Affairs Department of the Imperial Palace, not the Minister of the General Affairs Department of the Celestials. This is a little different. He is only responsible for the logistics work in the Imperial Palace, which is equivalent to the personal material manager of the Emperor of Heaven. The title of this director is actually a bit unworthy of the name. But for Lin Shan, this is also a big shot. The Tianxia Academy is the money-making department under the Emperor of Heaven. The materials obtained should be handed over to the General Affairs Department of the Imperial Palace. Although Tian Songyun has no superior subordinate relationship with the Tianxia Academy in name, in fact, he is also half of Lin Shan's boss. Whatever private matters the emperor has, he will probably have to pass through this general affairs minister. Dean Tian, don't be so polite. I'm just a handyman in the imperial palace, at most a housekeeper. Just call me Songyun. Tian Songyun said with a smile. General Manager Yun is too modest. Lin Shen didn't say much, but invited Tian Songyun into the living room, sat down as host and guest, brewed tea for him, and waited for Tian Songyun to state his purpose. This tea is good? I haven't had such good tea in many years. Tian Songyun took a sip of tea and praised. It's a local specialty, not worth much. Manager Yun likes it. I have some here. You can take it later. Lin Shen thought, what a bullshit, a pack of jasmine tea costs a few dollars, you haven't had it for many years, you are really pretentious. The emperor is frugal, advocates thrift, and is unwilling to waste. The money saved is used for the development of our tribe, which has led to the current prosperity of the Tianan tribe. As servants of the emperor, we naturally have to share the worries of the emperor, so let's not have these luxury items. Tian Songyun said. Lin Shen secretly cursed in his heart. Everyone in the entire Zenith Star knows that the Emperor of Heaven is a man who spends money without blinking an eye. The food, clothing, housing and transportation in the Imperial Palace are all top-notch. You come to me and say that my jasmine tea, which costs only a few dollars, is a luxury. Do you have any shame? Tian Songyun sighed and continued, but we are limited in ability, and can do too little for the Emperor. The people below don't know how to understand the Emperor's painstaking efforts. Some people are greedy, and live a very extravagant life. I don't know how much resources that should be used for the development and construction of our tribe have been secretly embezzled. They are a group of disgusting termites. Fortunately, Dean Tian is now in charge of the Tianshi Academy. In the future, we will work together to share the worries of the Emperor and supervise the 4 directions. We can no longer let them do whatever they want. That's what Chief Steward Yun said. Lin Shen listened for a long time and finally understood that the Emperor wanted them to work for the Tianshi Academy. To put it bluntly, he wanted them to help the Emperor make money. Seeing that Lin Shen didn't pick up the conversation, Tian Songyun could only continue. Now our clan is expanding vigorously and developing many planets everywhere, but the investment and income are seriously unbalanced. There must be a problem. Dean Tian needs to worry about this matter. Is this Chief Steward Yun's intention, or the Emperor's intention? Lin Shen asked. Tomorrow the Emperor's order will arrive at the Tianshi Academy. I came here today just to have some heartfelt words with you, Dean Tian. After all, you and I will work together for a long time in the future. We can be regarded as the closest comrades in arms. There are some things that I have to let you know in advance so that you can have a clear idea. Tian Songyun said. General Manager Yun, please tell me. I have no choice but to share the worries of the Emperor. Lin Shen knew that the order sent to the Tianshi Academy would definitely be different from what the Emperor wanted him to do. Tian Songyun was here to convey the Emperor's true intention. Well, with Dean Tian's words, the Emperor finally did not make a mistake. Tian Songyun said with a look of relief. The Emperor cares about his people. He lives too frugally, and is reluctant to eat and wear. We, the servants, cannot bear to see the Emperor suffer. But the General Affairs Department is now in a tight financial situation, and is unable to change anything. We can only ask Dean Tian to share the worries of the Emperor. Lin Shen and Tian Songyun chatted for a long time, and finally figured out what the Emperor meant. Nowadays, those bigwigs who developed the planet secretly ate most of the resources obtained from the development of the planet, and only handed over a small part to the tribe, and most of them flowed into the tribe treasury. Only a small part was distributed to the Emperor. The Emperor asked Lin Shen to go to those planets to get back the resources that those big guys had embezzled, and they could not hand them over to the clan treasury, but only to the Imperial Palace. Of course, Tian Songyun also gave Lin Shen some hints that he could keep some of the resources he got back from those big guys as long as they were not too excessive. The Emperor takes the money when nothing happens, and I take the blame when something goes wrong. It has nothing to do with him. The Emperor's calculations are really loud. Lin Shen cursed the Emperor for being shameless in his heart. Chapter 426. The next day, after Lin Shen came to Tianshi Academy, Insight came to him with the order from the Emperor of Heaven. Lin Shen took it and looked at it, and immediately wanted to curse. The Emperor of Heaven ordered him to inspect the giant ring star. Doesn't this mean that he was going to make money on the giant ring star? Doesn't that mean he was going to mess with Tianxuan? He was born in Tianxuan's school, and the Emperor of Heaven's first order was to let him mess with Tianxuan. This was really too vicious. Lin Shen knew what this order meant. It was a test of his ability, and a test of his loyalty. This rubbish Emperor of Heaven will be finished sooner or later. Lin Shen cursed in his heart. Dean, this is an opportunity, but also a big problem. You have to think it through. Ansai said on the side. Ansai, you have to give me some advice. Lin Shen smiled bitterly. Ansai walked to the door, locked it, and then pulled down the curtains. Then he sat opposite Lin Shen and said seriously, the situation on Ju-1 Star is very complicated. Tianquan of Tianjue family, Qi 118 of the 3rd mansion of Qi family, and in 117 of the 4th mansion of An family, the interests are intertwined and complicated. If you do it too well, you will offend the 3 families of Tian, Qi, and An at once. If you do not do it well, it will be difficult to explain to the Emperor. How to grasp this degree is really a difficult thing. I am a woman and I have no ability to help you deal with these things, but I heard that you were born in Tianquan school, so I have something to remind you. If you can't do this, forget it. If you have to do it, it's best to do it with Tianquan first. It must not be lighter than the other 2 families, but more serious than them. Ansai, I understand. Lin Shen sighed softly. How could he not know this truth? But Tianquan had paid so much for him and treated him so well, and he wanted to kill Tianquan right away. Isn't this like killing the person you love the first time you get ashore? How could he do it? But now that things have come to this, Lin Shen can only take it one step at a time and go to Jiwangxing first. Ansai, how many people are still available at our Tianxia Academy? Lin Shen thought that if he went to Jiwangxing to make money, he would have to have a few masters to protect him. If the people of the Qi family and the An family were provoked and wanted to kill him secretly, he would have to have someone to protect him. He was not afraid of the Ascenders, but those 2 families were at the Nirvana level. Ansai was embarrassed when she heard Lin Shen's question. There were indeed many capable people in Tianxia Academy before, but they have almost dispersed. Those who remain are old, weak, sick, and disabled. If it was more than 100 years ago, there were still a few who could fight, but now they are either injured or old and weak. They haven't fought for many years. I really can't find anyone who can calm the situation. Lin Shen was even more depressed. He, a minion of the Emperor of Heaven, had to help the Emperor of Heaven to be a sucker for the evil people to make money, but he didn't even have anyone who could use him. Whoever wants to do this job can do it, but I won't do it anyway. To be a lackey, you have to have the capital to bully others. What does this mean? You paint a big pie and let me risk my life to rush up alone, right? Lin Shen sat down on the chair and said angrily. You can't say that. In name, you are helping the Emperor, but in reality, aren't you also helping yourself and the Tianxia Academy? Although the little uncle helped us drive away the debt collectors, the debts must be repaid sooner or later. When you achieve Nirvana in the future, you will also need a lot of resources, and all of these will cost money. After Ansai pondered for a moment, he smiled and said, I remembered a person who used to be a top figure in our Tianxia Academy and was very powerful. I heard that after he was suspended from work, he was not doing well outside and had some trouble. You can go find him, bring him back, and take him to the giant ring star. If you act openly, no one should be able to do anything to you. Tell me in detail. Lin Shen just said that just now. He must go on this trip. That person is Kong Chuan, a member of the Peacock clan. Ansai smiled and said, he has another identity, he is the eldest brother of the Queen of Heaven. If he goes with you, even if someone wants to touch you, they will have to be a little cautious. The eldest brother of the Queen of Heaven? How could he be doing so badly? Lin Shen was a little unconvinced. Tian Fei can be said to be the favorite concubine of the 3,000 emperors. With the degree of favor of the emperor, how bad can her elder brother be? You don't know this? The Peacock clan strongly opposed Tian Fei's entry into the imperial palace. Among them, Kong Chuan was the most arrogant. He said some things that he shouldn't have said, and it was heard by the emperor. So the emperor didn't like him very much. If Tian Fei hadn't been favored, this man would have died long ago. He is lucky to be able to live peacefully until now. Ansai smiled. So that's it. Lin Shen suddenly realized that if it were him, he would definitely not want his sister to marry such an old man. Having offended the emperor and being a foreign race, it is conceivable how difficult it is to get along in the Tianan clan. It can only be said that fortunately he is Tian Fei's elder brother, otherwise it would not be as simple as getting along badly. Lin Shen planned to meet Kong Chuan, maybe he could learn something about the heavenly concubine from him. Lin Shen has been thinking about the pattern of the appearance of the fire of rebellion against heaven recently. At present, we only know that the fire of rebellion against heaven appears on beautiful women with excellent talents, and these beauties are quite special. Lin Shen was not willing to give up on the fire of rebellion against heaven, and now he is even more unwilling to give up. The old man Tiandi is so wicked. Lin Shen feels that sleeping with the heavenly concubine for one night is also a way of robbing the rich and helping the poor, and the old man deserves his punishment. After getting the address of Kong Chuan's home from inside, Lin Shen went out to find him directly. There is not much time left for him to go to the giant ring star, and he must get Kong Chuan back as soon as possible. I know that Kong Chuan's life is not easy, but I didn't expect it to be so difficult that he has fallen to selling things in the market. And Sai told him that Kong Chuan should be setting up a stall in the market during the day, so if he wanted to find him now, he could only go to the market. After Lin Shen arrived at the market, before he found Kong Chuan, he saw the old man who had set up the game that day. He was still wearing the ragged cotton robe, sitting behind the stall with his hands folded and resting with his eyes closed. Today, the old man didn't set up the game. There were some strange things on his stall, which looked very old. "Uncle, what are these?" Lin Shen squatted down and looked at the things on the ground, asking as he looked. The reason why he was interested in these things was that there was something wrapped in thick mosaics among them. Lin Shen was delighted to find that there were mosaics on the alien things. Chapter 427. It's you. The emperor looked at Lin Shen, curled his lips and said, "These things are amazing. The treasures from the imperial palace are all good things that the emperor has used before." Treasures from the imperial palace? The emperor has used them before, so you are really powerful. Lin Shen didn't believe what the old man said, thinking that he must be bragging. Believe it or not. The emperor looked impatient and closed his eyes to continue resting. Lin Shen felt as if something was missing. He turned around and found that the stall next to him seemed to have changed. The stall owner who had been complaining about the old man was gone, and an old lady was selling things. Today, without him complaining next to him, Lin Shen was really a little uncomfortable. "Believe it? How can I not believe it? How do you sell these things?" Lin Shen asked. "Which one do you want?" The emperor opened his eyes again. "Please introduce these. Things used by the Emperor of Heaven are all good things. It's good to broaden your horizons," Lin Shen said. "You have a good eye. You know these are good things." The Emperor of Heaven looked a little better. He pointed at the things above and said, "This is called the Sky Mirror. It is used by the Emperor of Heaven to comb his hair in the morning. It is made of pure colored glaze. This is called the Heavenly Stairs. It is used by the Emperor of Heaven to get on the carriage. It is carved from the 9 heavens divine wood. This is the Divine King Comb. It is made of the Divine Power Magic Horn. It can separate dragons and stun dragons. It is used by the Emperor of Heaven to comb his hair." "Old man, you are talking so mysteriously. Isn't it just a glass mirror, a horse stool, and a cow horn comb?" A Gallic man who was shopping nearby found what he said interesting, so he listened for a while and couldn't help laughing. "What do you know? This is a treasure used by the Emperor of Heaven. How can it be confused with those mundane things?" The Emperor of Heaven rolled his eyes and snorted. "I think this is just an ordinary mirror, a wooden stool and a horn comb. I don't see anything magical about it." The Gallic man said unconvinced. "That's because you are shallow." The Emperor of Heaven said indifferently. "Uncle, he doesn't buy anything. Why are you talking to him so much? What is this used by the Emperor of Heaven for?" "You haven't told me yet." Lin Shen pointed at the mosaic thing and asked the old man with mixed hair. This is what he wanted. Asking so many questions is just a trick. As a result, he was interrupted by the Gaul. The old man with mixed hair stopped talking here, which made Lin Shen very depressed. After hearing what Lin Shen said, the Emperor of Heaven ignored the Gaul man and looked at Lin Shen and said, "You have good vision and know what is a good thing. This is called the Azure Sea Conch, which is taken from the immortal creature Azure Sea Conch in the Azure Sea. You can hear the sound of the Azure Sea with it. If you don't believe it, you can try it." As he said, the Emperor of Heaven took the Azure Sea Conch and put it next to Lin Shen's ear, asking him to listen to the sound of the Azure Sea. Lin Shen listened carefully and indeed heard a humming sound, like the sound of the wind blowing across the sea. Lin Shen looked strange. If it weren't for the fire on it, he would definitely scold this guy for being a profiteer. What Azure Sea Conch? What sound of the Azure Sea? This is simply an ordinary conch shell. On the human mother planet, any ordinary conch shell can hear such a sound, which is related to the structure of the conch shell itself. "How's it going, young man? Did you hear the sound of the Bilio Sea?" The Emperor took back the conch shell and asked with a smile. "Yes, it really is there. It is indeed a treasure that the Emperor used." "What did the Emperor use it for?" Lin Shen resisted the urge to scold the profiteer and asked as if he was very interested. It can't be said that he was pretending. He was really interested in this conch shell, but it was not because it was something the Emperor used. This Bilio God conch shell sometimes sounds the music from the Bilio Sea. It is the sound of nature and the music of the ocean. When the emperor is in a bad mood, he uses it to cleanse his soul. The emperor said a lot. Is it so magical? Let me listen. The Gaul man couldn't help but pick up the conch shell, put it to his ear and listened, and soon put the conch shell back, saying disdainfully, "Old man, you are too good at fooling people. What natural sound, what ocean music, this is just the sound of an ordinary conch shell. You can't hear it, that's because you are not blessed enough to hear this elegant sound." The Emperor of Heaven said with a cold face. Lin Shen didn't want to make things more complicated, and hurriedly said, "Uncle, how much is this Azure Sea conch used by the Emperor of Heaven for sale?" Don't listen to his nonsense. What Azure Sea conch used by the Emperor of Heaven? It's just an ordinary conch shell. You go out and walk around. Maybe you can pick it up. The Gaul man said. Are you going to buy something? If not, go play. Why are you making trouble here? The Emperor of Heaven said with a strange look. Just go, who wants to see you, you bastard? The Gallic man said and turned away. He had not walked far, just turned a corner, and suddenly felt a pain in the back of his head. His eyes went black, and then he lost consciousness. A celestial being wearing a hat drove the Gaul man to a deserted place. 1,000,000 celestial coins. The Emperor of Heaven said something shocking. Master, we are old acquaintances, give me a discount. Lin Shen felt that this old celestial being was too treacherous. He wanted to sell a broken conch shell for 1,000,000 celestial coins. Is 1,000,000 celestial coins a lot for Nirvana biological materials? The Emperor of Heaven asked back. Lin Shen smiled and said, if it is really the material of Nirvana biological materials, I really won't buy it. Then why do you want to buy it? The Emperor of Heaven was a little surprised to hear Lin Shen say this. Because this is something that the Emperor of Heaven used, I want to buy one and keep it with me, so that I can get a touch of the Emperor's aura, and I can go out and do things smoothly in the future. Lin Shen didn't care about spending money, but the problem was that he didn't have so much money. Young man, you have a good idea. Things used by the Emperor of Heaven must have the aura of an emperor. If you buy it and wear it with you, you will be able to do things smoothly without any taboos. The Emperor of Heaven said with a smile. Then look at the price. The old man of heaven did not mention the question that Lin Shen was most concerned about. Things used by the Emperor of Heaven have the aura of an emperor. Is 1,000,000 expensive? The Emperor of Heaven said with a smile. Not expensive, but I don't have that much money. How about this? I leave you my communicator here. This communicator is the latest model that I spent 500,000 yuan to buy. I transfer the remaining 500,000 yuan directly to you. What do you think? Lin Shen was too lazy to talk to the traitorous merchant anymore. He took down the fire first. Do you really want to buy it? The Emperor of Heaven was slightly startled. He didn't expect Lin Shen to really want to buy it. Of course it's true. Otherwise, why would I tell you so much? Lin Shen said. Do you think this thing is worth 1,000,000? The Emperor looked at Lin Shen with a strange expression. He couldn't think that Lin Shen was a fool. Even a fool could see that this was not the immortal Azure Sea conch. I still have some vision. Anything used by the Emperor is worth 1,000,000, no matter what level it is, but I really don't have that much money. Lin Shen just wanted to take the conch shell now. He didn't want to cause any trouble or arouse suspicion, so he could only come up with this excuse. Ha ha, okay, you have 500,000, right? Then 500,000, transfer the money. The Emperor laughed. Okay. Lin Shen happily transferred the money, and then carefully put the Azure Sea conch close to his body. He couldn't suppress his joy. The Emperor saw it, and his expression became more and more strange. Looking at Lin Shen's back as he left, he thought to himself, this kid is quite interesting. Did he recognize me, or did he recognize that this thing is really mine? Chapter 428. Lin Shen walked around the market for a long time before he saw a thin peacock man setting up a stall in a remote corner. The characteristics of the peacock tribe are relatively easy to identify. They all have a peacock pupil on their foreheads, which is usually closed, and there looks like a blue mark between their eyebrows. Are you Kong Chuan? Lin Shen looked at the peacock man and asked. Everything has a price tag. Take whatever you want, and leave the money. The peacock man said expressionlessly. I am a Tian, the new dean of Tianshi Academy. Are you interested in returning to Tianshi Academy to resume your post? Lin Shen stated his purpose directly. No. Kong Chuan refused Lin Shen without even raising his eyes. Okay, come find me when you want to return to Tianshi Academy. After saying that, Lin Shen left without saying anything more. Kong Chuan was a little surprised to see Lin Shen leave so abruptly, but he didn't think much about it. He had also heard about the recent situation of Tianshi Academy. He did not think that a human who had upgraded rapidly could really bring Tianxia Academy back to life. Even if the human was backed by the Emperor of Heaven and the little uncle, it would still be difficult to revive Tianxia Academy. Tianxia Academy was in an awkward position between the Emperor of Heaven and Tianren Academy. Both sides had to bear the brunt. The previous dean of Tianxia Academy could be regarded as a veteran of the Tianren clan. He had both status and position, and he had strong connections and power in the Tianren clan. Even so, he was still killed by the dean of Tianren Academy. How could such a person with no foundation, no ability, no connections, and a foreign race bring Tianxia Academy back to life? The final outcome seemed to be doomed to be death, either at the hands of the Emperor of Heaven or at the hands of the Tianrenyuan. It was a dead end. Lin Shan did not entangle because he knew in his heart that he had no capital to convince Kong Chuan. If he wanted him to work for him, it would be useless unless Kong Chuan was desperate and willing to do so. No one. Anyway, I didn't intend to use force. Lin Shan took the newly acquired conch shell back to his residence, intending to sleep out the fire first. Unexpectedly, there was good news as soon as he returned to his residence. The pet egg he won from Zamayo Lao Tianren was put into the incubator after he came back. Now the incubator reminded him that the pet egg was about to hatch. I wonder what kind of pet it is. Lin Shan waited for the pet inside to hatch. After waiting for several hours, before the pet hatched, he saw Wei Wufu walking out of his room. Death powder. Ascended. Before Lin Shan could say anything, Wei Wufu, who usually didn't speak actively, spoke first. Death powder ascended? What ascending egg did you use to make it ascend? Lin Shan was a little surprised. No. Ascension egg. Hey. Spirit base. Ascended. Wei Wufu handed the capsule and key of death powder to Lin Shan. Ascended just by eating spirit base? Lin Shan was a little surprised. After taking the capsule, he looked at the properties of death powder. Mutated Death Crusher. Super base first turn ascending creature, evolvable. Strength, 81. Speed, 81. Hardness, 81. Toughness, 81. Life base. Super base Smash Diary. Base Transformation Talent. Super base Devour. Super base Evolution. Super base Armor Breaking Thorn. Super base Instant Speed. Super base Refining. Super base Solidification. Super base Soul Harvest. Super base Eye of the Hell King. Smash Diary. First turn Super base Life base. Strength, 81. Speed, 81. Hardness, 81. Toughness, 81. Life base Talent. Smash Diary Mutation Mist. Smash Diary. Record the data of the shredded creature and obtain the creature's weaknesses by analyzing the data. Mutator. Use the biological data recorded in the Smash Diary to temporarily mutate the subject, and the mutation effect is determined by the data of the shredded creature. Lin Shan is a little unsure whether the double life-based talent of the diehard fan is strong or weak. You have to devour a creature first, and then you can know the creature's weaknesses. It seems useless. It has already been devoured. What's the point of knowing its weakness? But on second thought, there are more than one creature of the same kind, such as the celestial race. If the dead fans devour a celestial race first, they can know the celestial race's weakness, and then attack other celestial races based on their weaknesses. It seems to be somewhat useful, but Lin Shan has the fire skill of acupuncture, which is equivalent to being able to see the opponent's weakness, so this skill seems to be useless. The mutant is somewhat useful. The data analyzed by the crushing diary can be used for the mutation of the dead fans themselves, but the effect of the mutation still needs to be tested. In any case, the death fan's ability to ascend is a good thing for Lin Shan. He finally has an available flying upgrade force. Lin Shan asked about the process of the ascension of the dead powder in detail, and Wei Wufu finally explained it clearly. He took the dead powder to hunt the super source dragon on the crater planet. He could only digest a limited amount of spiritual base, so he fed most of it to the dead powder. Today, he fed some more, and the dead powder actually ascended. The whole process was very smooth, and there was no special situation, and it could not trigger the rainbow light of the universe. Old Wei, we have to go back to the giant ring star. Lin Shan told the Old Wei about the matter in detail. Difficult. After listening, the Old Wei only said one word. Who said it wasn't? It's really difficult for me. If I don't do well, the Emperor of Heaven will punish me. If I do too well, the Tianrenyuan will find trouble with me. It's really difficult on both ends. Lin Shan sighed. Tianxuan. Difficult. You are really a dog. Wei Wufu added. Lin Shan was embarrassed. Old Wei, you know me? I have no choice. If I don't go to Zhuangxing, the old guy Tiandi will not let me go. We will both die. Tianquan, you and Hichi, I will help you. Wei Wufu said calmly. Okay, I will find a way for Tianquan. If it doesn't work, just think of it as a loan from her and return it to her later. Lin Shen thought about it and decided that if there was no other way, he could give his share to Tianquan. If he could give a little, he would give it a little. If it was not enough, he would think of other ways to compensate. Lin Shen also knew that this was not a long-term solution. If this matter was really done, every time Zhu Huangxing handed in resources, it would have to be handed in according to the standard this time. Lin Shen could not give Tianquan every time. So he was also very troubled. He could only say that the old guy Tiandi was too vicious. That old guy deserves to be cuckolded. Lin Shen cursed Tiandi in his heart. Inside the palace, the Emperor of Heaven, who was taking a hot spring bath with several concubines, suddenly sneezed several times. Your Majesty, who is missing you again? A concubine swam to the Emperor of Heaven and said in a coquettish voice. There is a folk saying that sneezing means someone is missing him. Why, isn't it my beloved concubine you miss me? Then you should be punished. The Emperor of Heaven pulled the concubine into his arms. Chapter 429. Lin Shen waited for more than 10 hours, and the pet egg he won from Zamayo Laotian finally broke out of the shell. A black little beast broke through the eggshell and crawled out, looking very much like a small black jade unicorn. Lin Shen directly pointed at the newly born Yuling Long with one finger, making it difficult for it to move, until it showed a pleading look in its ferocious eyes. Lin Shen untied its acupuncture points. As soon as it regained its ability to move, Yuling Long bit it, and Lin Shen's fingers hit its acupuncture points again like lightning. Little guy, you still want to trick me? It's too early, wait a few more years. Lin Shen looked at it with a smile. Lin Shen pulled a chair and sat in front of it, staring at it like that. For a long time, Yuling Long's eyes became more and more helpless. Seeing that the time was almost right, Lin Shen untied its acupuncture points, and Yuling Long obediently handed over its pet key, then pounced in front of the eggshell and chewed it bite by bite. I thought that after Yuling Long ate the eggshell, her body would grow. I didn't expect that after it ate the eggshell, her body did grow a little, but only a little. It was a little bigger than Lin Shen's palm, still very small. Lin Shen used the pet key to turn it into a capsule, and then looked at its information. Mutated Yuling Long, 10 turns of ascension. Strength, 160.3. Speed, 162. Hardness, 161.6. Toughness, 162. Life base, mutated Jade Seal. Base transformation talent, mutated Lucky Aura, mutated Jade, mutated Linglong Heart. Mutated Jade Wall, 10 turns of Ascension Life Base. Life Base talent, Mountain and River Suppression. Lin Shen opened his mouth in surprise. This thing was actually a 10-turn mutation and ascension. The old man didn't lie. Does that old man with mixed hair know the grade of this pet egg? Did he fool people, and I got the chance? Or did he know the grade of this pet egg, and still admit defeat? If it's the latter, the identity of that old man with mixed hair might not be that simple. Lin Shen thought to himself. Lin Shen remembered that the old man with mixed hair said that this was a mutated Yuling Long, so it was very likely that he would admit defeat. After trying the various skills of the mutated Yuling Long, the lucky aura could bless itself or others. After obtaining this aura, Lin Shen did not find any changes in his attributes or abilities, and did not know what this luck was for. Mutated Jadification is a skill used on Linglong itself, which can increase its own hardness, and can only increase hardness. The increase in hardness is not as simple as doubling, but directly strengthening its own hardness to 1000. What is the concept of 1000? Lin Shen's own skills are fully activated, and there is still a long way to go before 1000. However, the limitations of the mutated Jade are also very large. It only increases the hardness, but not the toughness. This results in its physical strength not being as terrifying as 1000. It is more afraid of being hit by heavy weapons, and its defense is more useful for sharp weapons such as swords. And because the hardness is too high and the toughness is too low, after using the mutated Jade, the mutated Yuling Long will become stiff all over and almost unable to move. The mutated Linglong Heart is a perceptual skill. After it is activated, Yuling Long can sense various power fluctuations nearby. It is unknown what specific use it has in actual combat. The life-based talent, Xinchen, can weaken the attributes and skill power of various creatures within the range, which is somewhat similar to Wei Wufu's white robe. This thing can only be used as an auxiliary, but just the Xinchen skill is already priceless. Lin Shen is still very satisfied with Yuling Long. After 10 turns of ascension, Her attributes are already top level, and she has a skill like Xinchen. Her own combat ability is not strong, but her auxiliary ability is very strong. Xinchen and the 6th style of Fanwu can cooperate to greatly weaken the enemy's combat power. If we add the ability of Lao Wei's white robe, I wonder if we have a chance to fight against Nirvana-level strongmen. Lin Shen knows that this kind of weakening skill is very rare. Enhanced skills are more common, but Lin Shen has not seen many weakening skills so far, so Lin Shen thinks Yu Ling Long is very practical. After collecting Yu Ling Long, Lin Shen planned to take a nap and set off for the giant ring star, who knew that someone from the Imperial Palace came and called him to the Imperial Palace. Originally, Lin Shen thought that the Emperor wanted to see him, so he came to the place where he saw the Emperor last time, which was the palace where the heavenly concubine lived. However, he found that there was no Emperor behind the curtain, only the heavenly concubine of the Peacock clan. Tai and Shiyu and Ah Tian has seen the heavenly concubine. Lin Shen could not see the heavenly concubine through the curtain. Even if there was no curtain, Lin Shen could not see her appearance because of her mosaic. Dean Tian, you went to see my brother Kong Chuan. What do you think of my brother? The heavenly concubine's somewhat cold voice came from behind the curtain. He is dignified and outstanding. Lin Shen replied. I didn't ask you to come here to listen to these flattering words. Just answer truthfully. Tian Fei said indifferently. Tian Fei wants to hear the truth, so please forgive my rudeness. Lin Shen said in deep thought. Kong Chuan is now in a desperate situation, and he is a little depressed. You are only good at saying nice things, not true at all. Tian Fei said coldly. Since you went to find him, you should want him to return to Tianshi Academy and go to Ju1 Star with you, right? I do have such a plan, but Kong Chuan has rejected me. Lin Shen was thinking in his heart, what exactly does this Tian Fei mean? I can let my brother return to Tianshi Academy, go to Ju1 Star with you, and protect you, but I have a condition. After a while, Tian Fei's voice came out again. I really don't have money. Lin Shen spread his hands and said with a bitter face. Tian Fei burst out laughing. Who said I want your money? No money, that's easy Tian Fei, what are your conditions? Lin Shen heard that no money was needed, and he immediately turned from sadness to joy. The Special Service Department of Tianshi Academy is now in name only, which shows how incompetent its director is. It's time to change the position of director. Tian Fei said. After the incident of Giant Ring Star, Kong Chuan will be the director in the future. Lin Shen agreed immediately. Don't agree so readily. Do you know who is the current director of the Special Service Department? If you agree to me and come back and can't do it, I'm afraid you can't bear the consequences. Tian Fei said coldly. Even if there is no Kong Chuan, the position of director of the Special Service Department cannot be given to someone named Lin. Lin Shen said calmly. The Special Service Department is the most important department of Tianshi Academy, no one else. In the past, when the Tianshi Academy did the dirty work for the Emperor of Heaven, it was the Special Service Department that worked hard. It can be said that the Special Service Department is the core department of the Tianshi Academy. Unfortunately, the director of this department is now controlled by someone from the first mansion of the Yin family. The previous director of the Tianshi Academy was killed by Yin himself. He put one of his own people in this position, which clearly shows that he doesn't want the Tianshi Academy to do anything anymore. Lin Shen is the head of the academy, but he doesn't even have a manpower to go out to do things. This is all thanks to the Special Service Department. Even if the concubine of heaven doesn't say it, he must take down the Special Service Department when he has the ability, otherwise he, the director of the Tianshi Academy, is not worthy of the title. Chapter 430. You are a wise man. No wonder the Emperor wants you to be the dean. Tian Fei said, and walked out after opening the curtain. Lin Shen finally met Tian Fei face to face, but unfortunately, he still couldn't see her appearance, only a thick mosaic. You will definitely face many difficulties when you go to Giant Ring Star. With your strength, although my brother is protecting you, the situation there is complicated. He will always be unable to protect you well. I will give you something. If nothing happens, it's fine. If it comes to a life and death situation, it may save your life. Tian Fei waved her hand, and immediately a celestial maid brought a box. Lin Shen was secretly happy. I don't know what Tian Fei wants to give me, a pet or a spiritual base. As if she saw through Lin Shen's thoughts, Tian Fei smiled, opened the box, and said meaningfully, Do you know what the strongest weapon in the world is? Please forgive my dullness. Lin Shen shook his head. There are thousands of weapons in the world, each with its own characteristics, and it is hard to say which one is the strongest. But if you want to talk about the strongest weapon, it must be this thing. Tian Fei said, taking out the things in the box. Lin Shen saw what Tian Fei was holding, and was stunned. She was holding a scroll. Although she didn't know what was in the scroll, a piece of paper should be called the strongest weapon. Tian Fei slowly opened the scroll, and saw a portrait on it, which was a portrait of a godlike celestial being. The celestial being looked down at all living beings like a priest, with extraordinary spirit and extraordinary majesty. This is... Lin Shen immediately guessed who the person in the portrait was. This is a self-portrait painted by the Emperor of Heaven. You carry it with you. If someone recognizes this portrait, I think no one will dare to touch it. This is your amulet. The heavenly concubine rolled up the painting again, put it in the box, and asked the maid to give it to Lin Shen. Lin Shen finally understood what the heavenly concubine meant. The strongest weapon in the world she mentioned should be power. Although this painting is thin and easy to destroy, if someone dares to destroy it, given the Emperor of Heaven's temper, I'm afraid he will destroy his 9 clans. However, this thing is only useful for people with status, position, and reason. If you meet someone who doesn't follow the rules, this painting will be useless. If in 117 and in 118 are forced into a desperate situation, even if there is a painting in front of them, it may not be able to stop their murderous intentions. Thank you, heavenly concubine. Lin Shen took the box with both hands. It is better to have this thing than not. Take this little thing too. It may be useful. The Queen of Heaven said, pulling out a feather from her headdress and throwing it at Lin Shen. Lin Shen caught the feather, and saw that it was a real white feather about the length of a finger, not a gold or jade item. He didn't know what the Queen of Heaven gave him for. Go ahead. My brother will report to the Tianshi Academy tomorrow morning. The Queen of Heaven had no intention of explaining, and waved Lin Shen away. Lin Shen didn't ask any more questions, so he could only put the feather away and left the imperial palace holding the box. After Lin Shen left, a man from the Peacock clan came out from the side hall. It was the tall and thin Kong Chuan. Little sister, do you really think he can revive the Tianshi Academy? Kong Chuan looked suspicious. I don't believe him, but I know that the Emperor of Heaven needs the Tianshi Academy. Tian Fei sighed and said, Brother, you should not act willfully when you go to Giant Ring Star. It would be best if you can protect him. If you can't, you should not return to Zenith Star. I know. Kong Chuan nodded, his expression a little gloomy. President Tian's every move over there must be notified to me in time. He is too young and knows too little about the celestial race. It is inevitable that there will be omissions, so I can remedy it in time. Tian Fei gave Kong Chuan a few more instructions before letting him leave. After Lin Shen returned, he studied the feather, but did not find anything unusual. It seemed to be just an ordinary bird feather, and he didn't know what Tian Fei gave him for. Lin Shen put the feather in a small plastic bag and put it in his backpack. Although he didn't know what it was for, he didn't believe that Tian Fei would give him an ordinary feather that was useless. Seeing that it was still early, Lin Shen practiced his skills for a while, and when it got dark, he went to sleep with the conch shell in his arms. After sleeping till dawn, when Lin Shen woke up, the conch shell in his arms had no mosaics. It looked like an ordinary conch shell, nothing special. In Lin Shen's mind, a new fire skill appeared. Imperfect Super Bass Evolution Fire Battle Song. In my BGM, no one can defeat me. Oh my god! After seeing the introduction of this fire, Lin Shen was really surprised and happy. After so long, he finally found another imperfect fire. The last imperfect fire was the sacrifice to the heaven. The power of the sacrifice to the heaven is beyond doubt. I didn't expect that there would be an imperfect fire on such an inconspicuous conch shell. After reading the first sentence of the introduction of the war song, Lin Shen was immediately ecstatic and felt his blood boiling. When the war song sounded, it was unparalleled in the world. The sound was turned on, and I was invincible. But as he continued to read, Lin Shen found that things were not as simple as he imagined. After all, the imperfect fire was imperfect, and it was impossible to be really invincible, otherwise it would not be just an imperfect fire. The fire ability of the war song, like the sacrifice to the sky, is also limited, and it is not directly invincible. The sacrifice to the sky requires sacrifices, and the more sacrifices, the stronger it is. Although the war song does not require sacrifices, it does require the number of people. At the same time, the more people sing the war song, the stronger the effect of the war song can be. What the hell is this? I can't bring a choir when I fight with others. Lin Shen couldn't help but complain in his heart. But then he thought, if he could turn this war song into a war song for a certain legion, and when fighting, the soldiers of the legion would sing the war song together, wouldn't he be invincible? Promoting music art and cultivating national sentiments is an urgent task. Although Lin Shen thought so, it was not so easy to promote the war song. The information of the war song also included the lyrics and music score of the war song. Although Lynchen was versatile when he was a child, he really knew nothing about music. The most serious problem was that he was a little tone deaf. It was no problem for him to read these words, but he didn't know how to sing them. We have to find someone who can understand the music score and sing this war song first. Lynchen found Wei Wufu and asked him if he could understand the music score. After asking, Lynchen regretted it. Wei Wufu couldn't even speak a complete sentence, and he was a martial arts fanatic. How could he understand these things? He asked old Wei these questions, which seemed a bit humiliating. I understand. Wei Wufu's answer shocked Lynchen. Do you really understand the score? Lynchen looked at him in disbelief. I understand. Wei Wufu answered firmly again. Lynchen was skeptical, so he drew the score of the war song in his mind, and then wrote down the lyrics. But when Lynchen was writing the lyrics, he found a problem. The lyrics of this song only have one sentence, and it is the same sentence over and over again. And the lyrics are a bit strange, so strange that Lynchen can't say it. Chapter 431. The sky is vast, the wilderness is vast, I am the most rampant in my life. Wei Wufu took the lyrics and music written by Lynchen and sang. Lynchen opened his mouth wide and stared at Wei Wufu in amazement. Wei Wufu, who usually breaks a sentence into several parts, sang without pause at all, and had a heroic momentum. Such a rough lyric, sung by Wei Wufu over and over again, actually made people feel a kind of blood boiling, and the more he sang, the more passionate and exciting it became, making people have the urge to scream along. After Lao Wei finished singing, Lynchen couldn't help but reach out to touch Wei Wufu's face. You? Wei Wufu frowned and stepped back, staring at Lynchen, his face full of confusion. Are you really Lao Wei? Not someone else's disguise? Not someone else's body? Lynchen really couldn't believe it. That was Lao Wei singing just now. No. Song. Says. Different. As soon as Wei Wufu started talking, Lynchen knew it was Lao Wei, not a fake, and not possessed. Lao Wei, sing it again. Lynchen was just shocked by Lao Wei, and didn't pay attention to the effect of the war song. Lao Wei sang again. As Lao Wei sang, Lynchen felt the power of his body surge, as if he had taken stimulants, and as if some potential was stimulated. He felt full of power, and his blood surged, as if it was about to boil. Try it, strength, speed and other aspects have been improved, but the improvement is not large. This thing needs many people to sing. One person singing the war song has very limited blessing on him. When I build a corps in the future, I will make this song into a military song. Lynchen imagined the future, but unfortunately, he could only imagine it now. It seems like something is missing. The accompaniment is missing. Lynchen felt something was wrong just now, and now he realized that the atmosphere of this song was a little lacking without accompaniment. Old Wei, do you know how to play an instrument? Let's listen to the whole accompaniment. Lynchen said. Violin, cello, guitar, drums, saxophone, eru, pipa, guzheng, piano. Wei Wufu slowly said a long list of instrument names. Lynchen was stunned and asked tentatively, You don't know these? All of them. Wei Wufu said calmly. Brother, you are awesome. Lynchen gave Old Wei a thumbs up. He never thought that Old Wei actually had a versatile musician. Lynchen originally wanted to find an instrument for Old Wei to try, but unfortunately, there were no instruments here, so he had to give up. I took Lao Wei to the Tianshi Academy, and sure enough, I saw Kong Chuan waiting inside the Tianshi Academy. I asked inside to handle the reinstatement procedures for him, and everything went smoothly. I don't know whether it was because he was reluctant to come, or because he looked down on Lynchen. Kong Chuan spoke very little. He only answered one question. If you didn't ask him anything, he would remain silent. Lynchen was too lazy to talk to him. Anyway, the person he was dealing with was Tian Fei. Before the matter of Zhuangxing was done, he would not let Kong Chuan become the head of the Special Service Department. There was nothing to arrange in the Tianshi Academy. Lynchen took Kong Chuan and Lao Wei and left the Tianshi Academy together, preparing to go to Zhuangxing. On the way to the teleport station, we accidentally found a music store on the side of the road. Since we met, let's go in and buy a musical instrument. Lynchen thought about it and walked into the music store. Lynchen only knew some common musical instruments and didn't understand music. Looking at the various musical instruments in the music store, he couldn't even tell the difference between guitar and bass. The owner of the music store was an old man wearing glasses. He sat on a stool by the window, reading a book, and there was a cup of steaming tea on the windowsill next to him. Seeing Lin Shen and the others come in, the old man just said casually, "Look around, call him if you want anything," and continued to read with his head down. "Old Wei, what instrument do you think is suitable for that song?" Lin Shen looked at Old Wei on the side and asked. Old Wei walked and looked in the music store, and finally stopped in front of an instrument on a shelf. This. Wei Wufu pointed at the instrument on the shelf and said, "Old Wei, are you sure you want this?" Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu with a strange expression, and then looked at the musical instrument. Although Lin Shen didn't know about musical instruments, he still looked familiar with this thing. This thing looked like a wooden fish that monks used to hit when chanting. If it was just a resemblance, Lin Shen would still doubt whether it was some kind of musical instrument that looked like a wooden fish. But next to the wooden fish, there was also a small hammer for hitting the wooden fish. Lin Shen really couldn't think of what else it could be except a wooden fish. The only difference from the wooden fish was that this thing looked like jade, and it was snow white and crystal clear, with some strange patterns on it. Lin Shen took a closer look and couldn't help but be a little surprised. He found that this was not an ordinary instrument, but a spiritual bass. There was a fish-shaped white cloud flowing in the wooden fish, like a fish swimming. There was a faint lightning in the side of the small wooden hammer. "Sure," Wei Wufu answered very confidently. "Boss, can I try the thing?" Lin Shen really couldn't believe that this thing could be used for accompaniment and chanting. "No." The boss raised his head and said sincerely, "Are you sure you want this?" Lin Shen had to turn around and look at Lao Wei again. "Sure." Wei Wufu nodded. "Boss, how much is this?" Lin Shen had to ask the boss for the price. Mutated 3-turn spiritual base questioning wooden fish, 8 million. The boss took a sip of tea and said, "Although it is a mutation, 8 million is too expensive. Does this thing have any special skills?" Lin Shen felt that there was no hope. He didn't even have 8,000, let alone 8 million. The life-based talent of soul-searching can make people clear-minded. The boss replied, "You're selling it for 8 million for just this one skill?" Lin Shen's eyes widened, feeling incredible. He had only paid 2 Supersource Pet Dragons for the mutant 4-turn soul-based Soulbee ring he bought before, which was a price of 1 or 2 million. This soul-searching wooden fish is only 3-turn, and its skills are so rubbish, but it's asking for 8 million. It's really too black. If you like it, buy it. If you don't like it, you don't have to buy it," the boss said with a smile. "Buy it." Before Lin Shen could say anything, Wei Wufu spoke directly. "Ahem. Lao Wei. We don't have enough money," Lin Shen said with a light cough. "Here is this." Lao Wei took out a handful of pet capsules from his pocket and handed them to Lin Shen. They were all Supersource Dragon pets that he had tamed with death powder on the crater planet. "Boss, can I use the Ascended pet to pay for it?" Seeing that Lao Wei really wanted the soul-searching wooden fish, Lin Shen had to discuss it with the boss. "You can't." The boss looked at Lin Shen and said, then looked at Wei Wufu and said, "You can." Chapter 432. Old Wei exchanged 8 first-level Super Dragon pets for the wooden fish of inquiry. Old Wei tried to knock it, and sure enough, it was a wooden fish. Lin Shen couldn't imagine how this thing could be a musical instrument. Old Wei directly knocked the wooden fish and sang the war song again. You really don't know what it is. His knocking of the wooden fish unexpectedly matched the war song. Just listen, the knocking of the wooden fish really sounds like some kind of percussion instrument. If you listen again, this song seems a bit like chanting. Just this sentence is repeated over and over again, and it is a bit like chanting Amitabha. Anyway, you can't tell whether he is singing or chanting at the end. But the feeling of making people's blood boil has not changed. After the rhythm of the wooden fish, it unexpectedly makes people's blood boil even more. As Wei Wufu played and sang with all his might, Lin Shen felt the power in his body surge like a tsunami, and the blessing effect was greatly enhanced, and the attributes were rising rapidly, almost doubling. Oh my god! There is such a thing? Lin Shen was surprised and happy, secretly glad that Old Wei had taken the wooden fish. Lin Shen wanted to know if ordinary musical instruments had this effect, and spent a little money to buy a guitar for Wei Wufu to use. Wei Wufu was indeed not bragging, he really could play, and his level was not low. Although the result was somewhat effective, the effect was very insignificant, and not very useful. Old Wei is still awesome. Lin Shen admired in his heart. Kong Chuan looked at the 2 people from the side, his eyes were very puzzled. Kong Chuan was also rich before, but because he offended the Emperor of Heaven, he was cheated by others, and his life on Zenith Star was very difficult. The Emperor wanted to force him to leave Zenith Star, so that he wouldn't get in the way here. But Kong Chuan would rather suffer here to stay on Zenith Star to protect his sister. Otherwise, he, a nirvana, would never fall to the point of setting up a stall on the street. 8 million was not a lot of money for Kong Chuan in the past, but he would not spend 8 million to buy a useless spiritual base that was only used for fun. In his opinion, the behavior of Lin Shen and the other two was the behavior of a prodigal son, which made Kong Chuan more suspicious. Can such a person really revive the Tianshi Academy? But he had no other choice. If he couldn't help Lin Shen revive the Tianshi Academy, he could only leave Zenith Star. Money should be spent on useful things, not on these fun things, Kong Chuan said with a cold face. He knew that this would ruin Lin Shen's interest in face, but if Lin Shen was a prodigal in the future, how could the Tianshi Academy, which was already in a state of disrepair, revive its reputation? Playing is also a part of life, otherwise why would I work so hard? Isn't it just to have more fun? You have to spend the money you should spend and play the games you should play, otherwise your life will be wasted, Lin Shen said with a smile. It's not too late to play when you have money and free time. Now Tianshi Academy is counting on you. What will happen if you spend money like this? Kong Chuan retorted. You are right, but you got one thing wrong, Lin Shen said lightly. What did I get wrong? Kong Chuan frowned and asked back. Tianshi Academy is Tianshi Academy, I am me. I will naturally spend the money of Tianshi Academy on Tianshi Academy, and my own money, of course, can only be spent by myself, and it has nothing to do with Tianshi Academy. Do you understand the distinction between public and private? Tianshi Academy is public, I am private, we must make it clear, and I can't spend a penny of my money on Tianshi Academy, Lin Shen said, as a matter of course. Is this how the distinction between public and private is explained? Kong Chuan was full of question marks. He could not agree with what Lin Shen said, but for a moment, he seemed to find no words to refute. Okay, it's almost time, we should go. After arriving at the giant ring star, everything will be under my command. Can you do this? Lin Shen patted Kong Chuan on the shoulder and said, I am only responsible for protecting your safety, and other things have nothing to do with me, Kong Chuan said coldly. That's fine, don't forget Tian Fei's earnest expectations for you. Lin Shen was reminding Kong Chuan not to make trouble, and do something that would embarrass both parties. The three of them came to the teleportation station, took the official pass directly, and opened the teleportation array to the giant ring star for free. They chose the time point, and when they teleported to the giant ring star, it was exactly noon on the giant ring star. 3 people appeared in the transmission area. Kong Chuan looked around and his face darkened slightly. We should have informed giant ring star of the date and time of our inspection. How come there is no one to welcome us? Lin Shen smiled and said, You still think that Tianshi Yuan is the former Tianshi Yuan? No one in the current Tianshi Yuan is willing to pay attention to us. After that, Lin Shen walked towards Lao Yu's village. He had already talked to his elder sister before he came. Because of something, his elder sister couldn't come to pick him up, so he asked him to go directly to Lao Yu's village. Now it has become the base of the elder sister, and everyone in the village is helping her work. When Lin Shen brought them to the village, the situation in the village was very strange. Everyone stood outside, as if they were checking something. Lin Shen thought that this was a scene that the elder sister had made to welcome him back, but when the 3 of them went over, they found that it was not the case. The elder sister and Lao Yu were checking the bodies of those people one by one. Elder sister, what happened here? Lin Shen asked in confusion. The elder sister asked Lao Yu to continue checking the bodies of those people, and she pulled Lin Shen aside, watching Lao Yu check and said, Recently, a strange thing happened in the village, and 2 people died. The death was very strange, and the cause has not been found out until now. How did they die? Lin Shen asked. I don't know how they died. They all went back to their own houses at night, but in the morning, they found that their house doors were open, and people died in another uninhabited house. The elder sister frowned and said, If it is not safe in the house at night, then I am afraid we can only move out and can't continue to live here. Which house did they die in? Lin Shen asked. The elder sister pointed to a stone house and said, That's the stone house. When we lived here before, we lived next to it. Lin Shen looked in the direction of the elder sister's finger, and his expression suddenly became a little strange. Wasn't that the stone house where he saw a woman singing before? The elder sister continued, 2 people died in 2 consecutive nights. They were found in the stone house in the morning. Their deaths were also very strange. There was no wound on their bodies, but they had a weird smile on their faces, and a bloody handprint appeared on their bodies. What kind of bloody handprint? Kong Chuan on the side suddenly asked. Chapter 433. Who is this? The elder sister looked at Lin Shen and asked. This is Kong Chuan, my colleague in Tianshi Academy. Lin should only explain Kong Chuan's identity, and did not introduce the two people to each other. Come and take a look. The elder sister took them to a broken bed outside, and lifted the broken sheets on the bed. There were two human bodies underneath. The two human men looked to be around 30 years old, in their prime. They all had strange smiles on their faces when they died, and the corners of their mouths were split back, like those clowns on the stage, who made people laugh. It looked funny but not so sincere, which made people feel a little creepy. In addition to the strange smiles, there was a red palm print on their chest, which was dark red like blood, as if it was printed with a bloody hand. We have checked, the bones, flesh and heart below are not damaged. This palm print is like a tattoo. Apart from causing damage to the skin, it has no other effects. We are now checking to see if anyone has this bloody palm print. The elder sister told the details. Lin Shan finally understood why the elder sister and Lao Yu had to take off the clothes of those people for inspection. They were originally checking if they had bloody handprints. After listening, Kong Chuan walked to one of the corpses, rubbed the bloody handprint a few times, and then raised his hand to look at his fingers. There was no red on them, which showed that the bloody handprints were not printed with color. Kong Chuan frowned slightly, leaned down, sniffed the bloody handprints with his nose, raised his head, and said to Lin Shan, "No need to check, I know who did it." "Who?" Everyone looked at Kong Chuan. Kong Chuan said, "Have you heard of the Night Ghost Clan?" Seeing that several people were confused, Kong Chuan continued, "About 700 or 800 years ago, the sudden rise of the Night Ghost Clan caused panic on many planets. The Night Ghost Clan is very strange. During the day, they are not much different from normal humans. The special thing about the Night Ghost Clan is their eyes. The Night Ghost Clan is born with double pupils, that is, there are two pupils in one eye. Their eyeballs can rotate 360 degrees in the eye sockets. One side is blue pupils, and the other side is red pupils. During the day, their pupils are the common blue, but at night, their eyeballs will flip and show the blood-red pupils outside. The evolutionary technique practiced by the Night Ghost Clan. They are all the same, called Night Song, which is an evolutionary technique that can gain the innate ability of sound, so the Night Ghosts are very good at sound ability. Low-level Night Ghosts can also use sound to deceive people, and more advanced ones can even use sound to kill people directly. In addition, the Night Ghosts have a very cruel habit. When they enter the night, and turn into blood pupils, they will use a method called ghost handprint to kill people. People who are hit by the ghost handprint will have a blood handprint on their chest, just like these two people. This blood handprint looks like it has no damage except that it is printed on the skin, and it smells like a faint fragrance. But as long as you open the body, you will find that even if the body has just died, there is no drop of blood in the body. Why do the Night Ghosts want to kill people? Asked the eldest sister with a frown. Legend has it that they use ghost handprints to suck blood from people to maintain their own life and youth. They are a very evil race. Hundreds of years ago, the Night Ghost Clan once made all the tribes panic, and they joined forces to completely eradicate the Night Ghost Clan. Later, there was very little news about the Night Ghost Clan. When I was working at the Tianshi Academy, I once encountered a remnant of the Night Ghost Clan in an incident. I checked some information, and got to know the Night Ghost Clan better. This blood handprint is the same as the ghost handprint I encountered at that time. This method is only used by the Night Ghost Clan. It must be the remnants of the Night Ghost Clan. Lin Shan frowned and said, "Do you mean that there are some Night Ghost Clan members who have escaped the net on the giant ring star?" That should be the case. It's easy to find the Night Ghost Clan. Gather everyone together, and check if they are wearing contact lenses or something like that. Make sure they are not wearing anything. When it's night, whoever's pupils turn blood red is a member of the Night Ghost Clan. They can't control the changes in their pupils themselves. Kong Chuan said, "This method is feasible. Why not give it a try?" The eldest sister nodded. "Let's try it first." Lin Shan didn't think it was that simple. Dean Tian seems to think there is something wrong with my method. Kong Chuan raised his eyebrows and said, "Please point out the problem so that I can correct it. There is nothing wrong with your method, but the night of this giant ring star. You should have learned about the situation of the giant ring star before you came here, and you should know that the night here is very dangerous, and you can't go out in the dark." Lin Shan said, "What does this have to do with us finding the remnants of the Night Ghost Clan? Are you afraid that he will break into the house and use the darkness to kill us? Dean, you can rest assured that with me here, they won't have this chance." Kong Chuan said confidently, "The reason you mentioned is just one of them. What I am most worried about is that the Night Ghost Clan can come and go freely in the darkness of the giant ring star." Lin Shan expressed his concerns. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the humming woman he had peeped at through the cracks in the wall was probably a member of the Night Ghost clan. And Lao Yu said that no one lived in that room. Lao Yu would patrol every day before dark and be the last one to enter the house. If there was an outsider entering, Lao Yu should be able to find it. Since Lao Yu failed to find it, it is very likely that the woman entered the stone house after nightfall. This shows that the Night Ghost clan can move freely in the darkness of the giant ring star. At least they have a certain ability to move at night. Of course, these are just Lin Shen's own guesses, and it is not necessarily the case. It may just be a coincidence. Kong Chuan was a little unconvinced after hearing this. Although the Night Ghost clan has the word night in its name and has night vision, it is indeed more ferocious at night than during the day. But the night of the giant ring star is not an ordinary night, but a manifestation of the power of rules. Not to mention ordinary Night Ghost clan members, even Nirvana-level people cannot go out at will in the dark night of the giant ring star, otherwise they will be injured or even killed by the power of the rules of the night. Dean Tian, you worry too much. The Night Ghost clan that kills people cannot be Nirvana-level strongmen, otherwise they would not need to kill people secretly in the middle of the night. Then how do you explain that these people did not die in their own rooms, nor in other people's rooms, but died in an uninhabited room? Lin Shen pondered. Need I say more? The night ghosts must be hiding in the village. When it was getting dark or just getting light, when everyone else had gone back to their rooms or hadn't come out yet, they rushed in and killed people, or dumped the bodies in uninhabited houses. According to what you said, wouldn't it be enough to just leave after killing someone? Is it necessary to specifically abandon the bodies? Kong Chuan had obviously thought about this question, and retorted, this is what the night ghosts want to mislead others, making them think that it was a crime committed by a genetically modified creature that can walk in the dark, so that they would not suspect them, allowing them to continue to lurk in the village, or even migrate with the village to places with more people. When he said this, he looked at Lin Shen, as if to say that Lin Shen was the one who was misled. Chapter 434. If Lin Shen had not seen the woman next door before, he would think Kong Chuan's inference made sense, but now, he was a little worried. If the Night Ghost clan could really move freely in the dark, then they would be in big trouble. If the Night Ghost clan directly broke their stone house when they were sleeping at night, exposing them to the darkness, then the night rules of the giant ring star would become a weapon for killing. Fortunately, Lin Shen had the nightlight flower in his hand, so he could survive in the darkness of the giant ring star. But the others didn't have it. If the eldest sister and the others spent the night alone in a place without Lin Shen, and were attacked by the Night Ghost clan, wouldn't it be very dangerous? Lin Shen could only be thankful that the two people who died were not his eldest sister. Lin Shen did not oppose Kong Chuan's method, and even felt that it was very necessary to check the internal situation first. He was just worried that if the Night Ghost clan could really move at night, they would take this opportunity to knock down the stone house where they gathered. At that time, so many people would be exposed in the dark, which would still be very dangerous. However, Lin Shen had no other choice but to cooperate with Kong Chuan to implement this plan. Lin Shen wanted his elder sister to live in Paradise Island first, and he would be responsible for finding out what was going on here, but his elder sister insisted on staying. Now she is the boss of these people. If she leaves at this time, how can these people follow her wholeheartedly in the future? Lin Shen thought about it, and it made sense. Anyway, with Kong Chuan, a Nirvana level, he also had a trump card in his hand. As long as he stayed by his elder sister's side, nothing should happen. Everyone in the village was gathered together, and no one was allowed to leave the village today. Although it was the whole village, there were only about 30 people in total. Lao Yu vacated a large stone house, and when it was almost dark, more than 30 people entered the stone house. Kong Chuan had personally checked everyone's eyes, and found no contact lenses or anything like that. Now, he just had to wait for the night to come, waiting for the night ghosts to show their true form. Suddenly, Kong Chuan pointed his finger, and a blue peacock-like base appeared in the stone house. The peacock spread its tail, and on the fan-like peacock screen, peacock eyes appeared one by one. Those peacock eyes glowed with halos, and for a moment, everyone in the stone house was fixed by some strange power, and their bodies were completely unable to move. Even their lips could not move. Lin Shen, Wei Wufu and others were also fixed by Kong Chuan's power. Dean, don't panic. I do this for safety. When the night ghost shows his true form, I will take him down and restore your freedom. Kong Chuan said calmly. Lin Shen was not panicked. He had already guessed what Kong Chuan wanted to do, but he did not expect Kong Chuan's power to be so strong. This power is somewhat similar to the Eye of the King of Hell of the Dead fan. They are both binding powers of the gaze, but when used by Kong Chuan, a Nirvana, it is much stronger than when used by the dead fan. After the dead fan is promoted to nirvana, I wonder if the eye of the king of hell can have such a strong effect. Seeing that Wei Wufu could hardly move, Lin Shan was secretly surprised at the strength of Kong Chuan's skills. Lin Shan suddenly felt that the theory of evolution in his body was slowly running, and it was quietly changing his physique, allowing him to gradually adapt to the control effect of the peacock eye. But there is a process of adaptation, and this process is obviously not something that can be completed in a short time. Lin Shan had no choice but to sit there and wait for the night to fall. Time passed by minute, and finally when the night fell, the sunlight that shone into the stone house from the gap suddenly disappeared. The whole room became dark in an instant, and only the blue peacock emitted a faint blue light, which illuminated the stone house. But this light is different from the light of the nightlight flower. The blue light on the peacock cannot really illuminate the darkness, and the surroundings still look gray. This shows that the power of the blue peacock cannot change the night rules of the giant ring star, but can only fight against it. The light of the nightlight flower can change the night rules, but it cannot be said to change the rules. It can conform to the rules, and use the rules to illuminate a place that is not restricted by the night rules. Although the power of the blue peacock is much stronger than that of the nightlight flower, its power does not have this characteristic, and its effect is not as great as that of the nightlight flower. With the faint light of the blue peacock, Kong Chuan scanned the eyes of each human being. He thought he could find the night ghosts hidden in them. But after he looked through them, he was startled because he didn't see any changes in anyone's pupils, nor did he see blood-colored pupils. Kong Chuan frowned slightly, walked over unwillingly, and looked closely at everyone's pupils, wondering if someone had secretly used some cover or trick to hide their pupils. When he looked at these people, the peacock eye between his eyebrows opened, emitting a strange blue light, and looked at the eyes of these people one by one. But after reading the last one, Kong Chuan was disappointed. There was no Night Ghost clan here. Just when he wanted to take back the life-based blue peacock, he suddenly heard a faint and erratic soft singing in the darkness outside. The voice was gentle and sad, like the autumn wind dancing around the fallen leaves, with a kind of lonely beauty. Kong Chuan's face changed slightly. He seemed to hear that the voice should come from the Night Ghost clan. He muttered to himself in disbelief. Does the Night Ghost clan really have the ability to walk in the dark night of the giant ring star? As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a bang, and the roof of the entire stone house was directly blown away by a terrifying force, and darkness descended unscrupulously in the stone house. For a moment, everyone was shocked, but under the control of Blue Peacock, no one could move, and could only let the darkness descend. Kong Chuan snorted coldly, and a blue shell appeared on his body. The shell and the blue peacock simultaneously emitted strong blue flames. The peacock eyes on the peacock screen emitted blue halos. As the night fell, after coming into contact with the blue halo blooming on the blue peacock, there was a crackling sound, and it seemed that something in the darkness was burning after coming into contact with the blue flame. For a moment, the roof was covered with blue flames, and Kong Chuan passed through the roof and rushed out directly, with the blue light on his body squeaking in the darkness. Everyone immediately guessed Kong Chuan's thoughts, and wanted to leave his life base to forcibly protect everyone, rush out first to deal with the people of the Night Ghost clan, and then come back to move everyone to other rooms. Moving to other rooms now would only be taken advantage of by the Night Ghost clan, and more people would die at that time. Moreover, if the Night Ghost was not eliminated, the other stone houses would not be safe, and there was still a risk of being destroyed by the Night Ghost clan. Chapter 435. Kong Chuan was able to resist the power of the night to a certain extent, which was unexpectedly strong. However, the power of the blue peacock burned fiercely with the night, and slowly shrank. The blue flames gradually decreased, and it was only a matter of time before the night completely suppressed us. At this speed, the night will fall on us in half an hour at most. Lin Shan secretly calculated, I wonder if Kong Chuan can deal with the Night Ghost tribe in half an hour. This Kong Chuan is unreliable. He said that after he came to the giant ring star, everything would follow my command. He came up and made his own decisions. He also controlled me here. Is this protecting me? Is this murdering me? Such a scum wants to be the head of the special service department. How can he have the face to do that? Lin Shan cursed Kong Chuan in his heart, wishing he could slap him in the face. Having such a subordinate is a bad luck. Not to mention the heavenly concubine, no one's face can be good. He can only become the head of the special service department unless I, the dean, quit. The evolution theory in Lin Shan's body is running wildly, and there are already some effects. His eyes and mouth can move, and his body has a little bit of mobility, but it is still a long way from being able to move freely. At this time, Don't let the Night Ghost clan come and play the old trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Lin Shen sat there motionless, muttering to himself. What people fear will come true. Lin Shen was still thinking about it, when he suddenly saw a white figure floating in the air outside the roofless area. Lin Shen's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Good things don't work, but bad things work. How come it comes so quickly? Outside the fierce blue flame, the white figure gradually approached, and Lin Shen could finally see clearly that it was a woman in a white dress. Her skin was pale, and her hair was black and straight, hanging down to her waist. Her eyes were blood red, glowing like infrared in the dark night. She should have been very good looking, but now she looked a little scary, like a ghost who died unjustly. Lin Shen looked at the length and style of her hair, which was a bit like the woman combing her hair next door that he had spied on before. But Lin Shen was not very sure. After all, he only saw her back at that time, not the front. I only remember the way she combed her hair, and her hair was indeed long and straight. Most of the people who were immobilized and unable to move saw the female night ghost, and they all cursed Kong Chuan's ancestors in their hearts. Lin Shen felt that it was a wise decision for the Emperor of Heaven to punish Kong Chuan, and it made so much sense. The female night ghost stared at the blue peacock for a while, and suddenly threw out a dagger-shaped life base, not to attack the blue peacock, but to fly towards the people in the house. This action immediately made everyone sweat coldly, and Lin Shen was about to summon the life base. Who knew that after the dagger flew into the range of the blue light, it seemed to be fixed, suspended in the air, and unable to move. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. Although Kong Chuan was a bastard, his ability was indeed quite powerful. The female night ghost tried to take back the dagger spirit base, but the dagger spirit base did not move in the blue light, which made her frown slightly. After looking for a while, the female night ghost suddenly disappeared, and when she appeared again, she had 2 more stones in her hands. The female night ghost smashed the stone directly into the blue light, and the stone brick rushed into the blue light area, and immediately, like the dagger, they were also fixed in the air. Everyone felt relieved immediately. The power of the blue peacock was still very powerful, and it was estimated that the female night ghost should not be able to rush in. The female night ghost tried some means again, but still could not rush into the blue light range. Anything that entered the blue light range would stop moving immediately. Just when everyone thought they were temporarily safe, the female night ghost disappeared again, and then everyone heard the sound of banging the wall. Lin Shen's face changed slightly. He knew what the female night ghost wanted to do. This was to tear down the wall and expose them completely in the dark. Whether they were completely exposed to the dark night or not, it would not have much impact on them, but the contact area between the dark night and the blue light would become larger, and the blue peacock would need to fight more dark forces, the consumption would increase, and the time they could resist would become shorter. If Kong Chuan could not get back as soon as possible, they would be in danger. As Lin Shen expected, the wall continued to collapse. Some stones fell outside, and some stones flew into the blue light, and were fixed in the air by the blue light. The night kept invading, and after contacting the blue light, it immediately burned. The walls on all 4 sides were soon broken, and the night enveloped from all directions. The blue flames burned more and more fiercely, and the range that could be illuminated became smaller and smaller. The speed at which the darkness compressed was obviously much faster than before. The female night ghost stood outside, staring at them coldly. Under the blue light, she looked more like a ghost in the underworld. Lin Shen felt that his body had recovered a lot, but he still sat there motionless. Because he was originally sitting facing the door, he could just see the female night ghost. With the oppression of darkness, the night was getting closer and closer to Lin Shen, Wei Wufu, and other people who were sitting closer to the door. As the darkness got closer, the female night ghost also moved forward and got closer and closer to Lin Shen and the others. Everyone was trembling with fear. If this continued, it would probably take less than a few minutes for the darkness to touch the people in front. The female night ghost was waiting for that moment to come, and her eyes became more and more fierce. Kong Chuan, that bastard, must be dealt with when I get back. Lin Shen made up his mind that he would never let the guy have an easy time. Those who were closest to the darkness still hoped that Kong Chuan could come back in time. But they heard a terrifying explosion in the distance, which was like thunder in the sky. Just by listening to the sound, they knew it was far away from here. Everyone could think that Kong Chuan was fighting with the night ghosts, and it was probably not realistic to want to come back in a short time. Lin Shen was not worried about the distance. With the speed of Nirvana, it would not take much time to get back even if they were thousands of miles apart. The key was whether Kong Chuan could get rid of his opponent and run back. I was afraid that he was not so optimistic. It was true that the master and the spirit base were connected. Kong Chuan could definitely sense that the situation here had changed, but before the power of the blue peacock was completely suppressed, Kong Chuan could not know what the situation was here. He could only know that the blue peacock was still fighting against the night, but he could not know to what extent the range of the blue light was compressed, and whether anyone was exposed outside the blue light area. The darkness was getting closer and closer to everyone. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were very close to the door. It had only been a few minutes, and the darkness was less than half the distance from Lin Shen and them. Looking at the blue flame burning in front of him, Lin Shen cursed Kong Chuan 10 times in his heart. Chapter 436. The female night ghost walked slowly and stood outside the blue light. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were only a little more than a foot away from her, and could clearly see the evil smile on her face. The female night ghost moved her lips slightly, and the sound that sounded like a hum or a chant floated out from her lips. When Lin Shen heard this voice, he suspected that she was the woman who had combed her hair in the stone house next door before, but when he heard this song again at this time, it didn't sound good at all. The woman's expression made Lin Shen feel that her song was like a Thanksgiving prayer before a meal. After her song was over, she would eat them like steaks. Lin Shen suddenly realized that he had overheard the woman humming before, and it was probably this female night ghost who lured him over. The 2 people killed by the night ghost were probably killed in this way. As darkness approached, the stone bricks that were originally fixed by the blue light fell to the ground after leaving the range of the blue light, making a crackling sound, like a death knell that kept ringing. Because Lin Shen was closest to the door, the blue flame was about to touch the tip of Lin Shen's nose. The reason why Lin Shen was so close to the door was because he suspected from the beginning that the night ghost could walk in the dark, so he wanted to guard the door. The female night ghost had walked in front of Lin Shen and slowly stretched out her palm, as if she wanted to touch Lin Shen's chest. But her palm gradually turned bloody, and soon it seemed like blood was about to drip. As long as Lin Shen's chest was exposed outside the range of the blue light, the bloody hand would be printed on his chest without hesitation, leaving a bloody handprint on his chest. The faces of those who could see the situation here all turned very ugly. Now it was Lin Shen, and next it would be them. The blue light area around was being compressed. Many people were already very close to the darkness, but Lin Shen was the closest one. Lin Miao, who was standing behind Lin Shen, watched Lin Shen's body gradually exposed in the darkness. Her eyes were filled with shock and anger. She wished she could stand in front of Lin Shen, but she couldn't even move. Wei Wufu was also trying to break free from the control of the blue light, but it was difficult to move. The ability of the blue peacock was too powerful. Lin Shen's body had just exposed the position of his chest, and the blood-red hand of the female night ghost pressed directly over. Everyone watched helplessly, but there was nothing they could do. Seeing that the bloody hand of the female night ghost was about to press on Lin Shen's heart, she suddenly stopped moving, and the bloody hand almost touched Lin Shen's clothes. The female night ghost's pupils contracted and her eyes were horrified, as if she had encountered something unimaginable. Lin Shen took back his hand from the female night ghost, and the shell wrapped around his body, and he rushed into the darkness. When his body touched the darkness, he felt as if an inexplicable chill penetrated into his shell, causing Lin Shen to tremble. Lin Shen immediately took out the nightlight flower and activated its nightlight ability. Under the light, Lin Shen immediately felt the chill on his body subside. Seeing that Lin Shen was fine, Lin Miao and others were surprised and happy. Lin Shen looked at the female night ghost, who had been acupunctured, and turned behind her to take another look. She really looked like the woman he had seen before. In the darkness, Kong Chuan's body glowed with blue light, and turned into fan-shaped peacock feathers behind him, like a peacock spreading its tail. The blue peacock pupils on the peacock feathers emitted blue light, and shot into the darkness. The darkness seemed to have a wandering figure swaying, looming, and the blue light clearly passed through his body, but it seemed to be just an illusion. After the figure disappeared, it appeared in another place. Kong Chuan fought against the night, while constantly attacking the ghostly figure, but the effect was not ideal. He didn't want to entangle with this figure, but once he gave up the attack and wanted to retreat, the figure would appear behind him in other difficult-to-see positions, attacking him, forcing him to deal with it. Kong Chuan could only fight and retreat, and wanted to retreat back to the village to see the situation. He also realized that something was wrong. This ghost-like guy simply wanted to delay him, and did not fight him with all his strength. Kong Chuan was extremely uncomfortable. The other party could move freely in the night, and was not affected by the power of the night. He had to fight against the power of the night, which was too disadvantageous. At this time, Kong Chuan was already a little regretful. If something happened to Lin Shen, even if he was fine, the mission to come to Giant Ring Star would be considered a failure, and he could not return to Zenith Star. Thinking of this, Kong Chuan burst out with power crazily, and the peacock screen behind him burst into a sky full of divine light, illuminating the area within 100 miles, like the underworld. But the ghost suddenly disappeared and disappeared into the darkness. Kong Chuan forced his way towards the village, but the ghost appeared in front of him again, with a bloody handprint pressing against the sky full of divine light. Boom! The bloody handprint collided with the sky full of divine light, and the handprint was instantly broken, and the ghost was also thrown out. Obviously, his strength was not as strong as Kong Chuan's, and he was broken by the peacock spirit. Kong Chuan didn't care whether the ghost was killed or not, and continued to rush towards the direction of the village, but suddenly heard a voice that seemed to be there and not there, like the weeping of a wandering soul. The voice was like a ghost, and it drilled into his ears, making Kong Chuan's mind a little dazed, and the peacock spirit on his body suddenly dimmed a little. The ghost appeared silently behind Kong Chuan, and made a bloody handprint again. You want to disturb my mind with just the power of the sound domain? You are looking for death. The peacock light screen behind Kong Chuan burst out again, and the pupil light crossed and fell, but the trace of the ghost was lost, and the bloody handprint was just crushed. The ghost seemed to be a real ghost, constantly appearing around Kong Chuan, and the singing was sometimes far, and sometimes near, and the bloody handprints came from all kinds of weird angles, which made Kong Chuan very annoyed. Kong Chuan fought and retreated towards the village, but he couldn't speed up at all, and his heart was already half cold. Although he sensed that his life base was still fighting against the dark power, he knew in his heart that his life base could only fight against the darkness, but it would be compressed. At this time, he didn't know whether Lin Shen and the others were swallowed by the darkness. But the ghost only used the power of the sound domain and the blood handprint to harass him, and didn't fight him head-on. Kong Chuan could only fight and retreat. If he didn't need to divide most of his power to fight against the night, he wouldn't be entangled by the ghost. Suddenly, the ghost retreated into the darkness and disappeared, and the ghost-like sound stopped. In the night, only Kong Chuan's peacock spirit and the power of the night blended and crackled. Kong Chuan was freed, but his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The ghost no longer entangled him, which probably meant that they had succeeded, and Lin Shen might have met with an accident. Kong Chuan regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He trusted his peacock spirit too much. Although the peacock spirit was indeed powerful, the ghost still did not dare to fight him head-on despite the suppression of the power of the night, but the failure of the mission made him feel more uncomfortable than killing him. Chapter 437. When Kong Chuan returned to the village, he saw from afar that only a small ball of peacock spirit remained, and his heart sank completely. Rushing back into the village, he saw that the stone house had completely collapsed. Only the blue peacock was still standing there, blooming its spirit to fight against the night. There was no one around. It's over. Kong Chuan squatted down with his head in his arms in pain. Once Lin Shen died, it meant that he could never return to Xena Star, and could no longer guard Tianfei. This was more painful than letting him die. He was filled with remorse. Before he came, Tianfei had repeatedly told him not to act willfully, but he still messed things up. Kong Chuan squatted on the ground with his head in his arms, tears of regret flowing down his eyes. Squeak! Kong Chuan suddenly heard a sound from the opposite side. He looked over and found that a person pushed open the door of the stone house, holding a colorful flower with glowing light in his hand, standing opposite him, looking down at him. Kong Chuan was surprised and delighted to see that the man was Lin Shen, and jumped up from the ground. You are not dead. I am not dead. You look disappointed? Lin Shen looked at him coldly and said. Lin Shen had some doubts at first, whether Kong Chuan was deliberately messing with him, but when he saw Kong Chuan in such a state in the stone house just now, he knew that this guy should not be deliberately messing with him, but he was just unreliable. But no matter whether he was intentional or not, Lin Shen remembered this grudge, and he would never let Kong Chuan have an easy time, and he would not even think about the position of the head of the Special Service Department. Kong Chuan finally came to his senses, stood up quickly, wiped the tears from his face, and said with a twisted head, Please don't misunderstand, Dean, I don't mean that. Kong Chuan, go back. Lin Shen looked at him, and said coldly, Go back? Kong Chuan was slightly startled, then reacted and said, The mission has not been completed yet, I can't go back. Are you from Tianshi Academy? Lin Shen looked at him coldly and said, Yes. Kong Chuan nodded. Am I the dean of Tianshi Academy? Lin Shen asked again. Of course. Kong Chuan nodded again. Then I will order you as the dean of Tianshi Academy. You can leave Giant Ring Star now, and go back. You are not needed here. Lin Shen is not afraid of godlike enemies, but afraid of pig-like teammates like Kong Chuan. It is definitely not unreasonable that he can be so miserable as the brother-in-law of the Emperor of Heaven. Lin Shen can't keep such a person around. I am responsible for protecting you. I will not leave until the mission is completed. Kong Chuan gritted his teeth and said. He also knew that he had indeed made a big mistake this time, but he couldn't leave. Is this how you protect me? Lin Shen snorted coldly. It's my fault this time. There won't be a next time. Kong Chuan gritted his teeth and bowed his head. Everyone has only one life. God won't give a second chance. Why do you have another chance? Lin Shen was not moved at all. He didn't want such a bastard no matter how strong he was. What about the heavenly concubine? The heavenly concubine knew that he was driven away for doing such a stupid thing, and she couldn't say anything. I've already said that this will never happen again. Kong Chuan's face was very ugly. An ascender actually spoke to him like this, which made him feel very embarrassed. You don't want to leave, right? It's okay. Whoever asked you to come, I let him take you away. Lin Shen used the communicator directly to contact Tian Fei. Until now, Kong Chuan was still like a ghost who didn't know how to die, which was simply stupid. Kong Chuan didn't expect Lin Shen to be so resolute, and suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. Dean, I didn't mean that. Now we have just arrived at the giant ring star, and the mission is difficult. Without me to protect you, those nirvanas may be bad for you. Give me another chance. Just one time. Kong Chuan's attitude softened. Lin Shen ignored him, and continued to dial the communicator. Suddenly, Kong Chuan reached out, and pressed the communicator in Lin Shen's hand. What? Do you still want to do something to me? Lin Shen stared at him coldly and said. Kong Chuan suddenly knelt down in front of Lin Shen, and prostrated himself at his feet. Dean, I can give you my life. Please don't drive me away. Your mouth is just 2 pieces of cheap meat. You can say anything cheap. But what does it have to do with me? Now I give you 2 ways. You go or I go, you choose one. Lin Shen never listens to what others say. He only looks at what others do. Kong Chuan almost took his life, almost took his eldest sister's life, and almost took Lao Wei's life. Lin Shen didn't kill him now, purely because he knew that he was not Kong Chuan's opponent, and if he killed Kong Chuan, Tian Fei would not let him and his family go, otherwise he would have beaten Kong Chuan to death long ago. But he would never use this person again. Kong K's expression changed. He couldn't be driven away like this, otherwise all these years of enduring humiliation would lose their meaning. He had to stay. Suddenly, the peacock raised his head, straightened his waist, and knelt in front of Lin Shen. The peacock on his hand was shining, and suddenly raised his hand to stab his forehead. His fingers pierced into the skull, and in a splash of blood, he dug out the peacock eye on his forehead. The blue peacock eye, in Kong Chuan's hand, was like a bloody eye in the sky, with circles of blue fluorescence shining coldly through the blood. Dean, this is my peacock eye. The eye is in the person. The eye destroys the person and dies. Please leave Kong Chuan. Give me another chance. From now on, Kong Chuan's life is yours. If you want me to live, I will live. If you want me to die, I will die. I will never dare to cross the line again. Kong Chuan bowed down in front of Lin Shen, and held the peacock eye in front of Lin Shen with both hands. Lin Shen looked at Kong Chuan in a daze. He had read the information about the peacock tribe before, and knew that Kong Chuan did not lie to him. The peacock eye is the life of the peacock tribe, which is more important to the peacock tribe than the heart and brain. He was a little surprised that Kong Chuan could do such a thing. After all, Kong Chuan was a nirvana, and he was also the brother of the heavenly concubine. Even if he left the Heavenly Master Academy, he would not die, right? Okay, in that case, I will give you another chance. Lin Shen reached out and took Kong Chuan's peacock eye. Holding his life in his own hands, he was not afraid that he would turn the world upside down again. In the future, all the dirty and hard work would belong to him. He would survive first. Thank you. Dean. Kong Chuan bowed again. This is your last chance. Otherwise, let alone being the brother of the heavenly concubine, even if you are the brother of the Emperor of Heaven, you will not be able to keep this life. Lin Shen said, and turned to go into the house. Kong Chuan quickly got up and followed Lin Shen into the stone house. His forehead, which had been dug out of the peacock eye, was still bleeding. After entering the stone house, Kong Chuan saw the situation inside clearly, but he was stunned. Everyone was actually safe and sound inside the stone house, seemingly unharmed. There was even a woman locked in a corner. Just by looking at the woman's red ghost eyes, one could tell that she was a member of the Night Ghost clan. Chapter 438. Kong Chuan originally thought that Lin Shen had some means to save his life and escaped alone. But now it seems that Lin Shen did not just escape. Not only did he save everyone, but he also caught a night ghost. Kong Chuan had to admit that he had underestimated the new dean of Tianshi Academy. Whether it was Lin Shen's firm attitude when dealing with him or his many methods, Kong Chuan could no longer regard him as an ascender. What was the result of your pursuit? Lin Shen sat down on a stone bench and asked Kong Chuan. To the dean, that was a Nirvana-level night ghost, whose methods were very secretive, and with the cover of the night, I was unable to stop the remnant of the Night Ghost clan. I am incompetent. Kong Chuan did not make any excuses. Excuses were useless in front of the dean. If he comes again, are you sure you can stop him? Lin Shen asked again. In the dark, I can only stop him. If it's daytime, I should be able to repel him. Kong Chuan's answer was more conservative, without the previous arrogance. Then guard her. Don't let anyone snatch her away again. Lin Shen now only wants to survive this dark night, and then go directly to Paradise Island. With Tianxuan's protection, he can be completely relieved. This female night ghost was caught by him, and there is no guarantee that the Nirvana-level night ghost will not come to rescue her. Who knows if there are still night ghosts on the giant ring star? That night ghost is elusive and very good at escaping. If we wait in the house, he will destroy the stone house first after he comes, and we will be very passive. Kong Chuan thought for a while and said, Old Wei, the house is left to you. Lin Shen stood up and said, Kong Chuan, you and I will go outside to guard. As he said that, Lin Shen took the nightlight flower, pushed the door, and walked out of the stone house. Kong Chuan followed Lin Shen out and closed the door. Lin Shen sat at the door, and Kong Chuan jumped up to the top of the layer, looking around. When you use the peacock spirit, don't shine it on me. Lin Shen was afraid that Kong Chuan would be like before, so he made it clear to him first. Don't worry, Dean. Kong Chuan paused and explained, my peacock spirit is a ranged skill. It is difficult to distinguish between the enemy and me when it is released. I didn't intend to confine it before. This time outside the house, I will try my best to control the range and prevent the peacock spirit from affecting you. If a fight breaks out, I hope the Dean will return to the stone house to watch the battle first. Okay. Lin Shen nodded and didn't say much. He could see that Kong Chuan's peacock spirit did not distinguish between friend and foe. Anyone who entered the range of the peacock spirit would be imprisoned by it. The two of them stayed outside the house. The light of the nightlight flower illuminated the area near the stone house. If the Night Ghost tribe entered the nightlight area, they would be discovered. Time passed by minute, and no Night Ghost appeared. It was less than 2 hours before dawn. Suddenly, a song that sounded like a complaint or a cry came from a distance. The song was sad and melodious, and the listeners felt sad. They felt that there was no meaning in living, and they had the urge to draw their swords and commit suicide. Lin Shen's heart trembled, and he became more alert. He looked around, but he did not find any trace of the Night Ghost. The song came from left to right, from front to back, and it was impossible to figure out where the sound came from. Kong Chuan looked around intently, but could not find the source of the singing. Not good. Lin Shen realized something, and turned around to push the door open. This singing has the power to tempt people to commit suicide. He can resist the charm of the singing, but those people in the house may not be able to resist it. Dang! 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 The sound of knocking wooden fish suddenly came from the house. Lin Shen opened the door, and saw that some people in the house had already drawn their weapons, and were about to stab them in the vitals. Wei Wufu held the wooden fish with one hand, and a small hammer with the other hand, knocking the wooden fish again and again. With the sound of knocking, Lin Shen suddenly felt that the influence of the singing seemed to be weakened a lot. Those who were about to commit suicide in the house seemed to be startled. After many people woke up, their first reaction was to throw away the weapons in their hands. Old Wei, you have it. Lin Shen gave Old Wei a thumbs up, and closed the door again. The wooden fish that Lao Wei bought was really valuable. It even had the function of restraining the power of the sound range. The singing did not work, but it continued and became more and more desolate. Lin Shen's heart moved, and he immediately realized that the singing might not be to seduce them, but to convey some information to the captured female Night Ghost. Lin Shen sneered in his heart. The female Night Ghost was acupunctured by me, and she can't use any power. Even if she wants to kill herself, she can't do it. After a while, the singing suddenly stopped. It was unknown whether the other party had discovered that the singing could not be responded to, or for some other reason. After the singing stopped, Lin Shen and Kong Chuan were both very alert. If the Night Ghosts wanted to rescue people by force, or to kill people to silence them, this was their last chance. The two of them were on edge, and they waited until dawn, but the Night Ghosts did not make any movement. Looking at the mountains illuminated by the star belts, Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. The most difficult period was finally over. Not daring to be careless, Lin Shen asked his elder sister and the others to pack up and take everyone to the heavenly palace. Along the way, Lin Shen and the other two carefully protected each other and finally arrived at the Paradise Island safely. The housekeeper seemed to have known that Lin Shen was coming and had been waiting for him since early morning. Master, I will arrange this here. The Star Lord is waiting for you in the heavenly palace. Please go quickly, the housekeeper said with a smile. Old Wei Kong Chuan, you are here to assist my elder sister. Lin Shen picked up the immobile female night ghost and headed towards the heavenly palace. He had not interrogated this female night ghost, but was waiting for Tianquan to help him interrogate her. Tianquan's life base is pious seraph, which can make people tell the truth, and it can be said that it is foolproof to use it for interrogation. After Lin Shen arrived at the heavenly palace, he saw Tianquan lying on the sofa, with one hand supporting his chin, looking at him with a smile. It's been a long time since we last met, and you brought a beauty with you. Are you planning to enjoy the blessing of having two wives? Tianquan said lazily. After the day, the female night ghost's pupils turned blue, and she didn't look so scary anymore. She was really pretty, and could be considered a beauty. Tianquan baby, who do you think I am? With a beauty like you around, even Frera would be eclipsed, not to mention that she is just a night ghost. Lin Shen said, and sat down next to Tianquan very consciously, with one hand naturally placed on Tianquan's round thigh. Tianquan seemed a little surprised, looking at the woman and said, Is she a night ghost? Lin Shen told the details of what happened in the village. The more Tianquan listened, the more solemn his expression became. He sat up straight, stared at the female night ghost and said, Leave her to me. Chapter 439. Under the influence of the devout Qitian mission, the female night ghost could not hide anything at all, and soon revealed a lot of news that shocked Tianquan. The night ghost tribe actually came to the giant ring star a long time ago, and even discovered the giant ring star earlier than the Tianan tribe. When the night ghost tribe was wiped out by the joint efforts of various tribes, a few lucky night ghost tribe members fled to the giant ring star to recuperate. The environment of the giant ring star is really suitable for the night ghost tribe. Because they cannot go out at night, ordinary people can't find that they are night ghosts. What's more surprising is that due to the racial talent, the night ghost tribe can not only move freely in the dark night of the giant ring star, but also receive certain blessings, which gives them advantages that other races cannot achieve on the giant ring star. If this female night ghost hadn't thought she had won and was too careless, it would not be so easy to catch her alive. According to the female night ghost, her name is Yexing, and she is one of the only 4 pure-blooded night ghosts left after the night ghosts fled to the giant ring star. The remaining 3 pure-blooded night ghosts are Yekong, Yeyue and Yeyun. Among the 4 pure-blooded night ghosts, only Yexing is a flying upgrade, and the remaining Yekong, Yeyue and Yeyun are all Nirvana level. There are only 4 pure-blooded night ghosts, but they have been hiding in the dark for many years, and have developed many mixed-blood night ghosts. Now those mixed-blood night ghosts have spread throughout the teams of Tian and Enchi, and there are many Nirvana level ones among them. Tian Xuanting's face was uncertain. Among her subordinates, there were actually quite a few mixed-blood night ghosts, and even a Nirvana person she valued very much. What Yixing confessed was simply horrifying. According to her, the real owner of the giant ring star was not any of the Tian, Qi, or N families, but the Night Ghost clan. Unlike what Lin Shen and the others had thought before, the ghost handprint left by the Night Ghost clan was not to suck human essence and blood. On the contrary, it was a way of blood inheritance. The Night Ghost clan used the ghost handprint to turn people of other races into mixed-blood night ghosts. The 2 dead humans died unexpectedly because they could not withstand the blood transformation of their blood by the ghost handprint. The reason why people killed by the ghost handprint seemed to have no blood in their bodies was not that the blood was drained, but that the blood turned into a transparent liquid due to the failure of the transformation. The successfully transformed mixed-blood night ghosts did not have the characteristics of double pupils, but their pupils would be slightly red at night. If the pupil color was darker, it would not be visible without paying attention. The mixed-blood night ghosts would obey the pure-blood night ghosts, and even under the influence of the night song, they would not hesitate to execute them if they were asked to commit suicide. The reason why the Night Ghost clan caused such a big chaos was because they developed mixed-blood night ghosts in various clans, which had a huge impact on various clans. Fortunately, they were discovered in time, and several large clans secretly united to plan and almost killed all the pure-blood night ghosts. As for the mixed-blood night ghosts, many were killed at that time, but the mixed-blood night ghosts themselves did not have the ability of the ghost handprint, so they could not continue to develop mixed blood night ghosts, so the harm was not high. They killed one by one when they were found, and extinction was only a matter of time. I never expected that these 4 pure-blood night ghosts would make a comeback on the giant ring star. Now many people in the 3 families have been developed into mixed-blood night ghosts. If it weren't for the lack of strength of the 4 people of Yekong, I'm afraid that the giant ring star would have already become the world of the Night Ghost clan. Over the years, they have been avoiding being discovered by the Tianring clan, and can only develop their strength quietly. Like the village of Laoyu, there are only some human mutations, and few of them have upgraded. Yexing and his friends didn't look down on them. It was just because of Lin Miao's recent large-scale acquisition of egg melons that attracted their attention. They wanted to know what Lin Miao was going to do with the acquisition of egg melons, but they didn't want to expose themselves. If they directly developed Lin Miao, if they failed and Lin Miao died, they were afraid that it would attract Tianxuan's attention. So they let Yexing come here to develop a few humans to try, and the result was similar to what they expected. The human body is relatively fragile, and the success rate of being transformed into a mixed blood night ghost by the ghost handprint is too low. Originally, Yexing was going to try a few more times, and control the severity of the ghost handprint, so that Lin Miao could be developed into a mixed blood night ghost. Who knew that the arrival of Lin Shen and his men disrupted Yexing's plan? In order to prevent the news of the night ghosts appearing here from leaking out, Yexing could only find a way to deal with them, or develop them all into mixed blood night ghosts. Unexpectedly, Kong Chuan's strength was too strong. Even Shinkong, the strongest of the 4 pure-blooded night ghosts, could not take Kong Chuan down despite his advantage in the dark night. Yexing himself was also captured alive by Lin Shen. When Yexing asked where the other 2 pure-blooded night ghosts had gone, and why they did not act with them, Yexing, who had always been unable to resist the pious seraphim, actually struggled and hesitated for a moment. Unfortunately, her willpower and ability were not enough to compete with the devout seraphim, and she finally told a shocking secret that shocked Tianxuan. On this giant ring star, there is a Nirvana-level base change place, and it is not an ordinary Nirvana place, but a mutated Nirvana place. Of course, this is not the shocking secret that really shocked Tianxuan. What really shocked Tianxuan was that Yexing said that the mutated Nirvana place was transformed into a trial field by an immortal being. If you can pass the trial, you can become the successor of that immortal being. The reason why Yexing has not yet achieved Nirvana is that she is preparing for that trial field. She must complete Nirvana in that trial field, and use the Nirvana place there to have a chance to pass the trial of the trial field, and become the successor of that immortal being. For this day, Yekong, Yeyue and Yeyun are all working hard for this. Yeyue and Yeyun went to that trial field to prepare for Yexing's Nirvana, so only Yekong appeared last night. Is the trial place in the darkest place? Tianxuan asked thoughtfully. Yes. Yexing answered Tianxuan uncontrollably. Tianxuan couldn't help but frown when he heard it. The darkest place is at the pole of the giant ring star. The light of the star belt can hardly reach there. It is shrouded in darkness all year round. Fighting there will be very disadvantageous to us. Where do you want to go? Lin Shen asked. Of course we have to go. The legacy of an immortal being is an unimaginable wealth. Tianxuan stared at Yexing and asked again, do you know who that immortal being is? It should be the Little Wine Emperor. Yexing answered with a trembling voice. She had tried her best to control herself, but she couldn't control herself and answered Tianxuan's question anyway. The Little Wine Emperor is the one who once ranked 3rd on the race list with his own strength, but did not leave his name on the race list, leaving only a sentence holding a sand pot in one hand, wine in the Galaxy Cup. Little Wine Emperor. Tianxuan was stunned. Chapter 440. None of Tianxuan and Lin Shen had expected that they could dig up such explosive information. Lin Shen did not know the origin of Little Wine Emperor, so Tianxuan told him about Little Wine Emperor's deeds. No one knew what race Little Wine Emperor came from, and it is still a mystery. Even though he ranked 3rd on the race list, Little Wine Emperor did not leave a name for his race. And Little Wine Emperor ranked 3rd on the race list not because his strength was only 3rd, but because his last opponent was the Phoenix Queen whom he had expressed his admiration for. In that race ranking, the Phoenix clan reached the peak and ranked 1st on the race list. But that was a long time ago. Although the Phoenix clan does not have the strength to compete for the 1st place now, it rarely falls out of the top 10. At that time, many strong people believed that if Little Wine Emperor's opponent was not the Phoenix Queen, the 1st place in that race would probably be Little Wine Emperor. However, these are all rumors. Not to mention today, after countless years, even at that time, no one can be sure whether Little Wine Emperor showed mercy. Unfortunately, Little Wine Emperor was not able to get together with the Phoenix Clan Empress in the end. After the Phoenix Clan Empress failed to become the Realm King and died, Little Wine Emperor disappeared. Little Wine Emperor rarely took action in his life, and rarely made enemies with others. Perhaps it was because he had no racial origin and had no intention of competing with other races, so Little Wine Emperor had countless friends in his life, but few enemies. His biggest hobby was just collecting, but his collecting hobby was a little special. Guess what the Little Wine Emperor likes to collect? Tianxuan asked Lin Shen with a smile. Since his nickname is Little Wine Emperor, he must be a wine lover. What he collects should be bars, Lin Shen said. Then you guessed wrong. Although Little Wine Emperor loves wine, what he likes to collect is not wine, Tianxuan said fascinatedly. He likes to collect planets. Collect? Planets? Is it the planet I think of? Lin Shen looked at Tianxuan in a daze, thinking that he had heard it wrong. It's the planet you're thinking of. Holding a sand pot in one hand and wine in the galaxy cup, these two sentences are not exaggerated rhetoric. Legend has it that someone saw the Little Wine Emperor put a planet into his sleeve, Tianxuan said, but this is just a legend. Whether the Little Wine Emperor has collected a planet, I'm afraid no one knows now. I didn't expect that there would be a trial place left by the Little Wine Emperor on the giant ring star. If you can inherit his legacy, the road to immortality must be smooth. Tianxuan's eyes lit up, obviously very interested in the trial place mentioned by Yixing. Tianxuan also asked in detail about the list of mixed-blood night ghosts hidden in various tribes of the Night Ghost clan, as well as the situation of the extremely dark land. Unfortunately, Yixing was not responsible for these, and she only knew a part of them. Just the list that Yixing revealed had already shocked Tianxuan. I don't know how many mixed-blood night ghosts Yixing didn't know. Do you want to get rid of the night ghosts on your side first? Lin Shen pondered. Except for you, no one knows that the pious seraph has such power. They would not have thought that the truth has been known to us. Don't alert the enemy yet. According to her, many people in the three families may have become night ghosts. If we can't catch them all, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. I need time to make arrangements in advance. Tianxuan asked Yixing some more questions, and only locked Yixing up when he could not get any more questions. You were ordered to come here this time, presumably for the resources handed over by Giant Ring Star? Tianxuan sat back on the sofa, looking at Lin Shen with a smile. You can't hide anything from you. The old man Tiandi asked me to do this, which was really insidious. Lin Shen sighed. Tianxuan stroked Lin Shen's face with her fingers, and her beautiful eyes said, I had expected this day to come, but I didn't expect it would be you. Since you expected it, Tianxuan baby, you must have a countermeasure. Lin Shen wanted to hear what Tianxuan was planning first. If I say I have no countermeasure, and I can't do anything, do you believe it? Tianxuan looked at Lin Shen and said with a smile, I believe it. If you have any difficulties, tell me and I will find a way to solve it. Lin Shen said seriously. This matter is not as simple as you think. Tianxuan sighed. If my income from the giant ring star is divided into 10 parts, I actually only took 30%. The old guy Tiandi is not satisfied with 70%. He is so greedy. Lin Shen frowned when he heard this. Tiandi took 70% of the income, and he wanted him to plunder more. This is too much. I didn't say that Tiandi took 70%. Tianxuan changed the subject and continued, for the remaining 70%, my family will take 30%, and Tien Renyuan will also take 30%. Lin Shen's eyes widened immediately. In other words, Tiandi only took 10%. Aren't you eating meat and letting Tiandi drink soup? No wonder Tiandi is unhappy. It's not just us. The Yin family and Qi family also have this standard. To put it more broadly, almost all the planets under development have almost the same proportion, and the fluctuation will not be too large. Some planets that have been developed may not even reach this proportion. Tianxuan said, as a matter of course. The 10% that the Emperor of Heaven got was for his own personal use. The ones we got should be distributed to the people below and to manage the people above. Moreover, 10% of all the planets should be given to the Emperor of Heaven. When you really count them, the resources that the Emperor of Heaven got are already so huge that it is unimaginable. The key is that all these resources were squandered by him alone, and no one else could get any benefit. 10% is not only not a small amount, but it is too much. That's what you say, but there are so many resources, and the Emperor of Heaven can only get 10%. It's normal for him to be dissatisfied. Lin Shen now feels that this matter should not be so difficult to handle. The hint given to him by General Manager Yuan is to at least double the resources they handed in, which is only 10%. It seems that the Emperor of Heaven has no accurate concept of how much they have greedily embezzled, otherwise it would be impossible to only double it. If it is only doubled, the impact on the three families should not be great, and it will not be to the extent of tearing each other apart. But Tianxuan's next words broke Lin Shen's beautiful fantasy. It is impossible to hand in twice as many resources. If this precedent is broken from our side, what do you want the other star masters to do? In the future, the Emperor of Heaven will have an argument. If the giant ring star can hand in so much, why can't you? We broke the rules, and it will be difficult for us to survive in this circle in the future. The problem is more complicated than Lin Shen thought. He is not fighting with the giant ring star, but with the aristocratic class of the entire Tianan clan. The Emperor of Heaven has pushed him to the opposite side of this behemoth, which is an existence that even the Emperor of Heaven himself cannot shake. The old thing, the Emperor of Heaven, is trying to trap me to death. Lin Shen smiled bitterly. Chapter 441. I quit being the Dean of Tianshi Academy. Whoever wants to do it can do it. Lin Shen sat down on the sofa, looking like he had given up everything. My little lover, don't worry. How could I make things difficult for you? I have already prepared the share of Giant Ring Star for you. Tianxun took out a detailed list and handed it to Lin Shen. He put his arms around his neck and said softly, I can help you with the resources. I can also help you with the share of the Qi family and the Yin family, but you still have to do this, and it can't be done easily. This is your last resort. It's best not to take this road unless it's absolutely necessary. Tianxun baby, you are so good to me. How can I repay you? Lin Shen understood what Tianxun meant. If he handed over these resources directly, the Emperor of Heaven would know that he wanted less, and there was still room for further plundering. He would only force Lin Shen more and more in the future. Let's take a look first. Tianxuan lay on Lin Shen's shoulder and looked at the bill details with Lin Shen. The more Lin Shen looked, the more shocked he became. His thanks just now were just a casual perfunctory gesture, but when he really knew the value of this 10%, he could really feel how much Tianxuan had paid for him. This achievement was an astronomical figure, so much that Lin Shen couldn't even imagine it. Lin Shen had never seen so much money in his life. Will you pay so much every time in the future? Lin Shen pulled Tianxuan to the front with his backhand, let Tianxuan lie in his arms, and said with some emotion, Yes. Tianxuan sighed. Will others embarrass you if you take out so much? Lin Shen asked again. What can I do? You are my dear lover. It is better for me to be embarrassed than for you. Tianxuan hugged Lin Shen's neck and said tenderly, It is the most difficult to accept the kindness of a beauty, Tianxuan baby, I have no way to repay this kindness. Lin Shen really didn't know what to say. He felt that selling himself didn't seem to be worth so much money. You want to pledge your body to me, right? Tianxuan blinked cunningly. No, no, no. Lin Shen shook his head quickly. He was not worth so much money even if he sold his body. So you don't want to be with me? I thought you were already mine. It seems that I was too sentimental. Tianxuan lowered his head slightly, as if he was very disappointed. That's not what I meant. Lin Shen quickly defended himself, trying to explain something. But before he finished speaking, Tianxuan's slender jade fingers gently pressed his lips. Tianxuan's eyes seemed to be seductive, making Lin Shen's heart beat like a hooked fish. My little lover, you must remember that a woman lowers her head not to let you coax her, but to tell you that she has given up resistance. My king. You can enjoy the fruits of victory. Lin Shen looked at Tianxuan's delicate face and blurred eyes, listened to the heart-stirring words, and the youthful fire in his heart could no longer be suppressed. With strength from nowhere in his body, Lin Shen picked up Tianxuan and walked towards the bedroom. It seemed that he was not holding a person in his arms, but a flame that burned people all over. Life is a test paper with countless blank questions without answers. Lin Shen is a lazy student who doesn't like studying, but today he is very diligent and works hard to study, doing a lot of fill-in-the-blank questions. For the first time, Lin Shen felt that the saying was right, that learning makes people happy. I don't know how long it took. Lin Shen fell asleep in Noanru's arms. Studying is indeed a physical job. When Lin Shen woke up, he didn't know what time it was, and it was already dark. Lin Shen only felt that his whole body was soft and without strength, but he was indescribably clear. He stretched his waist, turned around and touched, but touched nothing. He opened his eyes, and found that Tianxuan was no longer here. The important responsibility of spreading branches and leaves has finally taken the first step. I wonder if my family can accept a mixed-blood baby. Lin Shen thought to himself. My little lover, you have a good rest. I have something to go out first. Wait for me to come back. As if sensing that Lin Shen had woken up, the instrument next to him automatically turned on and projected a holographic image of Tianxuan. Looking at the pair of slender legs in the holographic image, Lin Shen sighed again from the bottom of his heart. These legs are so terrible. Lin Shen picked up the account details and read it carefully again. If Tianxuan had to bear all the resources in the future, wouldn't he really become a kept gigolo? Besides, this is not a long-term solution. We must find a way to get both in 117 and Qi 118 to pay. This is obviously not an easy task. Lin Shen frowned and thought deeply, not knowing what he was thinking. Lin Shen slept for a while. After dawn, he came to the restaurant to eat something, but found that Tianxuan was there too. Why are you still here? Lin Shen thought Tian Xian had gone home, but he was still on the giant ring star. Humph, you are not the male owner here yet. It is not your turn to tell me whether I am here or not. Tian Xian did not even raise his head, holding a small spoon, carefully feeding a pet steel poisonous bee. Lin Shen was slightly startled when he saw the steel poisonous bee, because he thought of the origin of the steel poisonous bee. If he guessed correctly, the steel poisonous bee should have been put in the treasure chest after he took the things in the treasure chest. Originally, Lin Shen thought that after Tian Xian was hatched, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood when he found out that it was just a steel poisonous bee. But looking at Tian Xian's appearance, it seemed that he fed the steel poisonous bee as if it were a treasure, which made Lin Shen very confused. Why did you get such a rubbish pet? Lin Shen sat at the dining table and said something casually. Rubbish pet? You know shit. Do you know what it means to return to nature? Do you know what it means to change your fate? Tian Xian held the iron venom bee in her hand with great care, and snorted, You look down on it today, but you won't be able to afford it in the future. Is this pet so good? Why didn't I see it? It looks like an ordinary iron-grade pet. Lin Shen said this, but he was secretly confused in his heart. What's going on? Is there something special about the iron venom bee I put in? Did Tian Xian get lucky and get a chance? Lin Shen thought about it, and felt that it was unlikely. Even if it was a mutant venom bee, it was just a steel-grade mutant pet. For an ascender, it would be more cost-effective to cultivate such a mutant pet than to get a mutant ascending pet directly. I am not afraid to tell you the truth. This poisonous bee pet is the treasure I got from King Kai's treasure chest. Do you think King Kai would put an ordinary steel pet in the treasure chest? This is just a false appearance to prevent others from seeing its magic before it grows up. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. This is a disguise and also a protection. When it grows up, it will definitely be a unique super pet in the universe. Tian Xian said confidently. Lin Shen was stunned and raised his thumb after a while, and said, I wish you can raise a super pet soon. Chapter 442. Paradise Island looks no different than usual. It should be that Tianxuan did it on purpose to paralyze the Night Ghost clan. Lin Shen didn't know what Tianxuan was secretly planning. He planned to go to An 117, who managed the earth, or to Qi 118, who managed the ocean according to the original plan. After analyzing various possibilities, Lin Shen still planned to go to Qi 118 first. Lin Shen took Kong Chuan with him, but asked Wei Wufu to stay to protect his elder sister. If the Night Ghost clan suddenly attacked and forcibly rescued Yixing, he wouldn't have to worry too much with Wei Wufu here to protect his elder sister. Tian Xian knew that Lin Shen was going to Qi 118, and actually wanted to go with Lin Shen. You are Tianxuan's nephew. It's not appropriate for you to go with me to do this, right? Lin Shen hesitated. What's inappropriate? I've long disliked them. Just do your thing, and I just watch and have fun. Tian Xian insisted on going with him. Lin Shen thought about it, and decided that it would be good for Tian Xian to follow him. Maybe this guy would be useful when negotiating with Qi 118. The three of them went to Wahai Cliff where Qi 118 was. When they got outside the castle, they were stopped by the guards of the Qi family. Who are you? The Tianren guard at the gate looked at them coldly and said, Tianxuan is under the order of the Emperor of Heaven to inspect the giant ring star. Where is Qi 118? Kong Chuan showed his ID card very skillfully. What Tianxuan? I have never heard of it. You wait here for the message. The Tianren guard said coldly without giving them any face. Tianxuan is acting on behalf of the Emperor of Heaven. How can you be negligent? Kong Chuan's face darkened. He realized that the Qi family was deliberately making things difficult for him, so he was about to teach the Tianren guard a lesson, but was stopped by Lin Shen's light cough. Wait a minute, Lin Shen said lightly. Kong Chuan immediately stepped aside, and didn't dare to say anything else. The three of them waited outside the door for a long time, but no one came out of the castle. In the highest tower of the castle, Qi 118 and another Tianren were looking at the image at the door. The new dean is not simple. Kong Chuan is so arrogant, but he actually obeys his orders. This person is not easy to deal with, Qi 96 said while looking at the image. He is just a pretty boy raised by Tianxuan. He just relies on the relationship between Tianxuan and Tianjue. The Emperor of Heaven took a fancy to his identity and asked him to come to Juwan Star to ask for money. She 118 said disdainfully. If Tianxuan gives it, will you give it? She 96 asked. She gave it to her lover, but she paid for his life. Why should I give it? She 118 snorted coldly. If I pay this money, how can I survive in this circle in the future? Whoever wants to give can give it. Anyway, I won't pay a penny. If the Emperor wants money, let him send people to raid my house. If the Emperor can raid my house, there won't be so many things. She 96 smiled and said, don't say those angry words. After all, he is here on behalf of the Emperor. Go meet him, and see what he says. She 118 nodded slightly. Wait for me here first, I go. I go back. She 118 said tough, but when he arrived at the gate, he changed his face and greeted Lin Shen with a smile. He first performed a celestial chest covering ceremony, and then said with a smile, please forgive me, Dean Tian. I had some urgent matters to deal with just now, so I didn't have time to come to greet you. I'm really rude. I hope you can forgive me. When I first met Master Tian, I felt that you had an elegant temperament and were extraordinary. You will become a great man in the future. Now it's really what I expected. It hasn't been long since you were reused by the Lord Tiandi and became the head of a hospital. Master Chixing has such vision, and he is not an ordinary person. Lin Shen smiled and responded, and he didn't seem to mind waiting outside for so long. Haha, Dean Tian is indeed different. Please come in. Hearing Lin Shen say this, he was stunned at first, and then laughed. After welcoming Lin Shen and the other two into the conference room, Chi 118 seemed to be intentional or unintentional. He sat in the main seat himself and arranged the three people in the guest seats next to him. In theory, Tian Shiyuan represented the Emperor of Heaven to inspect the four directions. Chi 118, as a minister, should let Lin Shen sit in the main seat. He sat in the main seat himself to tell Lin Shen that the name of Tian Shiyuan and the Emperor of Heaven was not useful to him, so he should not have any bad ideas. Kong Chuan's face was a little ugly, but Lin Shen didn't care. He sat down directly, and Kong Chuan had to sit down with him. Dean Tian, you are here as if you were at home. Don't be polite. I will make arrangements later so that you can experience the hospitality of the Qi family. Qi 118 said casually. Since Lord Qixing said so, I won't be polite. Tianshi Academy is short of money recently. In the future, the resources you hand in will double. This little money, Lord Qixing, do you think it's okay? Lin Shen looked into Qi 118's eyes and said. Qi 118 didn't expect Lin Shen to be so direct. When he looked at Lin Shen, the smile on his face disappeared. Dean Tian, are you speaking on behalf of Lord Tiandi or Tianshi Academy? Qi 118 said with a sullen face. I am the Dean of Tianshi Academy, so I naturally represent Tianshi Academy. Lin Shen certainly couldn't say that he was speaking on behalf of Tiandi. Tiandi wanted money, and this kind of thing was not allowed to be on the table. Before, General Manager had repeatedly reminded him that since he sat in this position, he had to bear some black pots. Qi 118 sneered after hearing this. President Tian, our Zhuangxing and your Tianshi Academy are not superiors and subordinates, nor are we in the same department. Your Tianshi Academy is short of money. Why do you ask me for it? If it is the Lord Tiandi who wants this money, I will naturally have no choice but to do it. I will sell everything I have to give him this money. But what is your reason? Qi 118 knew in his heart that the Emperor of Heaven would not ask for money in his name, so he dared to say so. Then take it as the Emperor of Heaven's intention. Lin Shen looked at Qi 118 without giving in, and said this lightly. Qi 118 didn't expect Lin Shen to dare to say this, and was immediately angry. Lin Shen said this, he was just being a rogue. Kong Chuan and Tian Xian were also shocked by Lin Shen's words. If his words were spread, the Emperor of Heaven would be the first to deal with him before others deal with him. The Emperor of Heaven loves money, but he is also a person who cares about face. He can do things, but he must not throw the blame on the Emperor of Heaven. Whoever throws the blame on the Emperor of Heaven will have to pay with his life. Qi 118 couldn't even answer for a while. Lin Shen was not playing by the rules at all. Lin Shen had already said so. If he didn't give it, it would be a slap in the face of the Emperor of Heaven. Even if the Emperor of Heaven came back to deal with Lin Shen, he would definitely deal with him together. If he gave it, others would not know that Lin Shen said that the money was wanted by the Emperor of Heaven. Other Star Masters would only think that he was a coward, leaning towards the Emperor of Heaven and giving him money. Even the Emperor of Heaven would use him as an example to ask other Star Masters for money. How would he deal with it then? If Lin Shen refused to admit it again, Chi 118 would be finished. He would not be able to explain himself even if he had a mouthful of mouths. Poisonous. Really poisonous. Chi 118 found that this guy was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. No matter how capable he was, this guy was cruel and vicious. Not only was he cruel to others, he was also cruel to himself. This was simply a case of destroying both the good and the bad. Chapter 443. Dean Tian, anyone can say empty words. You said that the Emperor of Heaven wanted the money. Is this the money that the Emperor of Heaven wants? Take out the official document for me to see. As long as it is a document with the seal of the Tianren Academy, I will definitely make up the money even if I have to go bankrupt. Chi 118 is an old man after all, not a young man who just debuted. He resolved the crisis brought by Lin Shen with just a few words. There is no official document, Lin Shen said indifferently. Chi 118 knew that there would be no official document, and teased, "It's okay if there is no official document from the Tianren Academy. You said that the Emperor of Heaven wants money, so there should be a handwritten order from the Emperor of Heaven, right? As long as it is stamped with the seal of the Emperor of Heaven, I will never frown no matter how much more you give." There is none either, Lin Shen said. Bang! Chi 118 slammed the table and stood up, pointed at Lin Shen with a cold face, and shouted, "You are the Dean of Tianshi Academy. You have no official documents, and no handwritten orders. You are under the banner of Lord Tiandi, and ruin the reputation of Lord Tiandi. How can my Tianren clan allow such a shameless person to exist? Don't think that you can bully others just because you are the head of Tianshi Academy. I, Chi 118, am upright and upright. I hate you the most in my life. Even if I risk my life, I will sue Tianren Academy to clear the name of my Tiandi." Chi 118 knew that Lin Shen would not have anything in his hand. The money he wanted was money that could not be seen in the light. Not to mention official documents and handwritten orders, even the accounts could not be left. Tianshu Emperor was a greedy and face-saving person. He could be greedy, but he could not leave a reputation as a greedy monarch. Because of this, Chi 118 had the confidence to control Lin Shen and defeat him. His counterattack, which was both offensive and offensive, made Kong Chuan and Tian Xian's faces change greatly. If Chi 118 really reported this matter, the Emperor of Heaven would not only not protect Lin Shen, but would be the first to jump out and kill him. You are young. Or too young. You actually want to use such means to oppress Chi 118. Now you are being used by others. Kong Chuan felt that Lin Shen was in a dead end, and could not think of any way to break the deadlock. Wonderful. It's really wonderful. Shi Xingju is really a master. I admire him so much, Lin Shen said while clapping his hands. Dean Tian, it's useless for you to say anything now. I, Chi, will not accept this. I will definitely sue the Tianren Academy at this time to restore my emperor's reputation. Please go back. Chi 118 looked upright, and stood up to leave. Kong Chuan and Tian Xian looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. Lin Shen was not panicked at all, and summoned the fan with his backhand, which turned into a series of lightsabers and scattered in the room. Dean Tian, are you going to take action? Chi 118 stopped and looked at Lin Shen coldly. In his opinion, Lin Shen was already angry and irrational, and the more irrational Lin Shen was, the better it was for him. Irrational people will make more mistakes, giving him more handles, and then Lin Shen will have a hard time surviving. Besides, if he took action, how could he be afraid of an ascender like Lin Shen? Even if Kong Chuan took action, he had a countermeasure. Moreover, he didn't think Kong Chuan would be so irrational. Lin Shen, a young boy, dared to mess around, and Kong Chuan should know the rules, and would not follow Lin Shen to mess around. Lin Shen waved his hand, and a series of lightsabers flew through the house, but they did not attack Chi 118, but only destroyed a few things in the house. After destroying those things, all the lightsabers returned to Lin Shen's hands, and turned into folding fans again, and the light on them disappeared. Chi 118's expression changed slightly. The things that Lin Shen destroyed were all monitoring equipment in the house. This was his backup to deal with Lin Shen. Lin Shen was able to accurately find all the surveillance equipment hidden in the open and in the dark, which made Chi 118 secretly suspicious. He wondered if there was a problem inside himself. Otherwise, how could Lin Shen know the location of all the surveillance equipment? Chi 118 was about to say something with a cold face, but Lin Shen got there first. Master Chixing, do you recognize this? Lin Shen reached out and took out a scroll, and threw it directly in front of Chi 118. Chi 118 looked at it intently, and saw that it was a portrait of a celestial being. This is the self-portrait of the Lord of Heaven. She 118 is not a simple person to have come this far. Although the celestial being in the portrait does not look like the Emperor of Heavenly Arts, just by looking at the style of the painting and the inscriptions and seals on it, you can already know who wrote it. Master Chixing has a good eye, Lin Shen praised. She 118 instantly understood what Lin Shen meant and sneered. You want to use this to pressure me? I tell you, you are wrong. Unless you have the handwritten order of the Emperor of Heaven or the official document of the Heavenly Court, it will be useless to bring anything. Master Chixing, I don't intend to use this to pressure you. Lin Shen pinched the edge of the self-portrait with both hands and said, I give you 10 seconds to think about it. If you give me money, I will leave. If you don't give me money, I will tear it up now. As he spoke, Lin Shen began to count down. I have nothing to do with you destroying the self-portrait of the Emperor. She 118 initially thought that Lin Shen was out of his mind, and that tearing up the portrait had nothing to do with him, but as he spoke, his face changed. You want to frame me? She 118 was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He knew what Lin Shen was going to do. 10. Lin Shen was unmoved and just began to count down. Do you think anyone will believe you? 9. What good will it do you if you tear up your self-portrait? Even if they believe you, you are not doing a good job and have damaged the portrait of the Emperor, so you will still be punished. 8. You. Don't be a rogue. She 118 was angry and furious. Lin Shen clearly wanted to frame him. If Lin Shen tore up the self-portrait here, he could then insist that he tore it up. She 118 could even imagine what Lin Shen would say in front of the Emperor. Lin Shen would definitely say that he came to She 118 with the Emperor's self-portrait to ask for money, but She 118 not only refused to give it to him, but also arrogantly tore up the portrait. She 118 even had a lot of thoughts in his mind about what kind of treasonous words Lin Shen would make up to put on him. 7. Lin Shen continued to count expressionlessly. If you do things this way, even if you report it to the Emperor, I may not be in trouble, but you will definitely die. She 118 shouted sternly. 6. You. 5. Think it through. If you tear up the painting, no matter what the result is for me, you will be severely punished and your life will be in danger. 4. I don't believe you dare to tear it up. She 118 gritted his teeth and said. 3, 2, 1. Lin Shen sped up directly, and the remaining 3 numbers were read out almost in an instant, and then he stretched out his hand and tore it up. Don't tear it. She 118 cried while throwing himself at Lin Shen. Lin Shen stopped. Kong Chuan also blocked She 118. She 118 saw that the edge of the self-portrait had been torn a little. If he had shouted a little slower, the painting would probably have been torn. She 118's forehead was sweating. He had thought it through. The new Dean of Tian was an unreasonable, desperate, and unruly person. Shi Lord, don't blame me. The Emperor of Heaven asked me to do something. If I don't do it well, I will die. Anyway, I will die anyway. I won't be alone on the road to the underworld with someone else as a scapegoat. Don't you think so? Lin Shen said with a smile. Chapter 444. Okay. I give it to you. When the time comes to hand in the resources, I double it. She 118 gritted his teeth and said. Give me the extra part now. No IOU, no invoice, just give it to me directly, and the rest will follow the previous procedures. Lin Shen said. With so many resources, you want me to. Don't tear it up. Don't tear it up. Give it to you. Give it to you now. She 118 was so angry when he saw Lin Shen tearing up the painting without saying a word. I've seen black-hearted people who don't care about their lives, and scoundrels, but this is the first time I've seen someone as black-hearted, desperate, and scoundrel as Lin Shen. If Lin Shen wasn't an inspector, and there were so many eyes watching him and himself enter the castle together, She 118 would have wanted to kill him right now. Wait, I go get it now. Fuck. What are you doing? She 118's pupil shrank, and his eyeballs were about to pop out. He just said that, and Lin Shen tore up the painting. Ah! Kong Chuan and Tian Xian both screamed in shock. They were really scared. Master Chixing, you don't have to find so many excuses now. Just do what you need to do. It doesn't matter if you don't give me the things. I don't want them either. Lin Shen said, as he picked up the torn painting and turned to leave. Dean Tian. Lord Tian. Why are you doing this? What good will it do you if you have to kill me? You won't survive either, don't you know? She 118 was so angry that he was shaking all over. He had never seen such a funny person like Lin Shen. If he said something wrong, he would tear up the painting without even saying a word of rebuttal. How could he play like this? The land and compensation can be negotiated. Why tear it up now? I know, I didn't plan to go back alive. You know what the Tionshire Academy is like now. I know it too, and everyone knows it. I know how capable I am. I don't have the ability to be the dean, but I have to be the dean. This is the grace of the Emperor of Heaven, there is nothing to say. I will die, but I will die happily. Whoever doesn't let me die happily, I will make him unhappy. Lin Shen looked at Chi 118 jokingly and said, Don't you like to play? Keep playing? You can continue to use any means and any tricks you have. Now I will play with you, and you will accompany me on the road to the underworld. This is fair, Lin Shen said, and tore off another piece of the portrait in his hand. God. Ancestor. You are my real father, okay? What do you want? Chi 118 was going crazy. Things have come to this point. If he kills Lin Shen, he will not survive. If he lets Lin Shen go back, he will not survive either. He doesn't know what to do for a moment. Don't you know what I want? Lin Shen pulled a chair and sat in front of Chi 118, pointing at his chest and said, I want money just like I want your life. You are playing tricks on me, right? I will help you. Since you value money more than life, I will leave your life. God. I really didn't expect you. Forget it. God. I want my life. Please give me a chance to live. The painting has been torn up. How can I give you a chance to live? Anyway, I don't have the ability to restore the painting. You can do it if you can. Lin Shen threw the broken painting in his hand directly at Chi 118. Chi 118 quickly hugged the broken painting, came to Lin Shen with a smile on his face, and then looked at Tian Xian and Kong Chuan behind him. I don't care, you can say whatever you want. Anyway, I'm dead. I don't care about anything. Lin Shen looked at him sideways and said. He knew what Chi 118 meant, and wanted Tian Xian and Kong Chuan to go out, and then talk to him alone, but he ignored him. Chi 118 said helplessly, God, do you think this will work? You tore this painting. It has nothing to do with me. We should be conscientious. When the time comes, you will tell the truth. Do you think this will work? No, why do you say that I tore it? I will say that you tore it. Lin Shen poked his chest with his finger and said word by word. Chi 118's expression changed constantly, but he finally endured it and smiled bitterly. Alas, God, my family is not easy, they all depend on me to survive. If I die, this family will also fall apart. What does it have to do with me? I have old and young in my family, and they will die too, right? Why can't you die? Are you nobler than me? Lin Shen said coldly. That's not what I meant. How about this? God, you are dead anyway, so there is no need to drag me down with you. I still have some savings here. You can take whatever you like, as much as you can. Leave me alive, and leave a legacy for your family and descendants. Chi 118 felt disgusted, but nothing is more important than life. That's fine. Double the amount just now, Lin Shen said lightly. Chi 118's eyes widened immediately, and he wanted to scold Lin Shen, but in the end, he smiled bitterly. God, your price is too high. High? I exchanged my life for it. If he doesn't give me the Emperor's share, can he let my family live? If my family can't live, what's the use of these things? You have to give the Emperor's share, and you can't be less than mine. If the things are there, I will die and you will live. If the things are not there, you can only wish for the best. Lin Shen stood up and was about to leave. Give. All to you. Chi 118 has never felt so unlucky in his life, but you have to leave me a piece of evidence. Now he regrets it so much that his intestines are green. If he had known this, he would never meet Lin Shen. Who knew that he would meet such a gangster who only cares about money and not his life? When Lin Shen and his two companions left the castle, they pulled more than 100 carts, including various pet capsules, ascension fluids, pet eggs, and other resources, including nirvana-level materials, pet capsules, pet eggs, etc., and even a few bags of nirvana embers, as well as various high-level materials that Lin Shen had never heard of. Ascension eggs and ascension capsules are all sold by the cart here. Although Lin Shen had seen the list from Tianxuan, and knew how much they had to hand in every year, he was still shocked to see it with his own eyes. This is only the resources that Giant Ring Star hands over to the Emperor of Heaven every year, and it is only 2/3. These resources can build a small army of ascendants, and even a few nirvanas. And from the Emperor of Heaven, it is just a small part of his expenses for fun. There are many planets like this under the name of the celestial race, and it is hard to imagine how many resources the Emperor of Heaven can get every year. Even so, The Emperor of Heaven is still not satisfied and wants to plunder more. He is really greedy. You really want money over life? After leaving the castle, Tion Xian looked at Lin Shen with a strange expression and said, "Who said I want money over life? I want money, and I want life too," Lin Shen said with a smile. Chapter 445. You actually gave it to him? Shi 96 looked at Chi 118 in surprise. What can I do if I don't give it to him? He doesn't want to die, but I do. You know how much the Emperor of Heaven cares about his reputation. That scoundrel insisted that I tore up the painting. How can you let me explain it? Chi 118 looked gloomy. No one will believe that you tore up the painting? Chi 96 said. He came to me with the painting and asked me for money. If this matter is exposed, no matter what the result is, with the character of the Emperor of Heaven, he will be dead. Any normal person would think that he would not tear up the painting, right? If he didn't tear it up, who else could have torn it up? Even if you all know that I can't be that stupid and can't tear up the painting, can the Emperor of Heaven believe it? Even if the Emperor of Heaven knows that I didn't tear it up, he will definitely not let me go. Chi 118 became more and more angry and cursed. If I had known that guy was a mad dog who didn't care about his life and was just exchanging his life for money, I would have given him money at the beginning, and I lost so much in vain. That's true, but now you have given money, and others don't know how the money was given. The Emperor of Heaven uses this as a breakthrough. How are you going to deal with it? Chi 96 sighed. Chi 118 snorted coldly. I gave him the money, but whether he can take it back is his own business. You want to attack him? Isn't it a bit too obvious to attack him now? And he is already dead, what's the point of attacking him now? Chi 96 was a little surprised. Since he wants to cheat, then it's not my fault for not following the rules. I have the evidence, I gave him the things, and he couldn't take them back. The Emperor of Heaven can't blame me. Chi 118 said expressionlessly, and I don't plan to do it myself, and I don't plan to take the things back. I have to let everyone know my attitude, otherwise, I really can't survive in this circle in the future. He can take my resources, but he has to leave his life. I wonder who dares to use his life to ask for money in the future. Yu Tianxuan protects him, and Kong Chuan is guarding him. It's not that easy to kill him here. What do you want to do? Chi 96 pondered. He still has to ask in 117 for money. Whether he can get the money from in 117 or not, let him die when he comes out. Chi 118 gritted his teeth and said, it's just right that we have to meet that person and let him do it. If that person takes action, he will definitely die. This is a good idea. Let's muddy the water first. If he really gets the money from in 117, taking it back can make up for the loss. Chi 96 laughed. Let's go meet that person now and settle the matter, so as to avoid more trouble. Chi 118 couldn't wait even a quarter of an hour. The two hurriedly left the castle and headed for an uninhabited deserted island in the sea. Soon, the two came to a cave on the deserted island. There was a tombstone in the cave. A man with long hair, pale face, a top hat, and a suit sat on the tombstone, looking at Chi 118 and Chi 96 with a smile. Have you figured it out? The man raised his head, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes, and looked at Chi 118 with interest. Night Crow, I promise to cooperate with you and act according to the previous agreement, but I have a small condition. Chi 118 said directly. Oh, what conditions? Night Crow asked with a smile. You have to help me kill someone. Who? A Tian, the Dean of Tianshire Academy, is now on the giant ring star. The Dean of Tianshire Academy is a big shot. He is just an ascender, not a big shot, but he is protected by a Peacock Nirvana. The Peacock Nirvana is at least 7 times Nirvana, very difficult to deal with. If you can't do it, our cooperation will end here. Chi 118 said. It seems that you hate that a Tian very much. In this case, then I wish us a happy cooperation. Night Crow said with a smile. You have just returned to Nirvana, is there any problem? That person must die, and you only have one chance. Chi 118 was a little worried and emphasized again. You asked me to kill the Emperor of Heaven, but I really don't have the ability to do that. Killing an Ascendant, let alone a Peacock's Nirvana, even the King of Heaven can't save his life. Yi gracefully jumped down from the tombstone, staring at Chi 118 with blood-red eyes, and said, but don't forget your promise, otherwise I don't mind killing more people. As long as you kill that person, there will be no accidents. Chi 118 said with a cold face. Lin Shen and the other two transported the things back to Paradise Island, but Tianxin still didn't come back. Tion Xian, help me count the inventory. I have to go to in 117 again. Lin Shen handed the things and the accounts back to Tian Xian. Do you have a second painting? Tian Xian looked at Lin Shen with a strange expression. In his opinion, Lin Shen was simply crazy. If he asked for money like this, no matter how much money he got back, he would not be alive to enjoy it. No. Lin Shen shook his head. Why do you want money if you don't have it? Tian Xian really couldn't understand what Lin Shen was thinking. Give it a try. What if someone is willing to give it to you? Lin Shen didn't say much, and left Paradise Island again with Kong Chuan. This time Tian Xian didn't ask to follow him again. He now regretted following Lin Shen to Chi 118 to collect the debt. Following Lin Shen, he began to suspect that his heart seemed to be not very good, and there was a risk of illness at any time. He really didn't want to get involved too deeply in this matter. He might die at any time without knowing how he died. Kong Chuan followed Lin Shen to Anne's house with a complicated expression. He had already edited what Lin Shen did today and sent it to Tian Fei in a message, waiting for Tian Fei's reply. In his opinion, Lin Shen is a madman. Only a madman can do those things, and only a madman will not risk his life. Tian Fei received Kong Chuan's message. When she read it for the first time, her face was full of astonishment. She gave Lin Shen the self-portrait of Emperor Tian, but she didn't expect Lin Shen to use it like this, nor did she expect Lin Shen to dare to tear up the self-portrait. Tian Fei wondered for a moment whether the self-portrait that Lin Shen tore was a fake he made himself. However, this idea was immediately denied by Tian Fei herself. If it was a fake, it would definitely not fool Chi 118. Tian Fei read Kong Chuan's message several times again, and as she read it, a smile gradually appeared on her face. What a daring guy, he can do anything. If he can survive, and continue to sit in the position of the Dean of Tianshi Academy, he may really be able to revive Tianshi Academy. Tian Fei murmured to herself, if he can really do it, maybe this is also my chance. Kong Chuan has been waiting for Tian Fei's reply. He really doesn't know how to deal with the current situation. Lin Shen's actions have exceeded his cognition. Before arriving at an 117th residence, Kong Chuan finally received Tian Fei's reply, try your best to protect his safety and let him return to Zenith Star alive. If things can't be done, put your own safety first. Chapter 446. Kong Chuan read the message and shook his head helplessly. If he had known this would happen, he would never have provoked Lin Shen. Now his peacock eye is in Lin Shen's hands. If he escapes in the face of battle. With Lin Shen's crazy personality, it is almost certain that he will destroy his peacock eye without hesitation and drag him to be buried with him. Tian Fei asked him to put his own safety first, but as long as Lin Shen did not die before him, he would not be able to get his peacock eye back, and he would have no chance of survival. In order not to worry Tian Fei, he did not dare to tell her about this. Kong Chuan had no choice but to take it one step at a time. After all, he was a well-known Nirvana-level strongman who had experienced many storms, but following Lin Shen, an ascender, actually made him feel a strong sense of unease. When the two arrived at the Yin family, and 117 was waiting outside the castle early. And 117 already knew that Lin Shen and his team had taken a lot of resources from Chi 118. But he couldn't figure out how Lin Shen made Chi 118 give in. Even if an 117 racked his brains, he couldn't figure out why Chi 118 would compromise. This was simply incredible. If he were Chi 118, he would never give Lin Shen so many resources. He wanted to contact Chi 118 to find out the situation, but Chi 118 didn't answer his communication request at all, so in 117 was in doubt and kept an eye on Lin Shen's situation. When Lin Shen and his team just came to him, he had already received the news. After thinking it over again and again, he decided to find out what Lin Shen had done first. President Tian, you are so kind. I hope you will forgive me for not welcoming you. Since he could get so many resources from Chi 118, and 117 did not dare to underestimate Lin Shen anymore. He went forward to greet him politely, without any arrogance of the Nirvana Star Lord. Kong Chuan looked strange. When had he ever seen a Nirvana of the celestial race treat a low-level alien race so politely? Star Lord is too polite. It's just a small gift. It's not a respect. Lin Shen walked up to an 117 and handed him a gift box. President Tian, you are also very polite. Please come in. And 117 took the gift box and handed it directly to the steward next to him. He was very careful and didn't dare to open the gift box himself, fearing that he would fall into Lin Shen's calculation. Don't you want to open it and take a look? Lin Shen asked with a smile. The gift sent by President Tian must be extremely precious. I will appreciate it by myself when I go back to avoid others being jealous. An 117 said, and welcomed Lin Shen in. After Lin Shen said that, he was even more afraid to open it, and even winked at the housekeeper, asking him to handle the box carefully. And 117 was obviously much more cautious than Chi 118. After inviting Lin Shen into the conference room, he also let Lin Shen sit in the main seat, and he sat in the lower left position. Master and Xing, I am a straightforward person. I will say it directly if I have something to say. Lin Shen had no intention of dragging his feet. In terms of scheming and ability, he was not as good as these old-timers. If he played tricks with them, he would definitely die. So he could only cut the Gordian knot and use his life to pull the dirty water on them. Dean Tian, just say what you want to say. I am also a straightforward person, and I like straightforward people the most. And 117 said with a smile. That's good. Lin Shen nodded and continued, the resources to be handed in will be doubled this time. The previous part will still follow the normal procedure. I will take away the extra double today. I can write you a promissory note in the name of Tianshi Academy to prove that these things were taken by Tianshi Academy. If Xingju has no questions, you can prepare them now. Lin Shen looked at his watch and added, it's lunchtime. I have to trouble Xingju to help prepare some food. After eating, we will take the things and leave. We will not bother you again in the future. No matter how well-mannered 117 is, his face has become very ugly when he heard this. Dean Tian, I can understand your feelings, but I really don't have so many resources here. If you are short of money, I still have some savings here. You can take them all without writing a promissory note. Although 117 was extremely angry, he still controlled his temper, and did not lose his temper. He was really confused. What confidence did Lin Shen have? What trump card did he have to ask him for money so forcefully? Lin Shen looked at 117 and didn't say anything, as if he was waiting for something. Kong Chuan was also very curious. What was Lin Shen waiting for? And 117 seemed to realize something, but before he could make any move, the housekeeper came in with a box in his arms and whispered in 117's ear. And 117's face became more and more ugly. He snatched the box, pushed it to Lin Shen and said, this is Dean Tian's gift. I can't afford it. You should take it back. Lin Shen was not angry. He took the box and opened it. He took out the self-portrait of the Emperor of Heaven, which had been torn into several pieces, and said calmly, Star Masterin, I am kindly giving you the self-portrait of the Emperor of Heaven on behalf of the Emperor of Heaven. This is a great honor. It's fine if you don't accept it, but why did you tear up the self-portrait of the Emperor of Heaven? Shameless. It's really shameless. Kong Chuan was stunned when he heard it. He had never seen such a shameless person, who could confuse right and wrong. Dean Tian, please don't talk nonsense. The things in the box are intact. What was before is what it is now. And 117 was about to explode with anger. Masterin, you are joking. What I gave you is a complete painting. Even if you give me the courage of heaven, I dare not tear up the holy portrait of the Emperor. It will kill people. Lin Shen put the painting back into the box and said to himself, I handed the thing to you personally. You took it back in front of everyone. I also asked you to open it and look at it on the spot. How did it become a rotten painting? Would you, Masterin, accept a rotten painting? Look, the edges are all new. It should have been torn just now. Masterin, you are so brave that you dare to tear up the holy portrait painted by the Emperor himself. And 117 people were dumbfounded, staring at Lin Shen with their eyes fixed, their faces twisted and twitching, as if they wanted to eat people. If Xingju wants to kill me, do it now. I'm going to die anyway. If you don't feel relieved, chop me a few more times, don't chop me to death so easily. Lin Shen pulled out the knife from his waist, and placed it in front of 117, closed his eyes, and waited for him to chop. He also said to Kong Chuan, who was already a little stunned behind him, Kong Chuan, don't stop him. It's my blessing to die in the hands of Xingju. At least, I can have a good reputation of being loyal to the Emperor, and loving my family, and sacrificing my life for my Emperor. You? And 117 was so angry that his teeth were trembling, and his fingers pointing at Lin Shen were shaking. Now he finally knew why Chi 118 gave money. This guy was a mad dog with rabies. Before he died, he wanted to bite someone. Chi 118 spent money to get rid of the disaster. If he didn't give the money, Lin Shen would definitely drag him down with him. Who could bear this? And 117 could even imagine that this painting was probably torn up by Lin Shen in front of Chi 118. Just like he said, the problem was still fresh. And 117 thought that Chi 118's expression must have been very interesting at that time, but on the other hand, it was definitely impossible to ask Chi 118 to prove it for him. Okay, I give it to you. And 117 felt like he had swallowed a mouthful of shit, and he felt so uncomfortable. Masterin, you are really a straightforward person, unlike Master Chi, who is so nagging and insists that I double the amount before I give it to you. Linshin said with a smile. After 117 heard what Linshin said, he suddenly felt much better in his heart, and he didn't seem to feel so uncomfortable anymore. Chapter 447. The resources taken from 117 were only half of those from Chi 118. Linshin was already quite satisfied. He could accept this result. With these resources, he could finally report to the Emperor of Heaven. Of course, Linshin still had to solve the problem of the self-portrait. The self-portrait was real. Even if he wanted to hide the fact that he had torn up the self-portrait, and 117 and Chi 118 would not let him hide it. Chi 118 and Chi 96, who were secretly paying attention to the situation here, looked at each other in surprise when they saw Linshin actually came out of the Yin family with a large number of resources. He actually succeeded? Chi 96 said with a strange look. If such a mad dog really sat firmly in the position of the Dean of Tianshi Academy and rebuilt Tianshi Academy, it would be a great misfortune for our clan. Fortunately, he couldn't survive anyway, otherwise we would have been unable to sleep or eat. Mad dogs don't live long. Chi 118 sneered. It's good that he succeeded. If he gets the things back, it can also make up for our losses. Yia should be about to take action. Chi 96 nodded. They didn't think Linshin could survive under Yia's hands. Linshin and Kong Chuan were escorting supplies in the sky. The supply trucks were connected like train carriages, and several flying pets were desperately pulling in front. After entering the Star Belt area, they headed towards the direction of Paradise Island. Just after passing a floating island, Linshin looked around and suddenly saw a man standing on a mountain peak of the floating island. The man was wearing a black dress, and a tombstone stood beside him. Linshin's face suddenly changed. Night Crow. How could he be here? Is he coming for me? Linshin's mind moved, and he flew back and hid behind Kong Chuan, saying, Watch out for that man. Kong Chuan had already spotted that man and was staring at him. Boom! Night Crow grabbed the tombstone and carried it on his shoulder and jumped up. The mountain under his feet collapsed suddenly. He came to Kong Chuan and the others with a terrifying gas explosion almost instantly. It turned out to be you. You are not dead? Night Crow looked at Linshin in surprise, obviously recognizing him. You are not dead either. Linshin didn't waste time talking to him, and ordered directly, Hack him, don't let him know your name, he has the ability to kill people. This order was naturally for Kong Chuan. He didn't call Kong Chuan's name, so as not to let Night Crow know. Kong Chuan put on the shell without hesitation, and the peacock spirit bloomed on his body. He stretched out his hand, and a blue light hit Night Crow. Night Crow grabbed the tombstone and blocked it in front of him. The peacock spirit hit the tombstone, but the tombstone was not damaged at all. Night Crow, behind the tombstone, stared at Kong Chuan with bloodshot eyes, and showed an evil smile on his face. The peacock spirit is just SOSO. Dean, please step back. I'm afraid it will affect you. Kong Chuan stared at Night Crow coldly and said. Without him saying anything, Linshin had already put on his armor and flew away quickly, not even caring about the supplies. He also saw that Night Crow seemed to have become stronger. He actually blocked the peacock spirit with only the tombstone, and he didn't step back. He must have achieved nirvana. Don't waste time. Save your life. Your real name is Tion, right? You won't make the same mistake again this time. Night Crow stared at Linshin coldly, and reached out to write the two words Tion on the tombstone. Puff! Linshin, who was flying away, suddenly felt the blood in his body churning, and his heart seemed to be grabbed and squeezed by someone, and he couldn't help but spit out blood. How could this be? Tion is not my real name. How can it still have an effect on me? Linshin was horrified and quickly activated the super base form, and the carapace on his body burst into brilliant light. Night Crow was slightly startled, and then he became furious again. Another fake name? How many fake names do you have? If it was a real name, Linshin should have been killed, but he didn't die from the wound, which means that Linshin's name is still fake, but because it has been used for a period of time, this name has already formed a causal relationship with Linshin, so it still played some role, but the effect is not so great, not enough to kill Linshin. Seeing that Linshin had retreated far enough, Kong Chuan summoned the blue peacock life base. The blue peacock spread its feather screen in the air, emitting a strange blue light, which turned the surroundings into a blue color and enveloped the body of the Night Crow. Enshrouded by the light, the Night Crow's figure suddenly froze. Kong Chuan snorted coldly, and shot out the blue light again, blasting the motionless Night Crow. The blue beam instantly hit the Night Crow's head, blasting the Night Crow's body backwards and flying out, and the tombstone in his hand also fell out. A blood mark appeared on the Night Crow's forehead, his eyes widened to the limit, and his body kept retreating while leaning back. Kong Chuan was merciless and attacked continuously, and blue beams blasted the Night Crow's body one after another. But the next second, black crystal feathers covered the Night Crow's body, and on those black feathers, there was a blood-like color flowing, as if stained with blood. Boom! Boom! The blue light continuously bombarded Night Crow, forcing Night Crow's body to retreat repeatedly, and finally hit a suspended island, piercing through the suspended island. Kong Chuan was still chasing after him, and the blue peacock life base was also chasing Night Crow. The blue halo imprisoned Night Crow's body, making it difficult for him to move. Night Crow's body crashed through the suspended island, and when he appeared again, Kong Chuan was surprised to find that his blood-stained feather armor was not even injured at all, and his face changed slightly. A peacock-like light feather suddenly appeared behind Kong Chuan, and the peacock eyes in the light feather shot out blue light, and all the blue light gathered at one point and shot towards Night Crow's heart. Seeing that the blue light was about to shoot through Night Crow's heart, Night Crow, who was originally controlled by the blue peacock halo and could not move, actually shook his body. The next second, blood light shot up from Night Crow's body, burning like a blood flame. One hand stretched out towards the blue light, and the blood-colored flame met the blue light. Boom! The blue light and the blood flame collided with each other, causing a terrifying explosion. The nearby suspended islands were directly destroyed in the terrifying explosion, forming a large vacuum area in the star belt. After the explosion, Lin Shen saw Kong Chuan and Night Crow standing in the air from a distance. The previous blows seemed to show that the two were evenly matched. You still have something to be qualified to die in my hands. Night Crow narrowed his eyes and stared at Kong Chuan like a demon. Kong Chuan looked serious, staring at Night Crow with burning eyes, stretched out his hand, and the peacock life base flew towards him. The moment the peacock's head touched his fingers, it turned into blue feathers all over the sky and attached to his body. The carapace on Kong Chuan's body became more gorgeous under the cover of the peacock feathers, and real peacock feathers appeared behind him. Prajnaparamita, boundless Buddha light. The feathers behind Kong Chuan spread out, and blue pupils appeared on them, like beads of reincarnation, shining like overlapping blue suns. Everything around was frozen under the illumination of that light, even the waves of the explosion, the shattered and fallen suspended island, and countless rocks were frozen in the air, as if the time of the whole world had stopped, looking weird and magical. Chapter 448. As the blue light shone, everything in the blue light area was still, and then blue flames burned. The plants burned to ashes in the blink of an eye, the rocks gradually turned into magma, and the still Night Crow also began to burn with blue flames. Lin Shen saw from afar that the area had turned into a blue flame hell, and he was surprised and happy. Kong Chuan's ability has both control and damage, which is really too strong. Unfortunately, once his power is used, it is an indiscriminate attack. It's okay to fight alone, but it's a bit uncomfortable to be his teammate. Lin Shen saw from afar that Night Crow's body was fixed and unable to move, and the blue flames on his body burned more and more fiercely, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The blue light on the peacock screen became stronger and stronger, and the fallen floating islands were burned into magma in the blue light. The smaller rocks had long been vaporized, and ashes were everywhere. The blue flames on Night Crow also burned more and more fiercely, rising dozens of feet high. Kong Chuan is stronger than the legend says. With this kind of strength, he is already the top one in Nirvana. If he was not disliked by the Emperor of Heaven, he would have been famous all over the world. Chi 96 frowned and said, Night Crow may capsize in the gutter today. 96, you underestimate Night Crow. Chi 118 said coldly, Kong Chuan is indeed very strong, much stronger than we expected, and his peacock spirit is indeed domineering. If he were to face other Nirvana people, even if the two of us joined forces, we might not be able to get the upper hand in front of him. It's a pity that his opponent is Night Crow, and Kong Chuan can't win. Are you so optimistic about Night Crow? Chi 96 was a little surprised. He didn't expect Chi 118 to be so confident in Night Crow. That's because I've seen the true power of Night Crow. If we fight alone, even if it's deers, we might not be able to easily beat him at the same level. Chi 118 said slowly. As if to confirm Chi 118's words, the blazing blue flames that enveloped Night Crow turned blood red in an instant, and became even more blazing. Under the wrapping of the blood-colored flames, The strange figure in the flames actually moved forcefully in the blue light, and walked towards Kong Chuan step by step in the air. The blood-colored flames also moved forward because of his movement. As the strange figure walked faster and faster, the blood-colored flames were blown towards the strange figure by the air pressure, and became like the tail flame of a comet. And the strange figure gradually stood out, and blood kept coming out of the black feather armor. The blood turned into blood flames when it came into contact with the blue light, and the black and red color completely excluded the blue light. There is such a strong man in the Peacock clan. You deserve to die under my life base. The ghost-like night crow, with a burning crazy blood flame, rushed towards Kong Chuan quickly while stretching out his palm. Black and red particles flowed out of his body, and condensed into a strange life base in an instant. The life base seemed to be a complete spine, black and red all over, like a dragon or a dragon, with a tip as thin as a bone cone, and a skull connected to the back end. The night crow inserted his fingers into the skull, holding the strange life base full of bone spurs. The black and red flames on the life base rose and burned, looking weird and terrifying. Lin Shen was stunned. He thought that the life base of the night crow was the tombstone. It turned out that the tombstone was not his life base. The night crow held the strange blade life base, and rushed towards Kong Chuan in a weird forward posture. The moment he arrived in front of Kong Chuan, he suddenly jumped up and rushed to the sky higher. The raging blood flames behind him, like a volcanic eruption, rushed up to the sky with him. Above the sky, Night Crow held a blade in one hand, slashing down from a high position, and the black and red blade light instantly tore through the void, like a flash of blood-red dragon that penetrated the sky and earth, swallowing Kong Chuan. The terrifying power fluctuations pushed away everything that was still in the blue flame hell, like breaking waves and breaking mountains, swallowing it down with an unparalleled posture. Facing such heavy pressure, Kong Chuan still proudly raised his head and stared at the sky, not retreating but advancing, and the peacock spirit on his body gathered towards his hands, like the blue sun in the sky merged into one. At the moment when his hands were combined, a dazzling blue light wheel went up against the sky, turned into a blue peacock and soared into the sky, meeting the blood-colored dragon. Boom! Lin Shen, who had already flown hundreds of miles away, saw the red and blue light explode, and the terrifying light explosion pierced his eyes so hard that he couldn't open them. A wave of air was like a tidal wave, pushing Lin Shen's body out to an unknown distance, and crashed into a floating island, causing the floating island to vibrate continuously, and a big pit appeared, and then he stopped. Too strong. Lin Shen stood up from the deep pit, rushed into the sky again, staring at the direction of the battle. He wanted to know the result of this attack, who won. After the light explosion, everything nearby was destroyed, and countless debris and turbulent flows flew in the air with flames. When Lin Shen could see clearly, he saw Kong Chuan and Night Crow confronting each other in the air. The blue light was still rising from Kong Chuan's body, and the strange black and red flames on Night Crow were still swaying like a bonfire. Who won? Lin Shen couldn't tell who had taken advantage of the attack. Puff! The bloody black feather armor on Night Crow's face broke, revealing half of his weird face, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Kong Chuan won. Lin Shen was happy, but suddenly saw the feathers on Kong Chuan's body split, and his life-based blue peacock separated from his body, turning into a scarred, broken-tailed peacock with broken feathers. Cracks also appeared on Kong Chuan's shell, and the blue light on his body dimmed. Kong Chuan's Adam's apple moved, and he swallowed a mouthful of blood abruptly, still standing tall like a mountain, but anyone could see that he was already at the end of his strength, and the attack just now had already injured him seriously. Kong Chuan is very strong. It's a pity that he met Night Crow, Chi 96 said with some regret. Fortunately, it was Night Crow who faced him. If it were us, we would not be able to take this blow. Chi 118 also admired Kong Chuan's strength. Yixia wiped the blood from his mouth, staring at Kong Chuan with a demonic look in his eyes, revealing 2 rows of sharp white teeth, and said with a strange smile, "You can take a blow from my evil ghost blade without dying. You should leave a name in the world." As he said, Yixia stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and the tombstone flew over like a meteor and landed in his palm. He took the evil ghost blade, and was about to carve Kong Chuan's name on the tombstone. He knew Kong Chuan's name from the beginning, and Chi 118 had already told Night Crow the names of the people around Lin Shen. Night Crow did not use the tombstone to deal with Kong Chuan at the beginning, not because he did not want to use it, but because the tombstone itself had usage restrictions, and he could not kill anyone he wanted just by writing the name. For those who were not as good as Night Crow could kill them as long as he was within a certain distance, and watch them write the correct name. But for people who are not much weaker than Night Crow, or people who are stronger than him, even if Night Crow writes down the other party's real name, he may not be able to kill the other party, and may even be attacked back. Therefore, if he is not sure of the other party's strength, Night Crow cannot use the power of the tombstone casually. Now Kong Chuan has been seriously injured, but Night Crow's injuries have recovered, and even his damaged blood feather mask has been perfect as before. As one gains, the other loses. Now Night Crow writes Kong Chuan's name, and there is a high probability that he can kill him directly. Chapter 449. Kong Chuan. Can you still fight? A voice suddenly appeared behind Kong Chuan. Yi was slightly startled, and saw that Lin Shen, who had escaped, actually flew back and came behind Kong Chuan. Yes. Kong Chuan stared at Yi coldly, and said without turning his head. At the same time, he stretched out his hand again, allowing the incomplete blue peacock light base to possess him again, and the terrifying blue light rose again. Then do it again. Lin Shen opened the folding fan in his hand with a swish sound, and gently shook it at Yi. Countless mysterious light texts broke out of the fan, and fell towards Yi like stars in the sky. Lin Shen saw Yi's terrifying strength and realized that if Kong Chuan died, he would not be able to escape Yi's pursuit. Tian Sun was not in Paradise Island. Even if he could escape back to Paradise Island, I am afraid no one would be Yi's opponent. What's more, this place is still a long distance from Paradise Island. Maybe he has no chance to escape back, and then he can only leave Giant Ring Star. The key is that if he leaves the Giant Ring Star, this batch of supplies will be lost, and the previous hard work will be in vain. If you want to die, then I will send you away first. The black and red flames on Night Crow's body rose, and he ignored the mysterious light texts and directly swung out the terrifying black and red flames, like a dragon rushing towards Lin Shen. The mysterious light text fell on the black and red flames, and strangely penetrated through and fell on Night Crow's body, as if it was branded on it. In an instant, the black and red flames on Night Ghost's body, and the blade light he swung out suddenly shrank a lot. Kong Chuan's body bloomed with blue light, and his hands joined together, striking out a shocking blue light, turning into the shape of a peacock, and once again collided with the power of the evil ghost blade. Only this time, the peacock spirit actually smashed the black and red dragon, and rushed towards Night Ghost with its remaining power. Night Crow did not expect such a change, and could only raise the tombstone to block the peacock spirit. His body was shaken, and retreated thousands of meters in the air before stopping. What kind of innate skill is this? A skill of flying upgrade can actually affect me. Night Ghost looked strange, and looked at the mysterious words imprinted on his feather armor with some doubt. Just when he was wondering, he suddenly saw a black ancient jade seal flying out of Lin Shen's body, floating above Lin Shen's head, emitting mysterious ancient rhyme fluctuations. The fluctuation passed through the blood flame on Night Ghost's body, and strangely imprinted a strange mark on Night Ghost's shell. Night Ghost suddenly felt his body sink, and the black and red flames on his body were even weaker. Kong Chuan. Don't kill him now. When are you waiting? Lin Shen hid the mutated Yu Ling Long in his body, and shouted loudly. Prajnaparamita, boundless Buddha light. The stump of the tail behind Kong Chuan suddenly spread out, and the divine light shone again. The blue light on his body rose, and the blue halos lit up like a blue sun. The Night Ghost was shocked and angry. He used several skills, but he couldn't get rid of the negative effects on his body. Boy! I must kill you! The Night Crow screamed, turned around and turned into a stream of light and flew away. Although the Night Ghost was strong, Kong Chuan was not weak either. Although he had the upper hand in the previous attack, Kong's strength was not much weaker than his. The main reason was that his recovery ability was far better than Kong Chuan. He could recover quickly after being injured, which made Kong Chuan seem far inferior to him. Now he has been doubly weakened, and his strength has been greatly reduced. If he is fixed by the boundless Buddha light again, it will be difficult for him to break free like before. Watching the Night Ghost disappear into the sky in an instant, Lin Shen said lightly, he knows the opportunity early, let's spare his life for now, go and get the supplies back, there must be no mistakes with those things, they must be sent back first. Yes. The light on Kong Chuan's body converged, and he went as ordered. Kong Chuan got the supplies back, and the two of them rode their pets to escort the supplies to Paradise Island. That human actually has such means, even the Night Crow fell into his trap. She 118 looked surprised. He thought Lin Shen was just a mad dog released by the Emperor of Heaven, relying on the Emperor of Heaven's support, so he dared to bite people so unscrupulously, but he didn't expect that he had such means. The level difference is one big level, and the effect of phase upgraded skills on Nirvana will be greatly reduced. This is level suppression, or it can be said that the power level is different, which is difficult to avoid. Lin Shen's skills can actually have such a big effect on Nirvana of Night Crow's level, which is very scary. This person is really scary. His style of doing things and his abilities are weird and unpredictable. If you want to kill him again, you must be fully prepared. Chi 96 also looked solemn. Yes, if you want to kill him, you must take advantage of the time when there is no one around him. He should be taking the auxiliary route. He can only ambush people from behind. His frontal combat ability must be much worse. As long as there is no strong person around him, it will be easy to kill him. It is not difficult for any of us to kill him. Chi 118 said. Chi 96 nodded slightly. If this man is not eliminated, he will be a disaster for our Tianren clan in the future. Now that we know his ability, we can naturally make targeted arrangements in the future, and will not give him such an opportunity again. Let's stop here today. Kong Chuan is by his side, and he can't be killed. Let him live for a while. Anyway, he tore up the self-portrait of the Emperor of Heaven, and it will be difficult for him to survive after returning. If the Emperor of Heaven does not kill him, it will not be too late for us to make arrangements to kill him. We must not let him harm our Tianren clan. Chi 118 said hatefully. Lin Shen and Kong Chuan escorted the supplies back to Paradise Island. Lin Shen asked Tian Xian, who was surprised, to count and put them into the warehouse, and he called Kong Chuan over. Don't bear it anymore, it's okay. When he came to the Palace of Heaven, Lin Shen suddenly turned around and looked at Kong Chuan and said. Kong Chuan spurted blood as soon as he opened his mouth and fell directly to the ground. Blood continued to flow out of his mouth. It took a long time before it finally stopped. There was not even a trace of blood on his face. Did you know from the beginning that I was seriously injured? Kong Chuan looked at Lin Shen with a complicated expression. Lin Shen nodded slightly and threw a bottle of healing fluid to Kong Chuan. Then you dare to come back? Aren't you afraid that you can't scare away the Night Crow? Kong Chuan caught the healing fluid and asked in a daze. There is no if in this world. Even if he is not scared away, I have the means to protect myself. You don't have to worry about me. Heal your wounds as soon as possible. There may be another tough battle in a few days. Lin Shen said lightly. He has been wearing a mechanical watch and can escape to the crater planet at any time. At most, Kong Chuan and the batch of supplies will be sacrificed. What else are you going to do? Kong Chuan's heart tightened when he heard this. How long has he been following Lin Shen? He is always worried every day. He, a Nirvana, feels the psychological pressure. Lin Shen, an Ascender, seems to not care at all. This heart is too big. Kong Chuan had no idea that Lin Shen was not careless, but he had no other choice but to go on. Chapter 450. The money was in hand, but Lin Shen did not plan to leave now. He could not leave the giant ring star yet. Although the mission of the Emperor of Heaven was completed, Lin Shen did tear up the self-portrait of the Emperor of Heaven. It was impossible for him to go back like this. Before tearing up the portrait, Lin Shen had already made up his mind, but he had to wait for Tianxuan to come back and discuss it with her. But he waited and waited, but Tianxuan did not come back. Where did Tianxuan go, baby? Why hasn't he come back yet? Lin Shen was puzzled. It had been 2 or 3 days. With the speed of Nirvana, he should have come back wherever he went. Could he have gone to the Dark Land? Lin Shen thought about it, and felt that it was impossible. The problem of the Night Ghost clan had not been solved yet. How could Tianxuan go to the Dark Land alone to take risks? When interrogating Yixing before, Yixing also said that after she was caught, Yi Kong sang in the distance. One was to find a chance to save her, and the other was to pass on a message to her, asking her to be patient for the time being, and he would find a chance to save her soon. Yekong would rather let Yexing be captured than expose the strength of the Night Ghost clan, so he must have some plan. Once the Night Ghost clan makes a move, it must be a big move. Tianxuan has made some preparations, so there shouldn't be any big problems, but the situation with the Qi family and the Yin family is not certain. Lin Shen has already told his elder sister not to leave Paradise Island recently, and it's best to stay in the Paradise Palace and not even go out. Kong Chuan is recovering from his injuries, and Wei Wufu has not been anywhere recently, and has also stayed on Paradise Island. Tianxin is taking good care of his super pet every day, looking forward to the day when the super pet will transform gorgeously. Lin Shen wanted to go to the crater planet to hunt the super source dragon, but he didn't dare to leave, fearing that the night ghost would cause trouble when he was away. When Lin Shen woke up, it was still dark outside the window. The night on the giant ring planet is too long. It's really unfriendly to a diligent young man like me. Lin Shen took the communicator and looked at his current attributes. His strength has reached 118 plus 81. In normal state, it is 118, which is far beyond the 81 limit attribute of the upgrade. These attributes are brought to him by the Dead Fan and the Infinite Power contract. This attribute is still increasing slowly. I don't know how high the growth of the Dead Fan is. These strength attributes added by the Infinite Power contract can be blessed like the basic attributes when using skills. Others use the attribute doubling skill, and the top 81 strength ascender has 162 points of strength. Lin Shan now uses the strength doubling skill, and the strength attribute directly becomes 236. The more blessing skills are used, the greater the gap will be. Besides, the die-hard fans are still growing, and the attributes that can be brought to Lin Shan will increase in the future. As Lin Shan's attributes increase, the attributes of the fate-defying man also increase, and the attributes always remain consistent with him. Tian Xian, Fu Leila and Kong Chuan can combine their fate bases with themselves to fight. I don't know what kind of skills that is, or some kind of ability. If I can combine with the fate-defying man, my combat power will definitely explode. Lin Shan studied the fate-defying man's skills again, but did not find the function of combining. While watching, a message suddenly popped up on the mechanical watch. Why did Ace of Hearts send a message again? Lin Shan clicked it, and took a look. I have solved the problem you gave me. Do you have the answer to the problem I gave you? Lin Shan had just finished reading this message when another message came. The content of the second message was the problem he had wanted Ace of Hearts to help him solve before. How can one converge the strongest and most powerful force to the extreme and achieve the point of being calm and composed? Lin Shan also practiced it on weekdays, but he had never been able to solve this problem. When he met an opponent like Shiman Jinka, who was good at using the opponent's force to fight the opponent, it was still a little difficult to solve. Of course, if it was Shiman Jinka of the same level, Lin Shan could use absolute power to break his technique. But if he met someone who was not weaker than Lin Shan, he could not use absolute power to win, so he needed to rely on skills. Lin Shan was delighted and hurriedly checked how Ace of Hearts solved this problem. This is also possible? After reading it once, Lin Shan was even more ecstatic. The solution to the Ace of Hearts is something that most people can't think of. It's not that most people are not as smart as her, but that most people can't get in touch with the skills that Ace of Hearts mentioned in the information. Ace of Hearts was unable to solve this problem directly. It seems unlikely that the power of the most rigid and masculine can remain silent. She chose a compromise solution and used a technique called hiding the heart, which is a very advanced technique. Since the power of the most rigid and masculine is too violent, hide this power and add a shell to it. This technique is like a bomb. The explosive itself cannot be directly used for long-distance throwing, but adding a shell to the explosive can throw the explosive far away. Hiding the heart is a technique similar to this principle. First, hide the strongest power in the shell, and then trigger it after reaching the target, which can solve the problem raised by Lin Shan. It sounds simple, but according to Ace of Hearts, the technique of hiding the heart itself is a unique skill of a Nirvana. She also spent a lot of effort to get it, and she has personally verified that it is true and effective. In order to convince Ace of Spades, Ace of Hearts even sent the practice method of hiding the heart to him, and really did not treat Ace of Spades as an outsider. This is a good opportunity for Lin Shan. Lin Shan studied the technique of hiding the heart, and found it very strange and ingenious. I don't know who created such a mysterious technique. In essence, hiding the heart is a bridge. It cannot be used as a shell itself, but it can hide the strongest and most masculine power in another power, acting as a connection between the two powers. How can I hide it? Can I hide the strong finger force transformed from the air Ba Quan in the midst of thousands of people pointing fingers at me? Lin Shan felt that this idea might be difficult to realize, but he could try. Before trying, Lin Shan must first practice the skill of hiding his heart. He tried several times. This skill itself is too complicated, especially for the use of power, which must be extremely meticulous. Otherwise, it is impossible to hide one kind of power in another kind of power, and to delay the explosion, which is too difficult. Lin Shan felt that such a difficult task should be left to professionals. He wanted to get up and find Ian, but when he looked up, he found that there was still no light outside the window, and the night had not passed. Why does the night feel so long today? Lin Shan looked down at the time, and his face changed slightly. It was almost an hour before dawn. Chapter 451. What's going on? Why is it still dark? Will the star ring light up later? Lin Shan's face changed slightly. Could it be the Night Ghost clans doing this? He quickly picked up the communicator and sent messages to his elder sister, Wei Wufu, Tian Xian and others while walking out with the luminous flower. Just as Lin Shan's message was sent, His elder sister's message came back. I thought my watch was broken. It turns out that the star ring really missed the time and didn't light up. I'd never heard of the star ring being delayed. It used to be very punctual, not missing a second. No. Wei Wufu's message also came back, with only one word in reply. The star ring has always been on time, never delayed. There's a problem. Tian Xian's message also came back. No unusual movement was found. Kong Chuan also replied. It's good that you're fine. Stay in the room and don't move. I'd be there now. Lin Shen went to each room one by one, took Ayun and others out, and then went to the room where Yixing was imprisoned. Fortunately, Yixing was still lying in bed. After being acupunctured, Yixing could not move at all. It must be the work of the Night Ghost clan. Mayat hasn't come back yet. This is troublesome. Tian Xian looked at the darkness outside and said depressedly, the strongest of the Night Ghost clan, Yikong, is only a Nirvana. He should not be able to affect the star ring. I don't know what they did to make the star ring not light up. Lin Shen said and looked at Yixing. Unfortunately, Tian Sun was not there. Without the power of the pious seraphim, it was probably impossible to ask anything from Yixing. Suddenly, there was a flash of lightning in the air outside, and then there was a rumbling explosion. Oh my god, a fight has started. A Nirvana has taken action. Tian Xian said, pressing the window with both hands and staring outside. In the flashing lights, several people saw that many people had gathered outside without knowing when. Those people stood silently in the dark night like souls. If it weren't for the light that crossed the sky and illuminated the night, no one would have been able to discover their existence. Under the flickering light, Lin Shen could see that although the races of those people were different, their eyes seemed to emit a faint blood light. They should be the mixed blood night ghosts that Yixing mentioned. As if realizing that they had been discovered, those night ghosts suddenly went crazy and pounced on the nearby houses like wild beasts. Most of them rushed towards the heavenly palace. What's wrong with Tianxuan? He already knew the news in advance, so why did he let the night ghost succeed? Lin Shen was full of doubts. He didn't believe that Tianxuan would be such an unreliable person. The terrifying battle over Paradise Island was still going on. It seemed that there were 4 Nirvanas fighting in a melee. Various streams of light and colors continued to bloom in the dark night. It was unknown which one was the enemy, and which one was our own. Kong Chuan, defend the Paradise Palace. Lin Shen directly ordered Kong Chuan to attack. Of course, he had to fight to the death at this time. Kong Chuan responded and pushed open the window and flew out. His injuries were almost healed. At this time, he directly summoned the peacock life base, merged with himself, and spread out the peacock feather. However, he did not directly use the boundless Buddha light, but only used the confinement power of the peacock god. The blue light enveloped the Paradise Palace and the nearby area. Suddenly, everything nearby that was illuminated by the blue halo was confined. Lin Shen and others avoided the blue light in the house, and were not imprisoned. Those mixed blood night ghosts were fearless, and still rushed madly towards the area covered by the blue light, including many celestial beings. Gunshots rang out, and pets were summoned by the mixed blood night ghosts one by one, constantly rushing into the blue light area. The front ones were imprisoned, and the ones behind rushed up and bumped into the pets in front. One by one, more and more pets were pushed forward. The night ghosts are damned. Tian Xian saw a celestial girl, who was also among the night ghosts, and couldn't help cursing. Is that your girlfriend? Lin Shen asked curiously. It's already this late, and you're still in the mood to gossip? Tian Xian glared at him, and said unhappily, when I first came to Paradise Island, that maid took care of my daily life. She was a very nice person. I didn't expect that she was also a mixed blood night ghost. Mixed blood night ghosts should have their own thoughts, right? They just can't disobey the orders of pure blood night ghosts. Lin Shen groaned. As the two were talking, they saw a figure flying in the sky. The golden light on his body was like the scorching sun. It was obviously a Nirvana. The Nirvana came to the front of the Paradise Palace, said nothing, took out the pet gun directly, and fired 3 shots at the sky. 3 terrifying Nirvana pets circled in the air, like lions and tigers, with wings on their backs. As soon as the 3 Nirvana pets appeared, they sprayed ice light directly at the Paradise Palace. The ice light with extreme cold power blended with the blue light, and the area of the blue light suddenly shrank. The 3 Nirvana pets continuously spewed out icy light around the Heaven Palace, which pressured Kong Chuan's peacock spirit to shrink, and the area it could cover became smaller and smaller. This is not right. Those night ghosts are not hurt by the power of the night. Why can their pets walk safely in the night? Lin Shen found something unusual. After Lin Shen said this, Tion Xian and the others also reacted. Tion Xian asked in confusion, could it be that the sky is still dark now, but in fact the law of the night has failed? You will know if you go out and try. Lin Shen said. Do you think I am as stupid as you? Tion Xian was unwilling to go out, not to mention that the Heaven Palace was still shrouded in the peacock's aura, and he couldn't go out at all. I didn't expect the guy Bede to become a night ghost. Tion Xian stared at the golden light in the sky fiercely. That was one of Tian Sun's right-hand men. Who would have thought that he would also be turned into a mixed-blood night ghost? Yi Xing had told Lin Shen before that he had known that Bede was a mixed-blood night ghost, but he didn't expect that Tian Sun didn't deal with him in advance. Seeing the peacock spirit being suppressed, Kong Chuan snorted coldly, and the peacock spirit on his body suddenly surged. The blue light area expanded instantly, and even enveloped the 3 Nirvana pets. The Nirvana-level pets could not resist the peacock spirit, and were immediately imprisoned and unable to move. On the peacock screen behind Kong Chuan, peacock eyes shot out blue beams, and the beams penetrated their bodies, and in a blink of an eye, many holes were punched in the bodies of the 3 Nirvana pets, and they were obviously dead. The peacock spirit is really strong. Tion Xian exclaimed. But just as he finished speaking, he saw Bede shoot out 3 golden lights, which shone on the bodies of the 3 Nirvana pets. The Nirvana pets, whose bodies were already riddled with holes, seemed to be unaware that they were dead. Ice light rose from their bodies, and they opened their mouths to spray out their life bases. I almost forgot that Bede's Nirvana power is the power of the dead. He can control dead creatures to fight. Tion Xian became more and more depressed. Kong Chuan, go kill him. Lin Shen knew that Kong Chuan was guarding here, and was afraid that his own power would hurt them. He could not exert his true strength at all, so he could only sit and wait for death. But once Kong Chuan left, they might be in danger. Chapter 452. Dean. Kong Chuan was shocked. If he fought regardless of everything, no one would be able to protect Lin Shen. If someone who had achieved Nirvana took the opportunity to kill Lin Shen would be in danger. This is an order, Lin Shen said. Yes. Kong Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, staring at Bede. He had to end the battle as soon as possible to avoid being killed by others. Kong Chuan flew up and rushed towards Bede like a blue peacock. Bede's blood-red pupils moved slightly, and the pet gun in his hand fired again, and unexpectedly fired 3 Nirvana-level pets. Tianqin, let's go to the warehouse to hide first. I hope your aunt can come back in time. Lin Shen turned and said to Tianqin. Okay. Tianqin nodded in agreement. The situation was unclear now, and he didn't know how many mixed blood night ghosts there were. It was also in the dark, so he didn't dare to go out to fight. Fortunately, the materials used to build the Heavenly Palace are very strong, and it should be difficult for the Ascendants to cause damage to the Heavenly Palace. It will take some effort for the Nirvana to destroy the Heavenly Palace. The warehouse under the Heavenly Palace is a place that even the Nirvana cannot break through in a short time, so now they can only hide there first. Under the leadership of Tianqin, everyone quickly left the room and headed towards the warehouse. The pets of the night ghosts outside had already rushed to the front of the house, constantly hitting the door and windows, and the entire Heavenly Palace was surrounded by various pets. Not long after Lin Shen and the others left the room, the window was smashed by a life base, and an ascended pet rushed in. Everyone rushed towards the warehouse, and kept hearing the sound of broken windows. Fortunately, Tianqin did not allow ordinary people to stay overnight in the Heaven Palace, and only a few of them lived there. Everyone rushed all the way, and came to the underground warehouse. Tianqin took the key and knocked on the door of the warehouse, asking everyone to go in quickly. After Wei Wufu, who was walking at the back, went in, Tianqin was about to close the door, but suddenly felt a huge force hitting the door. Tianqin was immediately shocked and flew backwards, and hit Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu caught Tianqin's body with both hands, and at the same time he spun like a gyroscope, turning for an unknown number of times before removing the terrifying force from Tianqin's body. The door of the warehouse opened, and a familiar figure walked in first. Old housekeeper. You are also a night ghost. Everyone saw the appearance of the person who came clearly, and it was the old housekeeper who had always been polite and responsible for taking care of their daily life. Although the old housekeeper could not stay overnight in the Heaven Palace, he had the key to the door of the Heaven Palace in his hand. Every day he was the last one to leave the Heaven Palace, and every day he was the first one to come to the Heaven Palace. If it weren't for his pupils glowing red, it would be hard to imagine that the gentleman old butler was also a night ghost. There are many things you can't imagine. A woman walked out from behind the old butler. She was dressed in white, with long, black and straight hair, a pretty face and three-dimensional features. If it weren't for those blood-red eyes, she would be considered a beauty. Yekong? Lin Shen looked at her and asked, "You actually know my name?" Yekong's face changed slightly. "Not only do I know your name, I also know that you have two sisters named Yeyue and Yeyun. Aren't they here?" Lin Shen looked at Yekong and said indifferently. Yekong stared at Lin Shen and sneered after a while. "You want to scare me? It's useless. Today you must become vassals of my Night Ghost clan. From what you said, you don't want to kill us?" Lin Shen asked. "Killing you will not do us any good, and you are the dean of Tianshi Academy. If you don't go back, it will only bring us more trouble," Yekong said, and walked towards Lin Shen step by step. Her red lips slightly opened, and a ghostly and erratic singing voice floated out from her lips. Everyone suddenly felt confused, as if they were drunk. Dang! 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 Wei Wufu knocked the wooden fish in his hand, which immediately made everyone's mind much clearer. Yekong was unmoved, but continued to walk towards Lin Shen and others, and the ghostly singing in his mouth never stopped. As they got closer, Wei Wufu's wooden fish sound didn't work. Everyone felt that their brains were getting more and more unclear, as if they were so sleepy that they couldn't open their eyelids. "Fuck you." Tian Xian yelled and wanted to take action, but she couldn't raise her hands at all. It was like when people are extremely sleepy, no matter how hard they try to wake themselves up, their bodies just can't move. "Get out of the way, or I kill her." Lin Shen's adaptability is obviously much stronger than Tian Xian's, and the theory of evolution is running wildly in his body. He grabbed Yixing, who was acupunctured, with one hand, and held the lightsaber transformed by the inheritance fan with the other hand, and placed it on Yixing's neck. "Huh, you can actually resist my lullaby. You are indeed a little different. No wonder people like Tian Sun like you, and a tyrant like Tiandi would also choose you to be the dean of Tianshi Academy." Yekong stopped singing and looked at Lin Shen with interest. "It's good that you know," Lin Shen said coldly. "I am very satisfied with you. When you become a mixed-blood night ghost in the future, you should be the best mixed blood in my tribe," Yekong said with a smile, but her smile was too gloomy, and it was difficult for people to have a good impression. "Why do I want to become a mixed-blood night ghost?" Lin Shen asked with pretended curiosity. "You don't have to delay time. Tianxuan was led to the giant god cemetery by us, and was trapped inside. He can't get out in a short time. No one can come to save you." Yekong saw through Lin Shen's thoughts and said lightly, "It doesn't matter whether she comes back or not. I don't believe you will ignore Yixing's life," Lin Shen said expressionlessly. "This kind of threatening trick is too childish." Yekong's blood-red eyes swept across the faces of Lin Shen and others, and finally fixed on Lin Miao's face, saying lightly, "You can kill Yixing. If that happens, everyone except you will die, including your sister. If you let Yixing go, I promise you that I will not hurt any of them, but just turn them into night ghosts. Life or death, you can choose for yourself. If you want to kill, do it now." After that, Yekong ordered the old butler beside him, "Kill them all, leaving only a Tian alive." "Yes, sir." A strange light burned on the old butler's body, and it was obvious that he was also a Nirvana-level existence. Why didn't anyone tell me that this old butler was also a Nirvana? Lin Shen looked at Tian Xian and asked, "How do I know you don't know?" Tian Xian summoned the desperate Wuxing angel, and was ready to fight to the death. "Life and death are just a matter of yours. This is your last chance." Yekong looked at Lin Shen coldly and said, "Leave the chance to yourself." A cold voice sounded in the warehouse. Chapter 453. Everyone looked into the warehouse, and saw that the wall inside the warehouse slowly dropped, revealing another secret room behind. The secret room was filled with all kinds of rare treasures, each of which was rare, but no one paid attention to those rare treasures. A red velvet sofa was placed among the piles of treasures. An angel-like noble and elegant woman was sitting on the sofa, with her long legs and stockings crossed, holding a jelly stick in her hand, tasting it with relish. "Auntie!" Tianxuan. Tianxin and Lin Shen shouted almost in unison. Both of them were surprised and happy. "Tianxuan, aren't you trapped in the giant god cemetery?" Yekong looked solemn, staring at Tianxuan and said, "If I wasn't led into the cemetery by you, and was trapped inside, how could you all jump out?" Tianxuan said with a smile, holding the jelly stick in his hand. "You calculated very well, but unfortunately the layout was a little bad. Now Paradise Island is about to fall, and your layout is useless." Yekong was not panicked, because she was still in an advantageous position. The situation outside was under control, and it was only a matter of time to take over Paradise Island. There was only one Nirvana here, Tianxuan, and both she and the old housekeeper were Nirvana, 2-1 was still an advantage. After hearing what Yekong said, Tianquan sneered. Yekong, you are really pitiful and pathetic, but it's not your fault. The night ghosts fled to the giant ring star, and hid like mice for so many years. They no longer knew how big this world was, and it was inevitable to sit in a well and look at the sky. Tianquan, what do you want to say? Don't tell me you have strong support. No one on the giant ring star can help you. The entire planet cannot use the teleportation device now. You can't get in or out. The Anji family is now busy with their own affairs, let alone come to support you. Yekong said. Isn't what I said clear enough? Only the weak need to plan. Do you need to spend a lot of effort to kill an ant? Of course not, you can kill it however you want. You just need to lead the ant out of the hole. Tianquan said lightly. Arrogant and conceited, what's the use of talking so hard? Today you are doomed to fail. A black shell appeared on Yekong's body, and at the same time, she stretched out her hand, and a black and red base appeared in her hand. Her fingers gently plucked the strings, and the deep sound waves instantly made everyone feel as if their hearts were hit by a heavy hammer. They couldn't help but reach out to cover their chests, and their blood was churning in their chests, and their mouths were sweet. Almost at the same time, the old butler also summoned a knight's sword and raised it to cut towards Lin Shen and the others. Lin Shen and the others retreated in a hurry. They were not able to resist the attack of the two nirvanas now. Lin Shen was accumulating strength while retreating. Tian Sun would definitely suffer a loss if he fought two alone. His inherited fan and mutated Yuling Long could just help Tian Sun. If it didn't work, he could hold one of them off first. With his current ability and the aura accumulated by the sacrifice, it might be a little difficult to defeat the nirvanas, but delaying for a while shouldn't be a problem. Kneel down. Facing the attack of Yekong and the old butler, Tian Sun had no intention of getting up from the sofa. Still sitting there, with long legs wrapped in stockings, crossed together, holding the jelly stick in his hand, he said something coldly to the two of them. Plop! Something incredible happened. The aggressive old butler and Yekong actually listened to Tianquan's words and knelt directly on the ground. Yekong knelt on the ground, his eyes widened to the extreme, his blood-red pupils contracted, and his face was full of disbelief. The old butler was even more pale and bloodless, struggling to stand up. But no matter how hard they tried, their bodies shook violently, and their legs could not stand straight. Yekong suddenly pressed his hands to the ground, trying to use the power of his hands to support his body. Is it uncomfortable to kneel? Then lie down. Tianquan just said a light sentence, and Yekong pressed his hands on the ground, twisting directly like a broken bone, and his body fell to the ground in a twisted posture. His face hit the ground heavily, and a dent was made on the metal floor. The old housekeeper also prostrated himself on the ground, unable to struggle. Lin Shen was stunned. Although he had always known that Tianquan was very strong, Tianquan had hardly shown her strong side when she was with him. This made him gradually lose himself and only regarded Tianquan as a beautiful rich woman, ignoring that she was a half-blooded celestial being who could occupy a seat in the Tianren Academy. Pure-blooded celestial beings like Chi 118 and in 117, who were nirvanas, who were about to enter the top 100 in the Chi and in families, were not qualified to occupy a seat in the Tianren Academy. From this, one can imagine how strong Tianquan was. Looking at the two people struggling on the ground, Tianquan stood up and walked slowly to their side, but he didn't even look at them, just walked over and said casually, "My little lover, they are in your hands." Lin Shen came to his senses, rushed to the two people, gathered his strength and pressed the acupuncture points on their bodies, hitting them on the spot. With Lin Shen's current strength and the full burst of finger force, even if the other party is a nirvana, it is difficult to avoid being hit without defense. Yekong and the old housekeeper have no ability to resist at all now, and they were hit by Lin Shen. "Oh wei, watch them, I go out and see." Lin Shen chased out, wanting to see how Tianquan would deal with the chaos on Paradise Island. Tian Xian and others also chased out. When they arrived at the gate of Paradise Palace, the mixed-blood night ghosts and various pets they met along the way were lying on the ground in all kinds of strange postures, looking weird and absurd. Outside the heavenly palace, Tianquan, with a holy glow on her body, has risen to the air. The jade armor on her body is so holy that it seems not to be stained with a bit of dust. A pair of angel wings are spread on her back, and the halo above her head makes people feel that she is like an angel in the legend. Tianquan raised the angel scepter in her hand, and the holy light illuminated the entire island. The cold voice spread throughout the entire Paradise Island in an instant. "Kittens, it's time to go to bed." The moment the voice fell, Lin Shen and others saw an amazing scene. All the creatures on the ground, and in the sky fell into a deep sleep in an instant. Those on the ground fell directly to the ground, and the pets in battle fell on people and fell asleep on them. The two people who were still wrestling fell asleep in their arms. The flying creatures and pets in the sky fell from the sky like meteorites. Even the few Nirvana people and Nirvana pets who were still fighting were no exception. The only two people who were not asleep were Bede and Kong Chuan, but Bede's pets all fell asleep and fell heavily on the house. Although Bede and Kong Chuan did not fall asleep, their eyelids were fighting, and they looked like they would fall asleep at any time. Golden light surged on Bede's body, and he turned around and wanted to escape from Paradise Island. Tianchuan glanced at Bede and said coldly, "Bede, get down." "Ah!" Bede screamed, fell from the air, and fell heavily into the ground. Chapter 454. Crushing. This is an absolute crushing. The gap in strength between Nirvana is greater than imagined. Lin Shen's scalp tingled. Bede, who could fight Kong Chuan, was defeated like this. This woman is too scary. Lin Shen was secretly worried. He was deceived by Tianchuan's image of a gentle and wealthy woman before, and now he suddenly found that Tianchuan seemed a little different from what he imagined. One sentence can make a Nirvana-level strongman kneel down, and he also has the ability to make people tell the truth. If he makes Tianchuan unhappy one day in the future, the consequences are simply unimaginable. "What are you doing?" "Control all the night ghosts." Tianchuan glanced at Lin Shen and the others and said casually. Lin Shen felt that his hands and feet seemed to be out of control, and he actually rushed out by himself. Tianchuan and the others were in a similar situation to Lin Shen. They all rushed out of the heavenly palace involuntarily and rushed towards the sleeping night ghosts. "Sorry, I forgot to restrain myself." Tianchuan smiled, and Lin Shen immediately felt that his body had returned to normal, and his brain seemed to accept his command again. Lin Shen didn't dare to say much, and hurried over to control Bede with acupuncture, and then went to touch other Nirvanas. These people had their eyes closed, and he didn't know which one was a mixed blood night ghost, so he touched all of them. Tianchuan was not so gentle, and the heartless angel turned into flying feathers in the sky, cutting off all the tendons of the night ghosts. After getting everyone into the house, Tianchuan restrained his strength, and after returning to the heavenly palace, he said to Kong Chuan, "I'm going out with Dean Tian, and I leave this place to you and Tianchuan. Don't let anyone know that we left." "Dean, please rest assured, Master Tianchuan." Kong Chuan nodded. Tianchuan directly pulled Lin Shen to fly away. Under the terrifying speed, Lin Shen only felt that his body was pressed tightly against Tianchuan by a strong pressure, and he could not separate half an inch. When Tianchuan fell, Lin Shen found that they had already arrived near the castle of Qi 118. The situation here was equally bad. The battle was still going on. On the sea, various terrifying forces were constantly colliding, triggering waves of tsunamis. "You came here. Did you want to?" Lin Shen stared at Tianchuan in a daze, a little unsure whether Tianchuan thought the same as he did. He wanted to discuss this matter with Tianchuan before, but Tianchuan never came back. "Don't you think so?" Tianchuan looked at Lin Shen, and suddenly felt a sense of telepathy. "How do we start?" There was no need to say anything more. Lin Shen asked directly. "Let them fight. We're going to go shopping. Don't use your glow-in-the-dark flower, follow me." Tianchuan took Lin Shen's hand and walked towards the castle in the dark. The power of the night wanted to penetrate into Lin Shen's body, but was shaken away by the power from Tianchuan's fingers. The two entered the castle in the dark. There were battles everywhere in the buildings in the castle. Tianchuan seemed to know everything about this place, and avoided all the battles. Someone accidentally ran into them, but he didn't have time to see anything and fainted for no reason. Soon, the two passed through many levels, and came to the secret warehouse built by Qi 118 under the castle. Lin Shen was a little curious about how Tianchuan knew the location of the secret warehouse, but then he thought, what secret could be hidden from Tianchuan, who has a pious seraphim? Unfortunately, Tianchuan didn't have the key to open the warehouse, so he could only use brute force to open the door of the warehouse. Lin Shen watched Tianchuan pull out a knife-shaped spiritual base, which was still covered with a blade light, and knew that it was a Nirvana spiritual base. The blade light of the knife was so sharp that the door, made of Nirvana-level materials more than 1 meter thick, was split open with a few cuts. After the two entered the warehouse, Lin Shen's eyes were wide open. Originally, Lin Shen thought that the resources he had obtained from Qi 118 at the risk of his life were already very valuable. But compared with the things in here, those things were not at all good. Anything here is the best of the best. Qi 118 has been developing the ocean for many years. If it is not the best, he will not keep it in his secret warehouse. Don't look at it, take it all back and pick it slowly. Tianchuan said. How to take so many things back? Lin Shen glanced at it, and roughly estimated that although there were not many things here, it would take a long truck to pull them all. Put everything in. Tianchuan summoned a shell-like pet, which was originally only the size of a palm, but after using the skill, its body grew to the size of a house. The two began to move things, and directly emptied the entire secret warehouse. Tianchuan stretched out her hand, and the shell-like pet gradually shrank, and then returned to her hand. Let's go to N117, I hope it's not too late. Tianchuan pulled Lin Shen away. The battle outside was still going on. The battle between the Nirvanas on the sea set off a terrible storm, and the turbulent sea water set off huge waves, because there were several Nirvanas fighting, and no one knew who was fighting in the dark night. However, Lin Shen heard a special instrument sound, which sounded like the sound of a piano, but it was a little different. Lin Shen didn't know much about music, and couldn't tell what instrument it was. After the two left the castle, Tianchuan took Lin Shen directly to N117's place. There was also a crazy fight here, and the degree of cruelty was even more tragic than that of Qi 118. Tianchuan ignored the people in the battle, and sneaked into the city with Lin Shen, and found the secret warehouse of N117 again. Lin Shen felt that he was cruel enough, but he found that Tianchuan was more cruel than himself. N117's secret warehouse was looted by her again, and not even a hair was left for N117. After completing the big looting, Tianchuan took Lin Shen back to Paradise Island, and had no intention of intervening in the battle here. During the battle, Lin Shen heard the sound of percussion instruments, and guessed that it was probably one of Yeyue or Yeyun, but he was not sure which one it was. After the two quietly returned to the Heavenly Palace, Tianchuan showed up first, and arranged some things on the Heavenly Island. Then he took Lin Shen to the room where she lived and dumped out all the looted things, piling them up everywhere like a small mountain. Lin Shen looked at the colorful and high-end items, and his eyes were almost dazzled. Many of them were things he had never seen or heard of before. Just the things he knew, there were quite a few Nirvana eggs, a few ashes of reincarnation, and some Nirvana-level pet capsules. Pick a few, and take the rest back to offer to the Emperor of Heaven. Tianchuan's words surprised Lin Shen. I have already obtained the resources that the Emperor of Heaven needs, and the mission has been completed. You can keep these for yourself. Lin Shen looked at Tianchuan in a daze, and said. Tianchuan picked up something, and threw it to Lin Shen, smiling and saying, It's not enough to just complete the mission. You are an outsider, and if you want to gain a foothold in the Tianren clan, there are only two ways you can go. You don't have the opportunity to go to the Tianren court, and your personality is not suitable. So, just be your favorite minister, a promising career, my little lover. Chapter 455. I think so too. Lin Shen felt that what Tianchuan said made sense. If he was asked to be a diligent, hard-working, upright, honest and incorruptible official, Lin Shen felt that he would definitely not be able to do it. Although he was not bad, it was too tiring to live like that, and he didn't like being too tired. Besides, this was the celestial clan, not the human kingdom, so there was no need for that. Of course, he didn't want to be a favorite minister, but there was no better way now, so he could only muddle along like this. Shouldn't a favorite minister be more greedy? Why do you have to hand these over? Lin Shen still didn't quite understand. In his impression, a favorite minister should be like Wei Xiaobao, who ate the bones and meat first and left some soup for the emperor? Tianchuan explained. Do you think a favorite minister is one who eats the meat and the emperor drinks the soup? If you think so, you are totally wrong. What you are talking about is not a favorite minister, but a powerful minister, a loyal minister, a jester. No matter what kind of minister, it is not a favorite minister anyway. What kind of people can enter the Tianren? Most of them are noble children from big families. If they hold power, whose interests do you think they represent? It goes without saying that powerful officials will never share the money with the emperor. There are many so-called loyal officials, such as Qi and Tian. However, for the development of the giant ring star, the three families can get a lot of money, but if they are asked to share more with the emperor, they will be very painful. If the emperor proposes to the Tianren Academy that they should give a little more, I can guarantee that the so-called loyal officials in the three families will stand up and oppose the emperor's proposal. This is not suitable for you, so you can only be a favorite minister. Why would the Emperor of Heaven favor you? Because others will not give him money, only you will give him money. Who else can he favor if not you? Lin Shen felt a little enlightened. I see, but I gave all the money I got to the Emperor of Heaven, so I didn't get any benefit myself, so why should I be a favorite minister? I asked you to hand it over, but I didn't say you couldn't take the money. Tianchuan analyzed it to Lin Shen bit by bit, Don't think that the Emperor of Heaven can only squander money. He can ascend to the throne of the Emperor of Heaven not by squandering money. How much stuff did we get from the Chi family and the Yin family? They lost it. How many things? It is very likely that the Emperor of Heaven knows it very well. You can choose not to hand it over, but if you don't, you will be no different from other ministers. If you hand it over, you may be a confidant of the Emperor of Heaven. Generally speaking, the Emperor of Heaven will not let you work for nothing. You just hand it over to the Emperor of Heaven and express your attitude. He will still give you a part. After all, you will need money to develop manpower and power when you work for the Emperor of Heaven in the future. The Emperor of Heaven knows this better than anyone else. Since the Emperor of Heaven knows so well, if I took the best things from here, wouldn't the Emperor of Heaven bear a grudge? Lin Shen pondered. On the contrary, if you are not greedy at all, the Emperor of Heaven will suspect whether you have hidden other greater benefits. Why are you not greedy? Can such a person be reliable? Can he be controlled? Tianxin smiled and continued, you are greedy, and the Emperor of Heaven knows what you are greedy for. He can deal with you at any time, so he can feel at ease. That makes sense, baby. You are really my good wife. Lin Shen quickly flattered her, and then asked with a smile, baby, what do you think I should pick? Of course, I have to pick the best. Tianxin pointed at the thing he had just stuffed into Lin Shen and said, do you like this? What is this? Lin Shen looked at the thing in his hand, and couldn't recognize what it was. The thing was a small square box, about the size of a contact lens case, and the whole body was made of some kind of crystal. This thing is not simple, it is a rare thing, called a space storage device. It is made of some Nirvana-level materials with space properties, and then made by Nirvana people with space power. Because the materials are rare and people with space power are hard to find, the output is very small. Tianxin said. Do you mean that this is a legendary space item? Lin Shen's eyes lit up immediately. He had only seen this thing in the myths and legends of his hometown or novels, but he didn't expect that someone actually made it. Yes, there are many types of space storage containers. Generally, space storage containers made of Nirvana-level materials can only hold small things. It's good to have a cubic meter of space. Space storage containers made of immortal-level materials are about the size of a room, but some are small bungalows and some are large villas. Tianxuan pointed to the back of the space storage container and said, I just took a look and found the mark of the Basi clan on it. The Basi clan specializes in space-related masters. The space containers they make are rarely released. I didn't expect Chi 118 to have one. I don't know where he got it from. Tianxuan taught Lin Shen how to use it. Lin Shen originally thought that this box was a space container, but Tianxuan told him that the box itself was a charger. Using a space container requires energy, so it must be charged with the box before it can be used. The space container is inside the box, and a small thing is embedded inside the box, which looks like a black crystal bullet. Some data is printed inside the box. Tianxuan took a look and said that this space container is larger than the imagined space. It is the best of the best. If converted into a cubic meter, it is about 10,000 cubic meters. Lin Shen didn't have a good idea of the size of the space, so Tianxuan gave him an analogy, which is roughly equivalent to 6 or 7 three-story villas. Tianxuan demonstrated the space storage device. The method of using this thing is not the same as Lin Shen imagined. Although it is not complicated, it is not something that can be put in and taken out by grabbing something. Tianxuan took the bullet-like space storage device, aimed the bullet head at something, and pressed the tail. A halo lit up on the shell, and finally the bullet head lit up, igniting a light bullet that hit the thing. After the thing came into contact with the light bullet, it immediately became smaller and smaller, and was pulled towards the space storage device, and finally sucked into the bullet. There is a number on it. Everything you put in will have a number. When you take it out, you just need to start it according to the number. Every time you put something in and take it out, you need to consume energy. This charger can probably provide energy to open the space storage device 10 times, and then you must recharge the box. Tianxuan returned the space storage device to Lin Shen. So troublesome. Lin Shen was a little disappointed. This was much worse than the space storage equipment he imagined. It was too troublesome to use and needed to be charged. Unless you have space ability yourself, it is so troublesome to use space equipment with the current level of technology. Tianxuan smiled and said, Come on, let's take a closer look at what other good things these two people have collected. Chapter 456. Chi 118 and in 117 have collected so many good things. There are more than a dozen Nirvana-level pet eggs. These are not ordinary Nirvana-level pet eggs, but mutant-level ones. If these things are taken out, I don't know how many ascenders will break their heads for them. Tianchuan suggested that Lin Shan should not take these things. Lin Shan can't use the Nirvana level pets now, and it is not suitable to use them for Nirvana. After Nirvana, he can also obtain them with his own strength. There is no need to keep them. Of course, the main reason is that you can't take too many things. If there is no such concern, who would dislike these good things? There are also many spirit bases of Nirvana creatures, which Lin Shan can't use either. Ascendants don't have the power of Nirvana, and can't activate the spirit bases of these Nirvana creatures. Other things are also the best of the best, basically mainly Nirvana level things, which dazzled Lin Shan. I seem to have some impression of this pet launcher. Tianchuan took out a pet launcher from inside. Lin Shan was a little unimpressed by this, and continued to search for treasures in the treasures. I remember, this pet launcher is the Tyrant, the gun used by the wrathful king of the Diamond Tribe since he was a child. How could it be here? Tianchuan was more and more surprised. Is this the king's gun? Lin Shan was a little surprised, but it was just a little surprised. The pet launcher is essentially still activated by its own power. Even if this is an immortal level pet gun, he can't activate it and can't use it. And he doesn't have an immortal level pet capsule. If a low level pet capsule is put in, even if it can be activated, the pet capsule itself can't withstand the power of the launch. So the pet gun is just used to quickly fire pets for Lin Shan, and it is not very useful. It should be the Tyrant, but it cannot be completely regarded as the sidearm of the wrathful king, because this pet gun was the sidearm of the wrathful king before he ascended the throne, and he did not use this one later. Tianchuan threw the Tyrant to Lin Shan. This is a good thing. Didn't you give the angel revolver to my nephew? Keep this for yourself. Can I use this? Lin Shan asked with some doubt. Yes, the Tyrant is a pet gun manufacturing master of the Diamond Tribe, specially made for the wrathful king. I don't know what special materials and secret techniques are used. It can be used from the basic transformation level to the Nirvana level, and the performance will not be outdated. I heard that the firing rate can reach an astonishing 1000, which is a rare pet gun for all levels in the world. Tianchuan explained. A firing rate of 1000. Can be used at all levels. Lin Shan's eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly put a pet capsule in it, wanting to try it out. Bang! Lin Shan pulled the trigger and found that it was much lighter than he thought. He barely used any strength, but the pet capsule was fired at an unimaginable speed. Bang! Lin Shan only felt a flash in front of his eyes. The pet capsule didn't even have time to turn into a pet in the air. It directly hit the wall, and was smashed to pieces. The pet capsule was just an ordinary crystal-based product, but because of its high speed, it still left a shallow bullet mark on the wall. So fast. Lin Shan was surprised and happy. This pet gun was too fierce. It was tailor-made for Chibu Gon Gu. A speed of 1000. Even if he used all his skills, he could not reach this speed. It's stable. It's stable. I won't be afraid of not being able to escape when I meet a strong enemy in the future. Lin Shan was extremely happy, playing with the Tyrant, and almost couldn't let it go. The gun body was gun gray, and the shape of the gun was a bit like a desert eagle with a scope, but it was bigger than the desert eagle. Baby, help me see if there are any good things in it. Lin Shan put the Tyrant away. Too many things, take your time to look. Tiansun continued to search in the treasure. Lin Shan also searched for things, and while he was searching, the dead powder wrapped around him suddenly ejected from his body, and the front of his body turned into a huge state, swallowing something in one bite. Lin Shan didn't even see clearly what it swallowed, and this guy was already done. But seeing that the nearby were all spiritual bases, this guy should have swallowed spiritual bases. This guy is getting more and more greedy. Lin Shan stretched out his hand, and pulled the dead powder back. The dead fan's body shrank, and returned to normal. After being pulled back by Lin Shan, it did not intend to wrap around him, but instead wanted to get into Lin Shan's backpack. What on earth does this thing want to do? Lin Shan was very confused, wondering why it wanted to get into the backpack. Is it going to evolve again, and intend to evolve in the backpack? Lin Shan thought about it, and felt something was wrong. Suddenly, Lin Shan was startled and quickly reached into the backpack and pulled out the sleeping Fatty. He suspected that the dead fan wanted to attack and swallow Fatty, but he could not agree to it. The dead fan had already gotten into the backpack and had no idea about Fatty. No. Fatty looks harmless, but he's actually very powerful. He's probably already at the Nirvana level. The dead fan definitely can't swallow him. Lin Shan reacted too late. He pulled the dead fan out, then checked the contents of his backpack. His face changed slightly. The reincarnation ashes of the true extreme evil slaying divine light was gone. The dead fan's body glowed with purple fluorescence, and soon the whole body turned into purple light, and the flames rose above it. Your pet is about to be reborn. Tian-sun looked at the dead fan wrapped in purple flames with interest, and said, "It seems that it is reborn with the reincarnation ashes of the true extreme evil slaying divine light. Its attack power must be unparalleled in the future. Unfortunately, you can't be reborn in a short time, so you can't use it for the time being." Lin Shan also meant this. The dead fan was his main battle pet, and he didn't feel bad about giving the reincarnation ashes to the dead fan. But this thing has just ascended not long ago. Lin Shan has not used it to fight, and has not exerted any strength, and now it is going to rebirth again. It is rebirth, but Lin Shan himself has not rebirth, so he still can't use it. Lin Shan seriously suspected that this thing was just trying to gain time with him, and deliberately did this in order to avoid exerting strength. Fortunately, there is no big risk in using the ashes of reincarnation to rebirth. With the ability of the diehard fans, the rebirth will definitely succeed, and Lin Shan doesn't need to worry at all. It will take a long time for it to rebirth. Let's continue looking for things. Tianxuan continued to look through the piled things. Here is an ascension egg. Tianxuan pointed to a pet egg and said, the two of them collected nirvana eggs, and ascension eggs are almost useless to them. They specially put such an ascension egg here. There must be something special about it. You can take it to hatch. Maybe it can be used. Chapter 457. Lin Shan took the ascension egg and put it in his backpack. Anyway, he couldn't tell what kind of pet it was. He could only know after it hatched. Lin Shan didn't know what to choose, so he just sat there and waited for Tian-sun to choose for him. After a while, Tian-sun picked out another thing, which turned out to be a book. Why did you pick a book? Is this some powerful evolution technique? Lin Shan asked in confusion. No. Tian-sun shook his head and said strangely, this book records some things related to the giant god clan. No wonder I felt that EP381 was a little strange before. He seemed to know something about the giant god cemetery. I thought he had been there secretly before, but it turned out to be like this. Let me see what else is written in this book. You can pick a few things yourself. Lin Shan had to pick things by himself. He saw that there were many boxes that had not been opened, so he opened them one by one and looked at the contents. Many boxes were filled with potions, but unfortunately most of the potions were not labeled with names, and no one knew what they were used for. To Lin Shan's surprise, he actually found a promissory note written in the name of Tianshur Academy to EP381 and in 117. These two guys are really unlucky. I got back at them with just this little handle. Lin Shan stretched out his hand and crumpled the two promissory notes into ashes. Lin Shan was rummaging through the boxes and cabinets. When he came across something he didn't recognize, he asked Tianxuan, who was reading a book. Tianxuan answered casually at first, but then his expression became very serious, as if he couldn't hear what Lin Shan said, and he was concentrating on reading the contents of the book. Seeing this, Lin Shan stopped bothering him and searched for things by himself. The fat boy he had just picked out jumped onto his shoulder and looked at Lin Shan curiously as he picked and chose. Lin Shan opened another box, which was full of books. He flipped through some of them. They were all various evolution techniques and skills. They looked like they were all high-end books. They might be the only copies and manuscripts collected by in 117. I wonder if I can leave these books behind so that Ayun can learn them slowly, and pass them on to me after she learns them. Lin Shan turned his head to look at Tianxuan, wanting to ask Tianxuan if he could leave all the books behind. These books can be copied down and brought back to the mother planet in the future. They should be of great help to the humans on the mother planet. We are in trouble. Tianxuan suddenly closed the book and said with a long sigh, "What's wrong?" Lin Shan asked in confusion. This book was passed down by the giant god clan. Originally, the ancient giant god clan did not originate from the giant ring star. They only discovered the giant ring star later. Due to some reasons, after the giant god clan declined, the remaining tribes moved to the giant ring star to settle down. Originally, they thought that relying on the special environment of the giant ring star, they could live here safely, but because they discovered the extreme darkness, they were exterminated. Tian-sun said solemnly, "Isn't the extreme darkness the place that Yikong said? Didn't Yikong say that it was changed into a trial place by the Little Wine Emperor? Is there any problem with this?" Lin Shan thought for a while and said, "It's a big problem. It's because it was changed by the Little Wine Emperor, so the problem is very big." Tianxuan said word by word, "That place is not a mutated Nirvana land at all, but an immortal land. The Little Wine Emperor forcibly changed the immortal land into a Nirvana land." Immortal land? Could it be that? It used to be a place that could breed immortal creatures? Lin Shan was surprised. Not only before, but also now. Yusin said helplessly. Little Wine Emperor transformed the immortal land into a mutant Nirvana land. Although I don't know the specific situation, I think it should be like this. But if the place transformed by Little Wine Emperor is destroyed, the immortal land will inevitably breed immortal creatures again. At that time, we may be destroyed like the giant gods. The giant gods discovered that the Dark Land was an immortal land and tried to get the immortal creatures inside. As a result, not only did they fail, but they also triggered a dark age that lasted for thousands of years, causing the entire giant gods to be exterminated. This book was found from Chi 118. Now the night has not receded, and the star ring is difficult to recover. It is estimated that he is trying to get the immortal land and causing the darkness to fall again. Tiansun expressed his concerns. If the giant ring star is always in darkness, no one can survive here for a long time. In addition, the transmission device cannot be used, and no one can leave the giant ring star. They will all be trapped here. Does Chi 118 know that the immortal land has been transformed by Little Wine Emperor? Lin Shen asked thoughtfully. Theoretically, he shouldn't know. The Book of the Giant God Clan doesn't record that Little Wine Emperor transformed the Dark Land. I also came to a comprehensive conclusion based on the information of the Night Ghost Clan. Tianxuan paused and said, Chi 118 should have nothing to do with the Night Ghost Clan, otherwise the Night Ghost Clan would not have attacked his castle. Lin Shen thought about it, and it was right, but he felt something was wrong. Since Chi 118 didn't know that the Extreme Dark Land had been transformed, how did he enter the Extreme Dark Land and destroy the transformation of the Little Wine Emperor? Tianxuan felt that what Lin Shen said was indeed a problem. How could the place transformed by the Little Wine Emperor be so easily destroyed? Could it be related to that Night Crow? Lin Shen told about the time when he came back and was chased by Night Crow. I suspect that Night Crow was sent by Chi 118. Could that Night Crow also be a member of the Night Ghost Clan? Why do I feel that he is much more powerful than Yikong and the others? Lin Shen expressed his thoughts. That makes sense. Just bring Yikong over and ask him and you know. You pick things here first, I'll be back in a while. Tianxuan didn't waste any words. He got up and left the room. Lin Shen had no choice but to continue picking things by himself. He put the box of books aside and waited for Tianxuan to come back before asking her if he could keep it. Then he continued to open other boxes and chests. What is this? Lin Shen opened a small box the size of a palm and saw a stone tablet inside. This thing looked familiar. Upon closer inspection, this stone tablet looked very similar to Night Crow's tombstone. Or it was not just similar, it was a mini version of the tombstone. How could Chi 118 have this thing? Lin Shen was a little curious. He took the stone tablet out of the box and turned it over and over in his hands. The more he looked at it, the more it looked like the one Night Crow was carrying. This thing is so small. Does it have the ability of that tombstone? Lin Shen was very curious. If he wrote the enemy's name on this small tombstone, would it also have the ability to kill the enemy? Chapter 458. I want to try it, but there is no object to test it on. When Night Crow used the tombstone before, he also watched it in detail. It is estimated that the thing must be activated first, and then the opponent must be watched and the opponent's name must be written. Then, the power injected by itself can overwhelm the opponent before it can be killed. That thing is okay for bullying weak enemies. It can be used against strong enemies, but it is not a decisive role. Lin Shen can only try to see if it can be activated first. He does not have much hope for this. If this mini tombstone is useful, why would Chi 118 put it in the warehouse instead of carrying it with him? So it is very likely that even Chi 118 cannot use this thing, or it is not very useful, but I don't know which situation it is. Lin Shen held the mini tombstone and input his power into the small tombstone. Unexpectedly, the small tombstone actually reacted. The small tombstone trembled slightly, and some blood-red handwriting slowly appeared on the front. Those handwritings seemed to be condensed from the blood that oozed out of the small tombstone. Lin Shen. Lin Shen was startled. How could his name appear on the small tombstone? He didn't want to commit suicide. Lin Shen quickly stopped inputting power, but the bloody words on the small tombstone did not stop appearing. The bloody words that kept appearing were actually Lin Shen's date of birth, and even the time of birth was clear. Lin Shen was frightened, but fortunately, after those contents appeared, they gradually disappeared, and soon they disappeared completely. Lin Shen was ready to fight death, but he didn't feel anything strange about his body. Wait. This small tombstone and the big tombstone in Night Crow's hand are not the same set. The small tombstone is used to check people's names and birthdays, and the big tombstone is used to kill people. Lin Shen thought more and more that he was right, and took the small tombstone to study it carefully for a long time, but he didn't figure it out. Now it is certain that as long as you inject power into the small tombstone can display the user's name and birthday. But when you really fight with someone, it is impossible to use the small tombstone to let the enemy input power and obtain the other party's name and birthday. It seems a bit useless. It must be more than that, but I haven't figured out its real use yet. Lin Shen put the small tombstone away first, and will study it slowly later. There are too many good things here, and Lin Shen doesn't know what many of them are used for, and he doesn't know how to choose for a while. Fortunately, Qianquan came back not long after. Judging from her expression, she seemed to have made a lot of gains, and her face looked much better. That Night Crow is really from the Night Ghost clan, but I didn't expect that he is not a pure-blood Night Ghost, but a mixed blood, Qianquan said. Mixed blood? Why do I feel that Night Crow, the mixed blood, is more powerful than the pure-blood Night Sky? Lin Shen was surprised. Who said that purebloods are definitely more powerful than mixed bloods? Qianquan rolled his eyes at Lin Shen. Baby, I'm not talking about you. You are the most beautiful and powerful mixed blood baby. You have perfectly inherited the advantages of both clans, and avoided the disadvantages of both clans. You are the most perfect woman in the world. Lin Shen's desire to survive suddenly exploded. Qianquan burst out laughing. Although Night Crow is a mixed blood Night Ghost, he is a little different from ordinary mixed blood Night Ghosts. It was not the pure blood Night Ghost who turned him into a mixed blood Night Ghost, but he took the initiative to draw the blood of a pure blood Night Ghost and turned himself into a mixed blood Night Ghost. The pure blood Night Ghost whose blood he drew was a veteran figure in the Night Ghost clan, and he was not controlled by the pure blood Night Ghost. It can be said that Night Crow, a mixed blood Night Ghost, is the mortal enemy of the Night Ghost clan. But his luck was not very good. Just after he became a mixed blood Night Ghost, the Night Ghost tribe was exterminated by all tribes. As a mixed blood Night Ghost, he was also hunted by all tribes and fled to the giant ring star with serious injuries. Foreign tribes wanted to kill him, and the Night Ghost tribe also wanted to kill him. He was besieged by the survivors of the Night Ghost tribe on the giant ring star, and was almost killed. In fact, the Night Ghost tribe thought that Night Crow was dead at that time. That battle also caused the remaining part of the pure-blooded Night Ghosts of the Night Ghost tribe to sacrifice most of them, leaving only 4 people in Yixing. Therefore, the Night Ghost tribe also hated Night Crow to the bone. They were not in the same group. That's right. Yi Kong and his team planned to turn everyone into mixed-blood Night Ghosts, and completely control the giant ring star. Night Crow should not know about this. He colluded with Qi 118, probably wanting to attack the extremely dark land. Both of them did not know each other's actions, and they bumped into each other by accident. Now Night Crow and his team should not be in the castle by the sea, but in the extremely dark land, right? Lin Shen said thoughtfully. Most of them are right. Night Crow and Qi 118 should have gone to the dark land, but their hometown was raided by the Night Ghost clan. No wonder the situation at the Qi family was so bad when we went there before. However, the darkness descent was not caused by them, but by Yekong and the others to save Yixing. This is also part of the function of the trial land. The transformation of the Little Wine Emperor was not destroyed. Qianquan paused and said, there is another thing you guessed wrong. Yekong and the others also knew that it would be difficult not to be discovered if they made such a big noise, so they had no intention of controlling the giant ring star. Instead, they planned to plunder it, save Yixing, and leave the giant ring star. Leaving the giant ring star, are they willing to give up the benefits of the extreme darkness? Lin Shen said in surprise. The good news is here. Yekong and the others have been researching and exploring the extreme darkness for so many years, and they already know it very well. They are just waiting to rescue Yixing today, let Yixing go to the extreme darkness to achieve nirvana, obtain the inheritance of the Little Wine Emperor, and then they will leave the giant ring star. Qianquan said with a smile, I have obtained the secret path to the extreme darkness from Yekong. Now we take Yixing and Yekong there. It should be in time. Why take them with us? Can't we go by ourselves? Take them with us. If there is anything missing, you can ask them on the spot to avoid any accidents. Qianquan said, there is no time to lose. Let's go there now. Grab the inheritance of the Little Wine Emperor before Yaya and Qi 118. Lin Shen asked Lao Wei and Kong Chuan to stay in Paradise Island to guard here, so as to avoid any accidents. Only he and Qianquan took Yixing and Yekong to the extreme darkness. Several people came to the edge of the dark land. They did not take the proper road to enter the dark land, but went directly into the deepest part of the trial land through a secret passage dug by Yekong and the others. Qianquan asked a humanoid Nirvana pet to walk in front with a life and death lamp, while Lin Shen walked in the middle with Yekong and Yeshing, who had been acupunctured. This passage doesn't seem to be dug by humans, right? Lin Shen looked at the passage as he walked. Many parts of the passage were obviously naturally formed. There were dark rocks like obsidian everywhere, and they looked smooth like pebbles. Most of them were formed naturally. They just used this natural underground cave and dug a small part. Otherwise, with their ability, they would not be able to dig directly through the dark land and reach the central area even if they were given a few hundred years. As the two talked, the cave in front of them came to an end, and a black underground river appeared in front of the four people. Chapter 459. Tianxin summoned a pet similar to a manta ray, and the four people went down the river on the back of the manta ray. This black underground river became wider and wider. As the river widened, Tianxin's manta ray pet also gradually grew larger, and the space became more and more spacious. Lin Shen directly placed the night star and the night sky on the back of the fish, and he and Tianxin stood side by side, looking at the surrounding environment. The humanoid pet was holding the life and death lamp and flying in front of them, and the light illuminated the nearby area. However, as the river became wider, the area that the life and death lamp could illuminate was already difficult to see the two sides of the river, and there was turbulent black water all around. Lin Shen took out the luminous flower and wanted to see if he could shine farther, but the result was still the same. He could not see anything, and had no idea how wide this black water river was. The waves of the river were getting faster and faster, and even waves of water had surged up, like waves of the sea. This gave Lin Shen an illusion that they were no longer in the river, but a lone boat in the endless ocean. Fortunately, the manta ray had grown large enough, as big as a basketball court, and the wind and waves could not do anything to it. Time seemed to pass very slowly, and Lin Shen felt as if several hours had passed, but when he looked at the time, it was only less than an hour since they went down the river. Baby, something seems wrong here. Why do I feel that the waves are getting bigger? Lin Shen looked at the black water waves more than 10 meters high rushing over and hitting the manta ray, splashing water on him, and said with a frown. Tianxuan summoned the pious seraph upon hearing this, and then asked Lin Shen to restore Yekong's ability to speak. You don't have to waste your energy anymore. I can tell you directly that we are still in the river now, but we won't be soon. Yekong said directly before Tianxuan used the pious seraph to ask questions. Go on. Tianxuan said lightly. No matter how I say it, it is difficult to describe the scene you will see next. It is coming soon. You should see it for yourself. Not long after Yekong finished speaking, the figure of the manta ray suddenly sank, which scared Lin Shen. Fortunately, the manta ray is not just big, it is a nirvana-level creature. It flew up directly, and glided slowly in the air. Lin Shen and others only felt that their eyes suddenly brightened, and found that the surroundings were bright as snow, as if it were daytime. No, this is daytime, and Lin Shen and others saw an extremely shocking scene. Behind them was a waterfall that was almost endless. The water from the waterfall rushed into the sea. The sea was endless, and there was no end in sight. At the junction of the sea and the sky, in the boundless sky, there were actually several planets orbiting a star. Because the distance was too close, those planets were huge in the eyes of Lin Shen and his friends. The scene was unimaginably shocking. What is that? A galaxy. Little Wine Emperor created a galaxy under the dark land. How is this possible? Lin Shen was shocked beyond words. He couldn't believe his eyes, and was also shocked by the power of Little Wine Emperor. Those planets are not real planets, but artificial planets. Even the stars are artificial, not real stars. Otherwise, the sea water would have been dried up long ago at such a close distance. Tianxuan seemed very surprised, staring at the artificial galaxy above the sea and sky. Artificial galaxy. That's already very powerful, Lin Shen said. It's not as simple as being powerful. It's more difficult than creating a natural galaxy, and this place must have been transformed by the power of space, otherwise the entire extremely dark place can't accommodate such a huge project. Tianxuan exclaimed, Little Wine Emperor is indeed worthy of his reputation. Too powerful. Little Wine Emperor is indeed very strong, but those artificial planets are not entirely the credit of Little Wine Emperor. This galaxy and this space have already existed for a long time. Little Wine Emperor just transformed it. Yekong took the initiative to say. Go on. Tianxuan motioned Yekong to continue. This galaxy is derived from this Nirvana land. On each planet, there is a mutant Nirvana creature. Yekong said with a complicated look. As long as you can tame all the mutant Nirvana creatures, you can pass the test of the Little Wine Emperor and get his inheritance. Not counting the stars, there are 5 planets in that artificial galaxy, which means that how can you tame 5 mutant Nirvana creatures? Lin Shan frowned and said. He wanted to tame a 3-headed dragon that had been upgraded, and he had the dead powder, a magical tool for taming dragon creatures, but he was not sure until now, so he did not make a move. To tame 5 wild mutant Nirvana creatures, even if an immortal being came, it might not be possible. This is different from taming a creature that is just hatched from a pet egg. The difficulty is too high. It's a pity that you didn't come in through the proper way. If you had come in through the proper way, Little Wine Emperor would have left many trials on the road. By passing those trials, you can obtain the corresponding methods and items, which are very helpful for taming those mutant Nirvana creatures, and you may succeed. Yekong said with some gloating. So, you have obtained those methods and items? Lin Shan stared at Yekong and asked. Yekong's eyes have returned to blue, and she doesn't look like a female ghost anymore. She can be regarded as a beauty with a more unique personality. She looks more neutral, a woman, so Lin Shan wants to use the word handsome to describe her. No, because those trials are too difficult for us. Our own qualities and talents do not meet the requirements of the Little Wine Emperor to select the inheritor, so it is almost impossible to successfully pass those trials. But we were lucky to find the secret passage, came here directly, and learned the method of obtaining the inheritance, and even developed a shortcut method. Yekong laughed very sarcastically. Do you want to know this shortcut method? In fact, it is very simple. These planets, and the mutant Nirvana creatures on them, are all bred by this base change land. We only need to let Yixing use this base change land to achieve Nirvana, so that she has the Nirvana power similar to those Nirvana creatures, so that she can easily approach those mutant Nirvana creatures and gain their trust, and then let her use the ghost handprint unique to our Night Ghost clan to transform those mutant Nirvana creatures into Night Ghost bloodline, so that she can easily tame them, and obtain the inheritance left by the Little Wine Emperor. Is the method very simple? Unfortunately, only Yixing can use this method. No matter how strong you are, you can't use this method. Yikon looked at Tian Sun and teased. You don't necessarily have to use your method to tame mutant Nirvana creatures. Tian Sun directly activated the Pious Seraph and asked again, what happened just now? Yikong didn't tell a lie. Is it dangerous to land on those planets? Tian Sun asked again. As long as you don't anger those mutant Nirvana creatures, there will be no danger. Yikong replied. Which planet should we go to first? Tianxuan looked at the 5 planets of different sizes and continued to ask. They are all the same. On each artificial planet, there are rules and texts left by the Little Wine Emperor. As long as you collect 5 mutant Nirvana pets, you can open the inheritance he left in the star at any time. Chapter 460. The 5 planets in the galaxy are red, yellow, blue, green, and purple. The purple planet is the farthest from the star. The 5 planets are of different sizes, among which the yellow and green ones are relatively large, several times larger than the smallest red one. Tianxuan took Lin Shan to fly to the purple planet closest to them. When they got closer to the planet, they found that on the purple planet, the continuous mountains formed some words. After a closer look, they found that the words were the rules left by the Little Wine Emperor as Yekong said. The content was roughly the same as what Yekong said. The Little Wine Emperor was telling the people who came here that only by taming the mutant Nirvana creatures on the 5 planets could they get what he left here. What was different was that the Little Wine Emperor did not say that it was his inheritance, but only that they could get what he left. The words directly pointed out the location of the mutant Nirvana creatures. Tianxuan took several people into the interior of the purple planet at the speed of Nirvana. Compared with the giant ring star, this planet is naturally much smaller, and compared with the human mother planet, it is not much smaller. If it were not for the text instructions composed of mountains, it would not be easy to find the Nirvana creature hidden in it. What surprised them was that the Nirvana creature was not hidden at all, just floating on the top of a mountain. Is this the mutated Nirvana creature that Xiao Jiodi mentioned? Lin Shan looked at the creature on the top of the mountain with a strange look, if that could be called a creature. On the top of the mountain, a purple robe stood in the wind, and the belt seemed to be fluttering, but a closer look showed that the purple robe did not move at all, and there was no wind around. The purple robe just hung in the air, as if an invisible person was wearing it, floating in the air with arms outstretched. Rather than saying it was a robe, it was more like a cloak, but it was made into a robe style, but there were no buttons or anything like that on the robe, and the whole robe was open. It was said to be a purple robe, but when you look closely at it, you will find that the robe itself is actually a white base, but because there are rows of purple words on the robe, almost all over the robe, so from a distance, it looks like a purple robe. Lin Shan originally thought that the words on the robe would be something strange, or have some kind of mysterious power. In fact, the words on it were just a sacrificial text for sacrifice. The whole text was praying to a god named Jade Emperor, but there was a paragraph of prayer in the middle, which looked very unfamiliar, and Lin Shen and Tian Sun could not recognize it completely. Tianxuan recognized a few, and Lin Shen also recognized a few, but they still couldn't recognize them all when pieced together. Moreover, the few words they recognized had no practical meaning when put together, and it was difficult to read them smoothly. Is this a mutant nirvana creature? Lin Shen looked at Yikong and asked. Yikong said coldly, yes, there are similar mutant nirvana creatures on the 5 planets. I don't know what means the Little Wine Emperor used to imprison them on the 5 planets. If you want to tame them, you can use any means, but if you attack them, the imprisonment on them will disappear, and you may be killed by them. You mean, you don't have to attack them, right? Lin Shen keenly sensed the hidden meaning in Yikong's words. We have tried to get here through trials before, and we have also obtained some information in the trials. If you want to tame them, you don't have to do it yourself. You can try to put it on. If you can put it on, it means you have its approval. If you can't put it on, it's useless even if you kill them. You can't make them surrender. Have you ever tried it? I have tried it many times. As long as you don't attack it, there is not much risk. If you try to put it on, at most you can't put it on and get bounced out. Lin Shen looked at Tianxuan. He didn't have the ability to tame Nirvana-level creatures yet. I'm afraid Tianxuan can only do it. Lin Shen is still very confident in Tianxuan. Tianxuan has a strong ability of speech, almost like a god in mythology. Maybe her ability can make the purple robe recognize the master. Tianxuan looked at the robe and said, untie her restraints and let her try first. Lin Shen untied Yixing's acupuncture points and said to Yixing, as long as you cooperate, I promise not to hurt you. If you have other thoughts, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yixing stared at Lin Shen fiercely, as if she hated Lin Shen very much. If she hadn't been caught by Lin Shen, Tianxuan wouldn't have asked her about the secrets of the Night Ghost clan. Maybe their actions wouldn't have failed, they wouldn't have launched an attack in advance, and they wouldn't have been forced to leave the giant ring star where they had lived for so many years. Xiaoxing, do as he said. Yikong suddenly said. Sister. Yixing looked at Yikong in astonishment. Yikong said lightly, you have lived under our wings for too long and don't know the difficulties of the world. No one can do whatever they want all their lives. There will always be people and things that force you to do things you don't want to do. Just learn to be patient from now on. Yixing gritted her teeth and walked towards the purple robe. She came to the purple robe floating in the air, turned her back to it, and approached it, stretching her hands into the sleeves. The purple robe's suspended posture was really suitable for others to wear it. The Little Wine Emperor imprisoned it here in this posture, and it seemed that he really wanted people to tame it in this way. Lin Shen originally thought that Yixing would have some unusual movements after putting on the purple robe. But Yixing had already put on the purple robe, but the purple robe did not move at all. What made people feel strange was that the purple robe was still motionless. To be precise, Yixing just put her arms through the sleeves and pressed her body against the purple robe, but she did not really put it on. Seeing that the purple robe did not move, Yixing tried to make the purple robe move with her body, but no matter how hard she tried, the purple robe still did not move, and did not even react at all. Use all your strength, Tian Sun said. Yixing gritted her teeth and burst out all her strength. A black shell appeared on her body, and she hummed a faint song. Yixing tried hard to make the purple robe move with her body. It can be seen that she has tried very hard, but the purple robe still does not move. Don't waste time. The power of the Ascender is not even qualified to touch it. At least it must be a nirvana, Yikong said. Interesting. Tianxuan asked Yixing to come back, and he walked towards the purple robe. Be careful. Lin Shen pointed at Yixing again, who did not dare to fight back, and said to Tianxuan with some concern. Chapter 461. Don't worry, my little lover. Tianxuan smiled and landed in front of the purple robe. He folded his wings, turned his back to the purple robe, and put his arms into the sleeves. Tianxuan was much taller than Yixing. Yixing stretched his arms and couldn't even show his fingertips, but Tianxuan showed a little fingertips. But like Yixing, Tianxuan put on the purple robe, but the purple robe remained motionless. It was just floating there, and was not really put on by Tianxuan. Tianxuan smiled slightly and began to exert force, trying to force the purple robe to move with her body. But the purple robe still didn't move at all. The smile on Tianxuan's face gradually faded, but the strength in her body gradually increased. A holy light began to rise from Tianxuan's body, and she used her nirvana power. There is a reaction. Lin Shen saw that the words on the purple robe gradually glowed, and immediately stared at the purple robe. Yekong said coldly, This is not called a reaction. It is her forceful use of power that caused the purple robe to resist, which may not be a good thing. Lin Shan ignored her and clenched the inheritance fan in his hand. With his other hand, he held the mutant Yu Linglong in his pocket. If Tianquan is in any danger, he will immediately support him. The swinging style of the inheritance fan and the mutant Yu Linglong's mountain and river suppression skills are still useful for Nirvana creatures. Don't be so nervous. The power of an ascender like you has no use for it. It's useless to be nervous. Yekong mocked. Lin Shan's expression did not move, and he ignored her, just staring at Tianquan. As Tianquan's power exploded, although the purple robe did not move, the words on the purple robe lit up one by one. After a while, the words on the entire purple robe lit up. Yekong said with a strange look, "We have been trapped on the giant ring star for such a long time, and we really have a narrow view of the world. I didn't expect that a Nirvana, who was sent to open up the wasteland, would have such strength. I tried my best, but it was difficult to activate 1/3 of the words. She was able to activate them all. We deserved our defeat." Lin Shan thought, "You have played nonsense literature well. There should be a limit to self-praise. You can't even answer a sentence from my Tianquan baby. How can you be compared with her? You deserved our defeat. You are not qualified to be the opponent of Tianquan baby." But he was too lazy to say this to Yekong. The Night Ghost clan had been trapped on a planet for too long, and had long lost the ability to conquer the starry sky. No matter how rich the resources of a planet are, it is impossible for a race to truly rise in the universe. The words on the purple robe were all lit up, and Tianquan's power continued to explode, but the purple robe still had no intention of moving. Tianquan frowned slightly, and the next moment, countless particles flowed out of her body and attached to her body. That was the power of the pious seraph. With the power of the pious seraph, Tianquan's body power suddenly surged, and the holy light rose above her body, like a pillar of light rising into the sky. Although Tianquan's power was already condensed enough, Lin Shan and the others were too close, and they could still feel the horror of that power. Yekong and Yeshing both looked very strange. Tianquan, who was fully fired, was far more terrifying than they had imagined. She should have experienced Nirvana more than 9 times, right? Yekong asked with a complicated look. No one could give her an answer. Lin Shan didn't know how many times Tianquan had experienced Nirvana, and couldn't answer Yekong's question. The next second, Lin Shan suddenly saw the words on the purple robe. The purple light emitted from it actually came out from the blazing holy light. The purple light was connected into one piece, as if it had faintly turned into a strange light and shadow. Tianquan, who had such a terrifying power, was still unable to move the purple robe. Such power can't make the purple robe move. It seems that it is almost impossible to tame it with brute force. Yekong's expression was complicated, thinking in his heart, the trick we thought of may not be 100% successful. Whether the ghost handprint can transform this purple robe into the Night Ghost bloodline is probably an unknown. Let me get up. Tianquan finally used her speech power, wanting to rely on the speech power to directly tame the purple robe. As soon as she spoke, the purple robe actually moved. The purple robe that had been suspended in the air and motionless suddenly tightened, wrapped around Tianquan's body, and bound her whole body in it. The purple light and shadows swayed like an evil ghost, competing with Tianquan's holy light. She shouldn't use her power to attack the purple robe. Now that the purple robe has been released, I'm afraid. Yekong wanted to say that Tianquan might be killed, but Tianquan's terrifying power and ability made her hesitate to say this. Tianquan's power is already the top existence in the Nirvana level, and the purple robe is also Nirvana level. It's probably not easy to kill Tianquan. Lin Shan was startled and wanted to go up to help, but the evil ghost-like purple light and holy light intertwined, shaking them all away and covering the entire mountain. He couldn't see what was happening to Tianquan and Zippei inside. Lin Shan was afraid that the power of the inheritance fan would hit Tianquan, which would only make things worse. He grabbed Yekong and Yeshing, who were unable to move and were shaken away, and put them at the foot of the mountain. Lin Shan was about to rush to the top of the mountain to see the situation inside before taking action, but suddenly saw 3 light shadows falling towards him in the sky. Yiya. She 118. Who is the other celestial being? Lin Shan saw the person clearly, and his face changed immediately. Tianquan was in a stalemate with Zippei. These 3 guys actually came here at this time. I don't know if they have passed all the trials left by the Little Wine Emperor. If so, it would be bad. When Lin Shan found them, they also found Lin Shan. Night Crow's blood-red eyes looked over here, and was a little surprised at first, then showed an evil smile. Let us go, we can help you, Yekong suddenly said. Lin Shan knew that they and Night Crow were also mortal enemies, and he did not hesitate at all, and he untied the restrictions on Night Crow and Yixing. Before Night Crow and the others could react, Lin Shen turned around and ran, and had no intention of fighting with Night Crow and the others. Although there were also 3 people, Yixing had only upgraded his flying level, and had not yet been promoted to Nirvana. Even if he and Night Crow could fight one-on-one, the remaining celestial being was not something that Yixing could handle. Lin Shen only regarded them as a tool to distract Night Crow and the others. As long as he could hold on until Tianquan came out, the 3 Night Crows were not a concern. Yekong did not expect Lin Shen to be so straightforward and untied the restrictions on her and Yixing. She was still thinking of taking advantage of the current situation to gain Lin Shen's trust, and then taking Yixing away after the restrictions were lifted. It was impossible for her to help Lin Shen fight them, and she knew she couldn't win. But she didn't expect that before she could use the words she had prepared, the restrictions on her body were lifted, and Lin Shen ran faster than her. Before she could even run, Lin Shen had already plunged into the mountains and disappeared. Chapter 462. I give these 2 to you, and that one is mine. The Night Crow actually abandoned the night sky and the night stars, carrying the tombstone, and fell into the mountains like a phantom. She 118 and She 96 looked at each other and frowned slightly. They didn't know that their hometown was attacked by the night ghost, and they couldn't figure out why Lin Shen and these 2 women were here, but from the fluctuations of power, they knew that the person on the top of the mountain who was taming the mutant Nirvana creatures should be Tianquan. Tianquan's power. How can it be so terrifying? She actually hid so deeply. She 118's face changed slightly. Tianquan can occupy a place in Time Renuan with a mixed blood body. Her own strength must be extraordinary. I just didn't expect that she has become so strong. I'm afraid she has reached the level of Nirvana 10 times. She 96 said in a deep voice. It doesn't matter. Although I don't know how they got here, I'm sure that they can't tame the purple star robe without the methods and items they got from the trial. Judging from her situation, she has already triggered the restrictions of the purple star robe. I'm afraid she won't survive. Let's get rid of these people who were in the way first. She 118 looked at Yekong and Yexing who were running away, and the wings behind him vibrated, turning into a stream of light and rushing up. Chi 96 also followed, and his speed was even faster than Chi 118. Lin Shen had just entered the mountains when he saw Night Crow falling like a ghost, interrupting his idea of finding a place to hide. The Night Crow and the Night Ghost clan should be mortal enemies. Why didn't he deal with Yekong and Yexing, but came to chase me? Lin Shen was slightly depressed. I said I would kill you, but I didn't expect to fulfill my promise so soon. Yi grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. We have no grudges, so why are you staring at me? Lin Shen said this, but he shook the inheritance fan in his hand lightly, and countless mysterious words turned into light and shadow and flew towards Yi. The mutated Yuling Long in his pocket also released the mutated Jade Seal, which shook out waves of mountains and rivers. What surprised Lin Shen was that Yi, who was walking towards him, had no intention of releasing power to block the mysterious words and waves of mountains and rivers, and even did not dodge, allowing the mysterious words and waves of mountains and rivers to fall on his shell. As long as it is within a certain distance, it is almost impossible for the shaking style and the mountain and river suppression to fail, unless he chooses to stay away. Of course he can't leave, so he didn't even block it, allowing his body to be blessed with negative effects. Without Kong Chuan here, even if I am weakened, it is still easy to kill you. Yi snorted coldly and directly stuck the tombstone into the ground. The ground shook a few times, as if there was an earthquake. He reached out and wrote the words Ation on the tombstone, and said with a strange smile, Do you think I can't kill you because I don't know your real name? Even if it's just a pseudonym, as long as you use it, the bond with it will become deeper and deeper, and you will also be affected by the destiny-killing monument. Your bond with the name Ation is not deep enough now. It can't kill you directly, but its power is still enough to hurt you. Night Crow became more and more excited. Don't you like to use pseudonyms? Then I will write your fake face again and again, so that you can bear the damage of the destiny-killing monument again and again. I remember that you have a strong self-recovery ability. That's even better, you can bear the pain brought to you by the destiny-killing monument again and again. This is more interesting than being cut into pieces. See how many times you can bear the power of the destiny-killing monument. I hope you can bear more times, and don't die so easily, otherwise I will be very disappointed. The carapace on Lin Shen's body glowed brilliantly, and he entered the super base form directly. The super base text and super base recasting were also opened at the same time. One hand, holding the inheritance fan tightly, and wearing the stubborn boxing gloves, was also secretly ready to use the power of the wave-treading fist and the heaven-sacrificing aura at any time. The heaven-sacrificing aura had accumulated for so long before, and the attribute had only exceeded 200, but today it skyrocketed wildly, and now it has exceeded 300, and is about to reach 400 attributes. This is the sacrifice brought to the heaven-sacrificing aura by the Night Ghost clan's turmoil, but this power can only be used once. If Lin Shan is not sure, he will never use it easily. He has been prepared to bear the power of the heavenly destiny-killing monument. With the experience of the last time, Lin Shan knows that the power of the heavenly destiny-killing monument does have an impact on him, but the impact is not so great. The super recasting should be able to quickly repair his injured body, enough to offset the impact of the heavenly destiny-killing monument on him. The Night Crow wrote the two words Aeon on the tombstone, staring at Lin Shan with an evil smile on his face. But after a moment, the evil smile on Night Crow's face froze. He had already written the two words Aeon, but Lin Shan opposite him seemed to have no reaction at all, still standing there intact. Not to mention being injured, he didn't even sneeze. Not to mention Night Crow, Lin Shan himself was slightly stunned, wondering why he didn't feel anything at all. When Night Crow wrote the two words Aeon before, he was obviously injured. Why didn't it work this time? Lin Shan's mind was turning. Is it because of the small tombstone? Could the small tombstone prevent the power of the heavenly destiny-killing tablet from being affected? Apart from this, Lin Shan couldn't think of any other possibilities for the time being. He seemed a little unbelievable. Looking at the name disappearing on the tombstone, he reached out and wrote the word Aeon on it again. It was still useless. Lin Shan was still unharmed. Yi's face was ugly. He wrote the word Aeon on the tombstone over and over again like crazy. Naturally, it was impossible to have any use. What did you do? The heavenly destiny-killing tablet is useless to you? Yi stared at Lin Shan with bloodshot eyes, as if he wanted to see through Lin Shan and figure out why the heavenly destiny-killing tablet was suddenly useless to him. Lin Shan was in no mood to talk nonsense with him. He directly blasted him with 3 consecutive punches of stepping on the waves. The waves of shocking punches were higher than the waves, and they rushed towards Yi like a tidal wave. You're courting death. Yi snorted coldly and punched out directly. The black and red power of Nirvana directly shattered Lin Shan's fist power into foam. The residual power shook Lin Shan back again and again, leaving deep footprints on the rocky ground. After double weakening, Yi's power was still not comparable to Lin Shan's. There was a qualitative difference between the two. Even if they were equal in power, Lin Shan would still suffer a great loss, not to mention that after Yi's power was weakened, it was still far above Lin Shan. If Lin Shan's fist power was compared to a brick, then Yi's power was an iron block. Even if the power was the same, when a brick and an iron block collided, the brick would definitely be broken. Without experiencing the baptism of Nirvana, the power of the Ascender was still difficult to compete with the Nirvana. But this blow gave Lin Shan a little more confidence. Chapter 463. When an Ascendant challenges a higher-level opponent, the most fearful thing is to be crushed directly. Lin Shan asked Tianxuan how to calculate the strength of a Nirvana. Tianxuan told Lin Shan that the strength of a Nirvana is divided into 2 parts. One part is the same as that of an Ascendant, which is the attribute points. After the Nirvana is successful, the attributes of the Nirvana will be greatly enhanced. Generally speaking, the attributes of a Nirvana are 10 times that of an Ascendant, so the gap between an Ascendant and a Nirvana is leapfrogging. If a base changer wants to defeat an Ascendant, it is possible to do so by relying on 1 or 2 powerful talents, but if an Ascendant wants to defeat a Nirvana, he has to fight for his life. The 10-fold attribute gap is almost impossible to make up by relying on his own skills alone. Those who can successfully advance to the Nirvana level are all born with luck or are lucky. Under normal circumstances, an attribute of 80 will be 800 after Nirvana. Such a gap is too big, so even if it is an ordinary Nirvana, Lin Shan dare not easily try to fight with it. The difference in attributes is only one aspect. The Nirvana also obtains the Nirvana attribute. The Nirvana attribute not only gives the Nirvana a certain attribute, but also makes the power of Nirvana qualitatively improved. The analogy of brick and iron mentioned earlier is not quite accurate, but it is roughly the meaning. With the same amount of power, the destructive power of the Nirvana is much stronger than that of the Ascendant. Every time the Nirvana is achieved, the power and Nirvana attribute of the Nirvana will be enhanced, and there will be a certain qualitative leap. The more times the Nirvana is achieved, the greater the gap with the Ascendant. In addition to the additional effect of the Nirvana attribute, it is almost impossible for the Ascendant to challenge the higher level. Fortunately, the Nirvana of the Nirvanas will not increase the basic attributes That is to say, the basic attributes of the Nirvanist should be around 800, which will not change. Night Crow is undoubtedly the Nirvana completed by the top ascender, and his attributes should be around 800 points. Through the previous battles, and watching Night Crow's battles, Lin Shan knew that he had at least one innate ability to enhance all attributes. After the blessing, the attribute is 1600. No matter how much Lin Shan uses his innate skills to strengthen himself, he will still be crushed. Lin Shan's attribute is 81, and the super basic form is 162. After the super basic transformation, even if the basic attribute is doubled, it is only 243. Strength is stronger than other attributes, only about 300. In addition to the blessing of the Trading Wave Fist and the Stubborn Fist gloves, at most he can fight normally with people with 500 or 600 attributes. The attribute of 1600 is higher than Lin Shan's, and Lin Shan can't even break his defense. This does not take into account the fact that the power of the Nirvanist is more destructive than the power of the Ascender, and the role of the Nirvana attribute. The opponent's various skills and abilities are not taken into account. If the skills are restrained, there will be no hope. Therefore, if you want to challenge the Nirvana, it mainly depends on whether the weakening skills can play a role. Fan Wu's Shaking Style and the mutated Yulinglong's Zincha can both weaken Night Crow's abilities and attributes, but Lin Shan doesn't know to what extent they can be weakened. Night Crow didn't have any skills in this punch. Lin Shan used all his skills except for the super basic transformation. Although he was beaten badly, he finally took the blow. This shows that the current attributes of the opponent are not particularly different from those of Lin Shan. The swinging style of Fan Wu and the mutated Yulinglong's Zincha played a huge role. Lin Shan's punch was about 300 or 400 strength. Night Crow's strength was weakened to a similar level as his. It was just relying on the Nirvana attribute and the high quality of the power itself to suppress Lin Shan. This is good news for Lin Shan. The effect of the double weakening is so strong, which means that even if Night Crow uses the talent skill that enhances all attributes, his attributes are likely to not exceed 800. Because these two weakening skills are percentage weakening, the effect is so good. This is still used on Nirvana people. If used on Ascenders, the effect will only be better. Of course, Lin Shan still can't compete with the 800 strength, but Lin Shan has a Tyrant Pet gun in his hand. In Lin Shan's hand, although the pet gun can only activate pets of flying upgrade and below, the firing rate of the pet can reach 1000. In other words, when Lin Shan uses the 7 steps weapon, his speed is faster than Night Crow. Even if Night Crow still has the means to increase his attack power, as long as Lin Shan is faster than him, there is still a chance to fight. So I am already so strong? Lin Shan just thought so. He also knew that his attributes were supported by external objects and the ability of fire, and his real strength was far inferior to Night Crow. Night Crow snorted coldly and flew across the sky like a strange bird, turning his palm into a knife and slashing out black and red knife flames. Lin Shan launched the Trading Wave Fist. His steps became faster and faster, and his fist power became heavier and heavier, raising waves of fist power higher than the other, and confronted Night Crow's knife flames head-on. Unfortunately, Lin Shan's strength was too poor, and his fist was directly split by the sword flame, but because of the blocking of the fist, Lin Shan also had enough time to avoid the sword flame chopped by Night Crow. Night Crow slashed several sword flames, but Lin Shan dodged them all. This kid seems to be much stronger than the last time I saw him. Night Crow's eyes were fanatical, and the double weakening on his body made him feel very uncomfortable. Although he had an absolute upper hand, he couldn't kill Lin Shan. Lin Shan found that he relied on the wave-stepping fist to delay, and Night Crow couldn't do anything to him if he didn't use his innate skills. It's a pity that Lao Wei is not here. If we add Lao Wei's white robe power, it is not impossible for us to kill Nirvana together. Lin Shan secretly calculated in his heart. The black feather armor on Night Crow's body oozed blood, and those were not blood, but blood-colored patterns. Here it comes! Lin Shan knew that Night Crow was going to use a skill, so he didn't dare to neglect it, and used the super base transformation. The carapace on his body radiated brilliant light, and the light became stronger and stronger. Yixia snorted coldly, his figure blurred in an instant, and his body burned with black and red flames. In an instant, he was in front of Lin Shan, and one hand grabbed Lin Shan's head. If this grab was firm, I'm afraid Lin Shan's head would be directly crushed by him. Lin Shan did not hesitate to punch him, and directly launched an explosive 4-punch wave-treading punch. The black and red flames on Yiya's fingers came into contact with the fist force, and the fist force was like a fragile watermelon, which was directly crushed by Yiya's fingers. Even the power of the 4-punch wave trading punches was not enough to compete with Yi's power. Lin Shan took 4 consecutive steps, but still failed to completely avoid Yi's attack. The black and red flames on Yi's fingers scratched a wound on the visor on his face, and blood immediately splashed out. The qualitative gap is still a bit big. Lin Shan was secretly shocked. Night Crow's attributes were similar to what he had estimated, but there was a qualitative difference in their strength, so that Lin Shan's punching power could not compete with Night Crow's Nirvana power. Night Crow's face showed a crazy look, and he slashed at the retreating Lin Shan with both hands, madly slashing out black and red knife flames. One after another, the black and red knife flames arrived in front of Lin Shan in an instant, cutting off all his retreat routes. Chapter 464. Lin Shan tried his best to move and punch, but he couldn't resist such an attack at all, and his body was cut by the sword flames one after another. Fortunately, the super recast was very powerful, and the injured body was quickly repaired. However, the attack of Night Crow became more and more crazy, and Lin Shan had no power to resist. The wounds on his body were getting more and more, and the recovery speed of super recast could not keep up with the speed of injury. The old wounds were not healed, and new wounds were added. There was no time to recast. This battle was a little different from the battle with Freya. In that battle, due to the environment of the fiery Mars, the super base text absorbed a large amount of world power, which made him always in a state of overflowing energy. The environment of this planet is not much different from that of ordinary areas, and the blessing of super base text is not strong, so the speed of super base recasting is not that fast. The scars on Lin Shan's shell became more and more, and the shell shattered and splashed, revealing his flesh and blood, and there were also deep wounds on it that could be seen to the bone. Bang! Lin Shan blocked a blade with his arms. The shell on his arm was chopped off, the wound flesh burst open, revealing the white bones. His body was also chopped off and fell to the ground like a meteor, smashing a big hole in the purple rock ground. Puff! Blood spurted out of Lin Shan's mouth. Most of the shell in front of him was broken, and his whole body was covered in blood. The gap is still a bit too big. I can't even hold on until the super base transformation is completed. Lin Shan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the Night Crow with black and red flames, like a demon god, falling down and standing in front of him. It's time to get on the road. The Night Crow landed in front of Lin Shan, and a hand burning with black and red flames grabbed his head. The carapace on Lin Shan's face was almost broken, and there were wounds all over his face. If he was caught, he would die. The Night Crow was so fast that it was too late for Lin Shan to raise his head to block it. Seeing that Lin Shan's head was about to be caught by the Night Crow, he suddenly heard a gunshot. Lin Shan had a pet gun in his hand hanging by his side, and he fired at the Night Crow. At the moment of firing, Lin Shan's speed suddenly increased to an incredible level. The Night Crow's palm grabbed Lin Shan's head, but his fingers went straight through his head without any resistance. The speed was too fast, and Lin Shan actually left a phantom in the original place. The Night Crow's pupils contracted, and his body twisted in an impossible situation. His waist was almost twisted into a C shape. At such a close distance, he actually dodged the bullet fired from the pet gun. But he dodged the bullet, but not Lin Shan's phantom-like fingers. Dang! Lin Shan's fingers hit the acupuncture points of Night Crow hard, and his fingers were twisted and fractured in this strong impact. Night Crow groaned and his body froze. Lin Shan didn't care about the injuries on his body, and raised his fist to launch a fierce attack on the frozen Night Crow. He had experience fighting with Night Crow before, and knew that acupuncture would not have such a strong effect on Night Crow when he was weak. It would probably only make him stiff for a while, and could not completely imprison his body. After finally using the speed brought by the tyrant to hit the acupuncture points of Night Crow, Lin Shan wanted to repeat the previous operation, and use continuous attacks on the acupuncture points to control Night Crow, and give him no chance to fight back. Waiting for the moment when the super base transformation is completed and his own strength reaches the peak, combined with the attributes added to him by the heavenly sacrifice aura, he can get rid of Night Crow with one blow. But before Lin Shan's fist touched Night Crow, his body stopped uncontrollably. What's going on? Lin Shan felt that his body seemed to be pulled by something. He looked down and found that his body was rising with black and red aura. In just a moment, Lin Shan figured out what happened. Before, he had never seen what the attributes of Night Crow's Nirvana power were, and he didn't know what it was used for. After watching the battle between Night Crow and Kong Chuan, Lin Shan only thought that Night Xia's Nirvana power might have the effect of enhancing destructive power, but now it seems that this is not the case. Night Crow's body trembled, as if he would break through the acupuncture point limit at any time. His ability to speak was not restricted. He laughed strangely. The same trick will not fall twice. I knew you have the ability and eccentricity. The black and red aura on Lin Shen's body became stronger and stronger, like a disembodied evil ghost, entangled with Lin Shen, pulling his body, making it difficult for him to move according to his will. Crack! Crack! Night Crow's body made an explosion, and after a violent shock, it broke through the acupuncture point limit and regained its ability to move. Looking at Lin Shen, who was forcibly pulled and unable to move, Night Crow did not kill him immediately. Night Crow looked at Lin Shen, who was in a fist-waving posture in front of him, raised one palm, and the black and red flame on his hand swayed. His fingers moved like playing a piano, and as his fingers moved, Lin Shen's body moved like a puppet. Bang bang. Bang bang. Lin Shen seemed to have really become a puppet at the mercy of others. He swung his fist at himself, constantly hitting himself on his body and face, causing his nose to bleed and his eyes to swell, but he couldn't stop at all. This is my Nirvana attribute, the power of evil spirits. Once you are invaded by my Nirvana power, your body no longer belongs to you. You have been possessed by the power of evil spirits, and your life is in my hands. Yi kept controlling Lin Shen's body like he was playing a puppet game, twisting it into various weird postures. If Yi wanted, he could even let Lin Shen break his own neck. The theory of evolution in Lin Shen's body was running wildly, but it was not possible to break through the control of the power of evil spirits in a short period of time. I have long seen that your carapace can become stronger as it recovers from damage, and I took advantage of your need to inject the power of the evil spirit into your body. Yi looked at Lin Shen, who was twisted into a weird posture, and said with a wicked smile, "Do you know why I could have taken action earlier but didn't?" "Why?" Lin Shen asked, gritting his teeth, while enduring the pain of his twisted body. "Because you are very special. When you were at the base level, you were able to fight me at the level of the super level upgrade. When you were at the Ascender level, you were able to fight me at the level of the Nirvana level. You don't know how great you are. I have always been the only one who challenged others across levels, and no one could challenge me across levels. Although you failed, what you did was great enough." Yi's eyes were fanatical. "You have two superimposed weakening abilities, all attribute strengthening skills, speed that breaks through the limit, terrible recovery ability, punching power superposition, weird control ability. These abilities, ordinary people can have one or two, which is enough to become the best in the same level. And you have so many abilities in one body, which can be said to be a rare existence in the world." Yi walked in front of Lin Shen, stretched out his hand to grab his cheek, stared at him with burning eyes, and almost stuck his face to his face. "Such an excellent person, it's a pity to kill you." Chapter 465. Yi looked at Lin Shen, just like a hungry ghost seeing delicious food, and actually stretched out his tongue and licked Lin Shen's face. Then Yi closed his eyes, as if he was savoring the supreme delicacy, and his face showed an intoxicated look. "I want to make you mine." Yi's words made Lin Shen's face change drastically. Yi continued, "Since I obtained the blood of the Night Ghost, I have never used it to transform anyone, because those garbage are not worthy of having my blood. Now, I will transform you into a hybrid that belongs to me, and you will be my most loyal servant in the future." Lin Shen's face looked a little better after hearing what Yi said. "You are a mixed-blood Night Ghost yourself. Do you have the ability to develop a mixed-blood Night Ghost?" "Who told you that I am a mixed-blood Night Ghost?" Night Crow snorted coldly. "Don't confuse me with those mixed-blood garbage developed by the Night Ghost clan. I extracted the purest and most powerful blood of the Night Ghost clan and integrated it into my own blood. It can be said that I am more powerful than the pure Night Ghost. Not only do I have the blood transformation ability of the Night Ghost, but the blood I transformed is also far from comparable to those garbage Night Ghosts. I gave my blood a new name, which is the Night Crow bloodline." Night Crow became more and more proud as he spoke. He used his fingers to force Lin Shen to raise his head and look into his eyes. "You should feel honored. From now on, you are the first mixed-blood Night Crow in this universe. You will be proud of it." As he said, Night Crow let go of Lin Shen and stared at him with burning eyes. The black and red aura on Lin Shen gradually gathered towards his heart. A part of his carapace has been recast, and the carapace at the heart position is relatively complete, but it can't resist the gathering of black and red aura. In a blink of an eye, a black and red palm print gradually emerged on his heart. As the black and red aura gathered towards the palm print, the color of the palm print became darker and clearer. As the palm print took shape, Lin Shen felt a strange force spreading in his body, invading every cell in his body, like a virus everywhere, making Lin Shen's body temperature become very high, and his whole body was hot. The theory of evolution was running frantically, trying to make Lin Shen's body mutate and strengthen, so that he could adapt to fight against this virus-like power. In Lin Shen's black pupils, a strange red gradually appeared. The black and red blended together, causing his pupils to expand and occupy the entire eye socket, looking weird and terrifying. "Are you sick?" Lin Shen was shocked and angry. He didn't want to become a mixed-blood night crow. "How do you know I'm sick?" The words of the night crow made Lin Shen stunned. The night crow monster smiled and continued, "I have been sick since I was born. The Blood Crow clan is a branch of the Golden Crow clan. The Golden Crow clan is one of the ancient powerful clans, and was once able to compete with the Phoenix clan. Later, in the battle for the King of the Realm, they were almost wiped out because of failure. The Golden Crows who survived by chance had to intermarry with other races in order to quickly restore the number of their tribe. The Blood Crow clan is a mixed race that was born at that time. The Blood Crow clan inherited the strong physique and talent of the Golden Crow clan, and at the same time possessed the abnormal recovery of the Bloodbird clan. I can be said to be the strongest among the mixed-blood Golden Crows. Unfortunately, I was born unlucky. Not only did I not inherit the advantages of the two races, but I also inherited the disadvantages of the two races. I am weak and lack of energy and blood. I don't even have the most basic crow wings. When the general blood crows are born, they are at least crystal-based. But I am not even a steel creature. Even my biological parents thought that I was born with a disability, and was not worthy of living in the world as a blood crow. They abandoned me in the wilderness when I was just born and let me fend for myself. But God didn't let me die, and let me live. Yi Ya's eyes were almost crazy. The first thing I did after Nirvana was to destroy the Blood Crow clan. You can't imagine what kind of expression they had when they were trampled under the feet of the diseased species they abandoned. Now thinking back, it is still so exciting. But that's not enough. I also want to destroy the Golden Crow clan. Unfortunately, although the Golden Crow clan has declined, it is still not a match for the Nirvana level. I must become stronger to have a chance to destroy the Golden Crow clan. So I chose to extract the blood of the Night Ghost, so that I have stronger talents and abilities. Fate is so bullshit. I just succeeded, and the Night Ghost clan was united by all the tribes. I was killed by the hand, and I also suffered an unexpected disaster and was almost killed. Later, I fled to the giant ring star and fought with those garbage Night Ghosts. I was injured and had to start all over again. Night Crow excitedly recounted his life. Now I am not a Blood Crow, nor a Golden Crow, nor a Night Ghost. I want to be a clan of my own. My race is called Night Crow. You are the second member of my Night Crow clan, and will be my most loyal servant. Unlike those garbage mixed-blood Night Ghosts, you will have the same Night Crow bloodline ability as me, and you can freely transform other races into members of my Night Crow clan. The black and red color in Lin Shen's eyes became more and more obvious, making him look like a ghost. You are very strong, but I don't want to be a Night Crow. I just want to be an ordinary human. The carapace on Lin Shen's body has been fully restored, emitting an amazing brilliant glow. It was just that the black and red aura lingering around him, and the black and red palm print on his chest made him look a little more weird. You have no choice. I want you to become a member of the Night Crow clan, and you can only be a member of the Night Crow clan. The Night Crow said with a wild laugh. Then give it a try. Lin Shen closed his eyes, and white mist suddenly rose above his twisted body. The super base transformation was finally completed, and Lin Shen's body was strengthened again. Lin Shen twisted his body a little bit, forcibly restoring his twisted body to its original state, and slowly raised the pet gun in his hand and pointed it at the Night Crow. What an amazing guy. I was not as good as you when I was at your level. The Night Crow did not dodge, but took a step forward, allowing Lin Shen's gun to point directly at him. Come on, this is your last blow as a human being. From now on, you will be my Night Crow clan. Use this blow to say goodbye to you as a human being. Lin Shen looked at the crazy Night Crow, his eyes were extremely cold, and he suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang! Yi Ya didn't dodge or evade, and let the pet capsule burst out and hit him. At the same time as he fired, a blood-red halo suddenly appeared on Lin Shen's body. His body, which was originally able to move barely, suddenly broke free from Yi Ya's control. His speed and strength soared to an unimaginable degree. He swung his fists continuously, and the last punch hit Yi Ya's acupuncture point heavily. Chapter 466. Boom! Night Crow's body flew backwards like a cannonball, and hit a mountain hard, cracking the mountain wall like a spider web. With the location of the acupuncture point as the center, the feather armor on Night Crow's body also broke into pieces, and the feathers fell from his body. A fist-shaped depression appeared at the acupuncture point, almost piercing through Night Crow's body. After a full-strength attack, the power in Lin Shen's body seemed to be drained, and he couldn't even maintain the basic transformation state, and the carapace on his body disappeared without a trace. On his naked body, there was still a black and red breath lingering, and the black and red palm print on his heart was still there, but it became a little lighter, and the black and red in his eyes became stronger. Looking at Night Crow embedded in the mountain wall motionless, Lin Shen couldn't be sure if he had killed him. Pulling out the slag knife, Lin Shen wanted to go over and add another knife. Crack! Crack! The Night Crow on the mountain wall slowly moved, broke free from the mountain wall, and fell heavily to the ground. He stood up, staring at Lin Shen walking towards him step by step, and at the same time stretched out his hands to tear off the broken feather armor on his body, and even tore off the skin on his body. Lin Shen's face changed drastically, because as the feather armor and skin were torn off, the mysterious words, and the mountain and river brand printed on the Night Crow were also torn off. The Night Crow tore off a thick layer of skin from his body, and underneath were clearly visible muscles and blood vessels. However, as the skin was torn off, new skin quickly grew on those muscles, which was white and crystal and looked smoother than the skin of a newborn baby. After Night Crow tore off all his hair, new skin continued to grow on his skinless body, and his hair also grew rapidly. In just a moment, Night Crow's body had recovered as before. Not to mention scars, not even a single spot could be seen on his body. Do you know why I was able to survive in the wilderness when I was a baby? No one gave me charity, no life helped me, and from the moment I was born, all I could feel was the evil of this world. Night Crow looked at Lin Shen, and new blood-patterned black feather armor gradually appeared on his body, covering his entire body again. I can survive because I have a natural ability that even the Golden Crow and Blood Crow tribes cannot achieve, the ability to live the dead. Yi walked towards Lin Shen step by step, and continued, as long as I am not completely dead, I can be reborn as a human again. Even if I am buried alive for 1,000 years, I only need an opportunity to be reborn. Every time I die, my body will become stronger. Yi fought in front of Lin Shen again, but Lin Shen was no longer able to fight. Black and red blood lines appeared on his body, like a blood curse of evil spirits. The palm print on his heart had disappeared, and his eyes had turned dark black, with only blood around the edges. You used all your strength in this attack, which consumed most of the energy in your body, allowing the unhindered blood power to merge into your body more quickly, transforming your body blood, and you will soon become a Night Crow. The Night Crow stopped in front of Lin Shen, looking at Lin Shen's body, as if he was appreciating a perfect work of art he had created himself. You are such a monster. Lin Shen's face was distorted, and his face was covered with black and red bloodlines. Monster? You will be one soon. Yi answered with a wanton smile. Suddenly, the smile on Yi's face froze, and the black and red bloodlines on Lin Shen's body were gradually fading. How could this happen? Impossible. The power of blood has invaded your whole body. Transformed your body. You should be a Night Crow soon. Why? Looking at the bloodlines on Lin Shen's body, that were slowly fading, Yi's eyes were full of disbelief. Finally, Lin Shen felt that the theory of evolution was gradually taking effect, and he breathed a sigh of relief. His body had adapted to the blood power transformed from the evil ghost power that invaded his body, and was generating resistance. Rubbish. Since you can't become a noble Night Crow, then die. Yi looked crazy, stretched out his hand, and summoned the evil ghost blade, and was about to kill Lin Shen. Lin Shen grabbed the backpack that had been torn apart in the battle, and threw it directly at the evil ghost blade that Night Crow was slashing at. A white light rushed out of the torn backpack, and it was about to hit the evil ghost blade that was slashing down with black and red flames, but suddenly disappeared. Night Crow's body suddenly stopped moving, and a fat white dove like a snowball appeared above his head. Night Crow's face was distorted, his body was shaking, and the evil ghost blade in his hand was trembling. But his body could not move. No matter how the power of Nirvana in his body swayed, his body could not move at all. This? What the hell is this? Night Crow seemed to be pressed by a mountain, and even speaking became very difficult, as if he couldn't catch his breath. Fuck, Fatty is such a lazy guy, he is so strong, but he just won't work hard. Lin Shen was also very depressed. He thought that Fatty had just succeeded in Nirvana not long ago, and his strength was at most similar to that of Night Crow, or even worse than Night Crow. Who knew that this guy actually suppressed Night Crow, which had escaped from double weakening, without seeming to waste too much effort. Lin Shen remembered that when he was on the mother planet, Fatty, the lazy guy, also used this trick. Now it seems that this trick is even stronger. Fatty, kill him! Lin Shen shouted at Fatty. But Fatty just stood on the head of Night Crow, suppressing him there, and had no intention of attacking at all. Lin Shen was even more depressed. This guy, sometimes I really want to roast it. The two people and the bird were deadlocked here. Night Crow was suppressed by Fatty, and the evil ghost power in Lin Shen was still slowly expelled, and he had no ability to kill Night Crow. The theory of evolution was running wildly. The bloodlines on Lin Shen's body became fewer and fewer, and the power in his body was also revived. The black and red in his eyes gradually faded, revealing part of the white of his eyes. Night Crow had been trying to get rid of Fatty's suppression, but it was useless. Fatty was as immovable as a mountain, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him, and could not be shaken. When the bloodlines on Lin Shen's body completely disappeared, the brilliant shell appeared on Lin Shen again, and various talents and skills were also activated. Without even a second of hesitation, Lin Shen used the swinging style of the dancing fan again, and the mutant Yu Linglong also used the skill of Xinchan. The two weakening forces fell on Night Crow, but the ripples of Xinchan could not leave a mark on Night Crow's body, and had lost their effect. The mysterious words were imprinted on Night Crow again, and it still worked, but the effect was unknown. Night Crow did not lie. He was born to die. After being reborn, his body became stronger, and Xinchan was ineffective against him. Chapter 467. Lin Shen already knew that ordinary power could not kill Night Crow. If he was also a Nirvana, he would chop Night Crow into pulp. No matter how powerful Night Crow was, it would not be possible for him to revive again. But now the gap between Lin Shen's power and Night Crow was too big, and the power of the Heaven Sacrifice aura had been used. It would not be so easy to kill him now. After a brief thought, Lin Shen walked in front of Night Crow with the slag knife in hand. While Fatty could still suppress him, he had to find a way to get rid of him quickly. Because Lin Shen was not sure about Fatty's ability, and he didn't know whether he didn't want to kill, or he had used up all his strength to suppress Night Crow and had no ability to kill him. Although the slag knife was not sharpened, the tip of the knife was still sharp enough. "You can't kill me," Night Crow said in a hoarse voice. Lin Shen was not interested in talking nonsense with him. He didn't want to turn Night Crow into his servant. He just wanted to kill him quickly. Lin Shen held the knife with both hands and slashed at Night Crow's neck with all his strength, wanting to see if he could break Night Crow's neck. Unfortunately, this blow on Night Crow's neck did not have much effect, and even his feather armor was not damaged. Because of Fatty's suppression, Night Crow was hit by such a large force that his body could not even move. Without saying a word, Lin Shen changed from slashing to stabbing, using the knife as a finger, and used the fingering he had been practicing recently. Dang! The tip of the slag knife stabbed at Night Crow's acupuncture point, but it could not penetrate at all. The destructive power of the slag knife is too poor. If it is replaced with the 10 Directions Ghost God Slashing Spirit Knife, it is estimated that one knife can cut off Night Crow's head. Lin Shen was secretly depressed. "I told you, you can't kill me." Night Crow laughed strangely, mocking Lin Shen's incompetence. Lin Shen's heart moved. He pressed the slag knife with both hands, pressed the slag knife on Night Crow's neck, and then began to push and pull back and forth like a saw. "It's useless. If you were Nirvana, I would die today. Unfortunately, you are just an ascender, you can't kill me." Night Crow stared at Lin Shen like a ghost. "When this strange bird's power is exhausted and can't suppress me, it will be your death." Lin Shen ignored him, and sawed back and forth. Although the slag knife has no teeth, it is full of impurities. Those golden dots are like fine sand, making the blade of the slag knife look not so smooth. Lin Shen was just trying it out, but he didn't expect that after a few pulls, he found that the feather armor on Night Crow's neck was scratched by the slag knife, and the evil ghost power on the feather armor could not stop the grinding of the slag knife. Lin Shen was overjoyed when he saw the feather armor. He gritted his teeth and sawed the feather armor with all his strength. At first, Night Crow didn't care, but when Lin Shen saw the feather armor and sawed his neck, Night Crow's face changed drastically. What kind of knife is that?" Because of the severe pain, Night Crow's face changed, and it was difficult to twist. He couldn't imagine that a knife made by manpower could actually saw his feather armor and hurt his body. Lin Shen didn't intend to respond at all. He buried his head and sawed his neck again and again. Blood spurted out from the wound, spraying Lin Shen's body and face, and the slag knife was also bloody. "Ah!" Night Crow screamed in pain. Sawing like this was much more painful than being killed with a knife. It was simply unbearable for humans. If he could choose, Lin Shen would not want to kill Night Crow in this way, but he had no other choice. Again and again, the slag knife gradually penetrated into Night Crow's neck, sawing through the bones, blood flowing down the blade, staining everywhere. Good. 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 I can die like this. It is also the only way to die in the world. Trash. Use more force. Don't let me die so easily. Only an extremely painful death is worthy of me, Night Crow. Night Crow screamed madly, like pain, laughter, and the howling of a ghost. Lin Shen turned a deaf ear to his shouts and curses, and sawed hard again and again. I don't know how many times he sawed. Lin Shen, who is known for his endurance, felt his hands numb and could not hold the knife. Finally, Night Crow's neck was cut off by the slag knife. The moment the neck was cut off, Night Crow's voice stopped abruptly, and the power of Nirvana on his body disappeared. The evil ghost blade in Night Crow's hand fell to the ground, and the headless body fell to the ground. Only the head stopped by Fatty was suspended in the air, motionless, and the blood-red eyes were not closed, still staring at Lin Shen. Fatty spread his wings and flew back to Lin Shen's shoulder. Without its suppression, the head fell to the ground and rolled to the side. So should he be killed? Lin Shen did not dare to be careless. He grabbed Night Crow's head, put it on the ground, and used the slag knife to continue sawing from the middle, trying to saw his head open, and resolutely not giving him a chance to revive. Outside Zixing, the terrifying battle continued. Yekong fled with Yixing, but unfortunately, there was no night as a cover here, and the advantage of Night Ghost was difficult to play. Yekong was unable to escape from the Sea of Stars, and was stopped by Chi 118 and Chi 96. Fighting 1 against 2, Yekong also had to take care of Yixing, who was held under her armpit. After a few rounds, she was already in danger. Although Chi 118 didn't know that his hometown was attacked by the Night Ghost clan, he used all his killing moves and didn't leave any room for them. He just wanted to kill them as soon as possible and then tame the sacrificial robe. Both of them left no room for them. Killing Yekong almost collapsed. Yixing desperately shouted, asking Yekong to let her go and escape, but Yekong seemed not to hear it and still protected Yixing to fight. Suddenly, a drum sound came, which startled several people in the battle. Yekong and Yixing were overjoyed and looked in the direction of the sound. Sure enough, they saw the figures they imagined, and there were more than one. 2 women from the Night Ghost clan flew into the air, one with many drum instruments in front of her and a drumstick in her hand, and the other had an instrument similar to an electronic keyboard suspended under her hand. Before the 2 approached the battlefield, the sound of musical instruments came, and the sound waves raged in the air, constantly stirring, which startled Chi 118 and Chi 96. Sister Yu. Sister Yun. Yixing shouted excitedly. Yi Yu and Yi Yun joined the battle, and Yi Kong threw Yixing directly away. The bass in his hand plucked, and made a low sound. The 3 surrounded Chi 118 and Chi 116, and the sound waves intertwined and turned into undulating sound waves to trap Chi 118 and Chi 116. 3-2, the Night Ghost clan reversed the situation and took the advantage. Yixing retreated again and again. Such a battle was not something she could participate in. Before, because of Yi Kong's protection, she didn't feel anything. Without Yi Kong's protection, she could only stay away from the battlefield. When flying over Zixing, Yixing happened to see Lin Shen below. When he saw this, his face suddenly turned pale. Chapter 468. Yixing saw Lin Shen below, who was holding a head and sawing it with a knife. The scene made her face turn pale. She didn't care about killing people, and was used to seeing killing scenes, but this was the first time she saw such a scene. She felt a little nauseous and almost vomited. Is that guy a demon? Yixing had never seen such a perverted person. She hated Lin Shen in her heart, and now she was even more disgusted. Because Yixing was too young and had not experienced the original battle, she didn't know Yiya, let alone how powerful Lin Shen was. She just thought that Lin Shen was able to run rampant here because of Tianxuan. Before she was captured alive by Lin Shen, she just thought she was ambushed and couldn't use her own strength at all. Lin Shen might not be her opponent in a head-on battle. She thought that Lin Shen had killed only an ascender. With a thought, she actually went to Lin Shen's side and used the shell to summon her life base. A life base similar to a guitar appeared in Yixing's hand. She plucked it with her fingers, and the sound of the guitar attacked Lin Shen like a magic sound entering his brain. Lin Shen, who was still sawing his head, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his brain. He turned around and looked at the sky, only to see Yixing flying over, suspended in the air, plucking the strings at him. Lin Shen saw that only Yixing was in the air, and his eyes suddenly lit up, thinking to himself, "Good guy, isn't this a hostage who came to my door?" He heard the sound of musical instruments and the explosion of fighting coming from the void, and knew that the helpers of the Night Ghost clan had arrived. But Tian Sun was still on the mountain, and he couldn't leave. When he was worrying about how to deal with the Night Ghost clan, he didn't expect that Yixing, the hostage, would come over by himself. It was simply a lottery ticket from heaven. Ah, Tian, you attacked me and hurt me so badly. I will settle this account with you today, Yixing said, as she plucked the strings of the guitar vigorously and began to sing. She still had some brains, and kept a long enough distance from Linshan. She only attacked Linshan with sound waves. If she was not his opponent, she could still escape. The sound waves surged towards Linshan like waves. Linshan's shell burst into brilliant light, and summoned the Inheritance Fan at the same time. The Inheritance Fan turned into a series of lightsabers, and flew towards Yixing, penetrating her sound waves and covering her. Yixing was shocked, and waved her guitar to resist the crisscrossing lightsabers. Before she could react for the second time, she felt a pain in her waist behind her, and then she could not move. Linshan appeared behind Yixing, pressed her acupuncture points, and then embraced her body with one hand. With the other hand, the lightsabers gathered in his hand, and turned into the Inheritance Fan again. Yixing was shocked and angry. She couldn't believe that she was captured alive by Linshan again, just by a face-to-face encounter. Yixing wanted to cry, but had no tears. It was too late to regret now. Linshan fell back to the ground, threw Yixing on the ground beside him, and continued to saw Yiya's head with a slag knife. Yixing fell to the ground. Watching Linshan sawing the head again and again, her face became more and more pale. She was not afraid of death, but if Linshan sawed her head like this, she felt cold all over. What made her even more uncomfortable was that she fell into Linshan's hands again, and then Linshan would definitely use her to threaten Yikong and others. Unfortunately, Yixing didn't have the ability to commit suicide now, and could only watch Linshan sawing her head there. Some of the red and white stuff splashed out of the head splashed on Yixing's body and face, making her face even paler. After a long while, Linshan finally sawed Yiya's head in half, dug out his brain and smashed it. It can't be resurrected like this. Linshan then let out a long breath, stood up, and went to search Yiya's things. Yiya's evil ghost blade fell to the side. It is said that the life base of the Nirvana level has already had independent consciousness. After the owner dies, it should be able to escape by itself, or mobilize its power to fight the enemy. But the evil ghost blade fell to the ground, and had no reaction after Yixia was killed. Linshan tried it, and found that the evil ghost blade really had no reaction at all. It seemed that it was the same as the spirit base of the Fade level upgrade. Although it had spiritual consciousness, it had no independent consciousness. It was naturally a great thing for Linshan to be able to obtain a Nirvana level spirit base. Linshan didn't touch it for now, and buried it with rocks. It wouldn't be too late to take it out after Tian found it. The main reason was that he was afraid that it was pretending to be dead. God knows why it didn't make any movement. There was no need to search the body of Night Crow. He had just stripped himself naked, even the skin, and there was nothing hidden on his body. The only thing left was the big tombstone. Linshan picked up Night Star, and came to the tombstone. The tombstone was also silent. He tried to input his power into the tombstone, and the tombstone was actually activated. What the hell is this? It doesn't look like a spiritual base, but it can be activated by the power of the Ascender. Is it artificially made? Linshan looked around, and there was no one here who could let him test the power of the tombstone. Let's go see how Tianxuan's baby is doing first, and whether he has tamed that strange purple robe. Linshan packed up his things, carried the tombstone in one hand, and held Yixing in the other hand, and flew towards the mountain where the purple robe was. From a distance, he could see that the purple light and white light on the top of the mountain were still entangled. It seemed that Tianxuan had not been able to tame the purple robe, nor was he able to escape. I don't know if my ability can help Tianxuan. Linshan flew to the vicinity of the mountain, and tried to rush over. But his body was bounced back by the purple and white light. The power inside was too strong, and he couldn't rush in at all. I wish I was at the Nirvana level. Linshan sighed, and landed at the foot of the mountain. He could only wait here. The battle in the void lasted for a while, and the sound of musical instruments and explosions suddenly disappeared. Linshan couldn't help but turn his head and look over. After a while, 3 figures were seen breaking through the air and approaching the mountain quickly. Stand still. Linshan transformed the Inheritance Fan into a lightsaber and placed it on Yixing's neck. Yikong, Yiyu, and Yiyu looked at each other and could only stop helplessly. Yikong looked at Linshan and said, "Release Yixing, and we will let you go. We will settle our grievances later." "What are you thinking? If you dare to come over, I will kill her now." Linshan didn't buy it at all. Yikong said coldly, "Tianxuan has angered Zixing's priest robe, and she is doomed to die." You can't wait for her to come out. We, the Night Ghost clan, keep our promises. As long as you release Yixing, you can leave, and we will never stop you. Lin Shen looked at her coldly, and was too lazy to say a word. When Tian Sun came out, these female night ghosts would not be able to make any waves. Yekong and the other two looked at each other, and suddenly summoned their life bases, and were about to use the bewitching power of sound waves to control Lin Shen. Before they could make a move, Lin Shen's lightsaber was about to chop down, and blood was already on the lightsaber. Stop! Yekong and the other two were shocked and shouted at the same time. Don't play dirty tricks on me, otherwise she will die. Lin Shen stopped and stared at them coldly. Blood dripped from Yixing's injured neck. Killing Yixing will not do you any good. Let's make another concession. If you let Yixing go, we can leave Giant Ring Star now, and everything here is yours. Yekong said again. You can't go anywhere. A voice came from the top of the mountain, and in an instant a figure covered in holy light had arrived in front of Lin Shen, staring coldly at Yekong and the other two. Chapter 469. Yekong and the other two suddenly looked tense, and looked at the figure in horror. As expected, they saw the graceful Tianquan standing in front of Lin Shen. You are not dead. Yekong's face changed drastically. Tianquan used force on the Purple Star Sabbath, but she was still alive, which shocked her. Whether Tianquan had tamed the Purple Star Sabbath, or she escaped safely when the Purple Star Sabbath was activated, it can prove that Tianquan has unparalleled ability. Yekong and the other two seemed to have a telepathic connection, and they all activated the sound wave power of their life base, trying to suppress Tianquan with the combined power of the sound range of the three people. The sound range composed of the drums, pianos, and basses of the three people, plus the singing of the three people, all kinds of sound waves intertwined together, like death rock music, instantly making people's scalps numb. Of course, Lin Shen felt his scalp tingling. That was because his body was strong enough. If it was someone with a weaker physical fitness, not to mention the scalp, the head should have exploded. Quiet! Tianquan snorted coldly, and the noisy voices instantly quieted down. Even the combined strength of Yekong and the other two was not able to withstand Tianquan's verbal power. It must be said that Tianquan's verbal power is simply the nemesis of Yezage of the Night Ghost clan. Tianquan may not be so easy to deal with other types of Nirvana level. Stand there and don't move. Seeing that Yekong and the other two wanted to escape, Tianquan once again said what he meant and made them stop in the air. This time, Lin Shen was quite tactful. Before Tianquan could speak, he flew over and pressed the acupuncture points of Yekong and the other two. The only 4 remaining pure-blooded night ghosts of the Night Ghost clan became prisoners. Where are Qi 118 and Qi 96? Lin Shen left Yikong able to speak so that she could answer questions. Qi 118 and another celestial being, I wonder if it's Qi 96 you mentioned, have been killed by us. Yikong knew that they were in Tian Sun's hands, and didn't even have the right to refuse to speak. Instead of being forced to speak by Tian Sun, it would be better for her to speak. Lin Shen was very surprised. They were the top 100 strong men in the Qi family. The 3 of Yikong could actually kill them, which showed that their strength was still good. Before, Lin Shen always felt that they seemed very weak, mainly because every time Lin Shen saw them, they were easily dealt with by Tian Sun, so he felt that they seemed very weak. Did you take back all the things on them? Tian Sun asked. They are all in the backpack. Yikong was very tactful, and answered very straightforwardly. Lin Shen took all their backpacks, and brought them in front of Tian Sun. Tian Sun reached out, and flipped through them, took out a few things from them, and put them away. Tianquan, how are you going to arrange us? Yekong asked. Why do you think I won't kill you? Tianquan looked at Yekong with interest and asked. So many people from the 3 families have become mixed-blood night ghosts. It is not easy to recruit them again. Only we can control them. Yekong said. So you want to submit to me? Tianquan looked at Yekong and said with a smile. Yekong said seriously, we have been hiding for so many years. If we die like this, the Night Ghost tribe will be extinct, so we don't want to die. Give us a chance. We are willing to swear allegiance to you. Forget about swearing. How to deal with you is not up to me. We need to report to Tian Renyuan and wait for the order of Tian Renyuan. Tianquan said lightly, but if you want to follow me, wait for the decision of Tian Renyuan, and there may be room for turning back. We will follow you until death. Please rest assured, sir. We know what to say, and what not to say. We will never leak a word about the darkest place. Yekong said immediately. Tianquan did not comment, but let Lin Shen untie their acupuncture points and let them move freely, as if he was not afraid of them running away. Yekong and the others did not mean to run away. At least in front of Tianquan, They knew they could not run away. Which of these things are used to tame the sacrificial robe? Tianxuan pointed to the things in the backpacks of the three people and said, Did your lord fail to tame the sacrificial robe? Yekong realized that Tianxuan had not been able to tame the sacrificial robe. It really didn't work. Tianxuan didn't shy away from failure. Your Excellency was able to escape unscathed, which already astonished us. Yekong pointed to some things in the backpack and said, These are the things we searched from Chi 118 and the others. I only know that these two things may be related to the taming sacrificial robe. We didn't pass all the trial sites, and it's unknown whether the other things are related to the taming sacrificial robe. There is plenty of time. It's not too late to try slowly. Tianxuan asked Lin Shen to put away everything, and then climbed to the top of the mountain again, and came to the front of the purple star sacrificial robe. The purple star sacrificial robe returned to its previous suspended state, and it looked as if nothing had happened. Tianxuan asked Yekong and the others to take various things and test them one by one, but it seemed that none of them were useful. It might be because these things in their hands needed to be matched with the corresponding spells. They only had the things but no spells, so they couldn't use them at all. It seems that only through trials can we know how to use these things. Tianxuan had to give up the plan to tame the sacrificial robes today. Are these sacrificial robes artificially made or natural creatures? Lin Shen looked at the sacrificial robes curiously and said, Little Wine Emperor only said that they are mutated nirvana creatures. Whether they are artificially made or natural creatures, that is unknown. Yekong tried again, but still couldn't shake the purple star sacrificial robes at all, so he had to walk out. Does it have to be nirvana level to tame the sacrificial robe? Can't it be upgraded by flying? Lin Shen pondered. There is no rule, but if it doesn't work at nirvana level, the possibility of successful flying upgrade is even smaller. Yekong said, I give it a try, just in case it works. Lin Shen had been eager to try, and he walked towards the purple star robe. This purple star robe reminded him of a myth widely circulated on his mother planet. There was a magic sword stuck in a big stone. Legend has it that only the real chosen one can pull it out of the stone. Otherwise, even if the gods came, it would be difficult to pull the sword out of the stone. Many powerful people did not believe that such a thing could happen, and they came to pull the sword, but no one could make the sword move at all. Over time, some people began to suspect that the sword in the stone was stuck in the stone, and no one could pull it out. There was no chosen one at all. It was not until a handsome young warrior came to the stone, and pulled the sword out with a light pull that people knew that there really was a chosen one in the world. Chapter 470. Who has heard of this story, and didn't fantasize about being the chosen one when he was a child? Lin Shen also fantasized about being the chosen one who could pull out the sword in the stone when he was a child. Of course, after growing up, countless cruel facts told him that he was not the chosen one. He couldn't do what others couldn't do. That unrealistic fantasy had long been extinguished. Seeing the purple star sacrificial robe today reminded him of the story of the sword in the stone. For a moment, he was a little excited and wanted to give it a try. Yekong didn't care. If Lin Shen wanted to try, let him try. Anyway, it had nothing to do with her. Tianxuan smiled and said, Don't say it. What if it really works? It's better to try. What if you are really the chosen one who can pull out the sword in the stone? Then we can save a lot of trouble. What is the chosen one? Yekong was a little confused, and didn't know what Tianxuan meant. Have you also heard the story of the sword in the stone? Lin Shen was a little surprised. He thought the story of the sword in the stone was only circulated on the human home planet, but he didn't expect Tianxuan to have heard it too. The story of the sword in the stone is a very famous fairy tale among the Celestials. How could I not know it? Who hasn't imagined that he is the chosen one who can pull out the sword in the stone? Tianxuan smiled and told the story of the sword in the stone again. Her story is roughly the same as the one Lin Shen had heard, basically the same, with only some details different. The chosen one in the story of the human home planet is a young warrior of ordinary origin. The chosen one in the story of the Celestials is a handsome prince. Yekong shook his head and smiled bitterly, saying, There is no such thing as a chosen one in the world. Even if there is a sword in the stone, the person who can pull it out is not the chosen one, but a spokesperson pushed out by the mastermind behind the scenes. He represents a prophet group. The identity of the chosen one is a prince, which means he is destined to be the chosen one. If he is really an ordinary person with no identity or background, he cannot become the chosen one. Tianxuan smiled and said nothing. She also knew that the story of the sword in the stone could indeed be interpreted in this way, and this is also the way adults think. Lin Shen didn't care about these. He walked to Zixing's sacrificial robe, stroked the sacrificial robe and said, In the legend of my hometown, the chosen one is an ordinary teenager with no identity and background. I think there are still miracles in the world. Naive. Yexing muttered in her heart, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. Yekong didn't say anything else, but it was obvious that she didn't agree with Lin Shen's point of view. Whether there are chosen ones depends on the dimension from which you look at it. Tianquan smiled and said, for a race that has not even left the planet, the chosen ones they choose can only be representatives of the interest groups on the planet. Only those who are rich, powerful, and have a good background can become the chosen ones. But if a powerful cosmic race goes there and wants to select some talented young people from there, then the interest groups within the planet will lose their function and can only rely on their own talents. It can also be said that those young people are the real chosen ones. My little lover, I believe you are a talented person and will definitely be the chosen one, Tianquan said flatteringly. Of course, someone as outstanding as me must be the protagonist in a movie and must be the chosen one. A mere sacrificial robe can't be worn casually. Lin Shen laughed. That's a must. A handsome man like you must be the protagonist in real life. Tianquan laughed. The more Lin Shen looked at Tianquan, the more he liked him. With Tianquan's current achievements and abilities, he was willing to accompany him to talk nonsense, which was very much in line with Lin Shen's temper. Yixing complained crazily in his heart. Narcissism should also have a limit. Even a strong man like Tianquan can hardly tame the purple star's sacrificial robe. It's okay for you, an ascender, to fantasize about it, but if you take it seriously, you are really stupid. Tianquan had already set the atmosphere to this point, and Lin Shen straightened his chest and turned around to wear the purple star's sacrificial robe. Regardless of whether the matter can be done or not, the temperament and demeanor must be grasped tightly. It's better to lose the battle than the person. Anyway, Lin Shen didn't think he could really succeed. He just wanted to have fun. Lin Shen turned his back to the purple star robe, put his arms into the sleeves, and then subconsciously moved his hands to his chest, and his hands came out from the sleeves to adjust the robe. Lin Shen pulled the collar, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. When he saw Tianquan and Yekong trying before, the purple star robe didn't move at all. His series of actions just now were simply smooth and seamless. He didn't feel any obstacles at all. Everything was done subconsciously, so Lin Shen didn't react all of a sudden. Yekong and others were already stunned. They stood there and stared at Lin Shen, not knowing how to react for a while. It's impossible. Why did the purple star Sabbath robe move? Why does it look like an ordinary robe? How did he put it on? Yixing felt that his brain was a little frozen. Even a strong man like Tianquan could not tame the purple star's Sabbath robe even if he tried his best. This Lin Shen was obviously just an ascender, but he just wore the purple star Sabbath robe so casually. Could it be? Is there really a chosen person in this world? Yi Kong and the other two also widened their eyes, and looked at Lin Shen wearing the purple star Sabbath robe in disbelief, with extremely complicated expressions. They naturally didn't believe that Lin Shen tamed the purple star Sabbath robe by strength. If it was strength, Tianquan was many times stronger than Lin Shen. Even Tianquan didn't succeed, so how could Lin Shen succeed? This had a strong impact on their worldview that had been formed for hundreds of years, and they had to remember what Tianquan had just said. Could it be that this person's talent is even stronger than Tianquan? Yi Kong and the other two couldn't help but look at each other secretly. Tianquan also stared at Lin Shen in a daze. Although she believed that there were miracles in this world, and that Lin Shen's talent was indeed outstanding, she did not expect that Lin Shen could actually do it, and he did it so easily. Lin Shen did not understand why he could wear the purple star Sabbath robe. He did not feel any obstacles at all, and there was nothing magical about it. There was no divine light flashing on the purple star Sabbath robe, nor was there any soul dialogue. It was just so simple, like wearing an ordinary piece of clothing, and he wore it on his body. If you insist on saying that there is something magical, the only magical thing is that the purple star Sabbath robe automatically changes to a size that fits his body. This function is available in many combat uniforms, and to be honest, it is really not that magical. And this thing has no buttons, only a bow-shaped hidden button on the collar. Lin Shen tried it, and found that this dress did not look good on him. It would be better to wear it as a cloak. Sure enough, taking the arms out of the sleeves and directly wearing the purple star Sabbath robe as a cloak looked much more majestic and domineering. Is that all? There's no challenge at all. At least give me some difficulty and a symbolic struggle. This makes me feel like I have no sense of accomplishment. Lin Shen sighed. Chapter 471. Is this human language? Yixing's teeth were about to break. The three sisters had prepared for her for hundreds of years, just to get the approval of the sacrificial robe, but in the end, they didn't even have a chance to try. Lin Shen actually felt that he didn't have a sense of accomplishment. Yixing just wanted to say, let his sense of accomplishment go to hell. Sure, let's go to other planets and try again. Tian Sun was very happy. If he could take away the things left by the Little Wine Emperor now, it would be the best, so as to avoid more trouble. Although Yi Kong and the others promised to keep the secret, Tian Sun didn't believe it at all. She had her own plan. Whether they could keep the secret or not, it would not affect Tian Sun. The few of them arrived on the yellow star again. The situation was similar to that of the purple star. A yellow robe was floating on the top of the mountain. In fact, it was also a white background with yellow patterns, not a real yellow robe. Everyone looked at Lin Shen, wondering if he could still tame this yellow robe. Do I need to take it off? Lin Shen pointed at the purple star robe on his body and looked at Yi Kong. The rules only say that you need to collect 5 robes, but not whether you need to take them off. Yi Kong shook his head. In that case, then don't take it off. Lin Shen directly put on the purple star robe and tried to put on the yellow star robe. Yixing stared at Lin Shen, hoping that Lin Shen would not succeed, or even be taught a lesson by the yellow star robe. Unfortunately, her wish was not fulfilled. Lin Shen directly put on the yellow star robe floating in the air. This is too easy, not challenging at all. Baby, watch your husband help you collect 5 robes. Lin Shen is now sure that he can easily take these robes. What puzzled him was why these sacrificial robes had no reaction at all. After wild animals were tamed into pets, shouldn't they offer the key and then turn into pet capsules? Now the 2 sacrificial robes on his body looked no different from 2 ordinary cloaks, and there was no intention for him to use them at all. There was also a sacrificial text on the yellow star sacrificial robe, and the general meaning was the same, also praying to the god named Jade Emperor. There were also some incomprehensible words in the middle, and those words looked strange, as if they were familiar, but also as if they were not familiar. Several people then went to Blue Star, Green Star and Red Star, and the sacrificial robes of Blue Star and Green Star were also easily obtained. Lin Shen was wearing 4 sacrificial robes, which felt useless, and he didn't know whether these sacrificial robes would help him block other people's attacks. Yi Kong and several people were numb. They felt that their efforts for hundreds of years were like a joke to Lin Shen. What they wanted but couldn't get, others could get as long as they stretched out their hands. Such a gap was too big for them to accept. Lin Shen's presence seemed to tell them that they had lived in vain for hundreds of years, and all their efforts were meaningless. They came to the last red star, which was actually no different from the previous 4 stars. It was just because it was closer to the sun, so the temperature was higher than those other planets. With the strength of several people, they were naturally not afraid of such a temperature, and came directly to the red star robe. Lin Shen reached out again, and put on the red star robe. So far, it was no different from before. But when he put on the red star sacrificial robe, the 5 sacrificial robes suddenly shone brightly, and the 5-color divine light of red, yellow, blue, green, and purple rose up, covering Lin Shen in the colorful glow. Lin Shen was shocked, but fortunately the colorful glow did not hurt his body, which made him feel a little relieved. Tianquan had already come to Lin Shen's side. If Lin Shen was hurt, she would take action immediately to help Lin Shen escape from the control of the sacrificial robe. Fortunately, what they were worried about did not happen. The 5 sacrificial robes merged into one robe in the colorful glow. The colorful brilliance disappeared, and only black and white remained on the robe that merged into one. The black characters on the white background made the whole robe look very eye-catching. The people who had been paying attention to the robes realized that the parts on the robes that they could not understand were actually incomplete. The 5 robes were put together, and the incomplete characters were also pieced together to form the characters that Lin Shen and others knew. The desperate sacrificial text was a prayer to the Jade Emperor. After Lin Shen recited the sacrificial text, he suddenly felt as if time had stopped. Everything around him stopped moving. Only Lin Shen, who was wearing a sacrificial robe, could move freely in this still space. Suddenly, Lin Shen saw a beam of light falling from the sky, as if it was shot out from the void and landed in front of Lin Shen. The beam of light gradually unfolded and turned into a mysterious and simple gate, with jade as bricks and glazed tiles, fairy air lingering, lightning and thunder looming. The gate seemed to come from the land of gods and demons, carrying an endless breath of terror. As the beam of light unfolded, the gate slowly opened. Behind the gate, there was a long staircase, leading to nowhere. Beyond the staircase, there were endless strange buildings, looming in the mist, like huge beasts in the clouds. The sacrificial robe on Lin Shen moved by itself, and took him into the gate, and up the stairs in a posture that Lin Shen was unable to stop. Lin Shen wanted to stop himself, but he couldn't do it at all. The power of the sacrificial robe was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. Lin Shen's power was completely unable to compete with it. Many powers were useless under the sacrificial robe. He could only watch his body being carried up the stairs by the sacrificial robe. At the end of the stairs, there was obviously a huge palace. The palace was a style that Lin Shen had never seen before. It was difficult to describe what it looked like, because it was a style he had never heard of before, so it was naturally difficult to describe. The gate of the palace opened, and under the guidance of the sacrificial robe, Lin Shen entered the interior of the palace. The palace was magnificent and full of hazy glow, making everything look strange and bizarre in Lin Shen's eyes. He couldn't see clearly what it was. At the top of the palace, a figure sat on a high throne, but because everything was emitting hazy glow, the glow on the figure was particularly strong, so Lin Shen couldn't see what the figure on the throne looked like. He saw a figure like the scorching sun in the sky. After just a few glances, he felt that his eyes were about to be blinded. "Why are you here?" The person on the throne actually spoke. "How do I know why I came? I didn't want to come here by myself. I was pulled in by the sacrificial robe." Lin Shen was depressed, but then he thought, the sacrificial text on the sacrificial robe is used to pray for the help of the Jade Emperor. Could it be that there are really ghosts and gods in this world, and the person on the throne is the Jade Emperor? Chapter 472. Are you the Jade Emperor? Lin Shen thought about it, and still used honorifics. No matter whether the other party is a real god or not, the power he possesses is not something Lin Shen can match, so it is better to be honest. Yes. The other party's answer is simple and direct, and then asked, "Why are you here?" Lin Shen can clearly hear the other party's voice, but he can't tell whether the voice is male or female, old or young, nice or bad. "Nothing, I just admire you, so I came to see you and admire your grace," Lin Shen said with an awkward smile. Although the other party admitted that it was the god Jade Emperor mentioned in the sacrificial text, as an atheist, Lin Shen did not believe that there were gods in this world. Even if there really were, Lin Shen felt that gods were just another kind of advanced creatures, not omniscient and omnipotent beings. If the Jade Emperor was really an omnipotent god, he should know who he was and why he came here, and he would not ask why he came. So Lin Shen did not ask for anything. He did not usually worship gods, so he could not expect gods to bless him. "You mean, you want me to be your guardian spirit?" The Jade Emperor's voice was still so vague, and no joy, anger, sorrow or happiness could be heard. "What is a guardian spirit?" Lin Shen was frightened and shuddered, and he spoke quickly. "You didn't come here to seek a guardian spirit. Why did you come to this fairy court with a sacrificial robe?" the Jade Emperor said. Lin Shen had to explain. "I just collected 5 sacrificial robes by accident, and I didn't know there were so many mysteries in them. No matter how you came here, since you are here, you are eligible to choose a guardian fairy." The Jade Emperor paused and continued. "Each guardian fairy can give you different luck. For example, if you choose the god of wealth as your guardian fairy, then when you activate the guardian fairy, you will be blessed by the god of wealth's luck, and your wealth will be better than others. It will be easier to make money in business, easier to win lottery tickets, and more money than others working. If you choose the god of longevity as your guardian fairy, your life will be longer than others. Of course, the guardian fairy can only give you a certain luck. If you can go with the flow, you can benefit. If you insist on going against the will of heaven, no one can save you, no matter how strong your luck is." The Emperor of Heaven added another sentence. Lin Shen understood what the Jade Emperor meant. For example, he had good fortune, but he knew that a business would lose money, but he insisted on doing it. Even if he had good fortune, it would be useless. If he chose the god of longevity as his guardian fairy, but he insisted on committing suicide, the god of longevity could not save his life. Even so, it is already magical enough. If you choose the god of wealth, as long as you don't commit suicide, you will definitely be able to make endless money. This is undoubtedly very attractive to ordinary people. What other immortals can I choose? Lin Shen didn't rush to make a choice, and continued to ask. You don't have much to choose. The words of the Jade Emperor made Lin Shen slightly stunned. Didn't you ask me to choose the guardian immortal? Just now you said there were the god of wealth, the god of longevity, etc. Why can't I choose again? Lin Shen asked in confusion. You have already chosen me, so I am your guardian spirit, so you can't choose me again. The Jade Emperor said calmly. So that's how it is, Lord Jade Emperor. What is your luck? Lin Shen muttered to himself. I really didn't say I would choose you. How can this count? But Lin Shen didn't dare to say this, because he had to bow his head under the eaves. You can experience it yourself, go. The guardian spirit can only be used once. If you need my protection, Just say my name. My name is Hao Tianjin K Supreme Natural Wonderful Mi Luo Zhizhen Jade Emperor. When the Jade Emperor's voice fell, Lin Shan only felt that his body was pulled back by the spiritual robe, and in an instant, he passed through the palace gate and flew backwards along the stairs. Please, say it. Again. I don't remember. Lin Shan shouted desperately, but he had already left the gate of the fairy court. The gate of the fairy court closed with a bang, and the light beam disappeared. As the light beam disappeared, the light on the spiritual sacrificial robe also dissipated, and at the same time it split into 5, leaving Lin Shan's body, flying away in different directions, and disappeared in an instant. The stilled space also returned to normal, and Yikong and the others seemed to have no idea what had happened. In their view, the sacrificial robe on Lin Shan's body emitted a rosy glow, and then turned into black characters on a white background. Then Lin Shan recited the sacrificial text, and the sacrificial robe split into 5 again, and disappeared into the void in an instant. Fuck. What's the name of the Jade Emperor? I don't remember it. Why did you give him such a long name? Lin Shan felt like crying, but had no tears. Tian, what happened? Tianquan, like Yekong and the others, only saw the sacrificial robes on Lin Shan merge into one, then disperse again, and disappear into the void. The time when Lin Shan entered the fairy court seemed to be non-existent in their eyes. I don't know what happened, they just ran away. Yekong and the others were still there, so Lin Shan naturally couldn't tell Tianquan about the fairy court here. What should we do now? Without the sacrificial robes, we can't get the things left by the Little Wine Emperor, Yekong said. Lin Shan now knows that the things left by the Little Wine Emperor are probably not in the artificial sun, but should be the opportunity to obtain the Guardian Fairy. Now it is very clear that the spiritual sacrificial robe should not be made by the Little Wine Emperor, nor is it a creature bred in this land of base change, but the Little Wine Emperor collected it from somewhere, and put it here waiting for someone to activate the spiritual sacrificial robe and go to the fairy court. As for why the Little Wine Emperor did this, Lin Shan didn't know. Lin Shan didn't know if there was anything else in the artificial sun. He might need to go through trials to know if there was anything else in the artificial sun, and how to open it. How should I know what to do? It's not me who let them fly away. Lin Shan was in a very bad mood. Not only did he have no choice when he arrived at the immortal court, he also didn't remember the name of the Jade Emperor. Lin Shan only remembered that there seemed to be something like Haotian, Jade Emperor, God, etc. It was too long, and he couldn't remember it all after just one hearing. Can't you say it a few more times? Who can remember such a long name in one time? Lin Shan wanted to step back into the immortal court again, catch the Jade Emperor and beat him up, and then say a string of names for him to remember once, and if he couldn't remember, he would beat him again. Suddenly, Lin Shan thought of something. Lin Shan had learned the immortal court before. He originally thought that the immortal court was just a metaphor, referring to the residence of the gods. He didn't expect that there was such a place as the immortal court. Chapter 473. It should be just a coincidence. Lin Shan didn't think much about it. He was very unhappy about the Jade Emperor. Things here have come to an end. If he wants to gain anything, he can only go to the trial left by the Little Wine Emperor. Tian Sun has no time to go to the trial now, so he can only return with a few people. Before going back, Tian Sun asked Yikong and the others to lead the way to the place where Qi 118 and Qi 96 were killed. There they did see the bodies of the two. Their heads were blown off by the power of sound waves, leaving only headless bodies. It's a pity that their life bases have all run away, and there is no nirvana embers on their bodies. Tian Sun helped them collect the bodies, and returned to Paradise Island with the headless bodies. Yikong and the other 4 were temporarily detained. Tian Sun meant to let Lin Shan return to Zenith Star as soon as possible to report to the Emperor of Heaven to avoid any more accidents. Naturally, Lin Shan had to listen to Tian Sun's words. After the dark night was over, he took all the things and returned to Zenith Star with Kong Chuan. Following Tianquan's instructions, Lin Shan presented all the resources he had stolen from Qi 118 and 117, as well as the resources he and Tianquan had looted, except for the things Lin Shan had left behind, to the Emperor of Heaven. Tian Songyuan, who was in contact with Lin Shan, showed a little surprise when he saw the resources Lin Shan had stolen. He didn't expect Lin Shan to get the resources back from 117 and Qi 118 so quickly. Originally, he thought that Lin Shan would not be able to get them, and it was likely that Tianquan helped him pay for it. Unexpectedly, he actually got them back, and the speed was so fast. Tian Songyun was about to praise Lin Shan, but saw Lin Shan took him to another warehouse, which was filled with things looted from the small vaults of EP117 and EP118. This, where did these things come from? Tian Songyun widened his eyes, and was shocked. Manager Yun, I took this back from the private vaults of EP117 and EP118. Lin Shen's words made Tian Songyun feel like he was struck by lightning. What the hell? Robbing from someone's private vault. Tian Songyun stared at Lin Shen in amazement, as if he was looking at a lunatic. EP117 and EP118 belong to the Yin family and the Qi family respectively, and are also subordinates of Time Renyuan. Lin Shen was so bold as to rob our vault. Even the Emperor of Heaven could not protect him with such behavior. Time Renyuan would definitely not sit idly by. Tian Songyun felt that this guy was finished, and he would definitely die miserably. Maybe the incident of the last dean being beheaded would happen to him again. Don't misunderstand, Manager Yun. I am just taking advantage of the situation. No one knows that I have these things except you, me, and Lord Tiandi. Lin Shen told him about the chaos of the giant ring star night ghost. Okay, Dean Tian did a great job. This time, I will definitely ask Lord Tiandi for credit for you. Tian Songyun was overjoyed. According to Lin Shen, he not only wanted to double the resources that the returning Tiandi wanted, but also swept back the small treasury of EP118 and EP117. This is a great achievement. Tian Songyun has already started to plan how to build a good relationship with this big red man in front of the Tiandi, the alien upstart of Zenith Star. Manager Yun, I have done nothing but a crime. I dare not take it. I would like to ask Manager Yun to help me plead with the Emperor of Heaven. Lin Shen sighed. What do you mean? You have done a great job. How can you be innocent? Tian Songyun looked at Lin Shen in confusion, knowing that there must be something wrong. In order to make EP118 and EP117 hand over the resources, I tore up the Emperor's self-portrait. Lin Shen said truthfully. Tian Songyun was shocked. He felt that talking to this person was like riding a roller coaster up and down. If you have a bad heart, you will be scared to death by him. Dean Tian, I can't help you with this matter, nor can I plead for mercy. You should come with me to the palace and wait for the Emperor's decision. Tian Songyun had a complicated expression and ordered people to take the resources away. Lin Shen was waiting outside the palace to be summoned by the Emperor of Heaven. He was not very nervous, because before coming, Tian Sun had analyzed various situations for him. It is not necessarily a bad thing for him to commit such a crime. Even if it is not a good thing, the worst outcome is that the Emperor of Heaven will not give him his share. After a while, Tian Songyun came out with a smile on his face and said, Dean Tian, the Emperor summoned you to the Huakai Palace of the Concubine of Heaven. Come with me. General Manager Yun, my matter. Lin Shen saw Tian Songyun's expression and knew that he should be safe. The Emperor listened to your story and said 3 good words in a row. Brother, you are blessed. Don't forget me when you become rich in the future. Tian Songyun said with a smile. When he came to the Huakai Palace again, the Emperor of Heaven and the Concubine of Heaven were still sitting behind the pearl curtain, and Lin Shen could not see the appearance of the Emperor of Heaven. Ah, Tian, do you know your crime? The majestic voice of the Emperor of Heaven came from behind the beaded curtain. I know my crime, Lin Shen replied in fear. Since you know your crime, then tell me what crime you have committed. The Emperor of Heaven continued. I shouldn't have desecrated your portrait, Lord Emperor of Heaven. Lin Shen replied with his head down. Humph. The Emperor of Heaven was furious, slapped the table, and said angrily, Is this how you know your guilt? Lin Shen was a little confused, and muttered to himself, What's going on? Didn't General Manager Yun say that the Emperor of Heaven was very happy? Why did he become furious when I came? Fortunately, it was only the Emperor of Heaven who was furious, not Zhao Yun. Thinking so in his heart, Lin Shen could only pretend to be terrified and said, Everything is my fault. Please punish me, Emperor of Heaven. Of course it's all your fault. You were born 1,000 years later, so that I couldn't meet you earlier, and the Tianshi Academy has been without a dean for more than 100 years, and my Tianren clan has lost a pillar of talent for 1,000 years. Dean Tian, your crime is really too great. How do you think I should punish you? The Emperor of Heaven's voice was as angry as thunder at the beginning, which made Lin Shen a little uneasy, but later, the Emperor of Heaven's voice was already smiling. Fuck, this old guy wants to scare me to death. Lin Shen secretly wiped a cold sweat in his heart. You can punish me in any way you want, Lin Shen said. Okay. Then I will punish you. Go to Tianren Star and reflect on your mistakes for 3 months. Tiandi said with a smile. Dean Tian, why don't you thank Tiandi for his kindness? General Manager Yin reminded Lin Shen, who was standing still with a confused look on his face. Thank you, Lord Tiandi, for your gift." Lin Shen said this, but he was thinking in his heart, "What the hell? I spent so much effort to help you get back so many resources, and you want to punish me to reflect on my mistakes?" The Tiandi seemed to see through Lin Shen's thoughts and said with a smile, "It seems that our Dean Tian doesn't know what kind of existence Tian Star is. My beloved concubine, tell him what Tian Star is." Chapter 474. The name of Tian Star sounds like the birthplace of the Tian clan, but in fact, Tian Star has nothing to do with the Tian clan. The birthplace of the Tian clan is the Zenith Star. Tian Star was not originally called Tian Star, but was renamed after it was discovered by the Tian clan. It is unknown what its previous name was. Since very few people have been to Tian Star, only the Emperor of Heaven and his favorite concubines, or the royal relatives, have the qualifications to live in Tian Star. Since Tian Star was discovered, it has been used as a training ground for the Emperor of Heaven. The emperors of all dynasties have practiced on Tian Star for a period of time. The only difference is that some have practiced on Tian Star since childhood, while others were able to enter Tian Star for practice after they obtained the throne. In the Tianshu dynasty, except for the Emperor of Heaven and his concubines, only his children are qualified to practice on Tian Star. Among the other royal relatives, only the youngest uncle Tianxia has the qualifications to practice on Tian Star. Except for him, all other relatives, even the uncles and aunts of Emperor Tianshu, could not enter Tian Star. Lin Shen, a foreigner, actually got the opportunity to enter Tian Star. This was the first time in the Tianshu dynasty. It was said that he was facing the wall to reflect on his mistakes, but in fact, it was a great opportunity for Lin Shen, and it was also a kind of protection for him. Lin Shen took away so many supplies from Qi 118 and 117, and this matter could not be concealed. The small treasury of the two of them was also emptied. Although this matter could not be put on the table, after the rebellion of the Night Ghost clan was quelled, those resources were not found in the Night Ghost clan. The first suspects of the Yin family and the Qi family were naturally Tianxuan and Lin Shen. There are so many people from the Tian, Qi, and Yin families in Tian Academy. Except for Emperor Tianshu, I am afraid that no one wants to see Tianshu Academy stand up again. No one wants to see a knife on himself and cut a piece of meat from him from time to time. If you don't want Tianshu Academy to stand up, the best way is to knock the dean down. Although the Night Ghost incident on Giant Ring Star seems to have nothing to do with Lin Shen on the surface, someone will inevitably throw dirty water on Lin Shen. The reason why Emperor Tianshu asked Lin Shen to face the wall and reflect on his mistakes on Tian Star is to show his position to everyone from Tian, Qi, and Yin. He has protected this person, and no one can touch his people. The Emperor doesn't want to be so proud of someone who can help him make money, and he can't let anyone knock him down. Lin Shen also mentioned Kong Chuan's contribution, but didn't say that he was almost killed by him. Originally, Lin Shen didn't want to mention Kong Chuan, the troublemaker, but since Kong Chuan held a peacock eye in his hands and had a relationship with the heavenly consort, he decided to mention it. As for the position of the head of the Special Service Department, it depended on Kong Chuan's own luck and the ability of the heavenly consort. Anyway, he would not mention it. How the heavenly emperor would reward Kong Chuan was not something Lin Shen cared about. After he was sent out of the Huakai Palace, he packed up his things at night and went to Tian Star to think about it. From the time he returned to the Zenith Star to the time he went to the Tian Star, he didn't even go to the Tianxu Academy in the middle. Before Lin Shen returned to the Zenith Star, the reports of Tianxuan and in 117 had already reached the Tianxua family and the third mansion of the Yin family, as well as the Tianan Academy. Although the fourth mansion of the Qi family, to which Qi 118 belonged, also received the news, their news was not from Qi 118. Because Qi 118 and Qi 96 went to the Dark Land, the castle by the sea had already fallen, and no one could report back. Tianxuan and in 117 had different reports. And 117th's report only said that the night ghosts had appeared on the giant ring star, attacked his castle, and looted a large amount of supplies. After his tenacious resistance, he finally defeated the remnants of the night ghosts. The description was vivid and emotional, and by the way, he also mentioned that Lin Shen had come to him to borrow money and took away a large amount of supplies. Tianxuan's report seemed relatively simple. It only said that the night ghosts attacked Paradise Island, had controlled the situation, captured 4 pure-blooded night ghosts, and waited for instructions. Finally, Tianxuan also mentioned that Lin Shen had borrowed a batch of supplies from her. Although it was written simply, a truly discerning person could see the problem. Originally, things like this were not really a big deal among the Tianan clan. A planet under development was not enough to alarm the Tianren Academy to convene a parliament. Strangely, this incident actually alarmed the dean and the vice dean, who convened an emergency meeting. The focus of the meeting was who to send to the giant ring star to reinforce and wipe out the remnants of the Night Ghost clan. All families were contrary to their usual behavior and expressed their urgent desire and willingness to support the giant ring star, arguing fiercely in the meeting. When everyone was arguing, the Emperor of Heavenly Arts, who had not been to the Tianren Academy for many years, suddenly came. After Lin Shen came to Tianren Star, he realized how powerful the punishment given to him by the Emperor of Heaven was. He was just standing on the grass of Tianren Star, breathing the air here, and his watch suddenly vibrated, and a reminder of base change rate +1 appeared on it. What's going on? Lin Shen was a little stunned. He stood here and did nothing, but the base mutation rate increased. This was too abnormal. Who are you and why are you here? Lin Shen was looking around, trying to figure out what was going on, when he suddenly saw a gorgeously dressed female celestial being flying towards him, looking at him with puzzled eyes. I am the Dean of the Tianshi Academy. I have been ordered by the Emperor to go to Tianren Star to reflect on my mistakes. What is your name? Lin Shen knew that the celestial being who could appear on Tianren Star must have an extraordinary identity. Reflect on your mistakes? Here? The female celestial being's face was full of surprise. This is the Emperor's handwritten order. Lin Shen took out the handwritten order given to him by the Emperor and handed it to the female celestial being to take a look. After the female celestial being confirmed that the handwritten order was true, her face became even more strange. But she didn't say much. The place where you face the wall and reflect on your mistakes is Biyuju, which is not far from where I live. I take you there. Thank you. The other party didn't give his name, so Lin Shen didn't ask any more questions. My name is Qingyu, and I live in Yenyu Tower downstream of Biyuju. There are many restrictions on Tianren Star, so you'd better not wander around. If you have any problems, you can come to Yenyu Tower to find me. Bringing Lin Shen to Biyuju, the female celestial being thought for a while, and said before leaving. Lin Shen thanked Qingyu again, and after Qingyu left, he looked at Biyuju carefully. Biyuju was built on the edge of a pool in front of a mountain, with a mountain wall and a waterfall opposite. The waterfall rushed down from the top of the sky. Although the water flow was relatively gentle, the splashes still made the surrounding area full of mist. The entire Biyuju seemed to be suspended in the clouds and mist, and it looked a bit like a fairy's residence. Lin Shen took a deep breath and felt the high humidity in the air. However, just as he took a deep breath, his phone vibrated again, notifying him that his base rate had increased by 1 again. Abnormal, too abnormal, a dog practicing in a place like this can take off from the spot. Lin Shen was surprised and delighted. Chapter 475. Sister, you went to the observatory to practice. Why did you come back so early? In the fireworks tower, a young celestial being looked at Tian Qingyu with some doubt and asked. Just now I met a man who had just been teleported to Tianren Star, and I happened to lead him, so I came back directly. Tian Qingyu said. Which prince is it? Tianya or Tianxia? No, if they came to Tianren Star, why do they need you to lead the way, and they don't live here? Tian Buluo frowned. Not the prince. Tian Qingyu shook her head. Not the prince, that's not right. Except for us princes, the only ones who can come to Tianren Court are the concubines of the Emperor Father, and they naturally can't be men. Could it be? The little uncle is here. Tian Buluo's eyes suddenly lit up. Don't guess. He is not the young uncle, nor a celestial being. He is a human. He claims to be the dean of the Tianshi Academy. He was punished by the Emperor to come to Biyuju to reflect on his mistakes. Tian Qingyu said with a smile. Tian Buluo's eyes widened when he heard it. Biyuju. Reflect on his mistakes. Did I hear it wrong or did you say it wrong? Why would the Emperor allow an alien to enter Tianren Star and reflect on his mistakes in Biyuju? What is he reflecting on in Biyuju? That is where the gods and the Emperor of Heaven attain enlightenment. It is one of the places with the strongest immortal laws, better than the location of our Yenyu Tower. The Emperor had practiced and attained enlightenment there when he was young. I begged the Emperor several times, but he did not agree to let me live in Biyuju. How could he let a foreign human live there? Tian Buluo felt more and more strange as he spoke. That person has the Emperor's handwritten order. I have read it. It is true. Tian Qingyu said. There is such a thing. Wait. You said that person claimed to be the dean of Tianshi Academy. I know who he is. But why would the Emperor let him come to Tianren Star to face the wall and reflect on his mistakes? And arrange for him to live in Biyuju? Tian Buluo said as he stood up and walked out, saying as he walked, "No, I have to go and see. Don't make trouble." Tian Qingyu hurriedly stopped him. "Sister, don't worry, I won't cause trouble for him. I just go out to find out the news and see why he came here," Tian Buluo said, and left Yinyu Tower. Tian Buluo said so, but after leaving Yinyu Tower, he turned and went to Buyuju. He wanted to see why the new dean of Tianshu Academy lived in Buyuju, where he couldn't even live. Tian Buluo knew that the emperor of Tianshu had someone live in Buyuju, and he must have his intentions. If it was in normal times, Tian Buluo would not have any objections. But things are a little different recently. The Universe Race Ranking War, which takes place once every 10 universe years, will start in a few months. People from every race have the opportunity to participate, although young people like him will not have any impact on the ranking of the Tianren race in the universe. But if you can shine in the race ranking war, it is also a great honor. Most people from small races and strong races in the universe participate in the war, often not to get a high ranking, but to become famous in the race ranking war. Of course, Tian Buluo is not very interested in becoming famous. The reason why he wants to participate in the war is mainly to fight with deers. He claims to be the second best player in the Tianren race. If he can defeat deers in the race ranking war, it can prove that the genius of the Tianren race is not inferior to deers of the supreme race. Tianbulu is not blindly arrogant. In the ranking battle of ascenders held by Tianren Academy, he had already won the first place when he was at the 9th level. He is indeed a top-level strongman among the young generation of Tianren. Tianxin has not participated in the ranking battle of ascenders held by Tianren Academy because he ascended too recently. But even if he participated, he would not be a match for Tianbulu in all likelihood. Tianbulu has made preparations for this race ranking battle for a long time, and has reached the peak of the 10th level. But Tianbulu knows that it is probably not that easy to defeat deers at the peak of the 10th level, so he must become stronger. For this reason, he asked Tianshudi to live in Buyuju, where there are the after effects of the immortal laws left by the gods and the emperor. If he can understand something from it, it will be of great help to him in the battle with deers. God and Tiandi are the early emperors of the Tianren race, and they were also the ceiling of the Tianren race's combat power. In the era of God and Emperor of Heaven, the celestial race once ranked among the top 3 in the race rankings. Although it did not reach the top, it was the best result of the celestial race in history. The Heavenly Heart Technique, one of the 5 widely circulated basic evolutionary techniques in the universe, is adapted from the Heaven and Man Unity idealistic technique of God and Emperor of Heaven. God and Emperor of Heaven also have a set of techniques matching the Heaven and Man Unity idealistic technique, Heaven and God and Man technique, which is known as the technique closest to God. Unfortunately, Heaven and God and Man technique has extremely high talent requirements for practitioners. Since God and Emperor of Heaven, no one has been able to practice Heaven and God and Man technique to the extreme, and it is difficult to bring out the essence of this technique closest to God. In addition, the Heaven and Man Unity idealistic art was gradually eliminated by the times, and more powerful evolutionary techniques were created. There were very few people in the Tianren clan who practiced the Heaven and Man Unity idealistic art. Without the cooperation of this evolutionary technique, it would be even more impossible to practice the Heaven and God and Man art. Tianbulu chose the outdated Heaven and Man Unity idealistic art as his own evolutionary technique for the Heaven and God and Man art. The ultimate goal was to practice the Heaven and God and Man art and carry it forward. Tianbulu was indeed amazing. He practiced the outdated Heaven Heart art to the point where he was almost invincible at the same level. The Heaven and God and Man art also allowed him to enter the door and had obtained some of the mysterious essence, but compared with the realm of God and Emperor Tian, it was naturally still a lot worse. He asked the Emperor of Tianshu several times to go to Buyuju to comprehend the Heaven and God and Man art, but was rejected every time without even a proper reason, which made him very unconvinced. Tianbulu already knew that the Emperor of Heavenly Arts did not want him to continue on this path, and wanted him to switch to other evolutionary techniques. But he had to go on anyway. He wanted to prove to the Emperor of Heavenly Arts that there were no rubbish evolutionary techniques, only rubbish people. He wanted to let the Emperor of Heavenly Arts realize that he could be invincible at the same level by practicing the Heavenly Heart technique and defeat the strong men of thousands of races, including deers. If you don't let me live in Buyuju, I go visit the owner of Buyuju and stay there as a guest. Tianbulu didn't want to cause trouble for Lin Shin, but he had made up his mind to stay there. Yinyu Tower was just downstream of the stream next to Buyuju, not far away. Tianbulu arrived near Buyuju in a short while. He saw a figure from a distance, standing in the pavilion of Buyuju, with an upright posture, holding a folding fan and gently shaking it, enjoying the waterfall opposite. Chapter 476. Tian and Star gave Lin-Shan the feeling that it was almost the same as the human home planet. The gravity and atmospheric composition were very similar, making him feel very comfortable here. What puzzled him was that he was just standing here and did nothing. Not only was the base change rate increasing, but the life base in his body was also stirring, as if there were signs of reincarnation again. What a magical planet. Lin-Shan opened the door of the balcony. There was a wooden platform outside, and there was a pavilion standing in the water outside the platform. He stood in the pavilion and felt that his brain was clearer, as if even his memory had become stronger. He could see many subtle details that he usually didn't notice. If I had practiced here since I was a child, my achievements would be much better than now, and my brain would be smarter. Lin-Shan never understood why the environment is so important for learning as he does now. The waterfall here is not as violent as the waterfall in Feishing Pool. Because the mountain is in the shape of a ladder, the waterfall has experienced 3 drops and twists and turns before falling into the pool below, and its momentum is much slower. The water flow has become gentle, with less violent impact, but more elegant and fairy-like. Lin-Shan saw some words engraved on the mountain wall next to the waterfall. If the sky does not give me, I will not take it. If the time does not give me, I will not wait. If people do not give me, I will not give it. If the gods do not give me, I will take it myself. Lin-Shan was stunned by what he saw. It seemed to be written by a hermit who was indifferent to fame and fortune and had no desires. The meaning seemed to be saying, if you ignore me, I will ignore you. If you don't give it to me, I don't want it. But the latter part changed its tone. As it was written, it seemed that if you don't give it to me, I will take it myself. If you hide it, I will go and rob it. The artistic conception was completely different. This made Lin-Shan very suspicious. The first few sentences and the last few sentences were written by 2 people. Otherwise, how could there be such a mismatch? But looking at the handwriting, it seems to be consistent. It should be written by the same person. This is the Song of Heaven and Gods written by the gods of my Tian clan and the Emperor of Heaven. It is said that it contains the great horror of heaven and gods. If you can understand a little bit, it will be of great help to the path of cultivation. A voice sounded behind Lin-Shan. Lin-Shan turned his head and saw a Tian man whose figure and appearance were no worse than Tian Xian, but his temperament was far superior. What is heaven and gods? Seeing that the other party seemed to have no ill intentions, Lin-Shan smiled and asked. The art of heaven and gods is a technique created by God and the Emperor of Heaven. It has unpredictable powers. Legend has it that it can communicate with the gods and ghosts of heaven and earth, gain enlightenment from heaven and earth, and be protected by gods and ghosts. The body is in harmony with heaven, and the heart is granted by gods. Every move is the truth of heaven and earth. Every action is like the presence of gods and ghosts. It is a technique that brings together the greatest terror in the world. Tian Buluo looked up at the Song of Heaven and Gods on the stone wall, and said leisurely, "Such a magical skill, how come I have never heard of it before?" Lin-Shan was very interested. Although the art of heaven and gods cannot be said to be lost in my Tian clan, there are very few people who can truly comprehend its essence. In addition, it is necessary to practice the Heavenly Heart Sutra to practice the art of heaven and gods. Now there are not many people in my clan who can practice this art. Tian Buluo sighed. So that's how it is. Lin-Shan was immediately disappointed. He originally wanted to see the heaven and god art, but he didn't expect that this was actually a unique skill of the Heaven Heart Sutra, and his interest was immediately reduced. I am Tian from the Heavenly Master Academy. Who are you? Lin-Shan looked at Tian Buluo and asked. Tian Buluo, the 17th son of the Emperor of Heaven. Tian Buluo said with a smile. So you are the 17th son of the Emperor, I am sorry. Lin-Shan said politely, but there was no substantial action. Tian Buluo frowned slightly, but he came here to ask Lin-Shan for help, so it was naturally inconvenient to get angry. He just smiled and continued. This Buyu residence is where the god and the Emperor of Heaven first realized the Tao, and the heaven and god art was created here. You live here now, which is very helpful for comprehending the heaven and god art. Emperor son, you are joking. I am not practicing the Heaven Heart Sutra and cannot practice the heaven and god art. Lin-Shan said. That's not necessarily true. Tian Buluo said with a smile. Without the Tian Xianju as a foundation, although you can't practice the Tian Yushin Renshu, the Tian Yushin Renshu itself is a mysterious technique that teaches people how to sense the laws of heaven and earth, the unity of heaven and man, and the laws of the universe. Even if you don't practice this method, you can still sense the wonders of this method. It will be of great help to achieve immortality, and establish immortal laws in the future. Brother Tian, living here is a great opportunity, don't miss it. Maybe I have mediocre qualifications, and don't feel anything special. Lin Shen said. That's because you don't understand the Tian Yushin Renshu. Once you understand the Tian Yushin Renshu, you will naturally feel the difference here. Tian Buluo said. How can I get access to such secret arts of the celestial race? Lin Shen shook his head. Where can he learn such art of heaven and gods? Haha, how difficult is that? If you want to learn, I will teach you. Tian Buluo said generously. Is this okay? Lin Shen frowned and looked at Tian Buluo. He was a little confused. Why did this suddenly appeared Emperor Tian Buluo care about him so much and want to teach him the art of heaven and gods? What's wrong with that? The heaven heart art has long been eliminated by the times. Without the cooperation of the heaven heart art, the heaven and God art is just a way to sense the laws of heaven and earth. It has no practical use value, and is no longer considered a secret art. Tian Buluo said. Forget it, so as not to violate taboos and implicate you, the emperor. Lin Shen shook his head. He was not very interested in these mysterious things. More practical skills were more useful. Lin Shen always felt that things like realms were only useful when they had equal power. No matter how high your realm is, if your body can't keep up, what's the difference between high eyes and low hands? It doesn't matter. No one dares to embarrass me because of a mere heaven and God art. Just rest assured. Tian Buluo didn't give Lin Shen a chance to speak, and he recited the Heart Sutra of heaven and God art by himself. Lin Shen frowned secretly, but he couldn't cover his mouth to stop him from speaking, so he had to stand aside and listen. Tian Buluo recited the Heart Sutra while explaining to Lin Shen. He just wanted Lin Shen to remember the Heart Sutra of heaven and God art as soon as possible, and then start practicing. He could feel the lingering sound of the immortal laws left by the gods, and the Emperor of Heaven in this silent residence tried to comprehend the heaven and God art, and push it to a higher realm. Try it, you should be able to gain some insights. After Tian Buluo said it once, he signaled Lin Shen to try it. Can you say it again? This Heart Sutra is too long, and you said it too fast, I didn't remember it. Lin Shen said helplessly. I didn't remember. Impossible. Tian Buluo looked at Lin Shen in surprise. The celestial being star itself has the effect of strengthening the body and improving spiritual awareness. Even a celestial being with average memory can almost remember everything here. Although Lin Shen is not a celestial being, he is at least the dean of the Celestial Master Academy selected by the Emperor of Heaven. It doesn't make sense that he is so bad. Chapter 477. Lin Shen's memory has indeed improved a lot on Tian and Star, and his mind has become clearer, much better than before. If the Jade Emperor calls out the name in front of him now, he should be able to remember it in one go. However, the art of heaven and gods has more than 10,000 words, and many of them are difficult to understand. It is really difficult for him to remember it in one go. Tian Buluo's so-called memory of ordinary celestial beings is based on the standard of celestial beings. The overall memory of humans is much worse than that of celestial beings. Lin Shen is just at the level of ordinary humans. With the enhanced environment of Tian and Star, he can't remember 10,000 words directly. I'd better not learn it. Lin Shen had no interest in the art of heaven and gods, and seeing Tian Buluo's surprised expression, he was even less interested. It's okay, it's my problem. I read too fast. It's normal that I can't remember it. I slowed down and do it again. Tian Buluo said hurriedly. He wanted to stay in Buyuju under the pretext of teaching Lin Shen the art of heaven and gods, and he had to make Lin Shen take the bait. Regardless of what Lin Shen said, Tian Buluo once again silently recited the secret formula, and deliberately slowed down the speed, annotating Lin Shen word by word, just for fear that he would not understand or remember. However, this increased the amount of memory Lin Shen had to remember, making it more difficult to remember. As Lin Shen listened, he felt a little sleepy and yawned. He was less and less interested in this art of heaven and gods. After Tian Buluo's detailed explanation, Lin Shen also understood some of it. Although he was still far from understanding, it was certain that practicing the art of heaven and gods was very boring, and it required a calm mind to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth in order to achieve the level of heaven and man. Lin Shen has always been a person who can't sit still. Apart from sleeping and reading to calm down, he has no time to think about the world. This thing is not suitable for him at all. Or the sleeping method like the Immortal Sutra is more in line with Lin Shen's temperament. The less interested he is, the less he can remember. Lin Shen forgot the latter after listening to the first part, and forgot the first part after remembering the latter part. Tian Buluo talked over and over again, and the veins on his forehead were bulging, and his saliva was almost dry, but he couldn't make Lin Shan remember the heart of heaven and gods and human arts completely. Emperor, how about you write down heaven and gods and human arts and read it slowly later? Lin Shan really felt that it was too boring, and had no intention of learning at all. No, heaven and gods and human arts cannot be put on paper and pen. Tian Buluo certainly wouldn't let Lin Shan remember it. If Lin Shan wrote everything down, how could he stay here to explain it to Lin Shan? Tian Buluo also saw that Lin Shan was not deliberately making things difficult for him, but he really couldn't remember it. Of course, he also understood that Lin Shan really had no interest in heaven and god art, so he was not so serious. After all, Lin Shan was not practicing heaven heart art, and heaven and god art was a very limited help to him, so it was normal for him to have no interest. Wait until he can sense the lingering sound of the immortal law in Buyuju, then even if you are not allowed to practice, you will not give up. Tian Buluo held this mentality, and taught Lin Shan over and over again. After practicing for a whole afternoon, it was almost dark, and Lin Shan finally remembered the complete heart art of heaven and god art word for word. Try it first. Can you sense anything? Tian Buluo said. It's getting late. How about we try again tomorrow? Lin Shan had been yawning for a long time. He really didn't want to learn anymore. It's so late already. Brother Ation and I hit it off right away. I live far from here. I stay here tonight. Brother Ation, let's talk by candlelight. Tian Buluo said. Don't you sleep at night? Lin Shan was a little speechless, thinking to himself. What a fart. You want to be a teacher. You've been teaching me here for an afternoon. If it weren't for your status as the emperor's son, I would have kicked you out long ago. It's hard to find a soulmate. I'm so excited to meet you. Brother Ation, how can I sleep? Tian Buluo was acting skills sword. He looked like a soulmate who met a mountain stream. Imperial son, I'm really sleepy. Let's talk tomorrow. Lin Shan sighed. It's okay. Go back to your room and rest. I wait for you here. We talk when you get up. Tian Buluo said hurriedly. Okay. After all, he was the emperor's son, so Lin Shan couldn't chase him away, so he had to go back to the bedroom. Seeing that Lin Shan had finally left, Tian Buluo was in a good mood. He sat on the balcony, looking at the song of heaven and gods on the mountain wall, and began to comprehend the lingering sound of the immortal law left here. Lin Shan slept on the bed, and summoned the rebellious to guard the door. If Tian Buluo had made any unusual movements, he would know it in the first time to avoid being plotted against. He didn't believe in the saying of hitting it off at first sight or meeting a soulmate in the mountains and rivers. This Tian Buluo must have come for some purpose. Lin Shan just hadn't figured out whether Tian Buluo had any plans for him or came for Buyuju. When Lin Shan woke up, he found that his base mutation rate had increased a little bit. Although it increased much slower than when he first came, it was a great thing that he could increase his base mutation rate without doing anything. Finding that Tian Buluo was still sitting on the balcony outside, and there was no unusual movement, Lin Shan took back the destiny-defying person, walked out of the wooden house, and came to the balcony. Brother Tian, are you awake? Tian Buluo saw Lin Shan coming out, then stood up and looked at Lin Shan and said, Brother Tian, let's practice the heaven and god art together. Aren't you hungry? Let's eat something first. Lin Shan was a little speechless. Tian Star has many immortal law powers, so the energy in the air is much stronger than other planets. The energy absorbed by breathing alone is enough to sustain life. Ordinary people here are even at risk of excessive energy, and don't need to eat. Tian Buluo explained. Is that so? Lin Shan realized that he really didn't feel hungry. Not only that, for ascenders like you and me, we only need to live here and do nothing. The base change rate and the number of reincarnations of the life base will gradually increase, but the increase is slow. As long as you practice hard, even if you don't use the ascension fluid and the spirit base, the promotion speed will be very fast. Tian Buluo continued to popularize science to Lin Shan. Lin Shan only then knew why the base change rate increased by itself without him doing anything. Tianren Star is indeed the training ground of the Emperor of Heaven. It is too comfortable. You can really improve your level by lying down. The only thing that gave Lin Shan a headache was that Tian Buluo actually wanted to drag him to practice the heaven and god art again. Brother Tian, the race ranking battle will be held in a few months. Don't you want to fight for a glory for your race? If you can comprehend some of the aftertaste of the immortal law, it will be helpful at that time. Tian Buluo saw that Lin Shan didn't want to pay attention to him, so he threw out another message. Chapter 478. Is the race ranking war about to begin? Lin Shan was a little surprised. He had not had much time to read the universe news recently, and he really had not paid attention to this matter. There are less than 4 months left. With your strength, you should be able to make a difference in the ranking war. Tianbu Luo encouraged. Those who participate in the race ranking war are all bigwigs of each race. What can I, an ascender, do? Lin Shen shook his head. Brother Ation, you are wrong to think so. Tianbu Luo said seriously, it is indeed difficult for the ascenders to affect the race ranking, but your own record will also be helpful to you and your race. The race ranking battle is a duel that all race members can participate in. Before the ranking battle begins, there is also an elimination battle. The strong men of different levels participating in the battle are teleported to different areas. The base changers are in one area, the ascenders are in another area, and the nirvana and immortals are in another area. In the elimination battle, if you can have an amazing performance, you can make a name for yourself and your race. Tianbu Luo said excitedly, you are also an ascender. If you can defeat a figure like Deers, you will be famous. In the future, you will definitely be more valued in my clan. Others know that your race has potential, and even your clan members will benefit from it. I am not strong enough, so I won't participate. Lin Shen has no interest in becoming famous. If the overall strength of humans is not good, it will not be of much use for individual humans to be strong. Tianbu Luo was slightly startled. He didn't expect Lin Shen to be so unmotivated. Emperor's son, Buyuju is so big, it's lonely for me to live alone. If you don't mind, how about staying here and keeping me company? When Lin Shen heard Tianbu Luo mention the race ranking war, he understood why Tianbu Luo wanted to stay here, so he took the initiative to ask him to stay. Tianbu Luo was very happy to hear this. Okay, I'm bored living alone. It's good to have a companion. Sure enough, Tianbu Luo stopped forcing Lin Shen to learn the art of heaven and gods, and he went to the pavilion and practiced on his own. Lin Shen stayed in the house alone, and took out the evil ghost blade of Night Crow's life base to study it. Tianquan had seen this spirit base, and didn't find any problems. What was more strange was that it was obviously the spirit base of a nirvana, but this thing could be activated by the power of an ascender. The power of the evil ghost blade was not as strong as imagined. When it was in Night Crow's hand, it seemed very strong, but in his hand, it was only at the level of the 10th turn spirit base, and it could not burst out the power of nirvana. Tianquan said that the evil ghost blade is indeed a nirvana-level spiritual base. Tianquan can activate the nirvana power in it. Although the ascenders can also activate it, they cannot activate its nirvana power. It is very strange. Lin Shen just uses it as a substitute for the dead powder. It can be regarded as a more strange gun. It is still okay to use it for stabbing. Lin Shen studied it for a while, but still could not activate the nirvana power in the evil ghost blade. He was not interested in continuing to study it. He put the evil ghost blade aside, and studied how to integrate the 2-8 punches, and the 1,000 men pointing fingers. The key to the integration of these two techniques is naturally the hidden heart skill. Lin Shen originally planned to let Ayin practice the hidden heart skill, but before he could give it to her, he came to Tian and Star. Anyway, there is nothing to do in the 3 months here, so it is a good time to study. Maybe after the 3 months are up, his skills will have been successfully integrated. Tianbu Luo has lived in Buyuju these days, but he has not said a few words to Lin Shen. He basically sits in the pavilion facing the mountain wall to comprehend the art of heaven and gods and humans. It is Lin Shen who came here to reflect on his mistakes, but Tianbu Luo is more like the one who faces the wall to reflect on his mistakes. Lin Shen practices this for a while, then practices that for a while. When he is bored, he leans against the window and looks at Tianbu Luo, who is facing the wall to comprehend. Although there are no guards here to prohibit him from going out, the Emperor of Heaven asked him to come here to reflect on his mistakes, so he can't run around. No need to eat or drink, no need to practice, just practice casually to grow. Every day, apart from practicing techniques, I practice skills. This kind of life is really boring. This kind of practice is too boring. I would rather go out to hunt ascended creatures. Lin Shen picked up the evil ghost blade and waved it a few times, feeling that a hero has no place to use his skills. Of course, Lin Shen thought so on the premise that hunting ascended creatures was no longer a threat to him. After practicing for a while, he felt bored again, and put the evil ghost blade aside. I wonder what the situation is like over there with Tianquan. Lin Shen thought of Tianquan and the 4 pure-blooded night ghosts. If Yekong and the others could not stay with Tianquan, it would be a big trouble for Tianquan. After all, they knew the true strength of Tianquan, and if they were used by others, it would still have some impact on Tianquan. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard some noises coming from the pavilion outside the window. Lin Shen looked up and looked out the window, only to see Tianbu Luo, who had been meditating in the pavilion, stood up at some point. Tianbu Luo exudes a strong aura that is invisible and intangible, but can be felt. Tiambulo was clearly standing there, but in Lin Shen's eyes, Tiambulo seemed to be no longer a person. He was integrated with the pavilion, the pond, the waterfall, the mountain wall, and even the entire world, giving Lin Shen a very strange feeling. If Tiambulo was his enemy, then his attack on Tiambulo would be like being an enemy of the world. As expected of the son of the emperor of the celestial race, he is quite powerful. Lin Shen looked at the aura of Tiambulo, which was getting stronger and stronger, and felt that the power of heaven and earth was gathered in one body, and couldn't help but admire it. As Lin Shen looked at it, he suddenly laughed out loud. Tiambulo's situation reminded him of some funny things. Tiambulo's situation should be regarded as reaching the state of unity between heaven and man. Being able to sense the wonders of the universe, every move he makes is in accordance with the laws of the universe, and he can use almost no techniques. He can perform all kinds of perfect techniques at will, without even thinking. If this is the case, then the person who has achieved the unity of man and nature has become a puppet of the universe. He is just fighting according to the laws of the universe, and he doesn't even need to think. So is it him who is fighting, or is the universe using his body to fight? Lin Shen thought so, and the more he looked at Tiambulo, the more he looked like a puppet. Suddenly, the smile on Lin Shen's face froze, and he shook his head subconsciously, then rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was thinking too much and had hallucinations. He seemed to really see thin lines appearing on Tiambulo's body, as if he had really become a puppet. Chapter 479. Rubbing his eyes, and looking again, the thin lines on Tiambulo disappeared. I've really thought too much. People shouldn't think too much. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief, and looked for a while. He gradually saw thin lines on Tiambulo's body. Those thin lines seemed to extend from the void, connected to Tiambulo's body, pulling his body to move. Other people saw that Tiambulo seemed to move with the laws of nature, with a kind of harmonious beauty of the unity of heaven and man, but in Lin Shen's eyes, he was pulled by those thin lines in the void, like a puppet. Lin Shen shook his head, and rubbed his eyes again. When he looked again, the thin lines on Tiambulo's body disappeared again. But after concentrating for a while, he could see those thin lines again. What's going on? Is there something wrong with my eyes? Or are there really those thin lines on Tiambulo's body? Lin Shen was in doubt, and didn't know what was wrong with his eyes. Lin Shen tried it several times, but the result was the same. As long as he focused on Tiambulo, just like looking at other people's acupuncture points, he could see those thin lines of emptiness appearing on Tiambulo's body. Until Tiambulo came out of that state of unity between heaven and man, Lin Shen could no longer see the thin lines of emptiness on his body. Haha, I finally made a breakthrough again. I have a deeper understanding of heaven, and the art of gods and men. I have reached the state of unity between heaven and man. It is only a matter of time before I reach the highest state of gods and ghosts. Tiambulo said excitedly. Emperor, when you were in the state of unity between heaven and man just now, did you see anything? Lin Shen saw Tiambulo talking to him, so he asked. He wanted to know if Tiambulo could see the thin lines on his body. If Tiambulo could see it, it meant that Lin Shen's eyes were normal. Can you see it? Tiambulo looked at Lin Shen with some surprise. I saw a little. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that it was normal for those thin lines to appear on Tiambulo's body. It should be the effect of the art of heaven and gods. Tiambulo was even more surprised when he heard Lin Shen say that he could see a little. I have comprehended the art of unity between heaven and man, my body is in harmony with the way of heaven, I have the induction of heaven and man, and I can vaguely glimpse a little bit of the laws of heaven. You can actually see it too. What laws of heaven? Are you talking about those thin lines? Lin Shen frowned slightly, vaguely feeling that what Tiambulo said was a little different from what he said. What thin lines? I'm talking about the laws of heaven, the laws of the operation of all things in the world. It's indescribable, and it doesn't seem appropriate to use lines to describe something that can't be named. Tiambulo looked at his clothes, and there were no thin lines. Well, maybe our ways of expression are different. I'm also talking about those laws. Lin Shen can now be sure that Tiambulo can't see those thin lines. However, the laws of the operation of all things in the world he was talking about should be the thin lines that Lin Shen saw, because it was those thin lines that pulled Tiambulo's body to move. In Tiambulo's feeling, that should be the laws of heaven. Lin Shen wanted to know, besides him, if there were anyone else who could see the thin lines on Tiambulo's body, but unfortunately there were only two of them here, and there was no way to verify it. Brother Tian, I just realized the state of unity between man and nature. How about you practice with me? Tiambulo didn't notice Lin Shen's abnormality. He was very excited to let Lin Shen be his sparring partner. He wanted to know how effective this state was in actual combat. Okay. Lin Shan agreed immediately. He also wanted to try whether he could see those thin lines in the void in actual combat. Brother Tian, just go ahead, and I have my own way to deal with it. When the two came outside, Tianbuluo said confidently. Lin Shan directly used the technique of thousands of people pointing at me, and pointed at Tianbuluo with an extremely concealed method. It was strange to say that Lin Shan's method was already very concealed, but as soon as his finger moved, Tianbuluo moved and naturally avoided Lin Shan's finger. Really? Come on. Use your strongest method to attack me, Tianbuluo said. Lin Shan launched the technique of thousands of people pointing at me, and pointed at Tianbuluo like a phantom. His finger techniques were ever-changing, but Tianbuluo was able to dodge or block his fingers very naturally every time. No matter how many changes Lin Shan's moves had, Tianbuluo could easily break them. Lin Shan saw clearly that after Tianbuluo entered the state of unity between heaven and man, the thin line of void appeared on his body again. As long as Lin Shan moved, it was as if the thin line of void on Tianbuluo's body was triggered, and the thin line of void pulled Tianbuluo's body, perfectly breaking Lin Shan's attack. No matter how fast Lin Shan's movements were, how strong his strength was, or how concealed he was, he could not avoid pulling the thin line of void. As long as he moved, the thin line of void would inevitably move with him, as if the other end of the thin line of void was connected to Lin Shan himself. This thought startled Lin Shan, and he quickly looked at his body. Fortunately, he did not see those thin lines of emptiness on his body. What's wrong with you? Tianbuluo looked at Lin Shan in confusion. Why did Lin Shan keep looking at himself and stop attacking during the fight? Nothing, I just felt a little uncomfortable wearing this dress. Let's try again, Lin Shan said. This time, I will attack you. I will try to see how effective the unity of heaven and man is on the attack side, Tianbuluo said. When Lin Shan attacked just now, Tianbuluo had already seen that Lin Shan's skills were very high and his attributes were not weak. He did not have too many scruples, and directly used the unity of heaven and man to attack Lin Shan. His attacks were weird and natural, and he always attacked from unexpected angles, which seemed to be the way it should be. Every time Tianbuluo attacked, it seemed to have the best time, place, and people. Going with the flow, climbing high and hitting low, making full use of everything, as if the whole environment is helping Tianbuluo. Lin Shan used his body skills and finger techniques to fight with Tianbuluo, but he was suppressed and could not fight back, and could only retreat continuously. Although his body skills were taught by Ian, Lin Shan used them very well after practicing. Coupled with the strange changes of the thousands of pointing points, ordinary ascenders would probably be hit by Lin Shan in a few strokes. However, from the beginning of the battle to now, Lin Shan has been suppressed by Tianbuluo, and is not his opponent at all in terms of skills. Every strike of Tianbuluo is perfect, and in line with the way of heaven. Not to mention Lin Shan, anyone who fights with Tianbuluo will not be able to catch his flaws. The art of heaven and gods is quite powerful, Lin Shan exclaimed secretly. If this is not a competition, Lin Shan can only suppress others with force now, and not play tricks with him. Chapter 480. No, why should I compete with him in skills? There is no need at all. Lin Shan suddenly thought that he didn't need to compete with Tianbuluo in skills. Because he could see the thin lines on Tianbuluo's body, those thin lines were moving with Tianbuluo's body. So Lin Shan only needed to figure out which thin lines would move, and what kind of movement Tianbuluo's body would produce, so he could know what Tianbuluo would do next. Isn't this equivalent to cheating and knowing the answer in advance? After having this idea, Lin Shan secretly observed the rules of the movement of those thin lines in the void. He didn't need to remember which line was used for what, he just needed to find the rules of the body corresponding to those thin lines. Dry memory is troublesome, but it's easy as long as you find the rules. Soon, Lin Shan roughly judged the rules of the influence of those thin lines on Tianbuluo's body, but the thin lines moved too fast, leaving Lin Shan no time to judge. Even if you see through the rules, it's still useless. In such a fast battle, it is impossible to judge Tianbuluo's movements by the movement of the line. As soon as the line moves, Tianbuluo will move with it. This method will not work. Lin Shan felt a little depressed. Tianbuluo became more and more courageous in the battle. The Heaven and God technique showed unparalleled powerful abilities on both offense and defense. If it was before he realized the unity of heaven and man, with Lin Shan's technical level, although Tianbuluo did not think he would lose, he still had to spend a lot of effort to defeat Lin Shan. It was not as easy as it is now. He kept suppressing Lin Shan. If he did not want to practice the unity of heaven and man more, Lin Shan, who seemed to him to be full of flaws, would have been defeated by him long ago. Attack with the best time and place, defense is ahead of the enemy, how to play this? Lin Shen felt that unless he could win over others with force, it would be impossible to defeat Tian Bu Luo in the state of unity of heaven and man in terms of skills. Why did such a powerful technique of heaven and God-man art decline to this point in the Heavenly Man clan? Is it just because the Heavenly Heart art is outdated? No matter how outdated the Heavenly Heart art is, it can be modified and upgraded. Many evolutionary techniques of small races are modified on the basis of the 5 basic evolutionary techniques, and there are many powerful evolutionary techniques among them. Even if it is not modified, the effect of this heaven and God-man art alone is enough to offset the advantages brought by other advanced evolutionary techniques, and it is even more useful. Such a powerful technique, there are actually few people in the Heavenly Man clan who can use it. This is too ridiculous. Lin Shen was secretly puzzled. He was very suspicious that the reason why the Heavenly Man clan abandoned the Heavenly Heart art and did not practice the Heaven and God-man art was because they also discovered the thin line of void on their bodies, and knew that someone was controlling everything behind the scenes, so they chose to abandon such a powerful technique. But thinking about it, it seems wrong. What kind of creature in the world can control such a weird and unpredictable thin line of void? Could it be a life in a higher dimension? Or the whole world is a puppet show, their every move is controlled by the creator, and everyone is a puppet? If this is the case, why can't I see the thin line of void on other people? Lin Shen thought about it, but couldn't figure it out. The rise of the Tianbuluan war has never stopped. Lin Shen thought, this sparring partner can't be in vain. You use me as a sparring partner, so I will use you as a sparring partner. So Lin Shen let himself go, and tried to use the few thousands of people pointing at me, hiding the Erba gene in the thousands of people pointing at me. At first, there was no effect at all. Either he directly used the Erba gene derived from the Erba punch, or he only used the thousands of people pointing at me, and didn't have time to hide the Erba gene. This also proved the old saying, take care of the head but not the butt. Lin Shen has only practiced half of the secret art, and has not yet fully mastered it. Lin Shen's messing around made Tian Bu Luo feel unexpectedly uncomfortable. Many times he couldn't tell which kind of finger force Lin Shen was using. But even if Tian Bu Luo couldn't tell it himself, the law of heaven could help him tell it, so Lin Shen was still suppressed, and at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Lin Shen's endurance was really strong, and the Emperor's son Tian Bu Luo had to admit defeat. When he was too tired to fight, he could only stop and rest. Lin Shen discovered another problem. No matter how strong an average person is, even if he is a nirvana, if his physical strength is really a problem, his movements will definitely be deformed, and it will be impossible to maintain the previous perfect state. But Tianbuluo was so tired that he could hardly stand, and his movements were still perfect without any deformation. No more fighting, I will fight again after I have rested. Tianbuluo sat on the ground, panting heavily, looking at Lin Shen and smiled. Brother Tian, your physical strength is good, I am so tired, and you look like nothing happened. I only have this advantage of good endurance. Lin Shen smiled. Okay, after I recover, we will fight again. Tianbuluo didn't take it to heart. He agreed with Lin Shen's words very much. Apart from his good endurance, he really didn't like Lin Shen's skills. In the state of unity between heaven and man, Lin Shen's skills were all flawed. If he wanted to win, he would have won countless times. In the next few days, Tianbuluo not only faced the wall to comprehend the art of heaven and gods, but also practiced with Lin Shen in actual combat. When he was tired, he sat down to comprehend. After comprehending, he practiced with Lin Shen in actual combat. After many battles with Tianbuluo, Lin Shen's fingering and body skills gradually matured. His progress in actual combat was indeed faster than his own thinking. Now Lin Shen can play the 1,000 points wrapped in the 20-finger force. It looks ordinary, but it is actually wrapped in explosive power. But the success rate is still relatively low, and it is not solid enough to achieve the level of binding force into a needle. If he wants to avoid being borrowed by masters of borrowing force like Shimen Jinka, he may not be able to do it now. Once, when Lin Shen was sparring with Tian Bu Luo, he accidentally used 2 kinds of finger force at the same time. The 2 finger forces merged with each other instead of wrapping each other, which unexpectedly made Tian Bu Luo panic. Hey! The finger, I made a mistake just now. It seems that those thin lines in the void did not move. Lin Shen suddenly discovered a new world. He began to recall how he had made that finger just now. Because it was made by accident, Lin Shen himself did not know how he had completed it. He tried many times, but he could not make that kind of mixed finger force again. I don't believe this. Lin Shen studied again, and he had to reproduce that finger,